So imagine the scenario: you want to watch my first 100 or so reviews all at once, but you really can't be bothered to click that keep watching button after a few videos have passed you by, and the amount of adverts you have to sit through is just a pain. So, I thought I'd remedy it. Here, I present to you the TYTD-A-THON, a non-stop run of a massive chunk of my reviews, plus, due to a cock-up that Team YouTube can't seem to clarify, this is the only place that you'll find my fully uncut version of the review of American Ninja 2. So, sit back, grab a beer, unbutton the top button of your pants and sink into 19 plus hours of my very sexy Northern British accent. I've also hidden a few Easter eggs through the video, and the first person to find them all and post them in the comments with timestamps will get a shout out in the next video I record audio for. So get searching and enjoy the show. (1977's) The Dragon Lives Again, also known as The Deadly Hands of Kung Fu, is a wonderfully bizarre Bruceploitation film that literally has to be seen to be believed. A film like this simply would not be made, let alone distributed in the 21st century outside of fan films, and in attempting to review it even now, I feel I won't do justice to just how surreal and odd it really is. Starring Bruce Leung, I'm certain I've butchered that, as a stand-in for the legendary martial arts master Bruce Lee. This film came out only a few years after the real Bruce Lee's death, which makes the fact that it exists at all the more staggering. The version I'll be reviewing was released on DVD in 2005 under the Vengeance Video label, a label that I believe has now ceased trading. It was originally released on VHS by VCL, a company that has also ceased trading at this point. In terms of presentation, both films appear to have been cropped at some point during transfer from film to tape. The VHS has been pan and scanned, as there are notable chunks of text and burnt-in subtitles which have been chopped in half at the top, bottom and sides of the screen. And an analysis of the DVD copy seems to show that this was quite literally copied straight from an old VCL print, and has been cropped even further still. The film is dedicated to the millions who love Bruce Lee. The plot, if I can even suggest that there is a semblance of plot for this film, is thus. Bruce Lee has been sent to the underworld. I repeat, he only died 4 years prior to this being released. And within 10 minutes of being sent there, he's bossing around the king of the underworld, the devil himself, threatening to beat him up if he won't return him to Earth. The king refuses and threatens to generate earthquakes throughout hell if Lee gives him any trouble, and so somewhat subdued, Bruce decides to see what hell is like. After wandering around for a while, he decides to get some food. The film detours into insanity when he bumps into Popeye the Sailor Man and Kwai Chang Caine. The trio fight a skeleton army presided over by James Bond and Clint Eastwood from The Good, the Bad and the Ugly. This is a prime example of just how odd the film can get at times. Quite rapidly hops from plot point to plot point with paper-thin connections. The main plot, however, follows Bruce and his friends as they attempt to liberate the underworld from an evil criminal organisation consisting of the aforementioned James Bond, Clint Eastwood, Don Corleone from The Godfather, Father Merrin from The Exorcist, Count Dracula and his army of mummies, and Emmanuel from the infamous erotic video series of the same name, all the while attempting to return Bruce Lee back to Earth. Now, if your nose is bleeding uncontrollably at this point, you have good reason. This film is a total hodgepodge of copyright-infringing characters and has a largely stolen soundtrack lifted heavily from Lee's other films, although I should say that there are at least a couple of original compositions in there to give them some credit. There's so much crammed into this 90-minute film, I literally cannot stress just how over the top and ridiculous portions of it are, and this is made all the better by the English dubbing of this particular production, all of which have been done with the camp factor dialed up to 11. If you've ever wanted to hear the international playboy and one of fiction's greatest spies, James Bond, refer to someone as a stupid jerk, you've found your film. Normally I would try and break down the various elements of a film's composition to really give you a flavour of what to expect and whether you should bother with this film or not at all, but realistically it barely holds up as a film. The director Key Law, who also directed The Crippled Masters and The Guy with Secret Kung Fu, two other martial arts films I hold in bizarre regard, returns for this one, and this film keeps up the mantle, dabbling between fairly average kung fu fodder and some downright strange cinematography. though I can't comment entirely on the composition due to the fact that the print has been cropped and pan and scanned, and there aren't any other available points of reference at this point in time. The dubbing is atrocious, the native acting isn't much better, and the sets are utterly shambolic. There realistically should be absolutely no reason to even give this film a second look, and yet I find myself coming back to its utterly inviting surrealism periodically. People often cite The Room or Plan 9 from Outer Space as some of the best worst films ever made, and I would disagree. I think The Dragon Lives Again outshines both of them in terms of utter mad brilliance. It's easily up there as one of my favourite, if not all-time favourite, good bad films ever produced. The fact that this film has received little to no attention considering just how utterly mad it actually is a little disappointing in my opinion. So I implore you, it's currently available in full on YouTube if that's any incentive, and I can highly recommend checking it out. The Last Man on Earth is one of those films that came into my life through sheer chance. At the time I was very much into the works of Vincent Price, and by chance, whilst clearing out a few old boxes of DVDs, I happened across a 50-disc multi-pack of old public domain horror films. Flicking through the titles, I noticed a few good films in amongst the bunch and decided that I'd have a movie night, and as soon as I saw a Vincent Price film in amongst the mix, I knew I had to add it to my list. And thus I discovered The Last Man on Earth, a 1964 Italian-American co-produced science fiction horror film starring Vincent Price based on the novel I Am Legend by Richard Matheson, a novel that would later be readapted in 2007 as I Am Legend starring Will Smith. Price plays Dr. Robert Morgan, the titular last man on Earth, desperately trying to survive a terrible plague which has reduced the human population to a feral group of slow-wandering vampire zombies. For 1964, this was quite a radical idea, and the film had initially been intended as a Hammer horror film, which no doubt would have been absolutely shocking for the time. The UK censors, however, opposed the decision, which meant the rights were eventually sold off to a US producer, Robert L. Lippert, who had at the time already firmly established himself as a producer with works such as The Lost Continent, Last of the Wild Horses, and Rocket Ship XM, which, if I tell you were all featured as episodes of Mystery Science Theater 3000, tells you all you really need to know about him as a producer. It should also be mentioned that from The Last Man on Earth onwards, Lippert actually decided to film many of his productions away from the US due to rising costs of film production in the country. As a result, much of this film was actually shot in and around Rome, though to look at it, other than a few shots that seem a bit off for Midwestern America in the third act, you really wouldn't know it. From what research I can do for this production as well, it would appear that there are two versions with different directors at the helm of both prints. Italian copies of the film were directed by Ubaldo Ragona, apologies for the butchering there, whilst the US version was directed by Sidney Salco, whose only other big directing credit includes several episodes of the original Addams Family TV series. I'll be discussing the US version. The film has a very interesting and creative use of pacing, jumping around in time, showing Morgan's life before the disaster hits, and we're introduced to his friends and family in this way. We're also constantly given insight into Dr. Morgan's situation through inner monologues as he both reminisces about the life he used to live and his own faltering resilience during the present, which really helps give the oppressive and claustrophobic feeling that this film required. He's quite literally his only companion, and the director and Price really make you feel it. These flashbacks for me, however, are arguably the weakest elements of this film. Price's performance as a husband, father and scientist to me felt a little awkward, and it also doesn't help that his supporting cast continually feel a little too dry and generic. Ultimately, these flashbacks could have been kept to an absolute minimum or referenced in the present of the film's narrative, and it would have worked much better in my opinion. As Dr. Morgan can only leave the house during the day when the creatures are resting, the remainder of the film focuses on his time trapped in the house at night, where the creatures repeatedly try to break in and constantly shout to him. This is a really nice touch because the film doesn't hold back in making it clear that these were people Morgan knew before the epidemic hit, and you really feel for Morgan, who's constantly faced with the situation of whether survival is worth it at all. The role of Morgan is wonderfully played by Vincent Price, who absolutely oozes believability in the role. He completely embodies a man on the edge, and it's really nice to see him play a role that isn't overtly camp or OTT, as would later be the case in his career in films such as The Abominable Dr. Phibes or Theatre of Blood. His role in this is unique in the sense that he embodies such a spectrum of emotions. he is for all intents and purposes a near-perfect example of a well-rounded character. It would be so easy to make the character an overblown action hero type, or to have given him a cheery charisma, but there are genuinely touching moments in this film, and I really wouldn't have personally ever considered Price for such a role. However, quite honestly, he's the best element of the film, because other than some of the weaker moments in the flashbacks, he gives a genuine diamond performance that makes the film worth the price of admission on its own. It should also be mentioned that later in the film we are given another gift in the form of Franca Battori's Ruth Collins, who gives a really more than reasonable performance in the third act that could easily rival Price's in terms of realism. The direction of this production is, for lack of a better word, fairly standard for the early mid-60s, though there are some glimmers in this B-movie with some genuinely nice moments and scenes that wouldn't have been amiss in an A-movie picture. The cinematography is where this film really begins to shine, with absolutely gorgeous use of lighting for the mid-60s that really bring to life the chilling and more horror-driven elements of this film, and some really truly wonderful composition that really drives home the feelings of isolation and utter hopelessness of the whole affair. In short, it's quite gorgeous, and I would love to see a UK Blu-ray release of this at some point in the future, as I really think a true restoration of it would be visually quite compelling. All in all, I was completely surprised by this film. It's a very underrated production, and I really can't believe it isn't talked about more in horror and sci-fi circles. In many ways, it was well ahead of its time, the most glaring example being that it effectively acts as the precursor to what many would consider the contemporary interpretation of a zombie, an interpretation which would be cemented only 4 years later in George Romero's keystone classic Night of the Living Dead. I own this film as part of a 50-film set that was released in 2008 by Treeline Films. The set Horror Classics Anniversary Edition is now long out of print, and the company seems to have ceased trading a few years ago. But there are still several copies for sale on websites like Amazon, and there are several good films in this set that I can highly recommend. The price of this set is extremely reasonable, and I'd be inclined to call it an essential if it wasn't for the fact that there's a lot of tat on the set to balance out the genuinely good films. The quality of the print included on this set is far from ideal and is also quite heavily cropped. MGM allegedly released a digitally remastered widescreen edition in 2005, but I have to assume that this too is now out of print, or that it was never released in the UK, as I can currently find little to no information regarding this release. The Last Man on Earth is a genuinely enjoyable and chilling at times production that is both a very well written piece of science fiction horror and a wonderful comment on humanity that, in my opinion, is definitely worth checking out. The American Ninja 2 was released in 1987 at the height of the second wave of the ninja boom, a boom that would revitalise interest in the works of Bruce Lee and Jackie Chan and give rise to a kids' cartoon favourite in the form of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. It would also further assist the rise of groups like the Mary Whitehouse-driven National Viewers and Listeners Association, which in turn would lead to the BBFC, the UK's equivalent of the MPAA, making several utterly ridiculous and bizarre additions to their censorship guidelines. And while there's no evidence to suggest the American Ninja 2 was a direct cause of one of the biggest culturally destructive movements of our generation, it was certainly a part of the pool that led to the tidal wave. The American Ninja 2 picks up shortly after the events of the first film, with both Michael Dudikoff and Steve James as the newly appointed Army Ranger Joe Armstrong and Curtis Jackson respectively, as they're sent to investigate the various disappearances of several Marines at a US embassy on an unnamed Caribbean island. This film is pure American cheese, and for a release from Canon Films I'm actually kind of disappointed in it. The original American Ninja was a bit of a slow burner, but when it picked up the pace it pulled off the goofy action movie quite well. This film is a lot more slower paced. There are still fight scenes and several good moments in the opening of the film, and the gorgeous location provides an excellent backdrop, whereas the first film was predominantly set on and around a military base. Taking our main characters away from that seems to have been a good move on the part of the producers, although they have rather fallen into the trap of basing your sequel somewhere tropical, a la Revenge of the Nerds 2. From a cinematographic standpoint, this film isn't that bad looking. They've used the locations well and the composition is about the standard, and in some cases above and beyond the standard of a mid to low budget action film at the time. The fight scenes have a nice flowing choreography about them, and the director Sam Fristenberg of Breaking 2 Electric Boogaloo and the original American Ninja fame returns and really seems to know how to get the best physically out of his actors for a second time. The performances are not brilliant on a general film scale, but for a film of this calibre I would say that they are more than satisfactory, and you could genuinely believe in the level of character development in the main cast between films. In the first instance, Dudikoff spent a large chunk of the first film just being a broody silent type who didn't really talk till about halfway through the film. In this film, not much has changed. His performance is for a broody character who doesn't say much, and well, if that's all the character is, I suppose Dudikoff lands on his feet with this one. James, by contrast, has a bit more of a difficult job playing the slightly dry, take-no-nonsense, wisecracking comrade in the form of Jackson, and he really is the actor who completes the mix for me. If he was more wisecracking, the film would start to be unbearable. If he was quieter, I feel this film would be quite dull. In short, he really does save this film by balancing out the ultra-cheesy fight sequences and long periods of exposition. The soundtrack is pure pounding synths, and whilst quite generic, it suits the tone of the film quite appropriately, though essentially it may as well be stock music. My biggest issue with this entire film lies purely in the pacing. The moments of exposition feel to me unnecessarily long to the point of almost but not quite boring me. The action scenes do somewhat bring my attention back, but for me it doesn't really start to pick up the pace until the final act, at which point for some it may be too little too late. This film's final act not only offers up a complete out of nowhere twist that in any other film I'd have really disliked, but it also offers a fairly grand finale that shouldn't disappoint. This is pure action film goodness, which, on its budget, is actually quite impressive. The American Ninja 2 is available both as a standalone release and as part of a 4-disc collection containing the American Ninja 1 to 4. Released by 88 Films on Blu-ray, I must say the restoration of these films has been wonderfully handled, with lush and popping colours and a crisp, clear picture quality. I think this arguably will be the best way you'll ever see these films. This film isn't really going to be for everyone. Its pacing issues, coupled with the pure all-American OTT-ness, may put some people off. But if you want a good, solid example of a fun 80s B-movie action film with ninjas, then look no further. Time Adventure, 5 Seconds Till Climax, is a very unusual film in the sense that it's a porn film that actually has some semblance of a story and reasonable production values. The film, originally released in 1986 by Nikatsu Films, marks the final film of Yujiro Takita's to be classed as softcore. Takita would later go on to win the US Academy Award for the 2009 film Departures. The film follows Tanaka, a young Japanese girl who is deeply infatuated with her supervisor, but is too shy to ask him out. One night, while working late, she accidentally stumbles in on her supervisor and her best friends having sex in an empty office space, and while deeply upset about this, she returns home to masturbate. That sounds odd because it is. On reaching orgasm, however, she opens her eyes and finds that she's no longer in 1986, but instead riding on the back of a tiny car in the far, far future, the hazy mists of time that is the year 2001. Shortly after that, she is chased by hooligans, but manages to escape with a detective who tries to help her get her life back in order. It's then revealed that this detective is in fact her future husband, and the two begin to express feelings for each other. That is until Tanaka's older self comes into the picture and begins to get suspicious about her husband's constant late nights. From then on, the film focuses on Tanaka's future husband trying to reconcile with both his wives, while Tanaka herself desperately tries to return to her own time. One of the things that really struck me about this film was just how much of a plot it actually has, considering that it's basically softcore porn. The film plays most of its moments for laughs, but there are actually some moments in there that are actually quite emotional, particularly scenes around the second act where you see old Tanaka and her husband's relationship breaking down. Though I don't want to fool you, this film is very much in the vein of a slapstick comedy for the most part, with lots of over-exaggerated responses, reactions, and several moments that left me laughing out loud and shouting, "Why?" There are absolutely absurd moments in this film, and in all honesty you could trim about 80% of the very uninteresting and utterly lifeless softcore out of this film, and the plot would not only hold up, but probably be held as a more than reasonable art house film revolving around how people perceive different aspects of their lives differently as they age. This is also arguably one of the more visually striking adult films I've ever seen. It borrows heavily from elements of Back to the Future, The Wizard of Oz and Alice in Wonderland to create a surreal glimpse into the future, which other than the aforementioned tiny cars, Skype and a few blimps here and there, is pretty much 1986 but carnivalised. Whilst the porn sections of this film are bland, heavily censored and quite boring, the cinematography through the non-porn sections of the film are genuinely interesting and creative with its camera usage. It has several quite notable shots that spring to my mind that were quite interesting and far from traditional. The cinematography is aided by some incredibly innovative set designs which blur traditional 40s and 50s Japanese architecture and furnishings with mid to late 80s Tom Rubnitz-esque pop art sets that are pretty much made entirely out of cardboard and Christmas lights. This extends to the props in this film, which are also heavily inspired by those two genres and really give it an odd dreamlike vibe that only adds to the overall oddness. Completing the triptych is the aforementioned acting, which swings between quite touching in places to absolutely off-the-wall zany, which really left me wondering exactly what they were aiming for. In many ways though, it's quite unique in the sense that I've rarely seen a performance anything quite like what this film offers. The soundtrack is light and poppy, as well as some interesting little offerings, and at one point a Muzak reworking of the theme from 2001: A Space Odyssey. It's a nice compliment to the pop art and experimental style. Time adventure is not for everyone. I honestly believe that it's been somewhat overlooked as just a softcore feature. It's actually surprisingly well made and quite a bit deeper than the average porn film. If you're looking for a curiosity or one of the classiest erotic films that I've seen since the 80s Tinto Brass movies, this may be worth your time. Quatermass and the Pit, also known as 5 Million Years to Earth in the US, was the third and final instalment of Hammer Studios' Quatermass series. It was released in 1967 and based on the BBC series from the 1950s of the same name. Quatermass and the Pit follows the continuing adventures of Professor Bernard Quatermass, a scientist and ongoing investigator into all things otherworldly and unexplained. When work begins on the London Underground to expand the tunnels, workers make a shocking discovery of the remains of several early humanoid ancestors and a mysterious metal structure. They initially draft in paleontologist Matthew Roney to try and discover from what period these ancestors may have come from, and almost immediately news of the metal craft reaches the government, where it's initially thought to be an unexploded World War II bomb. By chance, Quatermass is discussing his current plans and projects at these offices and offers to accompany the bomb disposal team led by Colonel Breen, played with an icy yet steely precision by Julian Glover. When they arrive, it becomes quite apparent that all is not as it would seem, and Quatermass and Roney are quickly embroiled in a mystery that threatens the very fabric of life on Earth as we know it, in a race against time to overthrow not only corruption within the country, but an evil the likes of which has never been seen on Earth, in what is an explosive and atmospheric finale to the trilogy. This is arguably one of the most quintessentially British films that I have ever seen in my lifetime, with barely a minute passing by without a British bobby, a red double-decker bus, a phone box, or a plucky Londoner just popping out of the blue. It's trying so hard to push how British it is that there were moments that it almost bordered on parody, and though while it almost bordered on irritating to me, it never quite crossed that line, and I really found myself charmed in a way by just how British it was attempting to be. The script is adapted from an original plotline by Nigel Neal, and the story really benefits from the improvements in technology and budget, with some very over-the-top action pieces that simply couldn't have been done on a BBC budget for the time. I also really enjoyed the themes played on through this film and its attempt to constantly misstep the audience as to whether there was a scientific or supernatural reason for the events of the film. It's also very interesting to see the dynamic between Quatermass and Breen played out, as Breen refuses to believe that anything scientific or supernatural is taking place, and Quatermass desperately tries to reason with him before it's too late, which I found to be infinitely entertaining. Quatermass and the Pit is the only Hammer Quatermass film presented in full colour, which is brilliant as this film really makes use of it, with set pieces looking very lush and lots of very rich colours contrasting the murky London late 60s backdrop. Direction on this production was handled by Roy Ward Baker, who would have further experience with Hammer in directing films such as Moon 2.0 and The Scars of Dracula, and for the most part the direction on this production is pretty solid. By no means revolutionary, but solid. It's a bit generic in places, relying on traditional directing styles of the 40s and 50s, with only a few genuinely interesting choices, but those interesting choices, coupled with the choice to play it safe, makes it altogether quite a stable piece of film, though it would have been nice to have seen them experiment a bit more. This direction is aided somewhat by some absolutely stellar performances from the aforementioned Julian Glover, James Donald as Roni, and an outstanding performance from Andrew Keir as the Professor himself. One of the more interesting elements of this direction is the tonal choice to contrast the swinging 60s counterculture with the more steadfast imperial culture that was also prominent in the 60s. The strange mixture of colour and culture really makes the film pop, and it genuinely creates some very nice moments as a direct result. The cinematography is a bit of a mixed bag. At its worst, it's flat and again really too safe, relying heavily on techniques from the 40s and early 50s. It just doesn't make the film jump out at the audience nearly as much as it should. It also has the unfortunate side effect of making some of the practical effects and props seem a bit rubbish in places as well. By contrast, however, there are moments in this film that really offer a good use of depth of field, decent composition, and even a bit of experimentation that wouldn't go amiss in a film from the 70s or 80s. Where it hits, it hits. Where it fails, it's just generic. Production was handled by Tristram Carey, who is notable for having not only the tremendous honour of having scored music for the first ever Dalek story, but also for having scored the Daleks' magnum opus, 1965's The Daleks' Master Plan. His compositions are easily up there as some of the most interesting pieces for the time, and Quatermass is no exception. While I wouldn't necessarily clamour to own the soundtrack on this one, it's definitely very interesting and certainly adds to the film's wonderfully creepy atmosphere. One of the biggest things that struck me with watching this film, and it may just be me overthinking at this point, was just how much it seemed to have inspired classic series Doctor Who, particularly from the middle of Patrick Troughton's run through to the Jon Pertwee era, with several stories between 1968 and 1973 seemingly either inspired by or copied wholesale from this film, including The Web of Fear, The Ambassadors of Death, The Claws of Axos, and The Demons, to name a few. In fact, having watched this film now, I do feel that the production staff at Doctor Who at the time could have been accused of being a little bit derivative. Then again, if you're going to steal ideas, steal from the best. Quatermass in the Pit was released on DVD in 2006 as part of the Ultimate Hammer Horror Collection, and was later released that same year as a standalone DVD. Both appear to still be in print and available on various websites at the time of recording. There's also been an international Blu-ray release, though information about this release is a little bit scarce. The film is quintessential proper science fiction at its best, being zippy, well written and punchy in such a way that was quite ahead of its time. For those used to modern pacing and storytelling, this film could be seen as a little bit of a slow burner, but if you have an understanding and patience of pacing of 20th century cinema, this is an absolutely essential science fiction classic and definitely recommended. The Stuff is a wonderfully bizarre 1985 science fiction dark comedy, written, produced and directed by Larry Cohen, whose previous work included Q the Winged Serpent. It's a quite unusual film that rather heavy-handedly deals with the subject of American consumerism at a time when consumerism and the rise of Reaganomics in America were at an absolute peak. The Stuff is a mysterious substance that by chance is also magically delicious, and is not only fat-free but is full of energy, doesn't stain, and is seemingly available in endless amounts. The main plot of the film follows ex-FBI agent Mo Rutherford, who's hired by a conglomerate of food manufacturers to find out where the stuff is coming from, and more importantly to find out what it is, and to attempt to sabotage it if possible. As Mo begins to dig into exactly what the stuff is, it quickly becomes apparent that it may be more than just really good ice cream, and things quickly devolve into a race against time to stop the stuff from potentially taking over the world. There is also an additional subplot that eventually ties into the main plot, following a young boy called Jason, who's repulsed by the stuff, which is unusual because the stuff is shown to be highly addictive. The film opens as well with one of the most heavy-handed sequences I've ever seen put to film. It begins with a cold open on a snowy work site where a worker happens across a small puddle of the stuff on the floor and completely at random decides to dip his finger into the puddle and taste some, which is something no human being would ever do. Further still, after tasting some of the stuff, he then calls a workmate over who gives him some of the stuff to try. They both then have a lengthy exposition back and forth, basically explaining that the stuff could be really popular if they were to sell it, and that while it could be dangerous, let's sell it. The only way it could have been any more heavy-handed would have been if they were to have delivered all of the dialogue directly to camera, breaking the fourth wall. And this isn't the only example of exposition just being completely thrown out there to advance the plot rather than taking the more subtle approach of showing and not telling. I mentioned earlier that the stuff's main message is a comment on consumerism, and in that respect it's an element of the film that is actually handled absolutely superbly. The stuff is absolutely everywhere in this film. There are billboards, cardboard displays, tubs and tubs of the stuff in the backgrounds of the shots. There's street art, and we even get to see several faux ad campaigns pushing the stuff. It's an astounding attention to detail, and it really feels like the stuff has taken over the world. It pretty much plays the stuff as a metaphor for consumerism, with this creeping, suffocating, relentless substance that quite literally takes the humanity out of humanity. Which is a really nice touch, and a real credit to the quality of the writing. It's fairly consistent on the style it chooses pretty much all the way up to the third act, where Mo enlists some additional militaristic help in furthering his investigations. At that point the film sort of spirals into a bit of tonal whiplash with its characters, but even at that point it maintains itself at a very entertaining pace. While the script and the story are arguably two of the best parts of this film, the direction by contrast is shocking, with there being several points that I can remember where actors randomly walk into the shot in an incredibly fake and unsubtle way, and everything for the most part just seems a bit aimless. You really kind of feel for the most part that a lot of the scenes just sort of exist to get us to the next scene, rather than it flowing seamlessly and naturally as the story progresses. Not that this is a difficult watch, mind, quite the opposite. It's an incredibly zippy 87-minute runtime, and it really didn't feel anywhere near that long. I think one of the things that does help this film speed by is the absolute prime examples of good bad acting on display in this film. It's not quite as shockingly awful as The Room, but it is incredibly staged, very over the top, and just not believable at all. There are a couple of moderately good performances from extras in this production, but the camp factor is very high, and it definitely helps push the story along at a good pace. Because of this, I find myself in two minds about whether to praise the film for being this ahead of its time in being both almost dreamlike and a faithful modernising tribute to the invasion films of the 50s. In particular, I drew a lot of parallels to films like both incarnations of The Thing and Invasion of the Body Snatchers, or whether I'm just giving it too much credit, and it's actually just a bit of a melodramatic, ill-directed, poorly acted B-movie with a semi-decent script. Though I'm inclined to believe the former. Cohen has a long history with cinema, and while he doesn't have as many credits as the likes of Roger Corman, what films he has produced and directed in the past have always seemed to have their tongue firmly planted in their cheek. The cinematography is okay, but nothing really to write home about. Ultimately, it's pretty standard for productions around the time, but there are at least a couple of more visually pleasing stylized moments that I thought were actually quite impressive. It must also be mentioned that the practical special effects in this film are an absolute roller coaster of peaks and troughs, with most of the practical effects involving the stuff being particularly astounding for the time and definitely a highlight of the production. But other effects, particularly any effects involving people or animals, are arguably some of the worst effects I've seen in a film made in the 80s. Though they did raise a few laughs with me, even though that may not have been the original intention. The soundtrack for this production is a bit of a mixed bag, with Anthony Guffin heading up the main incidental music and Richard Seaman fronting all of the commercial and advertising jingles. The incidental music is well written, if not a little on the stock side, but it ultimately works well in pushing the film in the right direction. The advertising music, however, is a pure slice of 80s synth music, and it's very, very catchy. It complements the visuals nicely, and would definitely be something I would love to have on my shelf. The stuff was released on Blu-ray in 2014 by Arrow Video, and I must say Arrow continue to impress me time after time. This release is no exception. With a good naturalistic level of film grain and tremendously rich colour palette, this print is crisp and arguably the best way you will ever see this film. The Blu-ray also comes with an expansive set of extra features, which I found to be very interesting, and it really helped flesh out the ideas and concepts that this film puts out. I've always said that cinema doesn't necessarily have to be complex, subtle and challenging. Sometimes it can just keep it simple and have some fun around a core message. And the stuff most definitely falls into that category. With its heavy-handed approach to its subject, ridiculous acting and over-the-top cheap special effects, it's just a fun movie that I enjoy, and I can recommend checking it out if you're looking for something a little bit different. The Descendents of Wing Chun is a 1978 martial arts film directed by Wang Ha, a director that is seemingly known for films centred around a gimmick with titles such as Mr. Vampire, New Mr. Vampire and Encounters of the Spooky Kind. This film's gimmick is that the lead actor is a bit fat and thinks he's better at kung fu than he is. That's it. That's both the comedy element and one of the main plot drives for the film, and for what it's worth it wears pretty thin after about 10 minutes of screen time. The plot of this film is paper thin and isn't helped by a series of subplots that don't really develop and a frankly atrocious dub both technically and in a performance sense, which largely makes the audio unintelligible, though having persevered through the film my understanding while limited is thus. The film opens with two thugs having a sporting fight on a beach. The loser of this fight then storms off and is arrested for a crime he committed in the past, and he's placed in prison. However, after a few years he eventually breaks out and seeks revenge on the man who put him there, the master of the local temple, Liang Chan, who then disappears till about halfway through the second act. The film then spends the rest of the first, second and a good chunk of the third act following what I believe is our main character, Fatty Kui. His actual name is Fatty Kui. Fatty works as the owner of a local butcher's shop and also may or may not be training with a kung fu master. The film isn't really all that clear. It's played from the off that Fatty is very overconfident in his ability and quite arrogant about how amazing he is. What doesn't help matters is he's eventually coaxed into fighting a guard at the local bank for a dare, and the guard pities him and throws the fight. Thoroughly ego-boosted, Fatty decides to take on Liang Chan, and thoroughly gets beaten. With his pride bruised, he returns to his master for additional training, and after both Liang Chan and Fatty's master meet, they decide to swap students, and Fatty begins training with Liang Chan. Just in time for our imprisoned thug to return to the film as he arrives at the temple and finally begins to hunt down Liang Chan. And that's pretty much it. One of the biggest problems with this film is that it creates several subplots and then never resolves them or just simply abandons them with little or no care. It also seems to have no element of character development, with characters quite literally becoming kung fu masters almost immediately after they've just said they've never had any fighting training. This is amplified by a twist at the opening of the third act that left me quite literally speechless and reduced the film to an absolute utter mess. The film's so bad it doesn't even really end, it just stops on a freeze frame. It's an entirely bland affair. The direction's utterly flat, a crash zoom is considered the height of creativity for this film. One of the weirdest examples of this is that the film constantly swaps between genuine night shots and shots that have been altered in the same way day for night shots would be altered if it were the day. But it isn't. It's night. It's one of the strangest set of directional choices I've seen in a film, and it really isn't helped by the lacklustre editing, which is very slapdash, and more often than not has cuts happen either way too early or just too late. It looks really sloppy, it feels very generic, unprofessional, and ultimately it's just boring to look at. The cinematography is much the same, flat, lifeless, no creativity, just painting by numbers. It's bland and uninteresting and feels like the cinematographer could not be less bothered in terms of a nice composition. Adding to this is the fact that much like The Dragon Lives Again, another title released by Vengeance Videos, the film appears to have been copied over directly from ex-VHS stock. It's quite washed out and full of tape faults throughout. The encoding has also been fluffed, meaning that realistically it's border unwatchable. It took me the best part of half an hour just to get used to it. The acting by a hair's breadth coasts into what I would consider acceptable, but it's incredibly over the top, and quite honestly it straddles the line between being just about passable and being ridiculously, almost enjoyably bad. Now, what is this film's only saving grace, and basically the only thing that has stopped me from binning this film outright, is the dubbing, which, while terribly distorted and poor quality, quite frankly has to be heard to be believed. The film opens with characters that mainly sound either like Old West cowboys or thick accented New Yorkers. Then, completely out the blue, half the cast suddenly end up with Cockney accents, and nothing can prepare you for our main character Fatty's voice. All of these are incredibly over the top and camp to boot. It's hilarious, actually hilarious. There are moments that really wouldn't feel out of place in a Monty Python film. This dub was definitely not intended for this film, which I believe was supposed to have a couple of funny moments, but predominantly was supposed to be the kind of film you laugh with, rather than laugh at. The dub is the absolute best thing about this film, but even then I don't think it's enough to pull it up. The Descendents of Wing Chun was released on DVD in 2004 and is available from Vengeance Video. At the time of writing it's both out of print but still available on Amazon for almost next to nothing. One of the things that did catch my eye about this release was the extra features, or rather the lack of extra features. Including on this disc is a training film from a London-based Kung Fu Academy, which much like the feature has been stretched into a ridiculous aspect ratio and encoded terribly. This means that everyone looks squat and pixelated. It's also far from inspiring. It feels very much like someone at Vengeance Video was doing a mate a favour. A separate extra on this page is literally just a freeze frame of the Kung Fu Academy's contact details, which after doing some investigating, I found that the website is long expired, so I'm assuming the Academy is closed as well. There's also an interview that's fairly bland and a coming soon trailer that's literally just posters of films that are coming soon to their label. They barely constitute as extras, and again they come across almost as pointless and ridiculous as the film itself. The Descendants of Wing Chun is an utter mess of a production, with little to no thought put into the direction, almost no thought put into the cinematography, a lacklustre set of additional features, shocking print quality with some scenes being so murky as to be almost unwatchable, bland fight scenes, multiple convoluted and unsatisfying plot lines complementing a bland and uninteresting main plot, barely functioning acting, and a ridiculous dub. I can't even begin to categorise this film. It's got martial arts elements, but it's too daft to be serious. Yet it takes itself too seriously to be a comedy. It's film sludge, devoid of any interesting scenes or creativity. I want to say it's incoherent, but there are elements of a plot there. It just takes a tremendous amount of effort and focus to understand it. I also want to say it's inconsistent, but it never really relies on a plot to begin with. To be completely honest, if it wasn't for the dub, this film would just absolutely suck. If you're bored and you want to laugh and you find this film going for free or less, pick it up. Otherwise, avoid it like the plague. Eraserhead was the 1977 feature debut of David Lynch, a man who I not only regard as the master of nightmare cinema, but a genuine revolutionary responsible in many respects for finally bringing experimental and alternative cinema to a mainstream audience. His unusual style and attitude towards both filmmaking and its audience is frankly groundbreaking, and that's an understatement. So if you're watching this to hear whether it's worth your time or not checking this film out, stop my video right now and go and watch Eraserhead. Right now. No, seriously. This film is quite unlike anything you will ever see and is one of the finest examples of a film being true art that I have ever seen. Eraserhead is a deeply unsettling experience, in many ways much more shocking than many horror films of the time, and certainly much more scarring. Horror films tend to scare you in the moment, but Eraserhead, like most of Lynch's films, create terrifying images in your mind that simply will not leave. Even some 10 years since I first sat down to watch this production, there'll still be completely random times where images from this film will randomly pop into my mind and deeply disturb me. It's unlike anything I can really explain, and no other filmmaker has had quite the same impact on me as Lynch and Eraserhead have. And the strangest part is that this film almost never existed at all. Lynch submitted a short, The Alphabet, an equally terrifying experience I can assure you, to a film financing committee, who agreed to fund the project believing it to be a roughly 30-minute long short film based on its 20 to 30 page script. From there, Lynch spent 4 years struggling in production on this feature, filming in studios after midnight and keeping the production afloat by running a paper round and promising the cast and crew shares in the film's success. He would infrequently ask his friends and family for loans to keep the film alive, and his wife would often cook meals for the cast and crew to keep them fed, and at one point Lynch even ended up sleeping on the set to help maximise his time and keep costs down. This was an absolute labour of love for Lynch, and with its success he was catapulted into the limelight of the mainstream film industry. The plot is really secondary to the actual point of this film. Eraserhead isn't here to give you a well-crafted and plotted narrative. It's more designed around the concept of making you feel something in the same way that a good painting is. This film is an experience, and everybody who watches it will come away with a different experience of what the film is about. Some will judge it quite literally as a comment on fatherhood, which is what it's widely regarded to be about. Lynch himself was coping with the birth of his first child around this time, and what plot there is in this production would almost certainly lend itself to that belief. There's plenty to be interpreted out of this production, with lots of symbolism and absurdism thrown into the mix to create this unnatural, dream, nightmare-esque world. I'll get the technical aspects of this film out of the way from the start, simply because I don't personally see them as important as the meaning of this film. Starting with the lighting, which is quite simply some of the best I've ever seen in any feature film in my lifetime. It's breathtaking, unique, striking and dynamic. It really pushes the boundaries of what cinema at the time had done with the field, and plays a tremendously large part in setting the tone and style of this production, in such a way that it simply wouldn't be a shadow of itself if it wasn't for this superb aspect. The cinematography is astounding as well, absolutely revolutionary for its time, mixing some quite stunning set pieces and groundbreaking experimentation with a format that was so ahead of its time they would have only really have begun to have crept into the mainstream some 30 years later. The direction takes a frankly experimental approach as well. It all feels rather lucid and unreal, and when it's coupled with the cinematography, really creates a tonally unusual environment that's both mysterious and deeply unpleasant, but at the same time totally engrossing. It's hard to tell what's going to happen next, and you're deeply drawn into hanging around to see where it goes. The sound design is incredible as well, with an absolute wall of sound vibe that completely blows out the spectrum. This is not a subtle soundtrack, with its echoey, industrialised blasting bringing a tremendously oppressive framing to this incredibly otherworldly piece. Tonally, the film plays between 3 different aspects. A third of this production is surreal nightmare fuel, a third of it is trying to keep planted in some kind of a reality, and the third of it's deadpan macabre comedy. Lynch's humour is another interesting element of not only this film but of his oeuvre in general, with deeply unpleasant sequences being contrasted with deadpan jokes, comedy moments and unusual bizarre characters. It really creates an unusual texture unlike anything that's ever come before it really. Eraserhead is arguably one of Lynch's more out-there productions, and maybe Inland Empire or Twin Peaks potentially rivals it in terms of unusual and experimental pieces. And while I can't speak for everyone, I must say that when Lynch goes full Lynch, you're in for a damn good time, and this film is no exception. I first saw this production when I was 14 years old, and since then I've had the privilege of seeing this in a cinema setting twice out of the half a dozen times I've watched this film. And every time I go back to rewatch it, I always notice things I hadn't seen before, and I always come away with a slightly different feeling and interpretation. This time was no different. I decided on my latest viewing to view the film with a mind to disregarding the fatherhood interpretations, to try and interpret a new meaning out of the film. It was a nice challenge and a good way to try and view the film from a different angle. So with that in mind, after watching the film, I came to the conclusion that I thought it was a comment on the artist, the creative process, and its effects on the people around them. Here we find Henry, our artist, wandering a desolate wasteland. His girlfriend represents the idea as it was, and his child represents the idea as it is. Through the film, we see Henry constantly trying to get away from his baby just to spend some time by himself. And if we interpret his apartment as a metaphor for his own mind, it shows the struggle of an artist to distance himself from an idea that was successful in favour of finding something new. Lynch has said in the past that you should only nurture ideas you enjoy doing, and if you don't enjoy doing them, you shouldn't be doing them at all, which in many ways would back up this interpretation. If Henry's apartment is his mind, then in this sense the lady in the radiator would be an interpretation of inspiration, a small element of Henry's apartment, but is escapism as he's forced to accept that he is now the carer of this child or idea. A child or idea, in this case, that he may or may not be interested in developing any further. There are several other characters in this production. The woman in the apartment across from Henry's could be a metaphor for a new idea or viewpoint, and Henry's girlfriend's parents could be an interpretation of tradition and the way that established artists view how the creative process should be done. In this sense, the film quite quickly falls into place, with the pencil factory scene representing a major film studio or the film industry as a whole. This entire film becomes one big metaphor for the artist who gets an idea that makes him successful at the cost of his ability to branch out. He can no longer experiment or explore new avenues without being boxed into a specific field because of the idea that made him. In particular, there's a bit towards the end of the film where Henry's baby quite literally laughs at him for being fooled by the woman next door, and from this analogy that becomes a wonderfully bleak interpretation in which Henry's creation quite literally mocks him for his own inability to branch out, with the result of that being the ending of the film, which quite frankly I can't spoil for you, but certainly jarring enough to firmly ingrain itself in your mind for the foreseeable future. With this film having a 4-year production period, I wouldn't be surprised at all if after all that time the film wasn't just an amalgamation of several different ideas and points that underpinned Lynch's life at the time. And with this film being open to interpretation, it could well be the case that we may never actually know what Eraserhead means. But its impact on the world of film, cinema and art cannot be understated. This film and Lynch's shorts from around the time are disturbing, beautiful and unforgettable. This is the Citizen Kane of art house cinema, and if you haven't seen this film, you're really missing out. The Independent is one of a limited number of productions written and directed by Stephen Kessler, who's probably best remembered for his directional work on 1997's National Lampoon's Vegas Vacation. Produced in the year 2000, The Independent follows Jerry Stiller as Morty Feynman, a big-shot B-movie filmmaker in the vein of Coleman Francis, Ed Wood and Roger Corman, as he battles against an increasing risk of bankruptcy to find the inspiration to create a new film to help him get out of his money hole and give him one last hurrah in the industry before retirement. At first he attempts to sell his films to a film company who offer him $8 a pound for his works, which is apparently very good in this industry. But in the end, he ends up recruiting his daughter Paloma, played wonderfully by the deadpan Janeane Garofalo. As the film progresses, following Morty in his attempts, we are also treated to an overview of Morty's career in the form of several talking head pieces, including a nice cameo from Roger Corman himself. Eventually, Morty finds his inspiration in the form of a news report about a serial killer who's been awarded the Guinness World Record for the most murders. And so he begins the pre-production on what is to be his swan song. To get it out of the way from the start, I think personally the biggest issue that this film has is that it really doesn't know what format it wants to present itself as. With 50% of the film being a dyed-in-the-wool homage to Christopher Guest's works such as A Mighty Wind or Waiting for Guffman, and the remaining 50% being played as a traditional feel-good comedy film with a few nods to the likes of Mel Brooks. Neither of these formats are particularly bad for this type of film, it works perfectly well as either of these, but blending the two tones together really just left me sort of feeling a lack of consistency, at least in terms of direction. I think of the two I actually would have preferred the more traditional narrative, with talking heads moments cutting in occasionally, similar to Garth Marenghi's Dark Place, rather than a full-on mockumentary. Though realistically, while it does lose a few brownie points for this inconsistency, it hardly ruins the film. The cinematography is also fairly standard for a film of this time. There isn't really a tremendous amount of unique or interesting compositions, but it successfully creates the illusion in the documentary parts of it actually being a documentary, and the more filmic sections are nicely presented and flow smoothly with a reasonable use of composition and shots to show us how to feel rather than telling us how to feel. The actual script is surprisingly very entertaining. There were several moments where I audibly laughed out loud, and the closest tonally I could place this film would probably be something like Best in Show, with maybe just a dash of the producers thrown in for good measure. The pacing is nice and there's some decent wordplay jokes sprinkled throughout, and we're equally treated to several clips and trailers from Morty's old films, most of which are absolutely hilarious. My personal two favourites being Christ for the Defence and A Whale of a Cop, both of which are just surreal and silly enough to not be overbearing. They're also surprisingly well shot and really try to keep in the period to the time of which the films would have been produced. I'm not saying they're perfect, some of them look a little over cheap for what they are, but from a direction and editing perspective, they're all pretty much spot on. In short, this script is just the right blend of funny moments, emotional scenes and surrealness to not become overbearing, and I think one of the biggest reasons that this balance is achieved is down purely to the dynamic between Stiller and Garofalo. This quite simply is a role Jerry Stiller absolutely owns. His personification of Morty Feynman feels almost like it was tailored specifically for him. He uses charisma and character throughout and comes across as genuinely believable and mostly likeable in his struggle to get his last success. Garofalo as well is on excellent form as his long-suffering daughter who has to put up with her artist dad sometimes at the cost of a rational decision on how his career is going to pan out. She plays it completely straight and you genuinely can believe her deadpan reactions to some of the ridiculous situations Morty gets himself into. The extras in this film are also fairly decent. In fact, the casting for this production is pretty much flawless as far as I saw. There were maybe one or two slightly wobbly performances, but again, nowhere near enough for me to point at them and claim they're any kind of fundamental issue. The Independent was released completely bare bones on DVD in 2001 by ILC Studios. It sadly hasn't received a Blu-ray release though. The print quality on the DVD, while presented only in 4:3, is decent enough compared to some of the transfers I've seen. It's also absolutely dirt cheap at the moment, with prices as low as a single penny on Amazon.co.uk, and I highly recommend you consider checking this film out. It's by no means a hysterical production, but the fact that so little information about this film exists online, and the fact that so few people seem to have seen it, is almost criminal to me. The Independent is a highly underrated feel-good comedy, and I honestly can't believe that I hadn't heard about it until recently. Nor can I believe that this film isn't big on the cult circuit, as it really is quite funny. It just falls short of being as good as some of the better Chris Guest films, but to be honest, if I can mention this film in the same sentence as some of Chris Guest's work, I think that in itself must make it worthy of some kind of praise. It's by no means a perfect film, but the imperfections in themselves act almost like an affectionate tribute to the films that made Morty who he is. I highly recommend you go out and find a copy of this film. It's definitely worth your time. "1960's Tormented" was a part horror, part romance, sort of ghost film produced and directed by Bert I. Gordon, a producer infamous in the bad movie circuit with such credits as The Amazing Colossal Man, Earth vs. the Spider, and Village of the Giants. With credits like that, I was fairly confident of what I was getting into, and it more than lived up to my expectations. Tormented follows Tom, a musician who's recently escaped to an island with his socialite fiancée Meg to rehearse for one of the biggest performances of his career, and also to marry Meg in privacy. After spending some time on the island, Tom's ex V manages to hunt him down, and after begging him to take her back, he outright refuses. She then threatens him with a lawsuit based on something she knows about Tom that's never mentioned or brought up again. V leads Tom to the roof of the lighthouse, and whilst trying to convince him to take her back, she accidentally leans against a weak metal railing and falls from the lighthouse. Tom leaves, relieved that his secrets were safe, until V starts turning up in various different places, and Tom slowly begins to lose his mind as he struggles to cover up both the death of his ex and cover for his own slow insanity as V repeatedly interferes with Tom's life heading up to the wedding. One of the things that initially wrong-footed me was the surprisingly beautiful location shots in this film. There are some absolutely gorgeous establishing shots of the beach, which left me wishing this film had been shot in colour, because the black and white really doesn't do those shots justice at all. The sets, by contrast, however, are very threadbare, minimal, and look quite dire. This contrast was very striking for me, and if it wasn't for the fact Gordon is the only credited director, I would have sworn that there had been multiple directors on this film. The beach shots, while nice, sadly weren't enough to save the cinematography of this film, which was utterly dismal, dull, and frankly unmemorable. It gets quite literally to the point where the lens cap being off and it being pointed roughly in the right direction is the only thing going for it, and that's about it. If this had been decently edited together, it might have saved it, but sadly this film's editing is on the border of acceptability. It's hardly a cutting-edge affair, mainly consisting of wide shots cutting to head and shoulder shots or two shots and back again. Little to no interest in experimenting with style or shot type, it's mediocre at best. There were quite a few in-camera practical effects used in this film, and while it was nice to see some examples of double exposures for the ghost sequences, crossfades and pause-play stop motion, the effects in this production are incredibly varied and quite often swung from being quite bland to the ridiculous. Equally as dodgy are the actual prop effects, which quite simply are ludicrous, with a shot of a severed head sticking in my mind as one of the worst attempts at recreating a human head I have ever seen. The acting is also really quite dire through this production, with dialogue quite often either spoken completely devoid of emotion or done in an overly sing-songy way. None of it feels natural, it quite literally just feels like they're reading the lines for the first time on set. In particular, there was a scene in which Robert Carlson's Tom returns to the lighthouse shortly after V's death, quite literally just to try and piss off the ghost. And I've never heard anyone deliver a line like, "No, go away, you're dead, leave me alone," in quite as a monotonous and dull way as it's performed in. Julie Redding as V is quite melodramatic and one of the better performances in this film, as is Susan Gordon. While not the best physical actor, she speaks quite believably for a child actor as Sandy. The soundtrack quite literally sounds like a jazz explosion. Whether this was due to the sound balance being off or whether it was just the way it was intended, I don't know. But if it was intended to sound the way it does, it's awful. It's stuttery, it's tinny. Luckily, there isn't too much incidental music in this. But equally, there isn't much variation either, meaning that once you've heard the initial half dozen tracks, that's your lot. Get used to the jazz explosion, it's all it offers. It wasn't all bad though. One of the things that I did think was a nice touch was just how they signalled when V was present without resorting to the cheesy effects every time. They constantly refer to the smell of a woman's perfume whenever she's about to appear, or whenever she's been in the area. Tom's friend's dog can also sense when she's about, and she regularly interacts with solid items in the real world to act as a reminder to Tom that she is very much watching over him, and will get him in the end. It even tries to imply that all these ghostly interactions are simply in Tom's head at several points through the film. While the script is far from the tightest I've ever seen, it's touches like these that really added to the depth of the film. Though what goodwill this film did accumulate in these small elements is somewhat dashed by the ending, which really feels like the writer decided that 1 hour and 15 minutes was more than enough, and then just quickly scribbled an ending out that was both very underwhelming, very rushed, and very disappointing. Tormented is a public domain film, and as a result it's available on multiple formats and over multiple sets. I personally own this film at least twice, once through Treeline Films Horror Classics 50 film multipack, and again on Something Weird Videos release Monsters Crash the Pyjama Party, hidden in amongst the extra features. There is also allegedly a foreign cut of this film which swaps out some of the cast members and also features several nude scenes, though I can't see how even that would have improved this film. I watched the Horror Classics version of this film, and weirdly for this set the print quality is actually quite acceptable. If it had any cropping I couldn't spot it, and the encoding seemed fairly decent. I'm not going to lie, it's far from immaculate, it has some minor pixelating issues and it clearly seems to have been copied from a VHS copy of the film, but it's considerably more acceptable quality than some of the films I've seen in my time. Tormented by name, tormented by nature, this film is irredeemably bad in my opinion, and what few glimmers that do shine through in this production have been utterly blotted out by robotic acting, bland direction and cinematography, and a more than lacklustre set of special effects. There are considerably better films out there than this. If you're curious to watch this, Mystery Science Theatre riffed this episode in Season 4, and the riffed version's infinitely more watchable. Save your time and watch that version over this. this is nothing to write home about. Bloody Muscle Bodybuilder in Hell, aka the Japanese Evil Dead, is an affectionate tribute to the grindhouse and video nasty era of cinema that has a production history that is somehow even more unusual than its title. At the time of recording, information on the background history of this film is fairly limited, and the digging I've been able to do has only found an IMDb listing and a few forum posts on this film, and that's about it. So if down the line a more comprehensive history of this production becomes available, all I can say is I've done my best here. Don't shoot the messenger. The film was initially shot in 1995, and from there it sat on a shelf for 10 years, when finally work began to post-produce it in 2005. This work continued for 4 years before it was finally completed in 2009. It then went back on the shelf, barring 1 or 2 very limited private screenings, till 2012, when it was inclusively released bootleg style on DVD-Rs in Japan. Finally, in 2014, the film picked up an official release and a cinema screening. This again was only limited to within Japan, and it would be a further 3 years before it would receive an international release. So it hasn't exactly had the smoothest ride to get here. And as a result of the 10-year gap between filming and editing, the result is a rather lumpy affair where genuinely nostalgia-heavy practical effects smash up violently against prototype early amateur CGI, and the video effects jump from 1990s-style mixing board effects through to more current plugins. The film itself is basically a heavily streamlined version of The Evil Dead 2, but with some notable cultural differences, which I assume is to smooth it over for Japanese audiences. The film opens in the 1970s and we're immediately shown a man murdering his partner and burying her under the floor of a house. This is the only part of the film set in the 70s, and it's not really revisited in all that detail. And in all fairness as well, we're told that this happens later in the film too, so I don't really know why they felt the need to show us at all. Either way, the film then jumps 30 years into the future, and we're now following that man's son, Naota, who's a bodybuilder. He receives a phone call from one of his exes, Mika, who is interested in exploring the same old house just out of town for photography purposes. She invites Naota along for the ride, and the two of them are joined by another of their friends who's a psychic and interested in the paranormal. They all head up to the house, and when they arrive, all the doors lock on them, and it's revealed that a ghostly presence is there that doesn't want them to leave. From there, Naota and Mika must survive against this ghost and escape the house alive. Now that might not sound an awful lot like The Evil Dead, but I can assure you, basically swap out the Deadites for a ghost, drop the Necronomicon, and in the case of Evil Dead 2, add an extra friend in, and this is pretty much a best of The Evil Dead. And it sort of feels like a fan film exercise more than anything else, which has me wondering why it ever got an official release to begin with. Fan films typically don't get a release unless they have a very impressive end goal or are very impressive to begin with. This film's alright, but it feels more like unearthing a time capsule of some friends just having fun making a short film, rather than something that should be sat on the shelves of HMV. The 62-minute runtime also only further makes me question why this film got a legitimate release at all. One of the things that I do think helps this film over the line in terms of getting its international release is the 14-year gap between filming and completion. Having hindsight on your side with a production like this really allows editors to stylize and push the film in a very specific direction. By making it look and feel like a 70s and 80s horror movie, they're able to cash in on the nostalgia market. And I can guarantee you, had this film come out the same decade it was made, it would look nothing like this. And my guess is it would have probably been stylized more in the vein of a very, very cheap-looking version of Peter Jackson's Brain Dead. As a result of this afterthought, the editing of the film is quite impressive in terms of looking like an old movie. It's presented in 4:3 and is quite noise-heavy with plenty of fake film grain, and they really go to town in post-production. Though as I mentioned earlier, there are some issues with some of the effects in this film, which are absolutely out of period with the time and really pull you out of the film at just how jarring they appear. Because of this, I think it may have been the case that this film wasn't so much wrapped and sat waiting and more delayed for a very long time. In either case, it would have been nice to see a version of this film with either practical or analog video effects implemented over what they ended up doing. Other than those effects though, the film is very faithful to the style of what they were trying for. The direction and cinematography are almost beat for beat in line with the works of Sam Raimi and early Peter Jackson, with very atmospheric and moody shots that really make it feel quite claustrophobic. And during the action sequences there are plenty of Dutch angles and crash zooms to make the piece feel quite lively. Though again, with hindsight in mind, one of the editors may have become very influenced with Edgar Wright, because there are points where shots have been digitally zoomed or moved in order to give that Shaun of the Dead spaced vibe. The shots all feel very muggy and washed out, and the compositions are basic, but that was how it was in these older films, and it really only adds to the faithfulness of what they were trying to recreate. While the direction, cinematography and a good chunk of the effects could pass for a believable slice of the 70s or early 80s, the sound on this production is where the film absolutely falls flat on its face. You see, the entire production is ADR'd. That means that there was no sound recorded on set, so they've had to re-record all the dialogue, sound effects, everything in a studio separately. The dialogue is synced quite well, and in all fairness, it's pretty decent quality, but what lets this film down devastatingly is the sound effects that have been ADR'd awfully, with footsteps on concrete sounding like snow, unrealistic sounding natural movement and ridiculous fighting sounds. The whole thing comes apart on this one element, which had it been done a little bit better, may have completely flown under my radar. It's easily the weakest element of this film, and it's a real shame it sounds so cheap. This is made all the more worse by mashing up atmospheric, moody music tracks which do fit the production with hyperactive 90s dance trance music that wouldn't feel out of place in The Matrix. Had the film been marketed as a 90s movie, I could maybe look the other way, but if they're looking for that level of authenticity, moments like that absolutely blew it for me. The acting is fairly solid in the sense that they recreate that older style of acting very well. While there's no particular standout performance from this production, all the cast members who have a notable amount of screen time do their best and come across as decent. Bloody Muscle Bodybuilder from Hell is currently the only film by Shinichi Fukazawa, who wrote, directed and starred in this production as the main character Naota. 3 years after its initial release, it was finally given an international DVD release in 2017 by Terracotta Films, who've done a very nice job with this release, with a decent number of extra features, and have given this film a new lease of life with its absolutely gorgeous DVD artwork and stylised menu designs. It could have been a very bare bones release, but they seem to have gone the extra mile on it, and I'm very grateful for it. This film is a fun little tribute to the grindhouse films of yesteryear, and while it's far from being noteworthy and tone perfect, it's certainly worth watching at least once. It's by no means a brilliant work, but it made me laugh a few times, it made me jump at least once, and to me it felt like it was a genuine labour of love. A lot of filmmakers who try to capitalise on nostalgia by making new films look like old films often end up producing films that feel insincere about what they're trying to do, and in many ways lose the magic that make those older films enjoyable in the process. But this film feels very sincere in what it's trying to do, and I came away from it feeling like the filmmakers really understood the craftsmanship of those older films and wanted to make something genuinely enjoyable. So I would say if you happen to stumble on this film, check it out. I think you may be pleasantly surprised. In the 21st century, it may seem a bit like there's almost no area of film, television or media that would be considered too explicit, disturbing or raunchy to be shown or released to consumers. From Game of Thrones to a Serbian film, censorship in the world now has reached a point where it's relaxed in such a way that has never been seen before. In fact, even less than 20 years ago, censorship in film, art and television was a hotly debated issue. And as few as 35 years ago, there was even a growing concern that even as much as a short film of violence, sex or nudity may irreversibly corrupt both children and adults, reducing large swathes of the population to mindless murdering sex fiends, slaughtering and raping their way through the survivors of this corruption. In fact, by 1984, this mindset that films and media would warp the minds of the youth became so entrenched that a bill was passed known as the Video Recordings Act, forcing any video that was to be released in the United Kingdom to be put before the British Board of Film Classification, the BBFC to you and me, who'd give it a certification on how old you would have to be able to see each film, and would also enforce a notice to distributors ordering them to remove any footage they deemed inappropriate before the films could be released. The most notorious victims of this law change were the video nasties, films that were deemed so awful and corruptible that they were outright banned. These were initially targeted by the National Viewers and Listeners Association, fronted by Mary Whitehouse, who tried to use a loophole in the law related to obscene publications to get the films banned. When that failed, they instead pushed for the aforementioned Video Recordings Act, which was successfully passed in 1984, meaning members of the public were unable to buy or rent these films legally. And if you were found to have them in your possession or found to be distributing them, your films would be seized by the police, and you could face at minimum a hefty fine, or at most jail time just for owning a particular set of films or videos. Now, in the 21st century, that sounds absolutely ludicrous. We aren't talking about extreme pornography or snuff films here. These are films that nowadays you can readily pick up at your local shop or online for almost next to nothing. But at the time, a certain cross-section of the general public and a handful of politicians were genuinely terrified that these films would cause the breakdown of society. And so it was that a list of films deemed inappropriate was drawn up as a catch-all for the police to help them hunt down this monstrous filth. The Band 72 consisted of 2 lists of films. Section 1 films were the ones that would get you fined or jail time. These consisted of 39 films, all of which were seen as the most inappropriate and unacceptable, and a supplementary list of 33 further films known as Section 2 that were seen as equally bad but not bad enough that the BBFC thought that someone could get prosecuted for them. Over the last 35 years, the Band 72 have slowly but surely been declassified, passed by the BBFC and released more often than not completely uncut on DVD and Blu-ray. The reality of the situation was that these video nasties weren't always what they appeared to be. In some cases they were absolutely ridiculous. In some cases they were seemingly banned just because of their title, or for an inference of violence and sex on the promotional material. There was a genuine handful of these titles that were shocking and very disturbing, but even these have all more or less seen a full uncut release in the last 10 to 15 years. The BBFC themselves have mellowed extremely over the video nasty scare since its inception, and nowadays the only thing that seemingly still offends them and still causes cuts usually tends to be things like real animal cruelty, fights, sacrifices or flat-out animal torture, or any kind of abuse, sexual or otherwise, to children, where there isn't any context for why it's happening or if it's just gratuitous for the sake of being gratuitous. In all fairness, if those are the only 2 things they take issue with, I'm inclined to agree with them, as realistically, if it's just needless footage for the sake of getting a response, then it's cheap and I think it's unacceptable. In fact, as of 2017, of the original Band 72, only 16 of them haven't been released uncut, and in fairness, of what cuts have been made, about 95% of them are related to animal cruelty, and usually run to no longer than 1 minute's worth of cuts. And 11 of them haven't even been re-released, meaning they could be re-released, but no one's got round to distributing them yet. But only one of the films on the list of 72 banned films has been outright refused a classification by the BBFC. So vile and awful and poor taste is this film that the BBFC haven't just refused it a certificate of release once, but multiple times over the last 50 years. That film is Love Camp 7. Love Camp 7 is a Nazi-exploitation, sexploitation film that was originally released in 1969, and it's still very much illegal to distribute copies of this film in the UK due to an outright ban still in place by the BBFC, though the film has been released as a Region 2 DVD in Australia. As a result, I was luckily provided with a bootleg VHS copy of this film for review purposes, and considering the BBFC have passed films like Hostel or the uncut version of a Serbian film, I thought I was going to be in for a film that would quite literally disgust me and make me never want to see another exploitation film again. And now, having watched it, all I can honestly say is that it? Really? The film's plot is incredibly basic, and believe me when I say that I'll make this plot sound a lot more interesting than it actually is, so please tone your expectations down significantly. Love Camp 7 opens in modern-day 1960s London with an old army man talking to an American client about his times during World War II. He reminisces about one particular case, and the film flashes back to the 30s, where we spend the majority of the rest of the film. This case revolved around 2 female officers who were drafted in by the UK government to go undercover in a Nazi concentration camp in order to rescue a woman who's been trapped in the camp and escape. The reason they're rescuing this woman is that she may have the secret to developing a particular type of jet rocket that could help turn the tides of the war in favour of the Allies. The twist? The concentration camp is effectively a brothel for German soldiers to help relieve stress, and the female officers are going undercover as prostitutes to help find this woman. I say prostitutes, realistically sex slaves is probably a more accurate term, as they don't really get paid for their services. Yes, there's quite a bit of rape in this film. Nothing graphic, you do see a lot of upper body nudity, but there's almost no full body nudity and certainly no actual penetration. In fact, these rape scenes are so tame the actual rapists in most of the scenes even keep their underwear and trousers on. At best this could be described as dry humping. Dry humping made all the more tedious by a strange directional decision to shoot all these scenes with the camera quite literally spinning around in random directions. It made me feel quite a bit nauseous just trying to figure out what they were even filming at times, but to call this rape porn would be overstating it tremendously. I've seen more graphic sex scenes in daytime soap operas. There's also a few torture scenes in this film, but again, while it may have been seen as shocking in the 60s and 70s, these scenes could not look faker if they tried. With a flogging scene, which more often than not the flogger doesn't even come into contact with skin, and a fake whip marks and bruise that quite literally is just smudged lipstick marks. Even worse is that this film has been denied a certificate in the past due to its violence towards women. There isn't really even any kind of violence towards anyone until the halfway point of the film, and even then by modern standards it's frankly bordering on the ridiculous. It really is just a very cheap and sleazy film, with almost no kind of creative or artistic merit going for it. The sets all look incredibly threadbare with minimal props, all decked out in a drab 3-wall set. And it's only really the German Chief Commander's office that in any way resembles what I would consider furnished. The acting throughout is border unbearable, with our main actresses being utterly unbelievable, and in scenes that are supposed to be harrowing, they quite literally just mug and gurn at the camera. The supporting cast are bland and have German accents that come straight out of an episode of Hello Hello. That's not a compliment. And the German Chief Commander's acting is one of the campest performances I think I've ever seen in an exploitation film. He makes John Inman sound like Tom Hardy. The script in itself must have been paper thin as well, with most of the dialogue being either screamed or shouted in a blind rage. There are plot points being explained over and over, even though the film is utterly straightforward. And the name of the camp, Love Camp 7, must have been repeated at least 24 times that I could count. The editing is lackluster, with cuts just randomly happening, sometimes cutting into the dialogue and sometimes holding for too long. There's almost no rhyme or reason to it. The cinematography is absolutely dire, with almost no creativity in the compositions, or variety in terms of what shot types are used. Other than that weird spinny camera bit during the rape scenes, this film is as bland as it gets in terms of how it could look and run. There's maybe 2 or 3 soundtrack pieces that are literally looped throughout the film, but it's nice in a way when they do turn up, because the majority of the film's in absolute silence other than those tracks and the dialogue. The results of all of these bad elements is a film that commits the cardinal sin of filmmaking: thou shalt not bore, and this film is dull, 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 dull. It had an initial crumb of a good idea, and it quite literally chucks that away by the 25-minute mark. It's absolutely bizarre that something this notorious is ultimately this boring, drab and uninteresting. I actually realised about 2/3 of the way into this that it's an absolute mirror opposite of Salon Kitty, the 1976 Tinto Brass film that deals with quite similar themes and ideas, but does so in a way that's gorgeous to look at, utterly compelling and emotional throughout, and I would consider genuinely satisfying, if not a bit gratuitous. Contrasting the two really makes Love Camp 7 stand out as just how crap it really is. It's aimless, it has no messages or themes, it's just a film that sort of exists really at this point. And while I absolutely can't defend this film in any way, shape or form, I still honestly don't understand why it's banned in the UK. The film's director, Lee Frost, released several women behind bars and exploitation films in the length of his career, including Chain Gang Women and The Black Gestapo, both of which contain similar material to Love Camp 7, and both of which have had full DVD releases more than a decade ago at this point. So I have to conclude that the main reason Love Camp 7 hasn't seen a release at this point in this country has to be down to either the status quo at the BBFC, or apathy, maybe even snobbery. Either they won't allow a certification because there's a mutual agreement that it's too shocking to release that's existed since the 70s and's gone unchallenged, or they just can't be bothered to allow it a certification on the grounds that it has no artistic merit in their eyes. In either case, I very much disagree with them. This film is awful, but it's no worse than any other film released in the last decade. And while I absolutely would not buy this film, I do believe that it should finally see a release of some kind, simply because it's nowhere near deserving the dubious title of being outright banned for nearly 50 years. Honestly, it's one of the tamest video nasties I've ever seen. So if you're looking for an interesting evening, go and check out Salon Kitty. Or if you don't want the political undercurrents, any of the other Nazi-exploitation films out there are better than this. Don't bother with this film. It's an absolute waste of time and completely unworthy of its place in the history books it currently holds. Full Moon Features is a production company with an interesting history that all started from the ashes of Empire Pictures. Empire Pictures was started in the early 1980s, but financial trouble and an interesting excursion that involved moving all of their production companies from the US to Italy meant that the company folded in 1988. The company's founder, Charles Band, returned to the US that same year and set up a new company, Full Moon Entertainment, later Full Moon Features, to effectively start again and attempt to produce B-movie pictures that retained a big-budget aesthetic. Depending on how you define big budget, Full Moon have either done tremendously well or have failed fundamentally to really achieve what they wanted. They do, however, have a real knack for creating film titles and premise that would really make you curious to actually want to watch what they produce, with titles such as The Ginger Dead Man, Evil Bong, and Demonic Toys. You pretty much know what you're getting yourself into with this film company. Full Moon are very much all about their franchises, and their first one was arguably one of their best. Puppet Master is a 1989 supernatural horror film written by Charles Band and directed by David Schmoller. If franchise films are the thing that you're into, then look no further than this series, which has some 14 direct and indirect sequels to its original film, 2 of which are listed on Wikipedia as in production right now. Its series spans almost 30 years, and depending on where you choose to start, there seems to be 2 or 3 established jumping on points at this point. The main premise of the film is that during World War II, a puppeteer discovers the secret of how to give life to inanimate objects, and begins making and giving life to several puppets who he cherishes as if they were his own children. The Nazis are interested in harnessing this power as it effectively acts as a form of border immortality, and so seeking a quick escape from having to tell them, he escapes Nazi Germany and holds up in a hotel in California. The Nazis track him down, however, but before they can capture him, he places all his living creations in a trunk, hides them behind a fake wall in the hotel, and then commits suicide, taking his secret with him. Almost 50 years later, a group of psychics are summoned to the hotel as one of their team has died, and there are several unexplained incidents happening around the hotel grounds. The team is led by Frank and Alex, played respectively by Matt Rowe and Paul Le Mat, and as soon as they arrive it becomes very clear that everything is not as it would seem. A good chunk of the film's narrative is shown through flashbacks, with Alex and his teammate Carissa having several visions throughout the course of the film. some of which play out exactly as they happen, and others which happen slightly different as a direct result of them becoming aware that something like what they see may actually have happened or will happen. What is nice about this film, however, is the idea that all the psychics have slightly different abilities and strengths, with Alex's visions being stronger than Carissa's, but Carissa having the ability to discover the entire history and life of an object through touch alone. It really helps that the script comes across as purposefully melodramatic at times, and I think that really helps smooth over some of the rougher dialogue exchanges. It's by no means a masterpiece of a script, but it's fun and lightweight. The characters aren't particularly well fleshed out, but they're dry and quite witty and just fun to be around. I could quite happily have just watched a series of these psychics travelling around and solving mysteries like Scooby-Doo. They're entertaining and all of them give a very strong performance as their characters, though obviously the melodrama helps again tremendously, because if they do have any wobbles, it could just be seen as being within the nature. There are some very lavish set designs in this film as well. The hotel, where we spend a massive chunk of the film, oozes a richness that was very refreshing. It has a tremendous level of scale to it for what is effectively one of the first films this new company made. And while there are some cheap-looking set elements, they're mercifully few and far between. In fact, most of this film feels quite big budget and lavish, which is astounding considering its $400,000 budget. It's no Titanic, but it is impressive for what it is. The direction is nice and solid with a good range of diversity in actor placement and performance, a nice choice of location usage, and a solid use of props and set work that only amplifies the great location usage. The cinematography is very solid as well for its time, with some very interesting uses of shots and composition that really drive up the horror elements, with decent cutaways acting as a way to make the goriness seem even worse than it is, whilst also giving it a decent artistic flair. Though I will admit there are moments in this film that would appear to have been cribbed directly from Child's Play 1 and 2. Particularly in the puppet shots, which in many ways directly mirror the movement style of Chucky in the first two Child's Play films. The use of lighting and colour is something I also absolutely have to mention, as the lighting is very impressive in giving a hazy yet rich vibe throughout, and contrasting that, when it gets to the more horror-filled elements, it can sharply turn atmospheric and striking. There's some very reasonable special effects throughout this film, and for 1989, with a low to mid budget, the stop motion animation and the way the puppets move is absolutely phenomenal. I mean, there are a couple of shaky bits here and there, but I couldn't count more than 3 in the whole 90+ minute feature. The puppets themselves also come across as somewhat likeable. They're mute for the most part, short of the odd gasp, but the script really gives them the opportunity to emote. And I think the filmmakers very much understood that getting the puppets on the side of the audience as a sort of anti-hero role would be key to this film being a success or a flop. The soundtrack is for me a game of two halves. On the one hand, it sounds gorgeous with incredible compositions that really complement all of the other elements of the film very well. However, it's entirely synth-based, and it really dates the film. I can appreciate, though, that this is a soundtrack of its time, but I would love to see this soundtrack transcribed by an orchestra at some point. Puppet Master was released on Blu-ray by 88 Pictures in 2012, and while extras on this release would have appeared to have been transferred over from an older DVD copy, the print quality of this film is fairly decent. There are a few print faults present throughout, including the odd hair and a couple of stains on the film itself, but I have to assume that these were irreparable, as the rest of the print's quality is really quite nice, with decent colour grading and a crisp, clean sharpness that really brings out the film grain. Puppet Master is a quite campy slice of the late 80s. It's out of the mould of films like Child's Play 2 and Halloween 3. It dances that line between being a macabre horror with comedy elements and more traditional gothic slasher films, but it never quite lands in either. It has a lot of elements that are really going for it, and what they've achieved with their budget is astounding. When the credits rolled on this film, I was left feeling like I'd only really watched the opening act of a much grander film, rather than something that could have been quite self-contained. As a result of this, I was left feeling like this was a rather well-made and thoughtful but fluffy film. Something that would kill an hour and a half in an entertaining and fun way, but not necessarily something I would grab straight out of the gate. If the intention of the filmmakers from the off was to expand on this film in sequels, then I look forward to seeing how this universe shapes out. But as a standalone feature, it was satisfying and the very definition of the word cult. It's a fun, well-made little horror film with a lot of good elements working for it, and I'd definitely say check it out. The Nanny is a 1965 suspense mystery written by Jimmy Sangster, who's probably best known for having written the scripts for both The Curse of Frankenstein and The Horror of Dracula, two absolute Hammer classics. It was directed by Seth Holt, who had quite a respectable career, with a highlight being another Hammer classic, Blood from the Mummy's Tomb. Their joint effort has produced this film, which is both shocking in places and razor sharp in others. The Nanny stars Bette Davis as the titular nanny, who has looked after a family now for almost 2 generations, and with the return of their son Joey from a boys' school or hospital, it doesn't really make it too clear, wishes to continue doing her thing. But all isn't as it seems. The mother of the family is deeply unwell, and Joey repeatedly acts up for his nanny, refusing to eat anything she's cooked him, refusing to stay in any room that she may have access to, and forcing her to promise to go nowhere near the bathroom while he's in there. Joey at first seems like a bit of a dick in all honesty, but as the film unfolds it becomes quite clear that everything isn't as it seems, and a dark secret the family have tried to recover from begins to resurface, and the nanny may know more than she's letting on. This film initially wrong-footed me. I was under the impression that this was going to be a proper Hammer horror film, so I was quite surprised when the film opened with a pleasant upbeat soundtrack that felt more at home in a mild comedy drama than it did in any kind of horror film I've ever seen. It's a slow-burning film that has some very mild horror elements present, but that's not why you watch this film. This film has atmosphere by the bucketful, and it's not afraid to push the limits on what it could get away with for the time. Another thing that caught me off guard is how the film deals with mental health issues. I was always under the impression that issues like depression and anxiety were often hidden away in the past, a dirty family secret if you will, that would lead people to suffer for years if not decades in silence. Though throughout the film we see multiple points where Joey's mother exhibits signs of both depression and anxiety. And while it isn't exactly empathetic to her issue, because on multiple occasions people tell her to just get on with things, the fact that in 1965 you could go and watch a film in the cinema that presented those issues is quite a raw and unusual thing to see for the time. Though it's not just mental health issues this film explores, there's also the issue of underage smoking and possibly coercion in the form of the young teenage girl who lives upstairs, played by Pamela Franklin. In the 21st century, to see a 14-year-old just casually puffing away on a cigarette like it's not a big deal was a tremendous culture shock to me. What I will say for this film, which is more my own problem than the film's, was that I guessed the entire plot of the film more or less perfectly after about 25 minutes or so of it being on. That's my own problem for getting ahead of myself, mind. And in all honesty, the script for this film is hardly the most original piece. But you're not really watching the film for the story as a whole. The cast of this film and the dialogue create such a tone and atmosphere, it's simply wonderful to just have on to see what will happen next. This script is absolutely razor sharp in terms of dialogue, with hardly a single bad line that I could spot. This film shows that in the right hands a razor-sharp script and a solid cast can really create something special. Standout performances would have to be Bette Davis as the nanny, who is absolutely astounding in this role. She changes gear through 5 or 6 emotions over the course of a few seconds with absolute ease, and the way she uses her face, and in particular her eyes, throughout this film says way more than any dialogue written could ever do. Both William Dix and Pamela Franklin as Joey and Bobby are 2 of the best child actors I've seen in a film in a very long time. There are moments where their performances come across as a bit stuffy, but this is Hammer Studios in the mid-60s. and if any performances were going to be a bit too stuffy and uptight, it would be this studio's films. It's of its time, but it's damn fine acting nonetheless. Wendy Craig is also fantastic as Joey's mother, Virginia Fane, and her performance really shines through. The direction's tremendously well done and really drops you into the heart of the drama unfolding for the characters. They really sell the story and add an absolute bucket load of atmosphere to proceedings. I spent a good chunk of my viewing experience wondering legitimately where the film could go next in terms of what information it wanted to give us and in what order. The cinematography is very nicely done, with just the right balance of traditional camera work and the odd arty experimental shot to draw people in and open them up to the possibilities good creative camera work can create. Though one of the few things I think this film could have done a little bit better is the lighting, which, while perfectly acceptable and beautiful even in some scenes, could have maybe been a little bit more stylised to really emphasise the blacks and define the lighter colours. But again, that's only a minor issue in my personal opinion, and I am a fan of good defining lighting. This film is really quite ahead of its time in terms of tone. The twists it implements and the Nanny herself reminded me most of a very upmarket, less sleazy Night Child meets One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, which is a great contrast of film flavours, and for 1965 it's tremendously early on and quite shocking to see. It's an area of film that really wouldn't begin to be tackled for almost another decade. The Nanny was released both as a separate release and as part of the Ultimate Hammer Horror Collection in 2006. The print is nice and clean and well above average. They released a slimmed down version of this set in 2013. The single release is very well priced, and all of the sets are currently in print and available from most retailers. The Nanny genuinely surprised me. I went in expecting a stuffy period drama, and it went above and beyond my expectations. While the story is a little too two-dimensional, and the ending 3 to 5 minutes kind of pees on the rest of the film in terms of it's a little bit too upbeat in my opinion, almost everything else about this film is really well made, and it's a delight to watch. I sincerely hope that someone won an award for this film because it deserves it. I wholeheartedly recommend you check this one out. Alien Intruder is a 1993 film written by Nick Stone and directed by Ricardo Jacques Gale. It's also more than likely the only time you will ever hear those names, as this is seemingly their most well-known production. That isn't saying much. And the only reason it's even available as it is in the UK is that it was quite often bundled together with 24 other films as part of a promotion in the early days of DVD in order to shift more players. Even saying this is their most well-known production, I'd be stretching it, because that would imply that anyone would remember this absolutely forgettable film that quite honestly tested my patience right the way through its 90-minute runtime. The plot of this film is that a spaceship captain from the year 2022, played by Star Wars veteran Billy D. Williams, is asked to attempt a rescue mission of a stranded spacecraft, and so he recruits 4 prisoners with varying special skills. An engineer, a computer whiz, a demolitions expert, and a general all-rounder to join Williams on his mission. As payment, they're promised their freedom on their return, and every weekend they get to spend time in a VR chamber that will let them live out their ideal scenarios, which mainly involves screwing around with any woman they can think of. It's implied at the beginning of the film that some kind of female ghost hallucination may be responsible for causing the stranded vessel's crew to go on a rampant killing spree. And as the plot trundles along, we find out that the captain may have ulterior motives for accepting this rescue mission, and that all is not as it would seem with the virtual reality pods. From the very beginning right the way through to the end, this film absolutely screams cheap, with large chunks of the film based either in one long corridor filmed from multiple angles with a different coloured gel on the lights, or in a packed warehouse that's closed for the night, doubling up as a spaceship. Which wouldn't be so bad if it wasn't for the fact that you can see the factory's corrugated iron roof in some shots. When they aren't filming there, all the other scenes are mostly shot as close up as possible and often in complete darkness so as to hide the fact that they couldn't afford to dress the sets properly. It's a thrifty technique but has the one flaw of being absolutely glaringly obvious that they couldn't afford to dress the sets. And they do this so much that it verges on taking the piss, to say the least. It also doesn't help that the special effects, both computer generated and practical, range from quite poor to awful, with several spaceship shots that wouldn't look out of place in early MST3K episodes, which would be fine if they used the same shadowy techniques they'd used to hide the sets, but these shots are lit up as bright and clearly as they possibly can be, utterly ruining any illusion they may have. Compounding this issue is the sheer amount of padding this film has. Realistically, this film has 45 minutes of semi-decent plot. Even with liberal trimming, it still wouldn't be a good film. But for the early 90s, you could probably get a more than reasonable extended TV special out of this. The remaining 45 minutes, however, left me audibly groaning. In particular, they focus on each of the prisoners' VR sequences, and while watching, I found myself going, "Oh, a Western fantasy. Well, this is bland," to "Jesus, I thought the Western was bad. The noir scenes are interminable," to "Jesus, I thought the noir was bad. The Happy Days scenario is awful, and it's full of plot holes and continuity errors," to "Jesus, they've actually given up on scenarios at this point. It's literally just a bloke working out and drinking water in every shot with the odd bit of gratuitous nudity." And this goes on for absolutely ages. We don't just do the rounds on these VR moments once, we do them twice. And these absolutely stuff the film up pacing-wise. I'm up for titillation as much as the next man, but don't hide your eroticism behind a thinly veiled plot exchange. Come up with a good reason for boobs and you can have boobs, otherwise it's just sleazy. The acting in this film is all over the place, with about 70% of the cast absolutely not arsed about being there, and Billy D. Williams in particular spends a good chunk of this film barely even beginning to emote. Then again, I don't think I could muster up the efforts for a film like this. And the remaining 30% being absolutely over-the-top ham city, with Jeff Conway's Foreman being well and truly off with the fairies and arguably the best part about this film. Every scene he's in is captivating. It's almost as if we're seeing an actual mental breakdown of just how aggressive and dry he is throughout this film. Tracy Scoggins also gives quite a good performance in places as the malicious Ariel, though her performance does start to wander into Elvira territory towards the end. Acting is only half of it though. The script absolutely makes sure this film fails to meet any standard, with clunky stinted dialogue that's way too underdeveloped and half-baked. They're written in such a way that realistically there was only two ways this could ever be delivered: desperately downplayed or absolutely scene-chewing OTT, which absolutely killed any kind of atmosphere this film could have had. It really struggles to find what it wants to be. Half of this film is treated like your standard science fiction space adventure type film, but the other half is treated like Aliens. And the two styles really just don't blend together. It's very off-kilter. The direction is in the grey zone, not fundamentally bad, but not good either. There almost doesn't seem to be any life in this production from that aspect. And the cinematography follows suit, having a couple of good moments, but ultimately just being too safe and bland, offering nothing new. In fact, it comes across in many ways as less developed than some of the films that are 30 years its senior. The soundtrack could not scream music library any harder if it tried. In the time that it's taken between watching the film and recording this, which was less than 12 hours, I honestly couldn't hum you one composition from what was in this film. It was all incredibly forgettable. The sound effects are all stock sounds too, including a couple of pieces that are just generic 80s laser gun sound effects that you can find in any kid's toy gun from the 80s and 90s, cheap, tinny and thin on the ground. This film's biggest crime is that for quite a few scenes, it's just really boring. There was a fight scene towards the end of the film and they failed so hard to make it in any way interesting. My eyes just glazed over, and I started to think of what I was going to have for my tea or what was going to make it into this review and what would be cut. in an odd twist, that same fight scene had other cast members in who were just quietly talking to themselves and discussing things, just letting them get on with fighting each other as if nothing was happening. It just takes me back to how much padding there is in order to just push this film over the 90-minute mark. It's absolutely shameless. Alien Intruder was released as part of a 2-disc set of 4 films in 2003 by Prism Leisure. This is probably the best it will ever look, and it looks poor here. It's presented in 4:3, and it really is just lacking any kind of reason to pick it up. I suppose the best reason to get it is that there are 3 other films included on this set that may or may not be better than this one. The film isn't good bad by any stretch of the imagination. It's bad in a has-to-be-seen to be believed kind of way, and that's a real shame because it means I'm going to have to keep this film for reference. The sheer number of basic plot errors, plot holes, continuity errors, poor scripting choices, coupled with poor direction, cinematography, scattergun acting, and repetitive generic padding, absolutely removes any requirement to go and see this film. Short of the sadistic need to double-check what I'm saying is true, it has a few funny, silly moments, but honestly, it's really not worth your time. Not many people will immediately know who Bob Godfrey is, but his impact on the world of film and animation are absolutely unprecedented. For anyone of a particular age who grew up in the UK, Godfrey was effectively the animator of their childhoods, having produced such perennial favourites as Rhubarb and Custard and Henry's Cat, amongst literally tons of illustrations, advertisements and other uncredited works, including animation for the Beatles' Yellow Submarine. I was surprised then when I found myself only just realising what I'd let myself in for when I stumbled across Bob Godfrey's Instant Sex in a charity shop. A collection of short films produced by Godfrey between the early 70s and early 80s, they're the absolute definition of cheeky seaside fodder, and fit in very well with more adult animations such as Fritz the Cat. These aren't exactly sexual, but they deal with sex and sexualisation in a very traditional British way. To the point where I could see these shorts in about 10 to 20 years acquiring quite a charm about them, even more so than they do now. As this is a collection of short 5 to 10 minute long films, I'll be going through the entire collection in order of production. And the earliest animation on this set is Henry 9 to 5. A 1970s animation which was arguably one of my favourite shorts on the set. The animation on it was not great in itself, but it's incredibly heavily stylised and feels very much like a Terry Gilliam animation. The general plot follows a character named Henry who explains that he uses sex as a means of escapism while he works, gradually getting more and more gratuitous as it goes along. It's all postcard-esque fun, mind, but it has some very interesting ideas and interesting use of contrasting colours to help aid the escapism of the piece. A really decent artistic direction in terms of how the animation plays out, and the character of Henry comes across as a bit cheeky, but ultimately amusing. I also really like the character designs in this short, with Henry and the people around him all appearing to look a little bit like the Home Pride mascot meets Arthur Lowe. The sound design isn't up to much particularly, but it's only a minor issue in what is ultimately a rather fine little short. Next is The Kama Sutra Rides Again, arguably the most well-known film of this set due to it having the absolute honour of being the opening short on its original run for the 1972 Stanley Kubrick masterpiece A Clockwork Orange. Yes, this, a cheap and cheerful 8-minute long film about a husband and wife explaining their absolute love of the Kama Sutra and their attempts at creating their own positions and styles, was once the original opening film for one of the bleakest and nihilistic films produced in the 1970s. And the more I think about that, the more I absolutely understand why Kubrick thought that this was a good idea. The animation on this feature isn't great. It looks almost to be running at 14 to 16 frames a second at some point, stuttering and staggering all the while, but it definitely has some quite amusing moments, and if the print quality was from a better source, these are absolutely shocking, I imagine they'd be quite vibrant and lively. It's an alright production overall, but it's a bit one note. I think it'd probably work better as part of a bigger thing, like being the opening film for Clockwork Orange. But on its own, it's just an alright little short you'd probably watch once and then forget. After the Kama Sutra rides again, Dear Marjorie Boobs seems like a bit of a step down comparatively. Released in 1976, this film takes the position of an agony aunt, Marjorie Boobs, answering some questions from lonely or curious men about their fetishes and sexual desires. Again, this is all very English, very tongue-in-cheek, and another return to the world of Python-esque comedy, though this time it's less Terry Gilliam and more sketch show in orientation. This one isn't particularly great. I would actually say it's probably the weakest one of the set, with jokes being quite repetitive, pun-based, or just one-liners that are visually entertaining for less time than it takes to process what's actually happening on screen. It's effectively knock-off Python, but whereas Michael Palin and John Cleese could get away with this kind of humour, it sadly falls quite flat here. There are also a couple of quite racist caricatures buried in this one, which left me feeling a little bit uncomfortable. It's easily one of the seedier films on this set, and it has not stood up to the test of time. Dream Doll was the next short on this set. Produced in 1979, it follows a very lonely man as he discovers the joys and misadventures of a blow-up doll that would appear to have a mind of its own. Dreary print quality really doesn't help this short. It's terribly washed out and clearly copied from an old VHS source, which is a shame really because it's arguably the second weirdest film on this set. The whole scenario is incredibly surreal, with the doll chasing the man around the streets of London and getting him into all sorts of trouble with the locals and the law. The animation has improved quite a bit over the rest of the releases on this set so far, though it doesn't quite pip Henry 9 to 5 in my opinion in terms of style, and the gorgeous colours that seep through in the final few minutes through the murk of this print are quite uplifting really. Its unusual ending having imagery that stayed in my mind long after it had finished. It's not an essential watch, but it was charming and amusing in its own way, and I can really appreciate that. Instant Sex is the penultimate short on this set, and I also believe it's one of the shortest films on this set. Produced in 1980, the animation of this short is a vast upgrade over most of the others, with the print quality being very good and decent colours and relatively smooth animation that feels bubble-esque without being too cartoony. The plot itself is a simple one-note joke. An old man goes shopping and finds them selling cans of instant sex. Curious, he takes one home and it does exactly what it says on the tin, though you don't actually see anything. He then quickly becomes addicted and races to buy every last can from the shops. And that's it. That's the whole joke. There's a further punchline right at the very end, but it's such a blunt and hard visual gag that when you see it, rather than making you laugh, I audibly groaned. It's a tired short that may have been funny nearly 30 years ago, but nowadays it wouldn't probably even get a second look in newspaper cartoons. Don't get me wrong, like most of these shorts, this sketch has its own curmudgeonly charm about it. It's endearing. It's just not doing what its intended purpose was. This collection is best represented as the doddery elderly relative that you have to try and humour. I think that's arguably the best way to describe both this and most of the features on this set. Except the next one. The next and final one is a little bit different. Bio Woman is the last film on this set, and it was made in 1980 at around the same time as Instant Sex, and it's almost certainly not only the weirdest short of this collection, but it may well be one of the weirdest films I've sat through in quite a while. In this short, we follow a deeply unhappy husband who has a nagging wife who won't let him rest and forces him to do housework and chores, all the while slating everything he does. Frustrated, he goes for a rest for a while, leaving some washing on, and during a freak storm, the washing powder comes alive in the form of a beautiful bubble-fied lady who's head over heels for him. The plot then shifts as the husband desperately tries to hide Bio-Woman from his wife, who returns home from work early. The animation gets a bump up again in this one and is very heavily stylised and very smooth flowing. This short really feels like it's had some money put behind it, and the imagery and detail, especially in some of the dream sequences, are absolutely astounding for such a small and largely unnoticed short. It's also got one of the more entertaining plots with jokes that are genuinely funny, well-timed, good animated visual gags, and a pretty decent payoff at the end. The music also finally gets a decent crack, which only amplifies just how good this short actually is. It's a clean cut from most of the stuff on this set, and the only downside this film has is that sadly it's only available on this collection, with no online copies having been made. The set these films come on isn't great. They're all transferred from VHS in various stages of degradation, and a good chunk of these are very dated and not particularly entertaining to watch. The details on the box are also incorrect, stating there's 65 minutes of entertainment, but the total runtime of all these shorts barely breaks 48 minutes. Mercifully, this set is very cheap at the time of recording, and for what I paid for it, Henry 9to5 and Bio-Woman are definitely worth the price alone. I think I can say in my personal opinion that of the 6 shorts included, 2 are definitely recommended, 2 are quite good, in a seaside tack kind of way, and 2 are very outdated and honestly not particularly worth your time. Bob Godfrey sadly passed away in 2013 at the age of 92. Though he survives through his works in children's animation, and honestly, he was a very large part of my childhood. His more mature films are arguably not his best works, but the gems I've highlighted here are very much worth your time, and I think should have more recognition than they currently do. Hand-drawn animation is a sadly dwindling art form in the modern era, with the rise of flash animation and CGI rapidly replacing the older methods. So taking a night out to watch an artist in his field craft cheery smut was a delight in many ways. Search these shorts out if you're of the inclination, and definitely go and look up Rhubarb and Custard if you've never seen them before. They are amazing. You may be quite pleasantly surprised. Eegah is a 1962 production that is credited to Nicholas Merriweather, though the actual history of this film's production is a little bit more muddied, with production, direction and part of the writing credit going to an Arch Hall Sr. Arch Hall Sr. was a B-movie filmmaker whose most notable credit I could find was a partial writing credit on the 1970s schlock horror film The Corpse Grinders. Hall Sr. was quite well known for spending a chunk of his career producing and directing films that acted as a vehicle for his son, actor and musician Arch Hall Jr. This script was also partially written by Bob Whaling, who had a reasonable screenwriting history, having scored a writing gig on a couple of the lesser-known Disney films, and also having been the co-creator for one of the original Zorro films. Eegah stars Arch Hall Jr. as Tom, a gas station attendant who enjoys the simpler things in life. In particular, going to have lunch with his girlfriend Roxy, played by Marilyn Manning. One night after bikini shopping, Roxy is driving home when she's forced to stop her car as a giant caveman emerges out of the desert and attempts to take her with him. Tom rushes to her aid, though he doesn't actually see the caveman, and after much discussion with her father, played by Arch Hall Sr., and some possible evidence in the form of a giant footprint, they decide to go out to the desert to see if they can find this giant caveman. When I talk about films, I like to try and give enough detail on a production that will allow you to get a flavour for it, but not so much detail that I end up spoiling the experience for the viewer. Eegah is one of those rare films that's so basic on almost every level that I can't really talk about it to any extent without giving too much away or spoiling bits of it. It genuinely feels like the dialogue was written for children, with back and forth arguing that wouldn't be amiss on a playground and conversations that just sort of drift in and out of life. These aren't helped by padded sequences that do just go on and on and on. Starting at the top, the acting is rotten. Not bad, actually festering. With not one performance pointing anywhere near believable in the slightest, and for the most part it's unintentionally laughably bad. Eegah the caveman is the only one who seems to be putting in any effort, and after a quick Google search I found out he was played by Richard Kiel, who you may probably know best as playing Jaws in the James Bond films. Eegah is a mute for the most part, who apart from saying Eegah and grumbling a bit, has no main dialogue. And he's the best performance in this film. The direction is point and go, pretty much straight out of the same book as Manos The Hands of Fate, only Manos comparatively seems more competent, albeit smaller budgeted. This film has quite a few expensive-ish looking sequences, such as the helicopter scenes or the sequences involving the dune buggy. But whereas these are covered from a million different angles and the editing makes sure you see every single one of them, the entire rest of the film feels quite literally like they just set a camera up, took the lens cap off and started without any consideration of where it was pointing or what it was supposed to be capturing. This film also holds the title for me as one of the worst day-for-night attempts I've ever seen in a film. It was absolutely ridiculous. When I can say that honestly Manos has better direction than this film, you know you're in for something unique. I'd be half tempted to say the cinematography isn't as good as Manos either, with absolutely lazy shots, no mixture of shot types, no consideration for how scenes should transition, and most scenes effectively shot for coverage rather than focusing in on showing story elements rather than explaining them. The soundtrack sounds like it was recorded at a grade 1 guitar recital and recorded in a briefcase submerged in a tank of water. It's terribly muffled, stuttering and totally unsuitable tonally for the film. Tom is a musician in a band in this film and he has several song moments, effectively making this film a sort of musical. None of his performances are memorable and the remaining soundtrack is beyond generic. Large swathes of this film don't even have incidental music, which adds a weird silence to proceedings that just further makes this experience very uncomfortable. This whole film seems to settle into a very odd and uncomfortable place after about half an hour or so, and it never really comes out from there. It's not so bad as to be radioactive, but it's bad enough that I felt compelled to sit through the whole thing just to see how much further down the rabbit hole it would go. There are even a few shot transitions that imply Roxy has sex with Eegah, and a relationship in this film with her father is a little bit too comfortable, if you get my drift. Tom looks otherworldly, and while I don't like to level personal remarks to actors, in this film he looks like a waxwork of Eddie Cochran and a Leonian from Doctor Who. None of these actors feel like real people, none of these scenarios feel like real scenarios. All the props, including the dead bodies, are made out of foam, and really just don't look right. The soundtrack's just the right level of off to be discomforting. It doesn't feel like it's been shot by someone with industry experience charting back almost 30 years at this point. And despite what I've just said above, I think it should be seen. This film may be odd, lumpy and deeply unsatisfying, full of unnecessary padding and written for 5-year-olds, but you do want to watch this film. And if you're of the right mentality, I'm sure what I've shown you so far will be more than enough to convince you to go and look it up. I recommend you watch this film in the company of a group of very drunk friends who can appreciate good, bad or bewildering cinema. It makes the perfect background party film or an end-of-the-night type film. Watching it sober is torture, watching it tipsy is a joy. Eegah is a public domain film, and as a result it's been released multiple times on multiple formats by multiple companies over the years. My release came from Treeline Films' Sci-Fi Classics 50 movie pack. The transfer is a VHS copy, but other than it being a little bit washed out, it's actually surprisingly high quality, with only a couple of tape faults present that I spotted and a good stable picture quality through the rest. The set's also quite cheap at the time of recording, even though it's out of print, so in terms of value for money, I'd recommend looking it up. Eegah has been cited over the years by many critics as one of the worst films ever produced, but having seen it now, I don't honestly know if I can say it is. From a technical level, I would say absolutely this film is one of the worst I've ever seen. Every level of its execution is the closest thing I've seen to a failure in my film-going experience. It barely manages to get anything right. But its odd balance of failure made me warm to this film in a way. It's entertaining because of the fact that it comes across almost as if aliens were trying to approximate how human films are made. And as a result, it's almost hypnotising to watch. Because of this, I can't recommend checking this film out for being in any way good. But if you stumble on this film going cheap, or you're legless and need something to help ease you into winding down for the night, I'd say give Eegah a chance. It's not for everyone, but it might just be for you. Isn't there any way we can't, Halloween this place up a bit? I mean, 'tis the season and all that. Ah, beautiful. The 1990 remake of Night of the Living Dead comes in for quite a lot of flack in some parts of the horror fandom, with quite a few people simply dismissing it as a shot-for-shot pointless remake, and others complaining that it simply can't compete with the masterpiece that was George Romero's 1968 classic. The script that the remake uses is based off the original and for the most part stays relatively faithful to the plot, with only a couple of major changes. As the opening part of a trilogy, later a franchise series, Night opens with our female lead protagonist Barbara as she travels to visit her relative's grave to pay her respects. While there, both her and her brother come under attack from several of the undead. Barbara flees to a nearby farmhouse where she meets Ben, another survivor fleeing the zombie hordes. Together, the two of them decide to barricade the farmhouse and survive as long as they can until help arrives, whilst also attempting to create an escape plan as a backup. It's then revealed that they aren't the only occupants in the house, and as tensions rise and double crossings become more common, it starts to seem increasingly difficult to survive the night. The remake came about due to copyright issues involved with the original production. Due to a lapse in copyright, the film fell into the public domain, and after years of trying to rescue the rights, Romero decided an easier option would be to simply remake the film under his then current film company, and copyright the remake for himself. Additionally, as a result of Romero being very busy at this time, directional duty on this production was passed down to Tom Savini, who has an absolutely illustrious career in special effects. With Romero's blessing, Savini doesn't do a half-bad job at all in this, making the film look and feel as tense and atmospheric as he can. This was a troubled production in many ways, with Savini saying at one point that due to studio executives repeatedly trying to take the film in a different direction, that only about 40% of his ideas actually made it into the final production. Though having seen this film, I can honestly say that I didn't notice anything terribly bad from a directional standpoint. There may be one or two iffy deliveries here and there, but for the most part the actors are directed appropriately, the setups look nice, and the atmosphere is definitely there. For the most part. There are one or two moments that feel a little bit flat at times, but it's hardly the end of the world. The cinematography is nice too, and is a really good attempt at trying to mirror Romero's works. Again, it's not perfect, with maybe a little bit too frantic a pace in terms of cutting from shot to shot, but that's only a minor issue. And it's actually quite the opposite problem that I had with the original film, which I felt used too few cuts or shot types. I suppose at this point I should really put my cards on the table. I'm not really that big of a fan of the original Night of the Living Dead. I don't hate it, I just find it very much of its time. At the time the film came out, I'm sure it was absolutely revolutionary due to how graphic and culturally shocking it would have been. But it's far from a perfect film. While it does have gorgeous lighting and atmosphere, the original Barbara doesn't really have a whole lot to do in terms of plot, other than stand around and act as manic as possible for the most part. She doesn't really offer a tremendous amount of help. There's also an absolutely ridiculous amount of padding in the original, and while that padding does help create more of a tense atmosphere, and it also helps to build up the tensions between Ben and Harry, it still often leaves me clock watching for the most part. The zombies in the original are also not particularly great or memorable. Having lived in a world where zombies are in abundance and fairly commonplace, it's weird to think that in 1968 the idea of the slow shuffling, brain-eating type of zombie was an almost entirely new concept. And here they come across as more of a proof of concept than the likes of which we'd see in future zombie movies. The remake of Night offers some solutions to my issues, but creates issues in other ways. For starters, they address the problem I had with Barbara being a bit too limp by giving her a much more prominent role, and as the film progresses we see her develop from an emotionally distraught woman into a really effective leader. The issue I have with this, however, is that I think they may have gone a bit too far, and rather than just making her a prominent and active heroic female, they've ended up making her Ellen Ripley, which by modern standards could be seen as a bit too predictable, but I actually think I prefer this interpretation, even if it is a bit OTT when compared to the original. One of the other problems that I had in making Barbara a more prominent force in the group is that it really does take away from Ben being the driving force in terms of being the protagonist. And as I'd seen the original and liked Ben as a character, it did sometimes feel like he'd been toned down just a bit too much, boiled down to just the key elements, rather than letting his character breathe a bit. Though again, if watering down Ben in order to make Barbara a more well-developed character fixes a problem, then I'm okay with that. The padding elements of this film have also been greatly reduced to make the film feel more lightweight and fluid. There are a few more confrontation scenes with the zombies than in the original, and this really helps the remake zip along at a pretty reasonable pace. This, however, does create the issue that the remake simply isn't as tense and atmospheric as the original was. That pressure cooker tension between our survivors really disintegrates in this, and instead we're left with a lot of elements and messages in this film which, if you hadn't watched the original, might be lost to the audience. That's not to say that this film is unwatchable unless you've seen the original, just that the more subtle elements of the production may be lost in translation. Lighting was something I was very worried about going into this film, as the original, being shot in black and white, had absolutely gorgeous lighting that really emphasised the darkness and created an unnerving atmosphere that really gave the zombies a big push up in terms of how they appeared. The remake is okay. Shots in the house are shadowy and mysterious, they add an element of surprise in some cases, and the night shots from outside have a decent level of minimal lighting, keeping it all above board for the most part. But with the remake being shot in colour, I personally don't think that it could have ever quite created the same tone that the original film did. The visual effects are also an area where this film absolutely shines, with the zombies looking much more in line with the type seen in Dawn and Day of the Dead than the originals, and the practical effects, particularly in the death scenes, being absolutely top-notch. It really is a testimony to Savini's work to see such gorgeously gory effects in action. One of the bigger inconsistencies of this film that did bother me quite a bit was actually trying to figure out what time period this film took place in. There are elements of the late 60s present in terms of how people are dressed and how they behave, but there are also 70s and 80s cars present, and while a good chunk of the dress is based in 60s fashion, the style of the dress could be early 90s. I guess in one sense it helps to make the film feel timeless, because if you can't pin a time down to it, it could have happened any time. But at the same time, the references to other decades they do present themselves as so reflective of their eras that it becomes almost impossible to ignore that this film couldn't have realistically happened in any of them. Even the dialogue seems a bit all over the place, with some lines lifted directly from the original having a stuffy 60s vibe that then starkly contrasts with much more realistically written dialogue in the added scenes that were penned nearly 30 years later. And this left me feeling a little bit uneven overall. The soundtrack, coupled with a very muted colour grade, which in places is almost black and white in itself, really do lend heavily to the film looking and sounding as good as it does. And while again it isn't perfect, it does what it does reasonably well. One of the few very major sticking points I do have with this remake, however, is the ending, which really stops me from just out and out recommending this over the original. The original handled its ending very well, with Ben, our protagonist, getting shot after being mistaken for a zombie, which was a brilliant metaphor for the race relation issues that were absolutely rampant throughout the US at the time. The remake does away with that, instead having Ben die off screen. Barbara returns with help in the hope of maybe finding him, only to find that Ben is now a zombie. Barbara then just flat out kills Ben and murders a recently survived Harry. This film deals with a lot of issues, race, gender roles, classism to name a few, and in changing that ending they fundamentally removed one of the most downbeat and memorable moments of the original films. And that absolutely lowers this film's standing for me. The Night of the Living Dead remake has a lot of things going for it, both in terms of my own OCD and in the production in and of itself. I personally found it to fit in tonally, stylistically, directorially, and story-wise more with Dawn and Day of the Dead than the original release did. It still falls into the territory of it being one film dealing with one decade as well, with Dawn being set in the 70s, Day being set in the 80s, and the Night remake being set in the 90s. Each film had a lot to say on the decades they were made in, and what Night says about the 90s is that the 90s didn't really know what it wanted to be. I personally prefer Ben and Barbara in the remake to the original as well, and I also enjoyed the very mild tonal reworking that this film has over the original. It sacrifices its atmosphere and slow build in exchange for a more streamlined narrative that helps to round out and develop its characters, and it offers more horror and gore moments, which I can understand as a necessity of the development of nearly 25 years of cinema. This rounding out and development, however, relies heavily on the characters being strongly portrayed, and in some cases this works well. However, in other cases, it doesn't, with awful results. Ultimately, I suppose that this is a pick your poison scenario with these two films. The first is incredibly moody, but it's just way too padded and has some very underwritten characters and performances for my taste. The remake is tonally in line with the sequels in the franchise as a whole, but it's at the cost of the original tone and mood. It waters down the stronger characters of the original in order to help pull up the weaker written characters from the original, and it absolutely obliterates what was a brilliant ending to the original. I think if push came to shove, I'd probably recommend the remake over the original at this point, as I honestly preferred it. It has more elements going for it rather than against it, though both versions of the film have tremendous flaws in my opinion. By 1978, George Romero had begun to really carve out a name for himself in the film world, While Night of the Living Dead had initially been released to some mixed reviews, largely due to its, for the time, gory content and themes, within 5 years it had gone on to become one of the most successful horror films of its time. And with further moderate successes in films such as The Crazies and the cult classic Martin, it was only really a matter of time before Romero was to revisit the themes that initially launched his career. What would follow would go on to be considered by many to be his magnum opus, a film that would not only redefine and further cement the zombie genre into the mainstream, but a film that would go on to shape and define horror itself for the next 4 decades. And that film? 1978's Dawn of the Dead. I genuinely struggle to find the words to explain quite how I feel about this film. In fact, at the time of its release, I really can't think of anything quite like it. A wonderful mix of splatter-filled cartoony gore, striking horror, and firmly tongue-in-cheek dark comedy. The plot is almost as basic as the original plot for Night of the Living Dead. It's set very shortly after the news of a zombie uprising has broken out, somewhere just after 12 hours in, and features Fran and Stephen, 2 news journalists who are held up in a television station monitoring the situation. When things seem to be looking grim, they plan their escape in a helicopter, but not before picking up a couple of members of a nearby SWAT unit, who've also set their sights on getting away from the big city. The escape is a success, but they quickly realise they hadn't thought much about where they wanted to go beyond their initial escape. And after a couple of stop-offs, they eventually stumble on an abandoned mall and decide initially to stock up on supplies. But after a while of wandering around the stores, they begin to feel both at home and quite safe. So they make the decision to hold up in the mall and have some fun with all the free stuff they can pinch. It sounds quite basic, but the difference is whereas Night sets the scene in a small space and then pretty much lets it run its course as tensions rise, Dawn really pushes the envelope in asking what would somebody do if they were given almost absolute control over a sprawling environment and anything they could possibly need or want to do is free to them, at least from a commercial standpoint. The script here is almost perfect, with a tightrope line between the macabre and the light-hearted. This is far from a family film, but mixing in those darker elements with almost slapstick comedy definitely helped to set the precise style this film needed to not be too overbearing or too bleak. Peter, Roger, Francine and Stephen all have absolutely brilliant, fluid and believable dialogue, and the characters themselves are all quite well-rounded, well-developed and given enough space to really let them flourish into utterly memorable characters. It's also nice to finally see a reasonably strong female heroine in this film in the form of Fran, who's quite the contrast to Barbara, constantly wanting to be involved, constantly wanting to have meaningful input, and genuinely saving the group on multiple occasions. They don't go so far as to make her an infallible superheroine, but the balance is just right between giving her a decent feminine human element and a firm stand-your-ground personality. She's amazing. The zombies in this production feel much more closer to their modern counterparts, and while they still aren't 100% there in terms of consistency, the green, blue-faced slow walkers are a little bit off yet in terms of looking realistic, they do what they do fairly well. These types slowly peter out throughout the film to just unmade-up actors in tattered clothes. They do, however, have the slow, groaning, lurching, organ-devouring qualities down to an absolute T. They even do a bit more delving into the zombies' learning curves, with implications of muscle memory beckoning them to return to the mall, through to them learning the use of basic tools to smash windows. It takes its original idea and builds on it, and is a very clever use of the monsters. This is one of the few films that I've seen where pretty much every performance, even the extras, are pretty much spot on, with our core main actors being absolutely superb and not a bad performance between them as they play out the zombie survival completely straight. But contrasting their performances, the extras, particularly members of the SWAT team and the biker gangs, have a tremendously over-the-top exaggerated performance that just adds a completely new flavour to the mix and gives it a really slightly campy twist. It really adds to the production and helps create this bleak yet fun environment that I can't say I've ever seen properly handled in a horror film since. The direction is gorgeous, with an absolute attention to detail that's simply amazing for its time, and some lovely little subtle moments. For example, when the helicopter initially takes off at the beginning of the film, the tower block behind it slowly goes completely dark. They also really play around with the zombies, using close-ups of them massing on windows to help really drive home a sense of claustrophobia, and mirroring those with vast wide shots that help to play with the themes of isolation that the main cast are suffering throughout. These zombies are not particularly bright, which again only adds to this film's dark comedy elements, and it really helps to amp up that good direction. Matching it beat for beat is some absolutely wonderful cinematography that was equally beautiful for the time, with fantastic match edits stitching together the end of one scene into the start of another, perfectly smooth pans and pull focuses that help to build tension and allow for an incredible atmosphere. They also really use their shot types well, with a decent range of variation that helps to sell the gorier moments excellently. This is made all the better when the blood in this film's finally shown, because it's some of the most hyper-colourful, redder-than-red blood that I've seen since the early Hammer films, and it really adds to creating the right vibe that this film is looking for. Another element that was carried over amazingly well from the original film was the lighting. In the original Night of the Living Dead, the lighting was one of the best elements of the film. Dawn of the Dead, being shot in colour, made me concerned that they may abandon this atmospheric element. Though it turns out I was quite wrong. The scenes in the staff parts of the mall are almost as good, if not better in some cases, than the lighting in the original Night of the Living Dead, with ultra-dark, grainy mood lighting that really amps up that atmosphere and feeling of uncertainty. Contrasting these, the shots in the mall itself are all incredibly well lit and give a very sugar-coated clinical vibe that really helps create a sense of unease in and of itself. I will find a flaw with this film eventually, surely. The special effects aren't one of them though, as Tom Savini gives the audience an absolute masterclass in practical effects, with limbs being lopped off, heads being decapitated and struck with various weapons, and scenes of zombies eating living people that must have been stomach-churning for the time. Savini even has a cameo in this film as one of the bikers, and he's worth the price of admission alone. There have been multiple themes interpreted from this film over the years. Consumerism and the rise of corporate America have been fairly well documented by film historians, with the zombies effectively being a metaphor for us as consumers. These aren't the only elements of the film. Gender roles are brought to the surface and then nicely subverted throughout. There's a very nice subtext involving logic versus reason running as an undertone throughout the film, with an argument being made that the zombies were people's relatives and a counter-argument being made with the emphasis on the were part. While this particular theme is never really put front and centre in this film, it does bubble away in the background and ultimately does affect how our main cast behave throughout, as they have several difficult choices to make. It's a theme that would probably be more fully explored in Romero's next zombie venture, however. I also noticed some comments on parenthood and some very challenging themes on the breakdown of societal constructs and its effect on the human psyche, particularly towards the end of the film, as our group realise that this isn't going to be something that will happen for a few days and then life will go back to normal. This is for the long haul. Lots of people will die, and they will probably die. And when that sinks in, this film enters a wonderful period of melancholy. Now, there's something I haven't spoken about. You see, there isn't technically an official definitive cut of this film, and the reason that's the case is simply down to money. Financing, to be precise. The film had a tremendously difficult time securing the funds to get off the ground initially, with no one wanting to take the risk that came with investing the amount needed. Enter the fold Italian producer-director and absolute god of European filmmaking, Dario Argento. Argento, riding on a wave of mixed to positive reviews for his 1977 masterpiece Suspiria, was a massive Romero fan, and having heard that he was having trouble in procuring funding to work on a sequel for Night of the Living Dead, Argento met with Romero, and over a few conversations and a brief excursion to Rome, he was able to procure him all the money needed to finance the film at one significant caveat. Argento wanted the distribution rights for European territories. This would involve not only having the ability to distribute the film to all non-English speaking European territories, but also the final say on the edit that would go out to those European territories. This means that for a very long time there were two completely tonally different cuts of this film existing in different countries. Romero's cut is much more visually colourful, relies on stock music for the most part, runs for roughly 127 minutes, and has significantly more emphasis on the comedic elements of the film. The Argento cut, by contrast, has a much harsher, colder colour palette and tones down the comedy elements to an almost non-existent level. It's also a full 10 minutes shorter than Romero's cut, but has a full soundtrack by the legendary prog rock band Goblin. It was also rather bizarrely given a rename, being called Zombi on its release in Europe. A small change that would have big consequences down the line. But we'll get to that another day. The two cuts existed separately for years until the 1990s, when a so-called director's cut was released, which was overseen by Romero and added less than a minute's worth of additional footage. This was followed in the early 2000s by a so-called final cut, a 156-minute cut that attempted to create a hybrid between the various cuts of the film. Even so, fans are heavily divided on which version is the true version of this film. Myself, well, I grew up in an age where both were readily available, and as of recording, neither have been available in my country for a very long time, due mainly to long-standing rights issues and how much the owners want for them. As a result, all UK versions of Dawn of the Dead are now very much out of print, and are likely to be out of print for much of the foreseeable. In summary, this film is the Rosetta Stone of zombie movies. It's got it all: horror, suspense, action, drama, comedy, all working together to create a genuine piece of art. It has wonderful direction, ultra-creative cinematography and editing, fantastic lighting, great acting, near-perfect sound design. It's got a tight script that's biggest crime is being too eager to try things. A massive leap up from Night. You absolutely must see this film. Romero earned the box office $55 million with this, so it was only natural that people would be curious about what came next for the franchise. And what did come next was possibly one of the bleakest films I have ever seen. After the success of 1978's Dawn of the Dead, raking in $55 million in the box office, plus significantly more in home video sales worldwide, a sequel was almost inevitable. It would, however, take a further 7 years of production before it would grace the big screen, and it would definitely not disappoint. Day of the Dead is the closing part of George Romero's original zombie trilogy, and was released to relatively high expectations back in 1985. Romero described the film as a tragedy about how a lack of human communication causes chaos and collapse, even in this little pie slice of society. And he really isn't wrong. This is a terrifically bleak and overwhelmingly dark film that is a complete departure from the more whimsical elements of Dawn of the Dead, and really pushed the boundaries of what was allowed at the time. The film takes place predominantly in a military base and follows a group of scientists and soldiers who are hunkered down in an underground shelter, trying their best to survive around mounting tensions. The scientists are pulling double duty as a search party by day with the aim of finding as many survivors as possible, and by night they're trying to either find a cure to the current zombification outbreak, or at least a technique that would allow them to domesticate the undead. The soldiers, by contrast, are working to protect the scientists, and it's clear that while this order was given some time ago in good faith, At this point, the soldiers would be quite happy to just let them die. It's unclear exactly how much time has passed between the zombie outbreak and where this film picks up, but it could be assumed to be weeks at minimum and at least a month based on elements in the film. But as a result, this past time has taken its toll on both factions. The science department is threadbare and on the brink of psychological collapse, as illustrated very vividly by Dr. Frankenstein Logan, a completely mad doctor who's long since lost any semblance of sanity and is now operating on the undead with an attempt to effectively turn them into pets. The soldiers have also long since lost it, with patience over results from the scientists getting thinner and thinner, and their frustration at quite literally being there out of obligation to following orders and nothing more, causing quite a lot of fallout. Many of them have equally gone quite mad as well, with an absolutely astounding performance by Joe Pilato as Rhodes really taking this story to the next level. There isn't one scene in this film where I don't imminently fear for all the cast members around him. If there's one thing this trilogy gets down to an art, it's being able to write really decent, genuine tension between contrasting opinions, and here it's absolutely nailed, with a genuinely well-written, well-paced and well-executed script that in many ways even surpasses Dawn of the Dead. The narrative is much more complex, and while the previous films dealt with a small number of people dealing with insignificant everyday issues, this film quite literally takes logic versus emotion to its absolute logical conclusion. As it continues to live up to the standards set by the previous films in this trilogy, once again I found myself mesmerised by incredibly fluid scenes that flowed effortlessly into one another, and dialogue that felt incredibly naturalistic. The zombies also finally reach their peak development in this film, as they finally get the makeup and effects absolutely spot on, and their backstory and biology is finally formally put out there. They look, move, sound and feel completely authentic in this, and it's amazing to see them appear on such a massive scale that easily eclipses both the amount in Night and Dawn combined. It's just a shame the scale of the opening scenes isn't replicated across the board, as for the most part we mainly only see the zombies for the rest of the movie in minimal numbers stalking food in the mine shafts and being poached for experimentation. I also absolutely have to mention the practical effects in this film, which quite frankly are groundbreaking and absolutely hold up even during modern day viewings. Savini's handiwork really shines through in this film, which features some of the most creative and over-the-top uses of practical effects that I have seen in a good while, with zombies walking around quite literally with their guts pouring out, and some zombies with limbs chopped off shuffling and bleeding very vividly. The core cast are absolutely superb in this film, with Laurie Cardeil's Sarah arguably being one of the best cinematic representations of women that I have ever seen. 60s Barbara was a wimp, Fran was a strong heroine but was largely out of action, 90s Barbara went too far and ended up basically stopping short of being the Terminator. Sarah here is an absolute perfect blend, often leading the scientists and really playing an active role in pushing along their plans, while also being tough enough to deal with the kind of crap the soldiers do to her team. All the while at the same time showing that she's ultimately a woman who works and thinks differently than all her male counterparts. Add to this that she's currently going through a very difficult period with her boyfriend, and you really get a feeling that this is a woman who, while putting a brave face on things, knows exactly the reality of the situation, and exactly what the most likely outcome of this is. But she's prepared for it mentally, and until death happens, she's going to make sure that she doesn't waste a second. And that's absolutely amazingly played here. As mentioned earlier, Joe Pilato as Rhodes is a genuine delight to watch and would give Dennis Hopper in Blue Velvet a run for his money in the crazy department. Howard Sherman as the zombie bub is also an absolute masterclass in physical acting, and is a pleasure to see on the screen. The direction in this film surpasses Dawn in terms of scale and operations, with some incredibly well choreographed zombie sequences, and some fantastic cast placement that really helps to sell the total finality of the entire situation. Though one of the areas I do think it is rather lacking in when compared to Dawn is the cinematography. It's by no means awful, but they've sacrificed quite a lot of the more experimental shot setups, cutaways, and more diverse camera work to create a completely stripped back work that relies on its effects and good direction to pull it through. But this can't go unnoticed. This in turn has had a knock-on effect with the editing, which suffers as a result as well. The really nice planned cuts of Dawn are nowhere to be seen in this film. Though admittedly I will say that the cuts in Day are significantly much more precise and refined than those of the Romero cut of Dawn, which does help give it a real boost from a technical standpoint. Also mirroring Dawn here is an astounding use of lighting. Whereas Dawn relied heavily on sanitised artificial lighting in the mall scenes to both make the mall look as realistic as possible and to add an uneasy tension to the production with very shadowy selective lighting for the backroom scenes, a good majority of this film implements fantastically shadowy lighting that really adds an element of the unknown to a good chunk of it. This is then contrasted by brief moments of ultra-bright, top-lit clinical lighting for the bunker scenes, which, as anyone who's familiar with a hospital waiting room will testify, adds a great deal of unease and discomfort to proceedings. There's even a quite subtle, probably even unintentional nod to Dario Argento in this film towards the end, with the cave systems being lit in beautiful blues and reds, giving a fantastic Suspiria-esque vibe. Adding to all of this was one of the best film soundtracks I've ever heard, courtesy of John Harrison, with pounding synthesizers creating a tone and style that just absolutely screams the right side of the 80s. It's a truly brilliant piece of work and one of the few original soundtracks that I genuinely love to listen to. It's really well crafted, and while it might not be the most iconic, it's certainly the most listenable. The yang to Dawn's yin, this film is pure bleakness, and is to this day in many places quite hard to stomach. I personally would say it's easily as good as Dawn for the exact polar opposite reasons I liked Dawn to begin with. In fact, with either film you have to be in a specific mindset, and if you're in that headspace, these films can be tremendous fun. Day of the Dead didn't fare particularly well in the box office, and it's not hard to see why, with its absolutely unflinching nihilistic downbeat nature. And while it went on to have major success on the home video circuit, it never really quite reached the giddy heights that Dawn did. Which is a real shame, because while I don't believe its premise is as believable as Dawn of the Dead's, it's easily its equal from a technical and entertainment standpoint. Its cult status probably actually makes the film much more accessible because it doesn't come with any of the additional baggage. Additionally, peppered throughout are subtle references to its older brother. If Dawn of the Dead was Alien, Day of the Dead is Aliens. It's bigger, gorier, and has a real militaristic undertone. If you're curious, check it out. While Romero's cut of Dawn of the Dead is often seen as one of the most successful zombie films of all time, the Dario Argento cut shared an equal success in non-English speaking European territories, particularly in his home nation of Italy, where the film effectively kick-started its own subgenre. Italy has an interesting history with zombie films, and one of the very first true Italian zombie films to be released would create quite a bit of confusion for a worldwide audience. 1979's Zombie 2, also known as Zombies, also known as Zombie Flesh Eaters, also known as Zombies 2, came into existence thanks to Italy's interesting loopholes on copyright infringement. You see, Italy has, or at least had, a loophole in their copyright laws, which allowed any Italian filmmaker to release a film as a sequel to an original work, at least from an advertising perspective. So for example, if a young Italian filmmaker decided that 1989's Batman was brilliant and he wanted to make an official sequel to it in Italy, as long as he wasn't directly connected to the copyrighted material in the first film, they could just go right ahead and make Batman 2. In the case of Zombie 2, it was originally scripted under the title Nightmare Island, and was to be a gory reimagining of the more classic horror film genres such as The Island of Dr. Moreau. However, once the script was finished in 1978, its author, Dardano Sacchetti, went to try and get the film off the ground, only to find the financiers would only be interested if he retooled the film to be a zombie movie, due to the critical success of Argento's cut of Dawn of the Dead, known as Zombie in European territories. He conceded to these requests, and after tweaking the film's plot, they were able to secure their second choice for director, Lucio Fulci. Fulci finally took the film into production in 1978, and it was only after production had more or less wrapped that the financiers decided to completely can the idea of making it its own standalone film, and instead decided to retitle it Zombie 2, to market it as a direct sequel to Dawn of the Dead. There was even a small legal challenge by the rights owners of Dawn of the Dead to try and get this stopped, but Italian lawmakers at the time decided to uphold current laws, meaning as a result there are two completely different film franchises based off of Romero's original work. Now, I should start off by saying that this film has almost no connection to the events of Dawn of the Dead. Obviously it has zombies in it, and there are a couple of lines of dialogue throughout that imply that this may be a prequel to Dawn that shows how the zombie outbreak began, but those scenes were tacked on after the bulk of the main film was produced in order to tie it more closely to the Romero work, and it doesn't really add anything to the production or to Dawn of the Dead as a whole. So for anyone coming to this film expecting a series of long-lost Romero-esque films, I'm sorry to say you might be disappointed. The film opens with an adrift ship blowing into a New York harbour. When police climb aboard the vessel to investigate, they find that the ship is in terrible condition, and after some initial searches they find a lone zombie on board, who attacks one of the cops while another one manages to shoot the zombie overboard. While the boat is under police investigation, the owner's daughter, Anne, turns up and begins to look for clues as to the whereabouts of her father. She sneaks on board to search for clues and bumps into Peter, a journalist who smells a story and was on board looking for leads. He finds a note from Anne's father saying he's trapped on a remote island where he's fearing for his life and that he may be dead by the time the note reaches Anne. Startled by this revelation, the two decide to travel to the island of Matul, with a couple who offer to take them there with the hopes of reuniting the father and daughter. However, on the way the boat suffers from some very serious damage and they end up stranded on Matul, which at that exact moment is having a terrific problem with the dead rising. They then encounter Dr. Maynard, who is on the island desperately trying to find the source of the sudden zombification problem, with the locals swearing that it's voodoo, but Maynard saying otherwise. This film is quite a mixed bag in all honesty. It's not a bad film by any sense of the word, and in particular it has to be said that the direction and cinematography are quite wonderful here, with some really nice experimental shots and some brilliant set pieces that really help give this film its own style and definition. Nothing quite looked like this film did for its time. I mentioned set pieces, and this film has some absolutely brilliant must-see moments. My personal absolute highlight being an underwater fight between a zombie and a shark, followed immediately by a round 2 involving a shark attacking a boat that definitely has a Jaws influence behind it. Those underwater scenes, particularly on Blu-ray, are absolutely gorgeous and really stand out in my mind. Equally, the scenes towards the end of the film in the hospital are wonderfully over the top and really give a sense of grandness, especially considering this film's £410,000 budget. The visual effects are absolutely fantastic for this film, and considering that I'm comparing these to Savini's effects, that's saying something. These zombies are nastier looking, grittier, dirtier, and just generally more unpleasant than the Romero zombies. With Romero zombies, they looked a bit like they'd only just died. Fulci zombies look like they've been buried for decades, and you wouldn't want one to even touch you, let alone attack you. The only thing the Fulci zombies have in common with Romero zombies is the blood effects, which are highly similar, but their disgusting, decomposing style really helps sell these zombies as realistic and deeply unpleasant. Romero zombies have an element of humanity still intact. You could visualise a Romero zombie as they were when they were alive. You get none of that with a Fulci zombie. They take on a much more classic style, but with a modernist revamp. As a result, your mileage may vary on whether you like these zombies or not, but they don't have much personality. Good points aside, this film does have some problems. The script itself is fairly weak, with poorly translated and delivered dialogue that really doesn't help an already fairly weak cast, and a less than brilliant dub that barely matches the actor's mouth movement. Add to this tons of padding that absolutely bloats the film beyond belief. One scene in particular that sprung to my mind was the car crash scene, which was honestly the most unnecessary on-screen car crash scene in a film that I have ever seen. Absolutely pointless subplots and extended back and forth talking points that don't advance the narrative really affect the pacing of this film, and not in a good way. When it's good, it's light and punchy, but a good chunk of this film is just way too slow. I mentioned earlier the acting, which I must also say is fairly poor in this production. It's not unwatchably bad, but it's inappropriately melodramatic and won't be winning any awards anytime soon. This sometimes works in a film's favour, but for the most part it doesn't, and it really doesn't help that the script seems to compress the important character development areas into short bursts rather than allowing it to develop over the course of the film. The relationship between Peter and Anne has some absolutely unrealistic development time, in which they're effectively in a romantic relationship after less than a day of knowing each other. The zombies are arguably the best performance in the film, but that won't be much of a compliment to people who actually had lines in this. Finally, and I really feel I should mention this for clarity, the soundtrack's a bit naff in my opinion. It's a little too much on the stock side, a bit too repetitive in places. A lot of people seem to really like this film's score, and it has had several vinyl issuings, but I personally couldn't see what all the fuss was about. It's a bit too generic, and while there were one or two tracks that I thought were quite cool, I shan't be rushing out to buy this one. This is not a bad film, with good direction and cinematography really helping give this film a unique feeling and style, and enough decent scenes and setups to make it very memorable. While the script and the soundtrack are somewhat lacking to me, and the acting and the dub could have been better, a decent amount of effort has gone into the practical effects, and surprisingly I found that this film is considerably more gorier than Dawn of the Dead. Its cult status as one of the original video nasties only helps to further cement its status as a film that needs to be seen. While I won't say that it's a classic, I'd say it's more than watchable. After Day of the Dead, it would be almost 20 years before Romero would return to the genre with 2005's Land of the Dead. However, when it comes to the whole spirit of a zombie film defining the decade it was made, strangely it wasn't Romero who would make the defining zombie movie of the 2000s. Instead, rather oddly, what I would consider the defining zombie film of the 2000s came from the United Kingdom and was made by three friends who were obsessed with pop culture, and in particular the films of Romero. Enter Simon Pegg, Nick Frost and Edgar Wright, who at the time were nothing more than two comedians on the up who'd largely been known for bit parts, but more recently were fresh off the set of a small cult comedy show known as Spaced, and Edgar Wright, who at the time was also a fledgling director who'd done several smaller cult TV shows and one feature film that was never commercially released. The three were all creatively bursting at the seams and wanted to channel that energy into a feature-length production. It was while filming one of the sketches for the first series of Spaced that they first got the inspiration to make a zombie film, and from there they went into production on what was billed at the time as the world's first and only romantic comedy with zombies. A rom-com, if you will. This production went on to become 2004's Shaun of the Dead. Shaun of the Dead follows Shaun, the average everyday Brit in his late 20s whose world is slowly stagnating. His relationship with his girlfriend has stalled, he has a difficult relationship with his stepfather as well, he's in a dead-end job and his best friend Ed seems only to exacerbate these issues, leading Shaun further away from where he thinks he should be. The pair practically live in a nearby pub, and after a particularly heavy night they awake to find that the dead have risen, though at first they're fairly oblivious to this. When it finally dawns on them what's happening, they try to hatch a plan to rescue Shaun's parents, get Shaun's girlfriend back, and hold up in a pub until it all blows over. What follows, however, is the exact opposite of a straightforward plan, with hilarious results. This film perfectly captures both the mindset and tone of the British mentality around the turn of the century. The British are a largely placid lot, and it really takes a lot to bother us. We can take or leave most things, and we have a curmudgeonly outlook on most things in life. Basically, we don't want to cause a fuss, and we plan for and expect the worst 9 times out of 10. And the core cast in this film reflect that tone to a T. So I seriously have to commend the script on this film, which, much like the Romero films before it, have an incredibly smooth and naturalistic dialogue, and believably funny lines coupled with delivery that you could imagine your friends saying in a situation like this. It's razor sharp and comes from a very genuine and sincere place. It's a tight production that has almost next to no padding and feels very lightweight and punchy. This is a comedy film starring an all-star cast of comedians in their prime, and my god is this cast list a who's who's of comedians from the mid-2000s, with guest appearances by Matt Lucas, Dylan Moran, Reece Shearsmith, Peter Serafinovich, Lucy Davis, Tamsin Greig, and Martin Freeman, just to name a few. And those performances are all solid as well. This is a very dry comedy, with quite a lot of humour arising from the grimness of the situation. And Pegg and Frost absolutely deliver as leading cast members in making sure that every single delivery is on the nose and holds for exactly the right amount of time. Kate Ashfield as Liz is equally good acting as the glue that sticks Shaun and Ed to David and Diane, who are Liz's flatmates and don't really like Shaun or Ed. These contrasting opinions and values lead to a great amount of tension building in the Winchester pub scenes, as they decide what to do next when their plan doesn't quite pull off as intended. And from here we really get to see some excellent Romero-esque tension building, as the atmosphere bubbles over as the grim reality of the situation begins to set in, and the group start to fall out over trivial points. Wright leads the direction on this one, and even at this very early stage in his career, it's clear to see his defining style has been built on since his work on Spaced. Wright utilises quick cuts to transition scenes, which helps keep the continuity in check, but also helps to give a boost to shots that otherwise wouldn't necessarily be particularly interesting. It's a type of hyper-condensing that allows him to compress entire scenes down to just 5 or 6 quick cuts. When used sparingly, as it is in this film, it helps us to quickly cut to the chase and get to the good stuff, whilst also effectively giving the audience a ramp with which to launch themselves straight into the meat of the next scene. It was a revolutionary style to see brought to the mainstream cinema. However, it did come with the downside that literally every film student and their dog essentially nicked Wright's style because it looped cool for at least the following decade and beyond. The direction is only built on by some superb cinematography from David Dunlap, who faithfully recreates and builds on the shot mixes and experimentation of the original 3 of the Dead films. When matched to the direction, we get a complete hand-in-hand experience that looks like a high-energy Romero film for a younger generation. It feels fresh and new, with a very vibrant colour palette that pushes the saturation up where necessary and crushes the blacks to give a really effective filmic grittiness, particularly in those pub scenes. And the lovely little tributes throughout this film to the original 3 films are a very welcome addition, such as little music stings from Dawn of the Dead. The idea that zombies can learn and can use tools is also brought up at least once or twice. But it's subverted here. Rather than being looked at as a thing of curiosity, our cast just sort of shrug it off and go back to braining them. They also revisit the idea of television helping to dictate what the characters do from a moral standpoint, as was the case in Dawn and was later developed more wholesale in Day. I can't go any further on this without mentioning the absolutely stellar soundtrack that accompanies this film, with tracks from The Specials, Queen, Zombie Nation, Chicago, and much, much more. They use sound brilliantly here, making it both diegetic and non-diegetic to suit the film as and when required. In particular, the Queen jukebox scene is an absolute highlight of the film in my opinion, perfectly contrasting all the elements of this film I love into one coherent minute or so long sequence. This film, however, doesn't get away scot-free. It does have some issues. Shaun as a character is great, with a warm humour mixing with a more serious side that follows as his life starts to fall apart. He does, however, at several points in the film seem to have a bit of the Ferris Bueller effect, with people blindly trusting him and treating him like a bit of a messianic figure, particularly in the third act. And that was a slightly off moment for me. Not enough for me to say it ruins the film, but it definitely needs flagging up, because to me I found it to be a bit tonally off with the rest of the film's narrative and profile of Shaun. Also, whereas the original films all have a sense of timelessness about them, technology is largely a framing device or put in the background ahead of more important issues, Shaun of the Dead embraces the time it was made, and this may have been to its detriment, as nearly 13 years later the technology featured throughout is starting to look a bit dated, and the fashion and style the cast wear is also starting to very slowly but surely edge into the strange territory where it doesn't quite match modern fashions. Which, apart from making me feel quite old, is slightly upsetting to see for a film that isn't even 15 years old yet. There are other issues as well, like the plotline for Diane that comes completely out of left field and feels very out of place compared with the rest of the film. So much so that one of the extra features on the DVD is simply an explanation of what happened to her after a plotline ends. And somehow it makes even less sense than her last scene does. I also have to say that there's a very sharp tonal jump in the last 15 minutes or so where the comedy element of this film more or less goes completely out of the window, barring the odd fart joke. And it just turns into a straight-up action horror film, which seemed quite odd after the previous hour and a quarter of nearly perfectly balanced horror comedy setup. It would later become apparent that the last 15 minutes or so of this film would be quite reminiscent of Pegg and Frost's next feature, 2006's Hot Fuzz. But here it just came across as a bit off. These are only minor blemishes on what is, on the whole, a very enjoyable film. Romero himself saw this shortly before its first proper screening and was very impressed with it. While he didn't go as far as to give Shaun of the Dead his blessing, I don't think he needed to. Nor do I think he should have. This film could be seen as a continuation of Romero's style, but in the same breath it could be seen as a fitting tribute to those classic films. And in the same space it also stands on its own 2 feet as its own thing. While not directly linked to Romero, this film is a love letter to the man and a genuine passionate attempt to modernise his craft. It feels like it came from a very sincere place and has a rock-solid foundation in terms of casting, direction and editing, all of which were frankly quite unique for the time. It's well on its way to being a cult classic, but whether it will hold up in 30 to 40 years' time, only time will tell. Let's Ruin Dad's Day, otherwise known as Coming Unglued, is a 1999, or 1998 depending on which source you decide to trust, made-for-TV movie, though we're unclear which channel this aired on, directed by Fred Gerber and written by Arne Olsen. Gerber's history with film is a rocky one to say the least, and while he does have some pretty decent credits for his work in television, including The X-Files, The Relic Hunter and A Town Called Eureka, his film credits extend no further than a couple of very obscure Leslie Nielsen films. Arn's biggest credit, by contrast, is notably that he wrote the screenplay for the original Mighty Morphin Power Rangers movie. And he wrote the sequel to All Dogs Go to Heaven. But that's about it in terms of his notoriety. I have to assume that Let's Ruin Dad's Day was a film used to try and help children overcome anxiety that comes with divorce. And while I appreciate that it's something that quite a few kids worry about growing up, and it's quite a good idea to try and reassure kids that just because their parents argue every now and again, that doesn't mean every argument will be the last, how this film handles the topic is absolutely shocking. And the message gets heavily watered down by the fact that it desperately wants to be Home Alone 2, nearly 7 years after Home Alone 2 came out. It even goes as far as to nick some of the toys used in Home Alone 2, with a knockoff Talk Boy getting used absolutely to death. Our film follows Jason and Selena, two charismatic young tykes, who are just your average run-of-the-mill local neighbourhood school kids. Jason gives a report on divorce in his school as part of a project, and that night he thinks about his own parents and how their marriage lines up with the warning signs of an imminent divorce. Later on, he then overhears his parents arguing because his dad, played by Judge Reinhold, has been offered a job interview in Chicago, meaning the whole family would have to move over there, and Jason's mum is not happy about it. Convinced that his dad will take the job and the marriage will break up, Jason attempts to sabotage his father's trip to Chicago with the help of his sister Selena, with hilarious consequences. Probably the first major issue that jumped right at me in this film was the soundtrack, which is the single most irritating, annoying, god-awful, repetitive, nails on a chalkboard, farting cacophony I have ever had my misfortune to sit through. This film wants you to know it's a funny comedy. It's a kids' film. Funny comedy. And after the opening titles alone, it had me wishing for death's sweet release. The second major issue with this film is the script. From a plot perspective, this film is just a generic and boring retread of the same ground that films like Home Alone did in the 90s and that Ferris Bueller did in the 80s. It's tried and it's very dull. But what really kills this script for me is the dialogue, which is just absolutely awful. No child would speak the way this script is written. No adult would behave in any way like how this script portrays. The dialogue is written for actors about 5 years older than the main cast, and this leads me to a major issue where I can't tell whether the performances are bad because of the dialogue or whether the dialogue is just exacerbating a terrible performance from the cast. There isn't one genuinely likeable character in this film. Not one. All of them come across as quipping idiots or obnoxious beyond any natural tolerance. Judge Reinhold as the dad is the closest we come to a likeable character, and even he doesn't exactly endear himself to the audience, as the film needs to play him out as a little bit selfish in order to make the kid's reasons to mess with his trip justified. Notably bad characters in this include our main cast member Jason, who's a border psychopath and clearly has abandonment issues. This kid shows clear signs of needing to be in care, genuinely. Marty, who's my least favourite character in this entire film, whose very presence in any scene was so hyperactive and irritating, it made me reach for the vodka, literally. And Lacey, a punk rocker in her early 20s who's the lead singer of her own band and is apparently well past it, who gurns and chews her way through each scene she's in with the destructive force of a wrecking ball. This film also falls into every single bad comedy trope you could possibly present an audience with. From unfunny, oh look he hit his head slapstick moments, right the way through to absolutely dire, mum thinks she's a brilliant chef but she can't cook to save her life shtick. Not only that, but the script isn't even consistent with characters, completely U-turning at random on how they're established. The two moments that spring to my mind are Selena, the 13-year-old girl who flicks wildly in the first half between generic angry sister and PG-13 whore, and then in the second half becomes a mature, good-natured voice of reason. And again, Marty, who for 80% of the film is an insufferable Quagmire-esque chattering idiot, and for 15% of the film randomly turns into a calm and measured responsible adult and parental figure. There's even some traits that literally only appear for one scene, like Jason becoming a tech expert. It happens for this one scene, and then it's never raised or mentioned ever again. They even handle the messages of this film badly. There's a subplot about Selena dating a boy online who she's never met in real life, and she's doing this against the wishes of her parents. Now, apart from the fact that they do that awful thing that all bad mid to late 90s films did in making the internet look like this sort of parallel universe, they had the opportunity to really show kids the danger of talking to strangers online here. You never see Selena's mystery man until the very end of the film, and what would have been a good lesson to show would have been for a date to not be who he said he was. Obviously not putting her in any major danger, but sending the message to kids that if you don't know who someone is or you haven't met them before in real life, be very careful who you're talking to because they may be lying. Nope, this film forgets about that plot line around a third of the way in, and then hastily writes an unfunny comedy resolution that makes absolutely no sense whatsoever. They also advocate getting a ride with strangers, but only if you really need to, which left my jaw firmly on the floor. The resolution regarding the divorce, the main plot line, resolves in an awful way as well, with Jason's mum effectively conceding to her husband without any kind of stipulation, when she genuinely made quite a reasonable case for staying where they were at the beginning of the film. It effectively teaches the audience that if you want something to happen, hold your breath long enough and stamp your feet, and eventually people will give you what you want. This film has one funny joke. One. Here it is.
I don't have a barf bag.
Here, take mine.
Thanks.
Here, take mine.
I've just saved you an hour and a half's time watching this film. No need to thank me. And here's the worst joke of the film.
4 seasons, huh? Get out! You got it.
I suddenly have the strangest urge to say punk rules.
Which actually hurt my soul. I know I've been picking on this script and the plot for the majority of this review, but this is the bread and butter of this film. If you don't have good dialogue or in any way a decent script, you're setting yourself up for an immediate fall out of the gate. This is supposed to be a light-hearted kids film, but it goes way too often into uncomfortable and even downright creepy territory. There's a scene where Jason questions how much intimacy his parents are having. That's his words, not mine. There's this whole online boyfriend thing which is hanging over this film like a storm cloud, and it's equally as creepy as it seems. There's a scene where Jason sends his father and Marty to a party where they're mistaken for strippers, which is entirely inappropriate for a kids' film. The Yakuza make an appearance briefly in this film. The Yakuza! The biggest chip on my shoulder about this film is that about halfway through, Selena just flat out says to Jason, "You know, all this stuff you're doing isn't going to stop them getting divorced. They'll get divorced if they want to. Because if it happens, and nothing will change that." There's a pause, and then she keeps on helping him ruin his dad's day. Why? She made it perfectly clear she knows how this will work, so what? She's just doing this to screw with her dad? That's awful. I'll get this out of the way out of obligation. The direction is as passable as I can describe it without being praiseworthy. They put the actors the right way round, and I think they may have let them have some say on how they're framed because they choose to sit and move in interesting ways that no human ever would. As for the cinematography, well, the lens cap's off. It's pointing in the right direction most of the time. That's all I really have to say. No thought, no variety, bland, uninspired. The editing is very generic as well. Minimal cuts. It looks like they've done that wacky thing of cranking the saturation right up just to make it look light-hearted and fun. It doesn't work. Let's Ruin Dad's Day was released by Prism Leisure in the UK in either 2001 or 2002, depending on which sources you trust. The film is a clean transfer with little to no issues and sadly looks great. I should point out that my copy of the film has begun to fall to that silent killer disc rot, and as a result the last 5 minutes of my DVD wouldn't play, so I had to pick up the ending via a YouTube uploaded copy. But I am debating whether it is disc rot that caused my player to stutter, or whether by the end of the film my player had just suffered enough. This film has no point, no purpose, no reason to be. I feel like a poorer man having watched this. My soul is that little bit colder now. If you were a kid when this film came out and you enjoyed it, and you continue to enjoy it to this day, I'd love to hear from you. Because I think there may be some government agents out there that want to develop a new coping technique for spies under interrogation. The only benefit I can take from this film is knowing that when I wake up at 7 AM on a god-awful rainy Wednesday and I have to go to my job and sit there in bed thinking to myself, is there any reason to actually keep going on? Should I just lie here all day until I can work up the volition to step out of my house long enough to find a bus to end my suffering? I'll know that this wave of sorrow will pass very quickly, because I'll realise, well, I'll never have to watch Let's Ruin Dad's Day again. You know what? The world's probably a little bit of a brighter place as a result of that. Cyborg Cop is a 1993 science fiction action film directed by Sam Furstenberg and written by Gary Latta. You may remember Furstenberg as the director of some of Cannon Films' most memorable pictures, including The American Ninja 1 and 2 and Breaking 2 Electric Boogaloo. Equally, Gary Latta's career as a writer could be described as somewhat infamous, with titles such as American Ninja 5 and an uncredited contribution to the film Cold Harvest. Latta's had a bit of a dual career as an actor and writer, and somewhat surprisingly I found he actually had an extras role as a security guard in the 1988 stinker Alien from LA, a film so clunky it's probably best remembered as a stone-cold classic episode of MST3K. With a combination of a moderately successful B-movie director and a writer who at the time was literally just starting to carve a name for himself into the film industry, what could possibly go wrong? Cyborg Cop stars David Bradley, no, not that one, as Jack Ryan, a gung-ho, no-nonsense cop who shoots first and thinks later, who's paired up with his brother Philip, played by Todd Jensen. When the pair go above their orders in order to defuse an armed siege, they're forced into exile until things cool down. Philip decides, however, just before hanging up his guns to go on one last bounty hunter mission with a reasonable payoff. While on the mission, however, he's abducted by a scientific organisation led by a strange man called Kessel, who I was absolutely stunned to find out was none other than John Rhys Davies, who you may best know as Gimli the Dwarf from Peter Jackson's version of Lord of the Rings. Once captured, they aim to turn Philip into an android assassin to rent to clients who wish to target high-profile cases, such as kings, prime ministers, and other heavily defended dignitaries. Jack begins to worry when his brother doesn't return, and after some snooping he finds out he's been captured, and sets off to get his brother back. Helped by a plucky journalist, Kathy, played by Alana Shaw. While initially hesitant, the pair slowly warm to each other as a race against time ensues to stop an assassination attempt on the king of the island. From the top, this film is effectively, what if Cannon Films wanted to make The Terminator with just a dash of RoboCop, but with almost none of the budget and none of the symbolism? And if all you're looking for is a goofy 90-minute action film with all the cool explosions and violence of The Terminator, but none of the grim undertones that came with it, then this is very much the film for you. It's a very lightweight production, but that fluff factor in many respects works in its favour. It's so light and punchy that it's genuinely an enjoyable film to sit through, if you're in the right mindset. The direction and cinematography are both pretty okay for this film. In all honesty, it's a little on the basic side, but it puts what it's trying to do across very well. They use a moderate range of shot setups to help keep a good sense of variety, and there's enough of a strong sense of direction with the cast that it helps keep the film chugging along at a good enough pace. For me, there could have been a bit more experimentation with the cinematography, but it's better than expected. With this being a sci-fi action film, it could have been a little bit more experimental in how it chose to frame shots, which is disappointing. It would have also been nice to see them utilise their set locations a little bit more as well, as they had done in a similar way in American Ninja 2. I think it could have been quite a beautiful film, but in this case the location seems to have been somewhat neglected. It's terribly underplayed, which is a real shame. But it is what it is, and what it is reasonably competent. No masterpiece, but it gets the job done. The script isn't the strongest in the world. The dialogue's just not quite right. It's all a little too scripted in how it's written. None of the characters have feelings that are believable, or delivered believably in the dialogue that's written for them. Rhys Davies comes the closest to making his lines work, but even he stumbles at times. It's clunky. Really clunky. And while the plot is so over the top that realistically natural dialogue is the least of its problems, it really fails to craft a smooth or believable tone, which really left me feeling just a bit too awkward. Equally letting the film down, I would say, is the set design, which all looks terribly flimsy and minimalist. The laboratory scenes, which do have a sense of scale, are tremendously let down by the lack of set dressings. The same could be said about any of the motel or bedroom scenes, which also feel way too stock generated. It's all quite bland. The practical effects here are also quite a mixed bag. The death scenes are way too clean, with almost no on-screen blood or effects utilised. People literally just slump over for the most part. The androids all look a little bit on the plastic side as well, though I will say that the casting of the main android was a good choice. It looks fairly sturdy and it's consistently menacing throughout. Other effects in this film are a little bit weak, though the explosions are a very nice touch and really look quite grand. Also, the stunts in this film are pretty good as well. There are a couple of scenes of people fully on fire, which I imagine would have looked great on VHS. On DVD, however, it's a great example of a clean image ruining an effect, as you can clearly see the stuntman wearing a fireproof mask whilst he's alight. This only causes bigger problems when you get into the dubbing of this film, which is absolutely ridiculous. I mean, the dialogue for the most part is absolutely fine, but all the guns in this film have been dubbed over with the sound of cannon or shotgun fire, which makes the pistols sound absolutely ridiculous. And in the aforementioned full fire sequence, they utilise one of the most common stock scream sound effects used in film and television, which left me belly laughing for a good 5 minutes straight. The acting in this is not the best. It's all very melodramatic and relies heavily on emoting without anything really emotional happening. David Bradley and Alana Shaw are perfectly fine as the film's protagonists, as long as you accept that this film is just a goofy low-budget action film. I can't see you disagreeing with their performances. Rhys Davies, however, surprised me at just how absolutely bizarre his performance is throughout the film. I can't quite place his accent in this. He's either doing a Yorkshireman, a Liverpudlian, or a Scottish accent at one time or another throughout this. And he's absolutely camping it up as he goes along. Not a great villain and not a great performance, but it's mesmerisingly watchable, just to see what he's going to get up to next. The supporting cast in this are also, for the most part, good, if not a bit overdramatic. There's no one awful here, which is quite a pleasant surprise really, considering the calibre of this production. I should also point out that the soundtrack here is just a bit flat. It's all filler. I couldn't honestly even hum one memorable track at this point. It's forgettable and quite generic. I was certain that Cyborg Cop was a canon film until I actually looked into it and found to my surprise that it was originally released by New Image Pictures, who even more shockingly went on to create the Expendables franchise. Most recently they've made some waves with The Hitman's Bodyguard as well. It was originally released in 1993 and has been distributed multiple times by Hollywood DVD, but its standalone release on DVD was in 2002. It was then re-released in 2003 as a double disc feature with its sequel, Cyborg Cop 2. It's a no-frills release, literally just the film and scene selection options, but to be honest, other than sticking a trailer on the disc, I would struggle to think of anything else they could really put on there. Cyborg Cop is by no means an essential watch. It has significant flaws and it doesn't really truly excel in anything it's trying to do. But it's a goofy action film and a more than decent B-movie to an A picture. It's not to be taken seriously and it is not an original film, but it does have enough ideas of its own to keep it going. It's a laugh, and I think if you have a group of friends over who are in the right mindset, this could easily break the ice as part of a double or triple feature. I'm a firm believer that a film can be enjoyable and fun without necessarily having to be artistic or of artistic merit. For me, a good film is one that entertains. It just simply has to be a good way to pass the time. Today's film's one of them, and while the title is horrifically misleading, the tone of the film is perfectly in line with it. 1979's Crazy Guy with Super Kung Fu is the only film written and produced by Lung Wang, who was mainly an actor and only really had one other writing credit to his name, Deadly Strike, also known as Wanted: Bruce Lee Dead or Alive. This film was his second and final film to be written, and it's a very bizarre experience to sit through. The film revolves around three bean curd makers who, after messing around one day while on the job, all find themselves fired at the hand of their stern boss. While looking for work, a gang of criminals arrive in the village and begin to cause trouble, forcing our trio into a vigilante-esque team. At first they're a bit rubbish, but after getting some aid from a group of street beggars, they slowly but surely pick up the pace and attempt to take out the gang and return the village to its peaceful existence once and for all. This film is only just saved from being an outright lie. There is a crazy guy in this film, and he does have some super kung fu, even though we don't see him perform any of it. This film is an almost outright lie because the crazy guy himself doesn't turn up until 45 minutes into the 75-minute film, and they themselves don't demonstrate any of the super kung fu until the 60-minute mark. If you couldn't have guessed by the title, this film is a comedy martial arts film. Honestly, I can't say I've seen anything quite like it. All the actors mug, gurn and pout their way through this film, and one of the nicest twists I discovered while watching was that one of the trio is actually dubbed by none other than Fatty the Kung Fu Yorkshireman from the Descendants of Wing Chun. I say this film is a comedy. The narrative is fairly inconsistent. There's an awful lot of padding, you see, and this pretty much causes the film to be a bit lumpy in terms of how fluid it is. Realistically, if you just focused on the main plot, you could probably half the runtime of this film. But the little side scenes and extra little moments in this film are ridiculous and make the film what it is. In fact, one of the biggest out of left field moments for me was when the film suddenly sharply changed pace and turned briefly into a romance film about two previously unseen characters trying to win the hand of a young woman. Admittedly, it very vaguely ties back into the main film, but that's 10 to 15 minutes of an already short 75-minute film blown completely away. Also, quite a few of the bigger comedy moments arise from overt homosexual overtones in the characters. And while it is quite stereotypical by modern standards, I have to concede to loving a good camp character, and this film has them in spades. They're not exactly revolutionary characters, but they're fun and interesting to be around. Other than a very brief disguise scene, most of the rest of the humour is slapstick, which is alright. It's worked into the choreography of the fight scenes well for the most part, but on the whole it's quite unbelievable in execution, from a filming perspective at least. They're very well orchestrated in terms of actual choreography. If the direction was aimed for campy and over the top and melodramatic, it succeeds in this. And while the cinematography leaves a lot to be desired, it's at least competent enough to be watchable. The only thing that really lets this film down is the editing, which seems to be a little bit all over the place, with some scenes cut in well before like they feel they should do. The soundtrack is literally so memorable I actually forgot to make any notes on it. For all I know, it might not even have had a soundtrack. And one of the most disappointing elements of this film, sadly, is the print's presentation itself. The print I had to work with was absolutely atrocious, easily one of the worst print qualities I've worked with, and I've worked with 6th generation VHS tape. This film has scratches, dust, dirt, tram lines, bleaching, oxidisation, blatant points where the film has either broken or been heavily damaged. It's frankly atrocious. And to make matters worse, as is the case with most of the Vengeance video releases I've dealt with in the past, this film has been cropped. It took me a while to notice with this one, but it becomes obvious in some scenes where half the characters are cut off. A real shame, because I really enjoyed the production for the most part. Much like Descendents of Wing Chun, this film also seems to just abruptly end. We don't get to see any big payoff for the final fight, and it just sort of ends with the fight being over. Which upset me a bit, because even though this film is cheap, heavily padded and quite bland on the eye, its characters feel quite interesting and well-rounded, and to not get any closure on their arc was a bit disappointing. That's the thing with this film, everything about it screams that it's unwatchable, and yet I found myself warming to it, a bit like The Underdog. It's not art, but it's entertaining enough to keep me on board. Crazy Guy with Super Kung Fu was released by Vengeance Video on DVD in 2004. Having browsed around, I know for a fact that there is a better, but not much better, quality print released. It's currently on YouTube, and if anyone knows where to find this better release, please do let me know. The Vengeance Video release is now long out of print, and it's a real shame they cut corners on this effort, because I think with a bit of TLC, this could almost be a cult classic. This film is so close to being a respectable B-movie companion to another film I've spoken about, The Dragon Lives Again. It's silly, all over the place and bordering coherent, but it's charming and warm and puts you in a particular mindset to watch more stupid, silly things. If this was a genuine first attempt at a feature film, then I have to say personally, well done. It's by no means perfect, but it really feels like a good attempt. It's rare that I don't end up clock gazing at least once during a feature film. This one managed to hold my attention almost all the way throughout. Other than the slightly dated humour and some of the padding just about overstaying its welcome, I'd say definitely look out for this one. It's a real hidden gem. Now, I'm a man who enjoys a good controversial film or two. In the past, I've seen many films that would probably turn most people a sickly shade of green, and dipping into 1987's Nekromantik, I was already a bit wary of what I was getting into. It's really a case that this film's reputation precedes it. It's a bit too late to the party to be classed as a true video nasty, but had it been put out a couple of years earlier, it almost certainly would have been. Nekromantik opened in Berlin, and was almost immediately banned in Iceland, Norway, Singapore, the UK, Canada, Australia, and New Zealand, to name a few off a list longer than I would care to read. In short, the censorship boards did not much care for this film. In fact, it was only in 2014 that the UK finally relented and granted the film an 18 certificate uncut. Previously, they wouldn't have even humoured the idea. So what's so shocking about Nekromantik? Well, it follows Rob, a new employee to an accident clean-up company that may or may not be dubious in nature and almost certainly cuts corners. None of them wear any gloves for a start. Rob on occasion will sneak body parts from the scenes of these accidents home, mainly for what appears to be display, though it's revealed quite early on that him and his girlfriend Betty do a lot more than just display these parts. Yes, this is a film about necrophilia, as if the title didn't spoil that in advance. After some time he works up the courage to steal a full-size cadaver, and when he returns home with it, Betty's delighted, and they all quickly develop a relationship with the corpse. A sexual relationship with a necrotic cadaver. After a while, tension begins to grow between Rob and his fellow workmates, and he's eventually let go from the company. As a result, his relationship suffers with Betty, and she leaves him, taking the corpse with her. And what follows afterwards can only best be described as a bit of a descent into madness. The film was directed and co-written by Jörg Buttgereit, who has a more than reasonable career producing works both for the stage and screen. This being one of his earlier works and his first feature-length production, it's a little rough around the edges, but in a rare turn of events, this dramatically works in the film's favour. You see, Nekromantik is, well, kinda disgusting. This film revels in its own filth, and it's beautiful because of that. It's shot entirely on Super 8 with low-level lighting and largely uses close-ups and dingy location work to make this film feel as claustrophobic, clammy, and unpleasant as possible. There are several sex scenes in the film, most of which involve corpses, and these scenes have a strange filter on them which causes the image to distort and the frame rate to vary wildly, which only adds to the feeling of unease and discomfort. In short, it set out to challenge the censors, and it does its job very well in creating an unpleasant environment, and it really does borrow heavily from the documentary-esque aesthetic that's been pioneered in films like Tobe Hooper's Texas Chainsaw Massacre. In fact, this was one of my first thoughts whilst I was watching this film. I was immediately drawn to how homemade this production felt. To me, it's 3 parts Tobe Hooper's Massacre to 2 parts early John Waters' film. I should say that this film is also very self-aware in places. While not really a comedy, I think anybody watching this who's seen Pink Flamingos would understand me when I say that this film has very distinct elements questioning taste and obscenity, with creative and sometimes very funny results. The acting is superb, and they really play the subtle off nature of the characters very well. Both Rob and Betty behave no different than a normal person would, but their compulsions manifest themselves in the exact same way someone's kink might. They don't overham it, and they don't overplay it. To them, the scenario they're in is perfectly acceptable. The 2 scenes that stuck out to me in that regard is the moment when Betty is totally nonchalantly bathing in a bath full of blood, and the main corpse threesome scene, which is played up with a romantic aspect to it, that most definitely knocked me quite bilious. The cinematography and direction are nasty, grimy, and perfectly suited to the subject of the script, which is both disturbing and slightly sympathetic to its characters. Tonally, it's grounded. What about the soundtrack? Well, if you like harsh and tinny, cheap, nasty synthesized ambience tracks, machine noise, and grand piano ballads, this is the soundtrack for you. Again, it sounds like I'm bashing it, but I genuinely enjoy this film's soundtrack. Its harshness is abrasive, but totally memorable, and tonally perfect for a film like this. There's a reason this soundtrack's been released on its own multiple times over the years. It's not necessarily driving music, but it has a feeling completely of its own. My thoughts on the subtext and messages of this film? Well, from the symbolism present throughout the film, I believe that it's a comment on the disconnect in society between love, sex, and the physical body. Throughout the production, we see corpses fetishized in a similar way that someone with a fetish for a particular object may lust or fawn over it. It's used to serve a sexual purpose, and it's displayed by Rob and Betty almost as if it was a trophy. A clear sign of what they're into, ready to be used whenever the couple feel the need to have some sexual gratification. As it develops, we see Betty slowly become more attached to the object and less attached to her partner, eventually leaving him for it as a result of Rob losing his job. Betty was in love with Rob, but her sexual needs were being met by the corpse. When Rob stopped providing for them as a couple, he suffered emasculation by the way he was fired. Betty transitions her affection from Rob to the corpse. Buttgereit plays with these 3 elements throughout the film, and some really interesting results on how love can transition to sex and vice versa appear. and equally how love of a physical being or object can be amplified or reduced depending on the sexual element. In short, this film is pretty deep for one that only runs for about 71 minutes in length and features gratuitous scenes of necrophilia and violence. Now, I should also warn you at this point that there are some animal deaths in this film, the main one being an actual killing and skinning of a rabbit. While it was carried out professionally by a rabbit breeder and was being killed for a meal, that doesn't change the fact that it is genuinely uncomfortable to sit through. Though I would also say that in many respects it is more justified being shown in a film like this than it is being shown for gratuity's sake in some sleazy grindhouse flick. Throughout this film I was left wondering at several points whether it was genuinely shocking or whether I'd just become desensitised to this kind of film. Because while I thought it was an uncomfortable watch, I almost certainly don't think it should have been banned in countries in 2017. I still feel like I've seen far worse and more scarring stuff out there. Let's Ruin Dad's Day would be a good example of that. This is an art film. Its messages and tones are very strong. Its casting is solid. Its editing is absolutely precise. This is not an aimless, schlocky horror film, and yet certain corners of the film's censorship boards would have you believe it was. It may be cheap-looking, but it certainly isn't needlessly graphic. Its lack of polish is a stylistic choice, and to Bookerite's credit, he couldn't have pulled it off much better. The only part of the film I haven't spoke about is the finale, but I most definitely don't want to spoil that for you. It's certainly an experience you won't forget. Needless to say, I can only recommend this film. If you're of a nervous disposition, you're a film student just starting out, or you're at all squeamish, then I doubly recommend you check this film out. It's a ridiculous experience, but I very much doubt you'll ever forget it. It has shock and strangeness in spades, and its muggy and unpleasant atmosphere absolutely envelops its audience. A beautifully absurd film that exists in its own world and on its own terms, and I absolutely respect that. Cyborg 3, written but never pronounced Cyborg Cubed, is a 1994 action sci-fi thriller directed by Michael Schroeder and written by Barry Victor, Troy Bolotnick and Straw Weissman, a trio of writers whose combined writing history consists of such gems as Red Scorpion 2, The Fox Affair, Bikini Model Academy, and in the case of Weissman specifically, the video nasty Fight for Your Life. Schroeder too struggles to escape the B-movie genre with a directorship that oversaw Cyborg 2 and Out of the Dark. Based on the 1989 canon film Cyborg, I am assured that Cyborg 3 bears almost no resemblance to the original and is almost certainly not produced by canon as far as I can research. The film is set in the far, far future, though exact dates are hard to pull out of this film. It takes place at least after the year 2200 AD in a post-apocalyptic dust bowl in which it's established that humans and cyborgs once worked together in harmony and peace, before a massive breakdown in the relationship, which resulted in humans hunting cyborgs for scrap and profit in slavery. This film opens in the desert with one of the longest tracking shots in history, as we follow a cyborg on the run from a notorious recycler, Anton, and his Big McLarge huge substitute, Jocko. After capturing the cyborg, they hand him over to the gang boss, Lord Talon, played by Malcolm McDowell, and my god do they milk his on-screen appearance. He's on the DVD box art and most of the promotional material advertising this film. He's in it for less than 5 minutes. I think he was either only scripted to appear in those scenes, or he was only booked for a day. Either way, it should be a crime to sell a film starring Malcolm McDowell in the way they have.
Oh, come, Lord Talon, it's good stuff. Don't force me to go elsewhere.
But Mr. Llewellyn, as you can see, it's got no eyes. And to quote an old parable, take it or leave it. Perhaps you were right. Perhaps I'm paying you too much, you ignoble recycler. At first, I really missed my own hand. But you know, in time, I found that this new one had certain advantages. A manicure only took half as long. And at 13 pounds of pressure, I found that it made a very acceptable manacle. Well, don't you think? At 20 pounds, it'll make you scratch your testicles till you bleed. At 30 pounds, well, stops the circulation. At approximately 50 pounds, I'm advised it will crush the bones, and at 60, you will leave your hand with me.
And I see it also conducts electricity too, eh?
Anyway, he offers to buy the cyborg off Anton, threatens Anton, and then gets killed. By Anton. And that's it. He's never mentioned or seen again for the rest of the film. After killing Talon, Anton goes to a post-apocalyptic strip bar/brothel, where he mutilates a stripper or prostitute cyborg, before we're introduced to our main protagonist for this film, Cash. Cash, who was supposed to originally have been played by Angelina Jolie, let that sink in, is a cyborg who discovers that she's in fact a secret prototype that's capable of naturally reproducing. And she's pregnant. Disgusted and horrified at the idea after being informed by a doctor, she ends up heading out to the desert to meet Evans, a master programmer turned hermit who Cash is assured can help her out. Upon leaving the clinic, however, she bumps into Anton and Jocko, and thus begins a cat and mouse chase across the wasteland that eventually leads to a full-blown armed battle to the finish between Anton and an army of recyclers, and Cash, Evans, and a community of damaged or broken cyborgs who inhabit the hidden town called Psy-Town. This film runs at about 1,000,000 miles a minute, and in taking notes for this production I had to stop and start the film repeatedly just to keep up with what was happening. Its script is just a joke. It's written in the style of the tongue-in-cheek sci-fi action films that were quite prominent at the time, such as Demolition Man or Total Recall. Films that you wouldn't outright say were a comedy, but definitely had an element of comedy offsetting the heavier subjects at hand. What causes problems for me personally is the film's insistence on making the subject of abortion its central topic throughout its roughly hour-and-a-half runtime. This film is distinctly pro-life. It treats the idea of abortion as abhorrent, and the dialogue frequently reflects that this is a miracle or the start of a golden age, even at the whiny and slightly OTT protests of Cash on the situation. Whenever it's brought up, the film grinds to a sluggish and greater-than-thou halt, as they lecture the audience on what they think the right answer is. Luckily, however, whilst this is the central theme, it's not the only thing that this film offers in terms of scripting, as the dialogue being read by this specific cast makes the film worth seeking out in its own right. In particular, Evans and Decaf, played by Zach Galligan and William Catt respectively, bring a whole flavour and style to this film of their own. They're brilliant and awful at the same time. Cash herself, played by Christine Hodge, is ultimately a bit flat and one-note as a character, but this cheap-looking, threadbare and dire universe inhabited by these incredibly hokey and strange characters absolutely sells this film, in spite of the awkward shoehorning of themes throughout. What did surprise me with a film like this is just how interesting the cinematography can be in places. There's a real attempt to experiment in parts of this production, and it really adds to the style and substance of this film. Even something as simple as a Dutch angle, which has been lacking in many of the films I've covered so far, was very warmly received, as it was used appropriately with Anton in a couple of scenes to help imply he's a bit unhinged. Having a cinematographer who was able to really plan for a film of this genre type has honestly really saved it from being the pits. It also helps that the editor on this film was at least somewhat competent. While it races along to cram as much of the narrative in as it possibly can, it has a nice breezy pace in terms of cuts, and apart from one scene where a strobe light is used, the cutting is very rarely seizure-inducing. These two elements work together really well to create something that, while hardly award-winning, is certainly stable and definitely pleasant to watch. The direction, by contrast, was actually a bit on the bland side. It never really feels like they're getting the best they possibly can out of the cast. In particular, there were a couple of scenes with Evans that genuinely wouldn't have felt out of place in a film like The Room. It's not all bad, however. Anton, played by Richard Lynch, is very good throughout, even if he does slip in and out of his British accent every now and then. And he has a real presence, as does Decaf. But for everyone else, well, even McDowell comes across as if he's phoning it in. It's drab. Not awful, just drab. As for the effects, well, if you're a fan of early 90s CGI, you, my friend, are in flavour country. I can't really pick on it because CGI from that time looked ropey across the board unless you were a multi-million dollar film studio. But here it only adds to the joys to be seen. Keep a special eye out for the CGI Space Baby sequence, a personal favourite of mine. From a practical standpoint, however, we end up in the same place as we did with another not quite canon film I reviewed recently, Cyborg Cop. You see, Cyborg 3's practical effects aren't terrible, as long as they're not practical effects performed on humans. If they are, they look usually incredibly fake, and the transfer up to DVD has only gone on to further highlight exactly which effects looked terrible even at the time. The explosions and fight scenes, however, are actually surprisingly good. They have a real sense of scale behind them, and there are even a few stuntmen fully on fire in this film, which is pretty impressive. The soundtrack as well is also a bit of a mixed bag. It's a typical pounding synth soundtrack, and at times it's quite generic. But there were at least half a dozen tracks in this film that were just a little beyond the white noise standard I'd gotten used to. It was almost certainly suited to the rest of the tone of the film. The only other critique I can level at this is that once again the film just stops. Our main character says a line of dialogue, not even a particularly memorable line of dialogue, after a major fight scene finishes, and that's it. The film cuts to a bit of CGI and then it just goes to credits. Again, it didn't ruin the film or anything, but it did leave me feeling just a little bit cold that we didn't give these characters we've spent 90 minutes getting to know any sense of closure. It makes me think the scriptwriters just got bored, or that the budget literally couldn't stretch to one more final scene, which was quite disappointing. Cyborg 3 was released as a solo DVD in 2001 by Prism Leisure. It was later repackaged and released as part of a 4-film quadruple set, also by Prism Leisure, in 2003. The print quality is a little bit washed out and dusty in places, but otherwise is fine and really quite sharp. I think this is arguably the best quality you'll see this film in for quite a while. The film is also very much out of print, though is still more than available on most shopping sites for next to nothing. This film is stupid. It has a script which had an interesting idea and soured it with clunky dialogue and a pro-life subtext that hung around in the air like a bad smell. But you know what? I enjoyed it, and I'm unapologetic about that. This film had its faults, but it's more than amusing enough as a 90-minute or so feature. With a good starting idea, over-the-top acting and some decent camera work, this film is a good bad movie in every sense of the word. I say definitely look out for this one. Well, the nights are drawing in and Christmas is rapidly approaching, so I thought I'd jump on the seasonal bandwagon and talk about those films that no one in their right mind would ever even consider watching at any other time of year. Today's film, 1996's Dot and Spot's Christmas Adventure, also known as Dot and Spot's Magical Christmas Adventure, is one of the many hundreds upon hundreds of films that were released at Christmas in the 80s and 90s with an aim to establish themselves as the next Grinch Who Stole Christmas or Frosty the Snowman for a generation. They would try to do this by banking on the long-term nostalgia of this seasonal story to keep kids coming back for more year after year. This is an incredibly short film, clocking in at a rather meagre 22 minutes or so, and I assume it's targeted to very young children, as the plot's incredibly basic and very flat. The film follows Ryan, a little boy who's recently been forced to move out of the city as his dad's got a new job as a forest ranger. As a result, the entire family have relocated to a cabin in the woods with their rescue dogs, Dot and Spot, who are voiced by the absolute royalty that is Debbie Derryberry, who's probably best known for her role as Jimmy Neutron, or her even longer stint as Coco Bandicoot in the Crash Bandicoot games, along with an absolute mountain of additional roles in film and television, and Cam Clarke, probably best known as Leonardo in the original Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, amongst many, many other roles. Anyway, it's the night before Christmas and the family are settling in when Spot and Dot see Santa in his sleigh appearing to be having some difficulty. They manage to wake up Ryan and his sister, who at first are sceptical of what they've just seen, but decide that it's in their best interest to go and help out if possible. Thus begins a big journey through the snowy mountains to find Santa, help fix his sleigh, and save Christmas before it's too late. Oh, and because it's Christmas Eve, the dogs can talk to the kids. This is a talking dog movie. Kids love talking dog movies. Also, did I mention that this film is a semi-musical? Because it has at least 2 musical numbers in it as well. Which at first I thought would bother me, but as the short ran on I realised there was less than 3 musical numbers in the whole film. Which is a bit half-hearted, admittedly, but the songs were fairly meh anyway, so small mercies, I think? This short has genuinely been a difficult critique for me. I'd never seen this film until this year when I watched it for this review, and I imagine that quite a lot of the reason to like it stems from that warm, fuzzy feeling you'd get remembering watching this as a kid, and remembering all the fun times you had at Christmas. As I don't have that level of attachment, all I can say is, it's not bad. At least, not by a long shot. But it's no masterpiece. The animation was done by Epoch Inc., who, to anyone who was a kid in the 90s, is most likely known for their work on the Forgotten Till I Just Remembered It series, Mummies Alive. But it's probably best known for producing all of the concept art and eventually even storyboards and cutscenes for the early Crash Bandicoot games on PS1 and 2. They even had quite a bit of an involvement in the character designs for Insomniac Games' original Spyro the Dragon game. So you'd think they'd have a lot of experience in animation, considering this came out right slap bang in the middle of what would be considered their high point. And yet, it just isn't all that impressive. It's not terrible, we're not looking at Worker and Parasite here, but it's all just a bit flat. There's nothing that definitively makes this film stand out from any other film that was out around the same time. The dialogue doesn't match the animation's mouth movements either. I could forgive it if it wasn't spot on a couple of times, but it was actually more of a miracle when the dialogue did sync up. That being said, it's consistent at least to a standard, but still. I mentioned the plot earlier, and when I was researching who'd written this film, I ended up on the IMDb page of one Bryn Stevens, who I'd never heard of before this, but who basically had written large swathes of my childhood, with credits in several episodes of He-Man, the 80s Ninja Turtles cartoons, the 90s Spider-Man series, and Batman the Animated Series, to name a few. In short, if you were going to get someone to write a kids' film for you, this would have been the writer. And yet, it's all a bit basic. There's no threat in this film, no suspense, no hook. Ryan and his sister go up to the mountain with the dogs, meet Santa, spoiler alert, fix his sleigh, and then they get a ride back to their house. And that's it. The dialogue isn't even particularly witty, though there is a quite decent running gag about whenever Dot and Spot bark, the humans always assume it means they want to go outside. It's not a great gag, but it's used about the right amount of times for this kind of film. Again, being basic and steady is not a bad thing, but there's no flourish to this. It doesn't really have any kind of identity. And the fact that the advertising companies that made this film have really pushed Dot and Spot as the main characters of this production, when that isn't necessarily the case, just reeks as a cheap way to try and cash in on the fact that they're Dalmatians at a time when the live-action 101 Dalmatians film had literally just come out. I've mentioned the voice acting for Dot and Spot. They're pretty decent. Not award-winning, but decent. It's the rest of the cast that lets this film down. They're all pitched up slightly, and they're just insufferably grating. This is the one thing about this film that I genuinely disliked. They all just drone and screech through their lines, and I think with a bit of a better level of direction, the cast may have worked quite a bit better. Speaking of direction, this film was directed by David Schwartz, and it's his only production credit. What happened to him after this production? We may never know. Dot and Spot's Christmas Adventure was released on DVD in 2006 by Boulevard Entertainment. Boulevard Entertainment's catalogue is one of the single most disorganised lists I've ever seen. Just as a heads up, they're in no particular order or genre, and none of the lists that I've been able to find online are anywhere near what I would consider comprehensive. Their DVD release of this film is sparse to say the least. It has no extras, no DVD menu, not even a scene select. You put the disc in, it plays the main feature, it finishes, and drops you back to your system's menu. That's it. The packaging isn't even really all that well designed either. I don't usually pick up on these kind of things, but this has been slapped together so haphazardly it's a miracle the disc even plays at all. The print itself is okay. I think it might just be a VHS copy put onto a DVD, but I can't 100% confirm that. It's been out of print for a while, and other than an Italian trailer on YouTube, there really doesn't seem to be all that much out there about this film. I don't hate this, but I don't like it either. To me, this probably would have worked best trimmed down to 5-minute snippets played out on a kids' TV channel in between either ad breaks or other television shows. If this film was on in its entirety, I'd probably just skip by it without so much as batting an eye. It's so basic and short, so by the numbers that it just absolutely fails to stand out and define itself in any way. I think if they were aiming to sell this to very young kids, even they might get a bit bored with just how predictable it is. It's a schmaltzy slice of the 90s that certainly has an air of nostalgia about it, even if it isn't my nostalgia. I could understand why someone would like to watch this film every year. It does have its heart in the right place, but it's totally missable. If you've never seen this film, you aren't missing much. So, earlier this year, this film turned up at a local charity sale in my area, and based on the title alone, and frankly the bizarre and cheap-looking DVD box art it came with, I just had to pick this up. Though the title seems fairly straightforward, Santa Claus and the Three Bears is quite a misleading title, really. While it is true that Santa Claus appears in this, the Three Bears aren't the well-established Three Bears from the 19th century fairy tale. They're in fact two bear cubs and a mother bear. Whereas I was expecting tonal whiplash as two things that shouldn't really go together were smashed into one, this film's plot is arguably one of the more generic Christmas special stories that I've seen. It was produced in 1970, directed by Barry Mahan and co-directed and written by Tony Benedict. Mahan's filmography is literally 80% sexploitation films, which I thought was a right laugh when you consider just how kid-friendly this film is. Benedict, by contrast, only directed a few productions, the most notable being The Bugs and Daffy Show between 1996 and 1999. But as a writer, he had quite a large number of credits, mainly for Hanna-Barbera cartoons and other similar style animations, which left me feeling that this could be really promising. The special opens in live action with an old man promising to tell his grandkids a new Christmassy story before dissolving into the animated main feature. This is where we see the same old man when he was younger working as a park ranger. Christmas is coming and he's doing the final checks in order to make sure that everything's hunkered down for the winter, including making sure that a local family of bears is settled in for their hibernation period ahead. The cubs, however, are incredibly restless and sneak out while their mother's resting to go and hang out with the ranger. At which point the ranger tells the cubs all about Christmas and Santa and presents, and delighted at the idea, the cubs race home to try and get their cave into a Christmassy mood, going as far as getting a tree. And not much else. The cubs continue to bother the now slightly irritated mother, who just wants to sleep about Christmas, until she goes to see the ranger to get clarification on what exactly all this Christmas stuff is about. It's there that they both plan to hatch a scheme to trick the cubs into thinking that the ranger is Santa. If nothing else, to try and get them to go to sleep finally. But when a harsh snowstorm sets in, the ranger gets lost in the snow, and a race against time begins to find out whether the ranger will make it to the cubs in time for Christmas, or whether the cubs will never know the meaning of Christmas. Straight off the bat, it must be said that this film feels like it belongs alongside the same genre of Christmas specials as Frosty the Snowman and the Hanna-Barbera Christmas specials. They were quite popular in the 70s and 80s. This has a pure, unadulterated level of childlike Christmas wonder about it. I'm not going to say that it's up there with the animated Christmas greats, but it certainly tries to be, and I have to commend it for trying to go that extra mile, really. The script is your typical Christmas in Peril 3-act structure that's common in almost all Christmas specials. But the dialogue is appropriate for its audience, and while it isn't the most original script in the world, it's a stable piece. It sets out to be pure liquid Christmas, and that's what you get. 45 minutes of uninterrupted Christmas. The acting, much like the script, is also pretty stable. There's no real standout performances that I can think of, but everyone plays their part exactly how they should for this kind of thing, and they aren't at all irritating in doing it either. This film's also a musical, which, I mean, I was expecting there to be singing, maybe a song or two, but no, there's probably about 5 or 6 songs in this, and they're not awful. They're not particularly memorable, but other than 1 or 2 moments where the singers ham it up a little bit too much, they're perfectly acceptable again for this calibre of production. The animation for the most part is pretty fluid, and it's nice to see that they've given this film a bit of stylisation to help give it that little bit of extra definition. It still looks like a poor man's Hanna-Barbera cartoon, and although the actual animation has a fluidity about it, there is a certain odd stiffness about it at times. But it's not bad. Personally, if anything, I think they maybe could have pushed the boat out a little bit further still. How the Grinch Stole Christmas came out 4 years before this production, and that had some really quite gorgeous defining stylisation about it. This just feels like the original run of Yogi Bear in terms of quality, and that was nearly 9 years this film's senior. It looks old for the 1970s. It looks ancient for the 2010s. The direction of the live-action pieces are lovely to look at. To me, it couldn't be more Christmassy if it tried. It throws absolutely everything at those live-action bits to really get you into the Christmas spirit, and they do a lovely job. My only criticism of these sections are that I was left wondering if they were really necessary. They don't really work as a framing device for the animated sections, as we only see the live-action bits at the very, very beginning and the very, very end of this film. So I was left thinking they look nice, but they're a little bit pointless. Having looked online as well, I've discovered that this film even has multiple cuts. Some that change the opening title fonts, others that do away with the live-action sections entirely. So it seems I wasn't alone in thinking that they're not at all really necessary. The animation's direction, by contrast, was again just a little bit too basic for me. There's no real stretching for this film, even though I must say they do some really nice things with the composition in parts to really give the film a modern, for the 70s, arty feel. It's perfectly comfortable chugging along, and chugging along is what it does for 40-ish minutes. So I suppose all I can say about it is that it would have been nice to see them try a bit harder, to really get the most out of the cast and animation for this one. And it's a shame that they thought that basic would do. Santa Claus and the Three Bears was released by Delta Music in 2003. The DVD is presented with a basic menu that runs silently, and extras include a scene selection menu, and that's it. The print's frankly shocking. It's just a VHS copy, and it seems to be suffering from tracking issues. At one point it actually runs a few black frames, or damaged frames. The sound's frankly atrocious as well, with some audio being so muffled and damaged as to be almost unintelligible. And the sad thing is, while I don't think that this is the best copy in existence, I think that this is the best copy that the general public will probably ever see. And I think that's a bit of a shame. This film tries as hard as it can to put across that warm, fuzzy, nostalgic Christmas feeling. And in some respects, it knocks it out of the park. This reminds me of when I was a kid growing up in the 90s, because Cartoon Network and later Boomerang used to show stuff like this at random, periodically throughout the run-up to Christmas. While it tries its hardest to be Christmassy, in some regards, it left me feeling a bit cold. Cheap and charming, I didn't have a problem with this as much as I thought I would have. If you like the old Hanna-Barbera Christmas specials, this isn't quite in the same league, but I'm sure you'd warm to it all the same. I wasn't quite sure really what I was getting myself into when I decided to see this year out with the 1980 part psychological horror, part slasher, part feel-good film of the decade, Christmas Evil. I was convinced it was going to be just another generic by-the-numbers slasher movie. In short, I was expecting a totally unoriginal snorefest. I was wrong. Christmas Evil was written and directed by Lewis Jackson, who to this day has only written 2 films, and only directed 3. That was a real red flag for me. While not exactly a marker for how good or bad a film was going to be, some of my all-time favourite films have been directed or produced by a filmmaker with less than 3 films to their name. It doesn't exactly inspire confidence in a production when you find out a filmmaker hasn't written or directed anything nearly 40 years after his last production. Christmas Evil opens in the 1940s and follows Harry, a young boy who believes he met Santa one Christmas Eve. His brother's less than impressed by this, however, and claims he's a fake. Harry holds the faith, and while trying to find evidence that this Santa is the real deal, he accidentally catches Santa and his mother in a compromising situation. This has a long-term effect on Harry, and flashing forward to the 1980s, we find him delusional and very mentally unwell. He works at a local toy manufacturer's and constantly complains about the build quality, as well as spying on local children and writing down regularly whether they've been naughty or nice. He also keeps an eye on adults, making mental notes on their behaviour. His house is filled with Christmas decorations, and he even makes his own Santa suit, and goes as far as painting a sleigh on his truck. Despite his brother's best, if not slightly heavy-handed intentions, Harry slowly but surely gets enveloped in his own little world, and he begins to genuinely believe he's Santa, all leading up to a Christmas Eve where he decides to take it upon himself to exact his own version of Santa on his community, mixing the original folklore with his own personal vendettas. The thing that immediately got my attention in this production was the lighting. This film really doesn't mess around with making sure that the atmosphere is pinpoint precise throughout. Using very minimal lighting to their favour and mixing and matching coloured lights and shadows, They create a totally creepy and sometimes border voyeuristic atmosphere that in places is brilliantly unsettling. They also use natural lighting in certain parts of the film, and while I'm not sure if it's just the print I was working with or if it was just intended that way, I thought it looked a tiny bit overly bright, which created a disorienting feeling that only further added to the unease. The lighting is also helped infinitely by the cinematography, which in this production totally stands out in defining itself and giving it its own style. There's an emphasis on close-ups in certain places to really help give a sense of claustrophobia and discomfort, while long holds on wide shots give a tremendous sense of isolation and coldness, which contrasts with some of the nicer, warmer, Christmassy settings wonderfully as well. All of these are tied lovingly together by some quite nice direction, and it really must be stressed that this film's direction is really something special. A film can look nice, but getting the best out of those shots and the actors is crucial to tying it all together. And the performances, particularly from Harry, played by Brandon Maggott, are an absolute delight. This film took 10 years almost to produce, and you really get the feeling that the director believed in this production. If it was just the cinematography, lighting, and direction that made this film worth seeing, that would be a good enough reason to check it out in itself. But the script and dialogue for this film are fantastic as well. The characters are far from believable, but this film seems to embrace that element rather than make it awkwardly stand out. It's subtle things that make this film work. Like, for example, when Harry is practicing a belly laugh in the mirror like Santa. It's just not quite there. You can tell he's aiming for jolly as a character, but it's coming out with just a little bit of a demented twist to it that emphasises his underlying condition without turning him into Daffy Duck. The cinematography works to emphasise these elements too. Like, for example, there's a scene where Harry visits a church and accidentally kills someone through impulse. Yet just before the scene begins, we see a soldier with a musket popping out of his Santa sack, potentially indicating that there's some conflict about to occur. Later in the film, Harry's gazing in at a Christmas party and a wide-eyed doll is poking out of his sack, again emphasising his own curiosity and childish wonder at the joy being seen. It's one of the elements I love about this film. It's almost a genre lasagna. It works several layers of horror, light-hearted feel-good Christmas cheer, psychological horror, thriller elements and black comedy, all intertwined and flowing in and out of one another almost effortlessly. And it upsets me that something like this could just be written off as just a slasher, because it's a damn sight better than most slashers. It's a very well orchestrated piece, and it baffles me that it doesn't really receive as much praise as it probably should. I need to talk about the ending as well, because there seems to be a lot of controversy about exactly what happens. Okay, so at the end of the film, Harry's been revealed as the serial murderer. The film really comes into its element here because it's been playing with the idea of making Harry an anti-hero throughout a good portion of the third act. On the one hand, his vigilante vengeance on a handful of mean churchgoers and a guy who bullied him a bit at work are reprehensible. And equally, he does steal toys from his place of work and also steals presents off the kids he deems to be naughty. This film, though, sort of tries to justify his actions. He steals toys from his workplace to give to disabled children who are hospital-bound and possibly without families. He also steals the toys because his workplace is using unscrupulous means to try and seem charitable, when in fact they're doing the absolute bare minimum to try and come across as generous. He steals from the naughty children and redistributes them to what he deems the good children throughout the final act of the film as well. All of this is being justified in Harry's head, of course, so there isn't really much rhyme or reason to his logic. It seems to be whoever seems to be the nicest or the meanest around him at the time gets what they get. Either way, this element plays into the finale, where he's on the run from a literally raging, torch-bearing mob who want him dead. In a moment of panic while escaping in his van, he swerves to avoid the mob while on a bridge and crashes through the barrier. and then appears to fly off into the night sky, revealing that he was actually Santa all along. This ending's open to interpretation, however, with some people saying if you listen closely in the scene that immediately follows the crash off the bridge, you can hear the van explode as it hits the ground, and that the flying van is all in Harry's head. One final delusion before he dies. So depending on your outlook, the film either goes completely out of left field and makes Harry Santa, or the last 2 minutes of screen time is all in Harry's mind as he plummets to his death off a bridge. Personally, I think the realistic answer is probably the most likely, and that Harry sadly meets his maker. But you know what? I think it'd be nice to have the ending of the film be absolutely insane and very literal. The ending's so far out of left field that I think it would genuinely have that Christmas miracle charm about it, to have him revealed as Santa all along. It's a goofy end, and in this world's terms, I really don't know how that universe would continue on past that point. But if any film could pull that kind of ending off, it'd be this one. I thought I'd share a few final points here as well. The editing is really nice and tight, the cuts are concise, and they really use their cutaway footage well in aiding to push the atmosphere really to its limits. If this film had been badly edited, I might be here trashing the film, as it's so integral. So I really have to commend Linda Lees and Corky O'Hara for this one. They really knock it out of the park. The soundtrack's also wonderful, mixing more horror-driven, synth-heavy pieces with 50s and 60s Christmas classics. In particular, the fact that this has the Ronettes and some of the better Phil Spector Christmas hits dotted throughout is brilliant, as they're really well used. There's also some diegetic music present, with live bands and choirs performing throughout, which again are rather brilliant. There's only one word really to describe this film, and that's underrated. Anyone who says that this film's just another slasher film is tremendously mistaken. This is a very well written, well acted, well shot and wonderfully cut film that works on at least 3 or 4 different levels. Heartwarming, funny and deeply troubling all at the same time. I'd stop short of saying this is an absolutely essential view, but it's definitely a must-see. With Christmas imminently upon us and 2017 winding to a close, I'd just like to thank everyone who's subscribed, or even just tuned in. You're all tremendous, and I'd really like to wish you a very happy and safe holidays and a brilliant New Year's. We'll be back the first week of January, so till then, have a good one. For rapidly approaching a century, if not longer, the West has had an unbroken fascination with Eastern culture. And in a yin-yang type of fashion, the East have also been fascinated by the West. Their cultures have bounced off each other for decades, warping and twisting to suit different classes and sensibilities. Through the late 1950s and 60s, the Chinese and Japanese would both become absolutely infatuated with US culture, adopting their music, styles, food, and prudent Puritan values. Seriously, they covered so many genitals in those 2 decades. It's a problem still to this day. But for today's review, we need to start a little bit further back in time than the film we'll be talking about. From the early 1930s through to the 1960s, the US had slowly begun to embrace large production horror and science fiction. With the rise of the Universal monster movies setting the standard and paving the way for literally hundreds of new films, directors and writers would emerge over the following decade as a result of modern audiences wanting shock, suspense and thrills. In 1933, A.K.A. would distribute King Kong, a film that would blow audiences away with its scale and special effects. Universal eventually managed to secure the rights to this film after its success, but it was quite clear. People wanted giant monster movies, grand-scale productions about tiny humans fighting giant versions of things. What followed was almost 3 decades of us versus them style horror suspense films, with highlights including Tarantula, 20 Million Miles to Earth, Gorgo, and The Beast from 20,000 Fathoms. Giant monster movies were very in the 50s, and over in Japan they were more than just popular, they were the entertainment, and they wanted a slice of the pie. Jump to 1954 and Toho, a production company who were about to release one of the studio's most popular creations, would release Godzilla, which would change the landscape of the giant monster movie almost overnight. And while I can't provide concrete evidence to say that it was influenced by the giant monster movies of the US, it would almost certainly seem to be the case. It mixes traditional Japanese folk stories with more modern horror movie elements to create a powerful piece of cinema that's arguably one of the best examples of the giant monster movie in action. Of course, with this kind of populist hit, the floodgates of the genre would inevitably open, and the Japanese giant monster movie genre more or less kicked into high gear very shortly after this film, with numerous Godzilla sequels, spin-offs, and even an epic showdown between the giant lizard and the great monkey himself, King Kong. The boom of the Japanese giant monster movie was the equivalent of a jumper cable on Western monster films, which by the mid to late 50s were just starting their steady decline. It increased their longevity by almost a decade further by influencing Western writers and filmmakers to think differently. In fact, large swathes of Japanese monster films were imported over to the US through the late 50s and 60s. How they were treated once they arrived here, however, was entirely down to luck. Some monster films would land in the right hands, and when it came to localising and dubbing the film for English-speaking audiences, they'd largely remain intact, and the script would be reworked to make it more accessible. These success stories, however, are quite few and far between. And that brings us to today, in which we'll be looking at a film that some would consider one of the unlucky ones. 1966's Gammera the Invincible, also known as Gammera the Giant Monster, originally known as Daikaiju Gammera, was a film that was acquired by Sandy Howard and Richard Kraft for localisation. Now, here's where things go a bit off the rails. The original Japanese Gammera isn't the greatest film ever made, but it's consistent and delivers on what it promises. You want a giant turtle destroying Japan? You got a giant turtle destroying Japan. Sandy Howard took Daikaiju Gammera and renamed it Gammera the Invincible. He also took the footage from the original Japanese version and added an extra 10 to 15 minutes specially shot in the US to help get more Americans on board to see the film. Richard Kraft, I believe, helped translate and localise the script. Both of these elements have deep flaws. For starters, the additional footage adds absolutely nothing to the original film, other than frankly dull exposition. This was an already existing problem in the original Japanese version, and in the localised version, this exposition only exacerbates the situation. None of the extra footage matters. You could literally chop all of it out and it wouldn't make a difference. In fact, over the years, the film has been recut multiple times by multiple different companies, and some versions of the film do just localise the dialogue and nothing else. Speaking of which, the localisation of the dialogue in this film's a little bit too literal. The idea of translating a script like this would be leaving enough of the original script in place that it still tells the same story and still has the same emotional meanings, whilst changing enough of the dialogue to allow it to be as fluid and naturalistic as it can be when spoken by non-Japanese actors. The results here aren't terrible on the dialogue front, but there are occasions where they're jerky, a little bit too literal, and often have bits that sound very clunky and non-human-like. So apart from poor to middling localization, what on earth is Gammera actually about? And is it any good? Well, Gammera follows a group of research scientists on an expedition to the Arctic, when a couple of planes, possibly containing spies, I don't believe it's ever actually made clear who they are, begin flying dangerously close to their research vessel. They retaliate and one of the planes is shot down. It turns out, however, that plane had a nuclear bomb on board, and the resulting nuclear explosion thaws the ice and resurrects the great kaiju turtle Gammera, who immediately destroys the research vessel before disappearing in the direction of Japan. The research team managed to get away from the Arctic, but a strange UFO-shaped object begins to appear in the skies over several different countries. The US government decide to call an urgent meeting on how best to handle the situation, and decide to work with the Japanese and the Russians to help identify what Gammera is and how he can be stopped. There's also a subplot about a young boy who's fascinated with turtles, who develops a kind of, sort of, not really relationship with Gammera after it saves him from almost falling to his death. This all builds to a giant confrontation where we find out Gammera isn't just your average turtle, and a show-stopping finale takes place in Japan. While the Japanese version of this film is a little bloated in places, it's manageable. The US version of this film, however, is practically a balloon. It's literally slow-moving, reshot padded scene over slow-moving, reshot padded scene, occasionally broken up by the odd really cool fight sequence, or an original slow-moving padded scene. Fumi Takahashi wrote the original script for this film, and for the time it worked pretty well. By modern standards, it's almost sedentary. This film operates very heavily on a cheap and cheerful standard. Everything looks like it's made out of cardboard and old model kits. The cityscapes look unbelievable, the airplanes and some of the vehicle shots are literally just toy cars and planes. Even the full-suited Gammera looks a bit cheap. Though I must give it some credit, the close-up Gammera head does look quite impressive, in some parts. They give it lit-up moving eyes, and while it still has a Muppety quality about it, for the 1960s it's really not a bad effect. Most of the other effects are often achieved via careful lighting or matte paintings, which do the job to a point, though there are some scenes that do end up looking a little bit like very early Doctor Who soundstage shots, and that's not a compliment. Only adding to the cheap and cheerful nature of the film are the additional US shots, which look for the most part like a Poundland Doctor Strangelove. There are one or two scenes I'm almost certain are shot backed by chipboard, and these extra scenes have almost no sense of composition. It really just feels like a load of blokes sat around having a chat, rather than the military discussing how to treat a major incident. The direction for this production isn't too bad for this kind of thing, but one of the points that does bother me is that they really don't give Gammera any kind of menacing scale. His size is all over the place throughout the film, and they never really make it feel grand. They always shoot it from far away and very rarely, if ever, use low-angle shots, so it just looks like a guy in a suit for the most part. The editing for this film as well is heavy-handed to say the least. Most of the Japanese cuts are fine, but the extra footage is spliced in so haphazardly there are abrupt scene cuts and even the odd frame left in where cuts haven't been precise. The whole thing really isn't assembled very well. It feels rushed and in real need of some TLC. Gammera the Invincible has been released in multiple cuts on multiple films in multiple languages over the decades, and whether there's a definitive cut or not is debatable. The version I watched was released as part of the Sci-Fi Classics 50 movie pack by Mill Creek Entertainment, who frankly compounded the already precarious film by presenting it in one of the worst qualities I've ever seen. The print's scratched, dusty, in parts of the night footage it's hazy and blurry, almost to the point of being unwatchable. There are noticeable film breaks in parts, burns in the film, and to add insult to injury, not only is this just a VHS print copied onto a DVD, it's been heavily cropped. And to compensate, they've just used digital moves to get around actors being cut out of the shots. This means that the film will wildly swing from left to right if the cast are talking in a wide shot, and it has the knock-on effect of meaning I literally can't talk about the cinematography of this film, because I'd be being disingenuous. It's so far removed and has been tweaked so much from the original Japanese source material that I honestly can't tell you if it's good or bad without seeing a version of the film that hasn't been so screwed up. Luckily in the US they've released 2 Gammera box sets comprising roughly 8 films from throughout the franchise's history, including a heavily cleaned up version of this one, so you may have significantly better luck with those than I did. I will say that Gammera the Invincible does have one thing working for it, and that's the ending of the film. Those final 10 minutes come close to making up for the initial 75 or so that precede it. It's really good, but it's all too little too late. This is a goofy and in places charming production, but its ridiculous amounts of exposition and padding pretty much kill any pacing or energy this film could muster. Probably best enjoyed Rift, this is not an essential watch, but if you can hunt down the original version, and it's in good quality, you'll probably enjoy it, at least more than I did. I've wanted to talk about the 1989 action movie Terror in Beverly Hills now since I first started producing these reviews, way back in April of 2017. In fact, I intended it to be one of the first episodes that I did, and the journey that I've gone on in order to sit here today and tell you not to bother wasting your time hunting it down is frankly bordering on the absurd, because you see, I didn't just try to get a hold of this film once or twice. I tried to get a hold of this film 8 times. And I have some pretty interesting information to share as a result of that. So in March of 2017, whilst I was planning the first few episodes of this show, I decided to order a DVD copy off Amazon, only for the seller to tell me that the listing was made years ago and that they no longer had it in stock. Skip forward a bit to June 2017 and I tried again. This time thinking if I went for a VHS copy, I might have a bit more luck, as there seem to be more VHS copies out there than DVDs. So I ordered it, and I received a DVD copy of the 1990 sci-fi horror film Spontaneous Combustion. I decided to stop using Amazon after that, and instead I decided to try CEX, which are basically a giant second-hand retail company. I ordered with them and received an email 3 days later telling me they no longer held the film in stock, so they refunded me. By this point I was starting to get a little bit irritated, so thinking I was taking the smart option, I went on eBay and tried again, and I found a VHS copy. I ordered it, and I waited, and waited, and waited. Eventually, I contacted the seller, who refunded me, but by this point it was September. I tried again through eBay. This time it dispatched, and I received the package within a week. Relieved that I'd finally got my hands on it, I opened the package to find a copy of the 1990 sci-fi horror film Spontaneous Combustion. I had to go and lie down for a bit. I tried to send it back, but the company wouldn't accept it. They just gave me my money back outright. I tried one more time to go for broke. I headed to Amazon and ordered from a reputable company. A week and a half later, I was finally able to hold in my hands another copy of Spontaneous Combustion. Now, once is an accident, twice is coincidence, but to get the same film 3 times from 3 different sellers on 2 different websites means there's something fundamentally wrong. To confirm my suspicions, I got in touch with a seller at random on Amazon who was claiming to sell a copy of this film. I asked him to check the film against the barcode, and there we found the problem. Spontaneous Combustion shares a barcode with Terror in Beverly Hills. As a result, online supermarkets list copies of Spontaneous Combustion as Terror in Beverly Hills. It means it's almost impossible for me to get a hold of this film online without running the risk of it being Spontaneous Combustion. As a result, I've had to get creative to get a copy of Terror in Beverly Hills for review purposes. And let's just say it isn't the most pristine copy of the film in the world. For starters, I'm not entirely sure if the film is supposed to have very, very quiet music or no music at all, for the most part. I'm also not sure if all the dialogue is supposed to sound heavily dubbed over. I can't tell you if the titles and credits are supposed to run silently or not, but if they are, this film is terrible from a sound perspective. It's almost non-existent apart from the dialogue. But we'll get to scripting in a bit. Terror in Beverly Hills was directed and written by John Myers. Myers himself was more of an actor than a director or writer, and sadly he died in 1992. The film was also co-written by Simon Bibian, who similarly was more of a producer than a writer. In fact, this is his only written venture. The film is probably best explained in two parts. The first 30 to 40 minutes of this film are terrifically slow and basically follow two terrorists as they fly from the Middle East to America in order to kidnap the president's daughter. Literally, that's all that happens. Two men walk through a Middle Eastern market, get on a plane, get off a plane, drive to a beach house. They say, "We're going to kidnap the president's daughter." And there's also a very brief moment where Frank Stallone turns up. He does his best Tommy Wiseau impression, and then disappears until the last 15 minutes of the film. It's the second half of this film where its notoriety comes in, as the terrorists succeed in kidnapping the president's daughter and lead her off to an old bean factory where they hold up and make their demands. And the police and the mayor, played by Cameron Mitchell, try their best to keep the situation cool.
Towards the tunnel.
Now, I had heard that this film was a slow burner at first, and that's actually quite accurate. That opening half is a real grind to get through, and I can't sit here and say, well, it was worth it just to see the second half either. Though if you do stick around past the first half, you will find a lot of good things that somewhat reward your patience. Cameron Mitchell as the mayor in this film is literally one of the angriest people I've ever seen since Sam Kinison. There isn't a single moment in this film where he isn't either seething, screaming, or swearing. He's literally the best part of this by a country mile. He's the kind of character that deserves his own film, really. It's properly odd to watch. Another good thing about this film is the cast and script. Other than Mitchell, all the performances are very low-key and robotic. There isn't really any charisma present, which would normally make a film like this bomb. But the script is written in such a strange way that the closest thing I can compare it to, really, in terms of how the dialogue is written, would be The Room. It's so disjointed and coldly delivered that it takes on an unnatural quality all of itself. It doesn't help that there are a number of action sequences that are either ultimately pointless, like a ninja who turns up, spends 5 minutes running up and down a rooftop and then randomly gets killed, adding nothing to the plot, or a scene near the end involving a cop with a shotgun that legitimately had me in tears of laughter due to its similarities with a scene from Garth Marenghi's Dark Place. It's trying so hard to be butch and macho that it pretty much goes into very silly territory. And once you get into the mindset that this film thinks way too much of itself, it's seriously hard to shake off the silliness. The editing is basic to poor throughout, with highlights being a match cut or two, and that's about it. This ties into the cinematography, which is mainly shot wide for coverage, but has the luxury of a wobbly tracking shot thrown into the mix as well. Frank Stallone is given top billing in this film, though realistically he's only in it for 25 to 30 minutes. Equally, I wouldn't be surprised at all if most of the cast were friends or family of the crew, as almost none of them seem to have a good understanding of set presence or emoting. The direction must have been almost non-existent, as quite often it feels as if the actors have just been given free rein to do what they'd like. This produces mixed results throughout the film, none of which are good, but some of which are hilarious. The thing is, it's small things that make me laugh about this film. Like a scene where a policewoman's typing on a keyboard in a totally unbelievable way, or a bit where one of the police goes undercover in a warehouse as a paramedic, only to get knocked out with the lightest tap of a gun barrel. Moments like this are what make this film worth watching. It's just a shame that they're as few and far between as they are. Terror in Beverly Hills has been released on VHS in the UK and internationally, and though I can't confirm if there is actually a UK DVD release of this film, I do know that there is a US release, though information on exactly when it came out is sketchy to say the least. I also know that there are better copies of this film out there than the one I ended up using for the purposes of this review. Though I will have to assume that these are from the US DVD release, which is now long out of print. Is this film worth hunting down at any cost? No. With an opening half that's dull, lifeless, pretty much aimless, you'd really be wasting your time. The rest of the film's reasonably funny in a so bad it's good kind of way, but apart from the absurdities in the script and one or two cast performances, this film's really just a bit bland. Literally the only reason to seek this film out is if you like really weird and poor dialogue, or Cameron Mitchell's performance, who totally saves the film from being absolute garbage. He's absolutely brilliant in it. Due to issues with online listings, don't bother trying to buy this film unless you want a copy of Spontaneous Combustion. But if you're at your local charity shop or flea market and you stumble across a copy of this film, for the love of all that's holy, pick it up. It's not an essential watch, but it's worth getting if not just for the ridiculousness it's made up of. Keith Chegwin is a Liverpool-born actor and television presenter who's been on UK screens for well over 50 years at this point. He started acting in bit roles on TV, stage and film when he was a child in the late 1960s, but he's probably best remembered for effectively owning UK kids television from the mid-70s until the mid-80s. During that time, he was the main host of two of the UK's biggest kids' TV shows, Multicoloured Swap Shop and Saturday Superstore. He was so successful he even had his own programme, Cheggers Plays Pop, which more or less is what it sounds like it is. He was loved and adored by children and young adults up and down the country for the best part of a decade and beyond. He cared about his position, and he cared that the kids cared about him. He was a professional in every sense of the word with a unique ability to ad-lib. He wasn't particularly a mega wit, we aren't talking Groucho Marx here, but he had his own style and he was quick on his feet, and these qualities would ultimately save him time and again from ruin. Chegwin's popularity began to wane in the late 80s, an event that also coincided with his slow decline into alcoholism. He would come to be ridiculed and generally seen as a bit naff by the public during this time. However, he bounced back, and by the mid-1990s he'd overcome his alcohol issues and was back on course. And apart from the horrifically poor decision to appear as the completely naked host on Channel 5's early 2000s quiz show Naked Jungle, a decision he's gone on to say was the worst decision of his career, he currently exists in a kind of cheery bubble, doing work when it's available and largely cruising on the nostalgia factor of starry-eyed kids who are now working men and women in their 40s and 50s. He largely sticks to game shows and the odd bit of live television work for morning programming these days. There isn't really anyone to compare him to from an international standpoint. The UK has this unique level of sub-celebrity, where they aren't well off enough to relax and live off their earnings, but at the same time, the format that made them a success just doesn't really exist anymore. They're castaway celebs, still grafting away, doing what they can to keep the cash flowing, not necessarily struggling, but wanting to continue living the lifestyle they've become accustomed to. So with all that in mind, Kill Keith is a 2011 sort of romance, sort of comedy, sort of horror, sort of thriller, directed by Andy Thompson and written by Thompson, Pete Benson and Tim Major, who combined have 3 writing credits between them. As a result, not only does this film suffer from a case of too many kooks, it also suffers from the fact that these writers come across as if they weren't very experienced in doing what they were doing. Researching Andy Thompson's work, it would appear he's more of a producer than a director, as his only other directing credit was the 2009 film The Scarecrow. So we have a writer-director and 2 additional writers who've all only worked on 2 to 3 films collectively. Good start. Kill Keith follows Danny, a floor runner on a morning TV show who's infatuated with the host of the show, Dawn. Her co-host, Cliff, has announced he's leaving the show and speculation runs rife on who'll replace him, with several real-life celebrities, including Joe Pasquale, Tony Blackburn and Keith Chegwin, all in the running. It's at this point that the film pretty much splits into 2 halves, with the main plot being Danny and Dawn spending a good 70 minutes playing the will they won't they game, with the TV station acting as a framing device to give them scenes together and to give the film its comedy element at the hands of the additional characters who work there, while the second plot follows a mysterious killer who keeps bumping off the celebrities in line for the co-hosting job. The 2 plots finally intertwine in the end with a race against time to stop a bomb from exploding in the studio. So the big spoiler that I have to get out of the way before I can really get into the meat and gravy of this review is that the killer is Keith Chegwin, which is not only revealed less than halfway through the film, but flies in the face of all the promotional material, the DVD box, and the film's trailer. The promotional material implies that Keith Chegwin's not only a victim in this film, but also the main character. It makes out that Keith's going to take on the killer, or at minimum that he's going to have to try and avoid being killed. The DVD box actually has him dressed up as the bride from Kill Bill, which if you've seen those films would imply that he's playing some kind of a hero. You could argue that it's subverting expectations, but I call bull on that. Keith doesn't even turn up in this film that has his name in the titles until the 12-minute mark, and collectively I'd be surprised if he's in it for more than 35 minutes throughout. There are other celebrities who appear in this film as well who get top billing and are implied to have significant roles, but they only appear on screen for roughly 10 minutes each as well, which is really shocking. The script is frankly dire. The plot is so vague and uncertain of what it wants to be that it ends up more often than not feeling almost improvised. There's really no consistency in terms of what it wants the audience to feel, and quite often it relies on daydream sequences to help give the film a quirky element, which doesn't really work as the comedy here falls absolutely flat. If you find stepping in dog poo, badly timed fart jokes, or gags about mock oral sex hilarious, then I can only recommend this film. It all just feels very dated and uncertain about whether it wants to target a younger or older audience. The dialogue feels like it was written by a chatbot, it has no human element, no spark, and it has a real effect on the actors' performances. The only 2 actors who genuinely give a good performance in this are Chegwin, who for the most part plays himself but equally is very good when in killer mode, demonstrating a real devious streak that he plays very well, and Stephen Chance as Brian Stokes, a creepy quizmaster who's socially awkward and has the honour of the one recurring genuinely amusing joke in the film, which is that he awkwardly and abruptly finishes everyone's sentences in any scene he's in. It's a gag that doesn't sound funny on paper, but it fluctuates wildly between being irritating and farcically hilarious. These 2 give great performances and are consistent more or less throughout. They're also some of the least used characters in the whole film, which is a real shame. The cast we end up stuck with for the majority of the film range from just about tolerable to absolutely insufferable. None of them act like realistic characters. They all feel like they've been given a small piece of paper with a character trait on, and that's all they have. Cliff's an arsehole, Danny's unlucky in love, Dawn appears as confident but has a vulnerable side, and that's all they have to go on. The direction itself isn't much to write home about either. Again, I don't know if it's the script or the cast, but the director just doesn't seem to be able to get the best out of them in this. I can feel his efforts coming through in some sections. The dungeon scenes in Keith's house are actually quite well done, but the bulk of this film just feels phoned in and half-hearted. There's no passion from the cast, and their actions throughout the film don't come across as genuine. It's a real missed opportunity. The soundtrack as well is depressing. Most of the songs featured are upbeat numbers, but they're all sound-alike tracks, and not particularly good ones. The horror elements of this soundtrack are all fairly generic as well. It ultimately left me feeling a bit irritated. I'd have rather them settled for a generic score than try to recreate original compositions poorly. The editing is a game of two halves. The offline editing is somewhat stable, though they've nicked Edgar Wright's style for a couple of shots near the opening, and there are a few dodgy cover-ups where they've had to merge multiple takes together. But for the most part, it's steady. If anything, it's the online editing that makes this film suffer. It has terrible CGI moments, one of the worst fake explosions I've ever seen, and some awful Photoshop designs that are used throughout. The biggest praise I can give this film from a technical standpoint is the cinematography, which I must say is very impressive in places. The studio scenes of the television network look ridiculously cheap. In fact, there are several scenes that look ridiculously cheap. In particular, there's an advert for Muesli halfway through this film, and I have actually seen better attempts done by film students in high school. I wish I was joking. But the cinematography tries its best to get good results out of this film, and again, the dungeon sequences and some of the set pieces of this film are very, very well done. I mean, like, on a par with legitimate feature films very well done. So I really have to give kudos to whoever was cam-opping or working the cinematography on this film. You've made a purse out of a sow's ear. Kill Keith was released by the Metrodome Group in 2012. It's a nice, clean copy of the film that plays absolutely fine. The extra features include a making-of that does seem to drone on a bit, and a very brief feature entitled How Would You Kill Keith? That runs to about 2 and a bit minutes and literally is just shaky phone footage of Tony Blackburn, Joe Pasquale and Les Dennis saying how they would kill Keith. In short, this is a fairly bare-bones release. It doesn't add anything extra to the film, and to be honest, based on what I've seen, I don't think there's anything else that could have been added to this. Kill Keith is a bad film. It misrepresents itself before you've even seen a frame of it, and what is present is an incoherent mess of a film that doesn't know what it wants to be and doesn't seem that bothered about impressing anyone. Literally the only reasons to watch this film are Keith Chegwin and Steve Chance's scenes, which are actually quite funny, the nice in places cinematography, and the chance to hear family entertainer and comedian Joe Pasquale say the word fuck and minge, which was genuinely the most shocking thing in this film to me. It's a bit like hearing Mr. Rogers say shit. It's a cheap-looking film that comes across like it's above its station. I really feel sorry for Chegwin in all of this, who seems to be quite a nice man by all accounts. To be dragged into a film that is this shocking is deeply saddening. Chegwin has luckily continued to have reasonable success in other televisual escapades since this, but this film is to me a sad avenue that left me feeling sorry for anyone involved. Don't buy this film, don't even talk about this film. Let it disappear into obscurity and hope that the damage can be undone. Before we begin, I'd just like to give a quick shout out to Joel over on themovieforums.com for recommending I check this film out. Joel, you're a star for this. "1989's Split is a relatively unknown feature directed and written by Chris Shaw. Shaw has a history of working with multiple media formats, and while he originally, and presumably continues to have his career based in mathematics, over the years he's branched out into several creative areas, including sculpting, software design, and painting. And while filmmaking is yet another string to his bow, Split stands out to me as one of the few films that I've seen that I find almost impossible to think of a comparison. This film stands alone in what it is, and while other films and music videos seem to have borrowed elements of its style and story over the past 25 years or so, either knowingly or unknowingly, I was absolutely astounded at how relevant a film from the late 80s could be in modern times. This is Shaw's only feature-length production, and he both wrote and directed it. I also need to say the fact that he hasn't produced anything feature-length since made me terrifically sad. Now, the plot's a little bit jumbled, so I may not get this 100% correct, but this is my understanding of what happens in the film. In the not-too-distant future, we follow a man named Starker, played by Timothy Dwight, who's either discovered that reality isn't totally chaotic and that there's a Big Brother-esque thought police observing humanity with the aim to sculpture it into a narrative that they see fit, or Starker himself has generated a Big Brother-esque thought police in order to liven up and give meaning to his own existence within this reality. You see, Starker has a gift. Not only does he have the power to shape reality and travel to multiple universes using the power of meditative thought, he also has the ability to disguise himself as all manner of different characters. So either Starker created these guys to liven up his existence, or these hitmen exist to shape reality and Starker is an abnormality which in their view must be purged from the system. Either way, Starker is in a constant state of hiding via his disguises, and also by not forming emotional attachments with people within the system. He's able to avoid Big Brother for the most part, though every so often the thought police do catch up with him and this forces him to change his disguises or hop realities. As a result, the narrative of this film is a complex spiderweb of ideas and might-have-beens. And I must say it's totally refreshing to be able to sit down to a science fiction film that, if anything, slaps its audience and says, sit up and pay attention, otherwise this will make very little sense. I mean, even whilst giving this film my full attention, I still believe that I didn't quite grasp everything the film wanted me to. Particularly in the third act, which ramps up what was already a very complex narrative to border Lynchian territories. The dialogue's also quite dreamlike in places. It reminded me very much of shows like Chris Morris's Jam, where words are being said that don't particularly feel real or believable. The deliveries are all very dreamlike and the characters are sort of semi-aware of this but run with it as if it's perfectly normal. It creates this ambient atmosphere that makes the audience feel woozy, which in turn makes what happens on screen have all the more clout when it then suddenly cuts to a perfectly grounded, fast-paced, nightmarish scene like the Thought Police's headquarters. This, however, does sometimes work to its detriment, as occasionally the dialogue can just come across as a little bit stilted. It's very rare that that happens, but it does on occasion. It also must be said that while this film indulges its audience with twists and plot holes, it's all on their terms, and it fills in the details at its own pace. It's a really clean-cut stab at pure sci-fi that manages to knock it out of the park. The only thing I think I could accuse this film of was maybe being a little bit overlong. By the third act, there did come a point where I started to clock watch, and I think if maybe 10 minutes or so of the film was removed, it'd run a lot tighter and be a lot more quicker paced. I also realised that as this film is 2 parts sci-fi to 2 parts experimental art house film, it could be forgiven for being a bit overly long. But I feel this is one of the very few areas that it could have been improved. The cinematography here absolutely blew me away. Usually when I get pointed towards tapes or an obscure film that no one's heard of, the cine and direction tend to be absolutely appalling. This film's gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. It has an astoundingly good sense of composition, brilliant use of mixed shot types to create really visually striking pieces, and the way it mixes early CGI with multiple layered edits creates astounding collages of sound and vision that are very hard to show out of context. You need to trust me on this, it's a beautiful looking film. The direction of this production as well is absolutely outstanding. All the cast seem pretty keyed into Shaw's ideas, and they perform in a way that's wavering on camp, but in an incredibly entertaining way. This film oozes that new wave vibe, which is helped with heavy use of CGI. This was one of the earliest films to adopt such a practice. In some places the CG holds up remarkably well, in others it comes across as a bit more of an experiment. But then, that's kind of what this film is. A giant experiment of sight and sound. It's mind-blowing. Timothy Dwight, Joan Bechtel and John Flynn are all amazing as Starker, Susan and the artist, and how this is for the most part this cast's biggest hit absolutely bewilders me. Shaw himself is fantastic as well as the agency director, and gives a somewhat eccentric if not ultimately watchable performance. Like many experimental film pieces, I believe that this film is open to multiple interpretations. My own personal belief is that this film is dealing with the topic of what makes us human and what societal constructs have done to alter the definition of humanity. I also think that this film deals with the idea of what defines reality and how in the wrong hands reality can be twisted to take on a different meaning. Which in 1989 was science fiction, but in the 21st century, in the days of rolling news, PR teams designed to craft narratives of events and mass social media, is bordering on a contemporary thought piece. This film takes on a whole new level if you treat it as if it was made for modern audiences, with very big implied comments on the impact of social media narratives distorting and shaping world events, and even deeper thoughts on the blurring of the lines between humanity and technology, when viewed in the mindset that this was made for an audience of the 21st century. I suppose what I'm trying to say is that this film was well ahead of its time, looking both forwards and backwards. It's dripping in 80s culture and ranting about the modern day. It has a wonderfully powerful soundtrack and precision editing that only further add to the reasons why I find this film endlessly watchable. At the time of recording, this film is available to purchase through Chris Shaw's website, though having been in touch with Chris himself, he's informed me that a newly remastered version of Split was or is due to be released at some point in or around December 2017. This new version is remastered from an original 35mm film print, and to quote the man himself, is way better than any other DVD or video version to date. It's also apparently jam-packed full of extra features that the current DVD doesn't have. While I'm not entirely sure if this version is region-locked, though by the time this video is published I'll most likely be able to answer that question for you, please do check the description if you are interested. I can guarantee you literally won't have seen anything like this. When the worst criticism I can level at a film is that it's a pinch over long for my taste and that some of the dialogue is a little bit too stilted at times, you know you're in for a good thing. A brilliant all-rounder and a great example of modern sci-fi that challenges its audience rather than making it sit through 2 hours of stunts and explosions. This is a complete head trip, and a total must-see. Made in 1993 as a made-for-TV movie and based on a true story with the actual events having been ramped up with a melodramatic overtone, this film is certainly one of the more interesting pieces I've stumbled across. It was directed by Michael Ritchie and written by Jane Anderson. Ritchie's probably best known as the man behind such comedies as both of the Fletch movies and the Bad News Bears. He also rather bizarrely wrote a basic storyline for the movie Cool Runnings, so we're dealing with a certain pedigree here. This isn't just some 2-bit director. Complementing Ritchie is Anderson, who's probably best known for her contributions to television as a writer, penning several episodes of The Wonder Years, Mad Men, and The Facts of Life. So with that in mind, it would seem that we have a reasonably competent director and set of scriptwriters on our hands. And I really wasn't disappointed. The film is based on an actual real-life happening from the early 90s, and follows the events of Wanda Holloway, a woman who was absolutely obsessed with her daughter making the cheerleading team. So much so that when her daughter was disqualified from the shortlist, Wanda snapped and tried to hire a hitman to pick off the other cheerleaders, or their mothers, as an act of revenge. Now thankfully, Holloway was arrested before any harm was committed, and to illustrate the full narrative of events, this film plays around with the timeline, jumping back and forth between the events as they happened and to footage of a mock studio interview in which Holly Hunter as Wanda tries to put her side of the story across. Right away, the first thing that I can say about this film is that it's totally quirky. It has a real eccentric element to it that's absolutely wonderfully bizarre to see. In fact, I'm kind of struggling to think of any comparison in terms of style and content that would be in line with this kind of film. The closest I can think of is that it reminds me a little bit of a mild trauma film that never quite gets to the crazy part. Or maybe like a latter-day John Waters picture, something like Crybaby or Hairspray, but without the musical elements. The zaniness it puts out there sharply contrasts with the fact that this was an actual event that actually happened, and that there were people that very nearly died as a result of all of this. It's pretty much that way for about 2/3 of the movie. The story basically takes the real-life events and just ramps them up and chucks in a bit of sensationalism for good measure. And for a TV movie, I think that really plays to its strength. In short, I wouldn't take this as a factual account of what happened, but at the same time, do keep reminding yourself throughout that an approximation of this actually happened. Where it did all go a bit off the rails for me personally is the third act, when Wanda's finally caught. This film absolutely grinds to a screeching halt, and instead of the unusual over-the-top energy that's been the centre of this film from the opening minutes, we instead get a closing 20 to 30 minutes that's largely serious courtroom scenes, followed by sequences of people who were close to Wanda trying to use underhanded tricks to make a profit off her story. And while you'd think it'd be interesting, in all honesty you could probably lop 15 minutes off the end of this film and you really wouldn't miss anything. In fact, I'd argue that by taking 15 minutes off the end of this film, you'd probably tremendously benefit it. The cast are for the most part pretty good and really do keep that high energy pace up and running for the majority of the runtime of the film. In particular, Holly Hunter, who's probably best known as Elastigirl from The Incredibles, is almost otherworldly as Wanda. She's absolutely razor sharp and really gives quite an astounding performance, as both a bit crazy and particularly nasty when she wants to be. Swoosie Kurtz is also astounding as Beau Bridges' mentally unwell wife, Maria Harper, and she properly gets into the performance throughout. There are two types of character really in this film. There's the relaxed, mellow, sort of cheery character, or a totally off-the-wall, 40 million words a second eccentric bombasticism. There's no room for a middle ground here. Also, I feel I must mention the delivery of the dialogue throughout this film is simply wonderful. Everyone has a drawl and everyone speaks very, very quickly. And to hear that fluid and well-written dialogue be presented here was really quite wonderful. The direction of this production is really nice and very well handled. It's a treat to see how the cast have been positioned and told to play their parts. particularly in the grander wide shots where multiple characters are doing their own thing as individuals, while at the same time acting as a collective to really flesh out the scenes. It has a sense of intricacy, because everyone in the frame is doing their own individual character's thing. No one's just standing around, and there's very rarely just nothing happening on screen. Going hand in hand with the direction, the cinematography is again equally pretty good. It's not particularly original, but it's consistent. It uses a pretty decent variety and plays around with composition to get the best results. One of the things that I really warmed to with this film, and it is very subtle, is the fact that for the flashback sequences which tell the events, they shot on film, whereas the studio sections, where the interviews are taking place in the present, are shot on studio videotape. Little things like that really make a big difference in swaying audience emotions subliminally. And the fact that something so subtle as that was a decision that was made really shows an attention to detail, I feel. The editing's also quite sharp, and while they run with the aforementioned back and forth in time, semi-cyclical narrative, which is quite cool, the cuts throughout the film itself are very consistent. They only cut when they need to, and there isn't any needless shots padding the production out. It's a good, solid effort. One of the more unusual things about this film is the soundtrack. Considering the film's topic, which, again, I remind you, is about a woman arranging to have someone killed because her daughter wasn't picked to be a cheerleader. You'd think they'd maybe pick something a bit semi-serious to match the film's themes. However, it's actually quite the opposite here. To match the eccentric and sometimes silly performances, the soundtrack is an often upbeat, fast-moving country piece, also mainly acoustic, which again only adds to the very unusual texture that this film has. The positively true adventures of the alleged Texas cheerleader murdering mum was released on DVD by Prism Leisure in September 2002. It's currently dirt cheap online, and the DVD release has no extras. The print itself was pretty clean and decent enough for viewing, I'd say. One of the more unusual things I've ever spotted on this DVD, however, was the film's opening, which for this actually contains the original lead-in continuity for the TV movie from HBO itself, which, I mean, it's just nice. It's just very unusual. Then again, I suppose if they could use it, it would seem odd to segregate it away as the only extra on the disc and nothing else. Either way, it's a really nice touch, and it makes me wonder why more films don't include TV continuity, as it'd really help add a sense of periodic context. This is such a tonally weird film. I'm not exactly sure whether what I watched was a brilliant lampooning of the absurdity of the situation, or a cheap attempt at sensationalising what's clearly multiple cases of mental health problems. Its over-the-topness coupled with excellent direction, solid cinematography and editing definitely work in its favour. But the totally odd and at times inappropriate soundtrack, coupled with the slow and plodding third act, quite literally shuts this film down. It really works against it on so many levels. This was one of two films that was released immediately after the first trial had concluded, but immediately before the retrials began. Wanda would be sentenced to 10 years, serve 6 months, and then spend the rest of her time on a suspended sentence with community service. And apparently, as of 2016, her daughter isn't that fussed about cheerleading anymore. So, you know, good times. It just baffles me that someone didn't think that this kind of film might be a bit insensitive. But I suppose it's a case of hindsight on my part. The film is what it is, and it was rather successful for the time. It's just a shame about the moral implications. it's hardly the greatest film ever made, but if you're looking for something a bit unusual tonally, I'd definitely say check this one out. (1995's) Alien Species, also known as Alien Terminator, and not to be confused with another film that came out at roughly the same time that's also called Alien Species, which was a major headache from a research standpoint, let me tell you, was a science fiction horror film that was directed, part written, and generally all-round dealt with by David Payne, who's probably best known for the movie The Addams Family Reunion and 4 episodes of Fred the Show. It's hardly a filmography to write home about, but at least he has a filmography. The movie was co-written by Duke Law, who has the honour of this being his only writing credit. So, yeah, we're in good territory from a production standpoint here, people. I mean, I knew I was in for some major schlock based purely from the DVD art alone with this one, but my suspicions were confirmed when I put the disc into my player and heard a familiar jingle. What you're hearing is the sound that launched 1,000 critics. Troma Studios, established by Lloyd Kaufman and Michael Hertz, are renowned for making and distributing hundreds of strange and bizarre films. Don't worry, Troma will get the full history treatment eventually. But all you need to know about them at the moment is, like Full Moon Entertainment, they have a wildly inconsistent filmography under their belt, and this film sadly falls in their lower standard area. Alien Species follows a small group of scientists and engineers who've been selected by a shadowy company called EarthTech to trial living in a biodome for 6 months, completely sealed away from the outside world. We pick up with them as they approach their final day in the dome, and everyone's itching to get out into the real world. Now, I feel the need to say that while I totally paid attention to the film all the way throughout, it was just so utterly unmemorable that I actually found it easier to nickname the characters rather than remember their actual names. So from here on out, the characters are known as Captain, Dead Bride, Dead Groom, Nerdlinger, Dick McMullet, and Bitch McHardtits. So they're all ready and waiting to get out of the dome when it's revealed that Nerdlinger's actually been a bit of a double agent. And while spending time in the dome studying, he's also been making several recreational drugs and secretly been developing a virus for EarthTech known as the Alien Intruder virus. No, not that one. The idea of the virus is that it infects a host and quickly kills them before resurrecting them as violent and angry versions of themselves, before finally leading to an alien creature chest bursting out of them with an aim to spread the virus further via bite. When Dead Groom and Dick McMullet discover that Nerdlinger has betrayed them and the captain falls victim to the Alien Intruder virus, they discover that EarthTech isn't all that it seems, and a race against time begins to escape the biodome while also fending off the evil alien. Well, starting off, this film belongs to the genre of just about, but not quite a rip-off, in that it borrows heavily from Alien and Aliens in terms of character types, plot lines, and even flat-out lifting complete scenes. The problem here is that the scenes they steal aren't handled as well as the original. Changing the directing style or even changing the themes might have made this film work in a more interesting way. But what we see here plot-wise is pretty much Alien on a Poundland budget. In fact, one of the most bizarre moments of the film is the opening sequence itself, in which a helicopter pilot basically explains the entire backstory of the film in one long 2-minute long monologue. It's done so heavy-handedly that it's like being whacked with a sledgehammer from frame 1 of this film. The movie's about 78 minutes long, and it's literally just a 60-40 split of corridor shots to stolen scenes from Alien. What only further drives this film down is the dialogue, which is on the cusp of softcore porn territory. It all feels like sex could break out en masse at any minute, and in certain places even the soundtrack seems to almost egg them on. Though this shouldn't be surprising, both the lead actresses have appeared in numerous softcore features through the early and mid-90s. Though I must also say it does seem to have a few tongue-in-cheek moments, so it's at least a little bit self-aware. To put it bluntly, I can see why Troma picked this movie up. The props and set design are also bordering on shocking. The alien itself more closely resembles Jerk Beast than anything convincingly scary. The sets are all very minimalist as well, usually thin and wooden and littered with junk, though they've done the very wise thing of lighting all their sets incredibly darkly. This has the advantage of making them seem more expensive than they are. But it's little things about the props in this film in particular that bother me. Like the fact that the science lab beakers are clearly just food colouring and washing up liquid. Or the fact that Nerdlinger's VR super goggles are clearly just ski goggles with some wires glued to it. If they'd made these smaller but important elements look nicer, it really would have boosted the look and style of the film. As it stands, it just looks very cheap and dated. The cinematography isn't anything to write home about either. There's a couple of nice shots used for the lab setup and the intro sequence. There are 1 or 2 shots that used the quite good shadowy lighting. But again, the whole film just really has this air of softcore porn about it. It looks smoky and cheap, and they pretty much stick to mid-shots and wides throughout. And that's before I even mention the terrible CGI. I mean, it's not terrible on the whole, but it's just really meh. Also, quite randomly, they have 2 or 3 gratuitous nude scenes in the film. They're only there for about 20 seconds each. They add absolutely nothing to the plot or narrative. It's just, hey, here's 20 seconds of boobies. Eh? Every 20 minutes or so. Which, I mean, alright, I guess. But realistically, if you chop that minute's worth of boobage out of the film, you'd probably knock the certificate down from an 18 to a 12 in the process. Which, thinking about it, is probably why they left it in. I mean, one of the nude scenes isn't even shot for this film. It's lifted wholesale from a completely different movie, and it's just been dumped in here. The direction isn't much better. There are a couple of quite nicely choreographed death scenes in the film, but again, it just feels like everything is running on autopilot. The cast don't seem particularly responsive and come across as a bit too stagey, and what actions they do seem to have are a little bit too forced for me. It's all just a bit too stiff and uptight. There's no variation, really, and the style simply seems to be point the camera that way, hit record. Did we get it? Good. Which isn't really how it should work. The editing is fair to reasonable, though other than putting the film across in as basic a way as possible, there's no real explanation for why they've done what they've done. There's no real experimentation with shots or pacing, which was a real disappointment for me. And the soundtrack is also as generic as they come, and quite often is only used sparingly, which was a bit upsetting because the only thing worse than a generic soundtrack is total studio silence. Alien Species was produced by Caliber Films and distributed by Troma Films. While it was made in 1995 and distributed on VHS in 1996, it wouldn't be until 2003 till it saw a full DVD release. And this release is as bare bones as it comes. It's literally just a main feature and scene selection menu. And even more bizarrely, And what I have to assume is an authoring error, the film's menu is just the first 45 to 60 seconds of the film's audio looped to play over and over again. Which on the one hand means you get to hear that lovely trauma sting a few times, and some of the helicopter pilot's chatter, before it cuts off mid-sentence and goes back to the beginning. I'm pretty sure it has to be an authoring error because it's too broken sounding to have been intentional. The print quality's pretty clean though, maybe a touch washed out. It's more than watchable, but it does have a few points that could probably be worked on. If you thought Alien was great but could have looked a little bit cheaper and been a bit more definitive with its ending, then this is the film for you. A half-hearted affair that's just so bland and by the numbers it's actually quite upsetting. It has a handful of moderately fun moments, but there's so much padding that realistically this could have been a quite punchy 20 to 30 minute mini-feature. But it's so plodding that I really can't begin to emphasise just how uninteresting in places this film is. It's not fundamentally bad, but there are so many better schlock films out there to be watched. As a child of the 90s, I can attest that there were 3 standout moments of pop culture that perfectly framed my childhood. Tamagotchi, Pokemon, and the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. While one of these slowly died a prolonged death due to oversaturation and lack of reinvention, and the Tamagotchi stopped being popular too, the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles as a show always seemed to be able to adapt to its environment. In fact, as of 2017, not only is there a CGI cartoon series still on TV, but there have been 2 live-action films recently directed by Michael Bay. In fact, the Turtles have been rebooted and redone, crossovered and cameoed at least half a dozen times in the almost 33 years since their original creation. The Turtles began life as a gritty and graphic comic strip written by Kevin Eastman and Peter Laird. While originally the Turtles were intended as just a one-shot strip, their success led to an almost unbroken 26-year run. Frankly, Eastman and Laird, for all intents and purposes, are the Turtles. They've had involvement in almost every single adaptation of them since those early strips. And I believe even after they sold the rights to Viacom in 2009, they still continued to have input in how the Turtles should behave and what they would most likely do in any given situation. Between 1984 and 1999, Turtles were absolutely everywhere, featuring in video games, as collectible toys, t-shirts, vehicles, and even having a live whistle-stop tour at one point. They're such an embedded part of culture for kids of the 80s and 90s, I think you'd struggle to find an adult aged between 18 and 30 who hadn't either watched, played, or read about the Ninja Turtles at some point in their lives. For me personally, well, I have the strongest affinity to the 1987 animated adaptation. It largely sanitizes the grittiness and bleakness of the comic books, but it's fun, and all I need to see is that intro sequence and it sends me straight to my nostalgic place. A beautiful, if not somewhat jerky, animation style only further makes it stand out as one of the definitive adaptations of the Turtles in my opinion. Of course, when I watched it in the UK it was known as the Teenage Mutant Hero Turtles, and as I found out much later, they'd all been quite heavily censored to remove any references to nunchucks. In fact, according to a friend of mine, the entire final season of the 87 Ninja Turtles was never actually even broadcast in the UK. And yet, while I was totally engrossed in the animated Turtles, another version of the show was rolling out. The 1990 live-action movie adaptation of the Turtles was quite honestly a movement that totally passed me by. In all honesty, at the time, they kinda creeped me out a bit. And the darker, more real tone when compared to the cartoon just kinda left me a bit cold. In fact, it was only a few months ago that I actually sat down and saw the live-action film for the first time. The film briefly dabbles on how the Turtles, Raphael, Leonardo, Michelangelo and Donatello came to be Teenage Mutants, and how Master Splinter went from being a small rat into a full-size ninjutsu master. They do this through small vignettes, but the bulk of the plot picks up in New York, with crime troubles hitting an all-time high and a new gang calling themselves the Foot Clan, led by the evil Master Shredder, causing significant trouble to the general public. Luckily, Master Splinter's trained the Turtles everything he knows about combat, with and without weapons, and this film literally opens just before their very first significant battle. They end up saving the life of a local news reporter, April O'Neil, who eventually finds out about the Turtles' lair, and after a bit of confusion, the group become good friends. Raphael also bumps into one Casey Jones, a vigilante who wears a hockey mask and aims to return order to the streets. He eventually meets up with the full team, and all is going well until one night the Turtles return home to find their lair destroyed and Master Splinter kidnapped, presumed dead. After hiding out in April's apartment and narrowly avoiding a fight to the death with the Foot Clan, the Turtles, along with Casey and April, end up escaping to an old abandoned farm to lay low and plan their next course of action, before Shredder's army gets out of hand. One of the main reasons I never really bothered watching the 90s Turtles movies, or even the live-action TV series that followed on from them, was pretty much down almost entirely to the style of the animatronics and the general puppetry of the Turtles and Master Splinter. At the time, I thought they looked too rubbery and bloated to feel like I was watching the Turtles. Having now sat through this film, I can say that my opinions haven't really changed. Those rubber prosthetics, I'm sure, were quite impressive technically for the time, but they just don't come across as pleasant to look at for me. In fact, watching this now, it really hasn't aged well. They look like rubber suits, and despite the best attempts to make them appear as otherwise, they sadly fail miserably. Splinter isn't exactly up to much either. He's a bit too dilapidated to come across as Jim Henson lovable, but too well crafted to fit with the Meet the Feebles crowd. It's all rather unsettling, though mercifully this was actually only one of two things that bothered me about this film. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles was directed by Steve Barron, who's probably best known for directing the 1993 sci-fi comedy movie The Coneheads. He's also probably best known for directing a metric ton of 80s music videos, featuring the likes of The Human League, A.K.A. and Michael Jackson. His work here really shines as he tries his damnedest to get the most animation he can out of the 4 slabs of rubber on screen, and he does a damn fine job of making it work the best he can. The characters all seem animated, but not overly so. It never quite strays into unbearably wacky, though it does get close to the line. But pretty much throughout, Barron seems to get the best out of his cast, and some really striking location work throughout this film really helps to drive home the grimy undercurrent that New York is famous for. Going hand in hand with this direction, the cinematography is absolutely beautiful through this, with a fantastic range of composition, some nicely handled experimentation, particularly in the mirror shots in April's apartment, and some very decent setups, particularly in the sewer sequences, which are terrifically nasty looking and beautiful all at the same time. A superb job if ever one was needed. Equally tied to the cinematography and the direction is the lighting, which is beautiful in this movie, dancing between very heavily crafted moonlit soaked sequences and some pretty decent stabs at using natural lighting. The end result is a film that gets the best out of its cast and locations through a mixture of fantastic lighting and composition. But I can't even stop gushing there really, because the choreography ties in with these elements to help create an incredibly dynamic, high-action set of fight sequences in which you really feel the weight behind every punch and kick. Considering these are 4 actors in rubber suits with poor visibility fighting soldiers wearing black masks with low visibility, the punches all feel quite decent. There's some real fluidity in the fight sequences, and the whole thing is lovingly held together by an edit that's frankly quite superb. It's sharp, precise, and to the point. This film doesn't waste cuts, nor does it bask in them. It tells the story as concisely as it can, and it makes it look damn beautiful doing so. Serious kudos to the editing team behind this one, they've really knocked it out of the park. I feel like I've just cruised through about 4 or 5 elements that I really could break down unto themselves, but one of the things I feel I really need to stress with this film is that all of these elements work in near perfect synergy with each other. It feels like everyone involved in this production was more or less on the same wavelength and knew exactly what was required and what was needed in order to make this thing work. Had even one of these elements not quite sat right, I'd probably be sat here talking about the 1990 disaster film that was the live-action Ninja Turtles movie. It's the fact that all of these elements are so uniquely harmonised that I really feel the need to stress just how impressive for a kids' movie this is. I should also say at this point that the soundtrack is pretty solid as well. While it isn't one I'd be rushing out to pick up anytime soon, they've managed to make it sound original, and they use elements of it very well to help punctuate and emphasise key moments superbly. It's very tonally in check with the film's atmosphere. The acting for the most part is pretty solid as well, with our core cast of the Turtles, April, Splinter and Casey being played tonally with a hint of melodrama, which here works absolutely fine. Again, in the wrong hands this could have been irritating, but it's handled so smoothly here that the cast seem to totally enjoy themselves, and those good vibes really do come across strongly. In fact, the only person who I don't necessarily think meets the requirements of the part would be James Saito as Shredder. Not that he gives a bad performance, quite the opposite, he's great in the role. He's just a little bit weedy for the ninja master and leader of the Foot Clan. Don't get me wrong, I'm not expecting a bodybuilder in the role, but without his cape, Shredder in this movie does look a bit like a twig. I mentioned that there was only 2 things that I disliked about this film. The puppeteering is one, and sadly the script is the other point I have to raise. Now, straight off the bat I need to make it very clear that I'm not referring to the dialogue here, not by a long shot. The dialogue's absolutely perfect for this kind of thing. Eastman and Laird handled most of the characterisation in this film from what research I'm able to do on this film, and they do a damn fine job. The characters speak very fluidly, they have a natural tone to their speech, and while there are a few rough jokes and lines thrown into the mix, I sort of think that this incarnation of the Turtles can get away with that kind of thing. They're just goofy enough to pull off even the cheesiest of one-liners and slapstick gags. But I digress. While Eastman and Laird handled the characterisation, the basic plot and story elements were instead written by Bobby Herbeck, a veteran in the writing field with multiple TV credits, including The Jeffersons and Different Strokes. And to me, I just don't think he really got what the Turtles were all about. I'm not saying that the plot is awful, it's just a bit bland. And I think that Herbeck might have thought that this was the case. Either that or that the studios intervened, because there are multiple scenes dotted throughout the film that really do just clash with the tone of the rest of the film. In particular, the Foot Clan's secret 90s skateboard arcade hangout, which to me was just Pleasure Island from Pinocchio, but with absolutely no reason to be there, was such a stark contrast to the rest of the film. I'm almost certain that it wasn't planned like that in the first draft. I mean, there are moments in these scenes where kids are happily puffing away on cigars. You wouldn't see that kind of thing today. Totally inappropriate for a kids' film, even if it was a different time. Realistically, those sequences could have been totally removed at no cost to the plot or narrative, and no one would have known any better. They suck. Really bad. It just feels shoehorned in and so out of place. I think it genuinely led me to have an out-of-body experience at times. Equally, I thought the end of the film was a bit rushed. The final battle with Shredder is ridiculous for all the build-up that it's given, and the movie doesn't so much end, more abruptly stop. There are also random throwaway references to other films and television shows that have absolutely no place being in this film. Because what kid aged between 5 and 14 wouldn't appreciate a Grapes of Wrath reference? In short, I don't think the plot of this movie was written with particular care. It feels to me like it was sort of pulled together from a mixture of a handful of Turtles cartoons, Pinocchio, and a couple of gangster films over a long weekend. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles was released on DVD by Medusa Pictures in 2005. It was also given a Blu-ray release in 2014 by Medium Rare. These aren't really anything to write home about in terms of quality, but at least both versions are available uncut finally. I've touched on censorship in the past in many of my videos, and the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles movies were some of the last to fall victim to the Mary Whitehouse-driven efforts to protect the minds of the innocent. By the time this film was due for release in 1990, the BBFC were going through a phase where they thought ninja films were going to mark the end of civilization, particularly ninja weapons. As a result, from the early 90s to the early 2000s, it was almost impossible to find any ninja movies or action films that used ninja weaponry uncut in the UK. The Turtles suffered heavily from this, with the original release of the movie being edited to remove any gratuitous scenes of ninja weaponry, and in particular any scenes involving nunchucks. But luckily the ban on ninja-y things ended with the resignation of James Furman, who after nearly 25 years of incredibly odd and selective censorship, would resign in 1999, choosing to end his career with the BBFC with one final movement: to legalise hardcore pornography for sale in adult shops. Furman would pass away in 2002, effectively bringing to an end one of the biggest tug-of-wars between the artist and the censor boards in British history. There's still the odd tussle here and there from the odd extreme filmmaker with terrible nightmarish visions, but you can sleep safely now knowing that one of the biggest creative cullings in modern history began with nudist camp movies and ended with the Ninja Turtles and hardcore porn. This is a really well-crafted and technically executed film. I grew up with the Turtles, and I must say, having never seen this film until now, I was impressed at how well they managed to get the balance about right in terms of making it both action-packed and a well-written family film for its time. Is it perfect? No, absolutely not. It's aged quite a bit, and some of the scenes in this are just awful. Would it be relevant to a modern child audience? No, I don't think it would. But then again, kids today have their own heroes to look up to, just as I have mine from when I was a kid. This was a total time capsule, and anyone who was there to experience that period of time will most probably connect with this film very fondly. The 2015's Francesca is an attempt to recapture the style and feel of an authentic 70s giallo film. Written and directed by Luciano Onetti and co-written by Nicholas Onetti, who together have just 3 credits between them, and are probably best known for their 2013 suspense horror Deep Sleep. Giallo, for the uninitiated, was a subgenre of horror thriller that began in Italy. At their core, they're effectively whodunit murder mysteries, but usually significantly gorier, and very 70s or 80s as well, depending on the decade that they were made. While usually the killer is just a person with a grudge or a hidden agenda, occasionally they can have a paranormal aspect to them, and occasionally they can even turn into just straight horror movies. If you're still confused as to what giallo is, I'd recommend you go and dig out Dario Argento's Deep Red, as it's pretty defining of the field and a superb film in its own right. Francesca attempts to mimic this genre heavily by stylising the film to match that of the 70s murder mystery movies. And that, coupled with the price, I found this copy at my local supermarket for £3, compelled me to check it out. What I found in this film has left me with a lot of mixed feelings, so this may come across a lot less like a review and more like a stream of consciousness as I try to work through how I feel about this film. So, Francesca follows 2 detectives who are trying to crack the case on a multiple murderer who kills their victims and leaves them with rare coins in their eyes. The detectives receive a note from the killer that's a reference to the book The Divine Comedy. So, looking for answers as to what the reference refers to, they decide to talk to a local playwright for answers. Subsequently, at the same time, it's the 15th anniversary to the day that the playwright's daughter, Francesca, disappeared during an attempted robbery that left the playwright bound to a wheelchair. As the mysteries begin to pile up, much like the bodies, our detectives might uncover much more than just who the murderer is, as this film enters weird and dark territories. As mentioned, one of the things that really drew me to this film was the fact that it was attempting to imitate and replicate the feeling of the 70s giallo films that inspired it. In fact, the trailer for this film looks really quite impressive, and you really get the feeling that it could have been made in the 70s. It has a grainy and stilted look and feel to it that certainly puts you in the mindset. Because of this, I was expecting something quite special, much like how The Love Witch was made to look like a late 60s, early 70s film with frightening accuracy, even though it was made in 2016. However, it would appear sadly that the authenticity is fairly limited here. The movie is shot with modern cameras and isn't presented from a film print copy, nor has it even had the VHS treatment. This film's been harshly colour corrected to look like a washed out film print, and then there's been a very minor film grain filter put over the top of the footage. It's a cheap effort, which is terrifically disappointing, because even running this film through a VCR would have at least given it some realistic feeling of authenticity. I'm almost certain that they tweaked the trailer to actually look more believable as a film print than when compared to the actual film. I mean, look at this brief extract I VHS'd. It took me 15 minutes to do this, and you can tell it's night and day. It's a real testimony to the idea that what format you choose to present your film in will greatly affect the tone. Not everything needs to be shot in crisp and clear 4K. choosing what you shoot on can be just as important as what you shoot in itself. The cinematography is a definite step in the right direction. I'd say that 80% of the time it's gorgeously faithful to those early Giallo movies, with wonderfully handled use of crash zooms, Dutch angles and composition to really put across that authentic feeling. It also has some very nice use of colours, with reds, greens and blues being used throughout to help stylise the film further. The remaining 20% though is a bit awkward. It's either shots that look a little bit too modern for the time that this film is trying to replicate, which I mean, there's nothing wrong with doing that if you weren't selling your film on how accurate to 70s Giallo cinema it is. But because of this, they just seem a bit odd and out of place. Or the other problem is that it all goes into experimental student film territory, with a couple of sequences springing to my mind that were very heavily reminiscent of that edgy kid in film school who thinks that showing boobs, blood and guts with arty coloured lighting automatically made them the de facto film genius. Me, basically. These sequences feel totally out of place with the rest of the film. They add nothing to the plot, they don't aid you in figuring out who the murderer is any quicker, and genuinely they seem quite out of place. But it all looks really nice. The lighting's very impressive too, with some really nice use of shadowing to create depth and atmosphere, particularly during the studenty experimental bits, which arguably feature some of the nicest shots mixing coloured lights and shadows to create an interesting and fresh set of visuals. I mean, it's not perfect, but it's pretty damn nice. The thing that impressed me the most about this movie was its soundtrack. Good lord, this film's soundtrack is kick-ass. Not only does it get that mid to late 70s semi-synth funk pop down to a T, it all sounds original and suits the tone of the film perfectly. It's up there with some of the best film soundtracks I've ever heard. It's easily the best aspect of this film, and if they ever chose to release it, I'd be one of the first to buy it. The direction is a bit of a mixed bag as well. While there has been a distinct attempt to dress the sets and cast with props and costumes accurate to the period they're trying to recreate, there isn't really very much stage presence from the cast, who sort of seem to enter and exit the scenes without any kind of power behind them at all. It's just totally uninteresting in my opinion. I mean, I can't comment on the actors' performances in terms of how they deliver the script, as the film is almost entirely subtitled, and while subtitles come close to putting across what the script is actually saying, they aren't always 100% reliable, so I can't in good faith say that any performance is better than any other. The physical acting, though, is very dull. Most of the death scenes are fairly tame, and none of the actors physically show themselves to be anything other than not really that special. Now, my biggest problem with this film, the script. This film's plot is just painful. The basic elements all sound good on paper. Missing daughter, serial killer on the loose, detectives hot on the trail, but there's almost no character development, and the plot regularly starts and stalls throughout its 75-minute runtime. The detectives do very little, and the other cast members of the film act almost as window dressing. None of them feel like real people. Our main characters, the detectives, don't go through any kind of learning curve or transformation, and I honestly couldn't tell you one of their personality quirks or traits. It was like watching two placeholders for over an hour. They don't even do that much detective work. From what I remember of the film, they go to the park where the first body is found, talk to a witness, talk to the playwright, sit in a study for an eternity, go for a drink, go to play pool, go to a library, and then the end of the film happens. All the while you don't get to know who these characters are, they just regurgitate plot points and talk about things with an air of foreshadowing. There are several points where the film actually grinds to a halt while we follow the killer for a bit. Or we have a weird, unnecessary experimental bit. And much like Alien Species, this movie has completely needless nudity in it. And I think it's only there to help boost the certificate, because again, the film would actually be quite tame with those scenes taken out. The ending of the film is the absolute worst part of this for me, with a plot twist that genuinely left me screaming, "What is this film?" over and over again. Because basically, in the last 15 minutes of the movie, one of the two detectives gets killed by the murderer, who's then revealed to be the wheelchair-bound playwright, which means he's been faking being stuck in a wheelchair for 15 years to both his wife and everyone who knows him. Oh, and also he cross-dresses as a woman when he kills. It's never explained why he murders, but it's implied that it might be something to do with the fact that he accidentally strangled Francesca to death, and that the whole robbery scenario was just a big fib. This left me effectively calling cop-out on this movie, until it was revealed that there was another even stupider plot twist. You see, one thing I'd forgotten to mention until now is that Francesca has a sibling, who it's implied she accidentally killed. At the beginning of the film, she's seen to stab him. However, in the last 5 minutes, it's revealed that not only is Francesca dead, but that her sibling is still alive, and he kills the only remaining detective in the same instance that the detective kills the playwright. This other sibling is literally only seen in those closing moments, and only referenced to once or twice throughout the film. The suspension of disbelief required to believe that a man would purposely resign himself to a wheelchair for 15 years until such a time when he would sneakily drug his wife, dress up as a woman, and go out stabbing was tremendous in its own right. But to then not only have it that playwright's thought-to-be-dead son isn't in fact dead and is in fact in cahoots with his father helping to kill people was just a step too far for me. It left me angry and bewildered as to what I'd just wasted 70 minutes watching. This film looks gorgeous, but has an utterly disappointing script in my opinion, with a plot that's perfect as a pitch, but poorly executed and rushed. This film is a perfect example of what I like to call nice video, shame about the song. That is to say, this film looks beautiful, but its script, its heart is almost non-existent. It might as well be ramblings. Great visuals can only take you so far, and a decent script and a decent cast of characters is easily one of the most important parts of producing a good film. I would watch a snowstorm if it had a good cast of characters talking through it. It's quite depressing really, because I really wanted to like this movie. And in many ways I do. But I honestly don't think it's worth your time. If its soundtrack ever gets a release, buy it. It's absolutely awesome. But there are better films out there, in all honesty. Fade to Black is a 1980s tongue-in-cheek horror thriller that was both written and directed by Vernon Zimmerman. Zimmerman himself only has a few credits to his name, though arguably his most notable are The Unholy Rollers and Teen Witch. In many ways, it's a shame that his filmography is as small and as diverse as it is, as I think it would have been really interesting to get a more firmer grip on his writing and directional style. As it stands, it's arguable that Fade to Black is probably his best known film. And that's not saying much. Trailer over on the 80s Commercial Vault's YouTube channel. A great little place if you like to check out old adverts. And I was absolutely smitten with the trailer's setup and premise. It's nothing particularly groundbreaking, but the way it handles putting across the movie's content I thought was really neat. So I put particularly gangster, horror and western pictures. He's a total know-it-all, but he's slowly being driven quite insane through a mixture of self-destructive physical behaviour and psychological torment at the hands of his employers and his aunt who he lives with. One day while working, Eric meets a girl who bears a striking resemblance to Marilyn Monroe, and after talking to her for a short time, he falls head over heels for her. The pair agree to meet on a date, but it's against those he believes have wronged him. One of the easiest and quickest ways to describe this film is basically imagine a prototype version of Scream, with maybe just a hint of the mentally unhinged elements of Christmas Evil. Except instead of following the victims, we instead follow the killer. The only significant difference between this and Scream is that Eric is implied to be mentally unwell after years of psychological neglect, and that most of the on-screen deaths are accidental. This film is absolutely chocked with references, with straight homages to Psycho and Whatever Happened to Baby Jane, right the way through to more literally spoken references to films like White Heat and Dracula, through to more subtle Easter eggs, like the boss of the film distribution company Eric works for having posters of Halloween and Tourist Trap on his walls, two of the then most recent horror slashers to have come out. It embraces that quality. It's not trying to draw the jock taking his girlfriend out to the movies on a Saturday night. It's trying to get the Jay Shermans and the comic book guys of the world on those seats. Which for a time when film as an art, with Dennis Christopher playing an absolute blinder as Eric, taking on multiple characters and roles with an almost effortless charm. He may well look here like the love child of Tom Holland and Michael Cera, but he's arguably one of the best elements of this production, especially when he's playing alongside Eve Brent Ash as his wheelchair-bound Aunt Stella. The two have an on-screen chemistry that's both volatile and edge-of-your-seat enjoyable. I also have to mention Linda Kerridge, who plays... For example, there's a subplot establishing the police presence in this film through a recently transferred criminal analyst, Dr. Moriarty. But he's in very few... Literally, there's a scene where he first arrives, a scene where he gets to know a female cop partner a little better, a scene where he suspects that Eric might be up to something, though Eric isn't in the scene, it's just implied that a meeting happened off-screen. Without those scenes, it would probably be a stronger movie. Moriarty, played by Tim Thomerson, is really just walking exposition. They needed an excuse for Eric and a doctor to meet and for some of Eric's family medical background to be mentioned, so they seem to have almost crammed this character into the film at the last minute just to cover up the plot holes. There's also a rather upsetting sequence in which Eric jerks off. You don't see his penis, but it goes on for an uncomfortably long time and doesn't really add anything to the plot other than reaffirming that Eric loves Marilyn Monroe. Just thought I'd flag that up because I can't in good faith let that one fly over the radar unmentioned. Fade to Black was released in June 2000 by MIA. It's a value release with just scene selection and the film itself as menu options. The print's pretty clean, if not a little overly dark in places and a touch washed out. It's pretty much a certainty that this film is now out of print, and it hasn't been picked up for re-release for well over a decade at this point, which is a real shame. It's got Arrow Video written all over it, and it'd look gorgeous in a 4K scan. There was also a novelisation of the film released sometime shortly after the film debuted. That's out of print across the board as well. But one of the benefits of mass-produced DVDs being out of print is that it's currently going for pence on Amazon. And for that cost, I'd definitely recommend picking it up. It may not be perfect, but for between 20 and 40 pence you could pick up much worse. I went into this film with very high hopes, and what I got was a bit of a mixed bag, but ultimately an enjoyable film. With a great cast, brilliant historical film knowledge, and a more than decent stab at lighting and cinematography, I'd definitely say that this film was worth watching at least once, and I'd argue that it's criminally underrated. It has its problems in the form of mild padding and some slightly weaker script writing in places, but out. For a film that clocks in at approximately 63 minutes long, I thought my review of The Ring of Terror, the 1962 teen college movie with 5 minutes of horror stapled to the beginning and end, would be at least somewhat merciful, considering that it falls well short of the usual 80 to 90 minute feature runtime, and that they don't have a whole lot of time to screw it up. I was wrong. Hell, I was thinking when I first chose this film to talk about that I'd probably end up just declaring it a grey zone movie that had some good points and bad points before getting on with my life. And yet, 2018 is only really just getting underway, and I honestly think that I won't see a film as awful as this one anytime soon. Ring of Terror was directed by Clark L. Palo, his only stab at feature directing, and one of only 2 directing credits he ever achieved, the other being for an episode of the TV show Sky King. Yeah, me neither. While he didn't do a whole lot of directing, he was quite prolific as an assistant director, with credits for several stinkers including The Time Travelers, Vengeance in the Saddle, and a whole string of forgettable bikini beach movies. Basically, if it involved Poundland saddles or beach shenanigans, Palo was probably involved somewhere down the line. As for the writers... This was written by Louis Simeon and Gerald Zinnemann, and this was the only thing the pair ever worked on, both together and solo. It's not unusual really for this channel to find a director with little to no experience in his position, working with writers with no experience whatsoever in writing mainstream features, but I always like to think that even with the lack of experience present, that there's always the very slight possibility that they might pull off the almost impossible and produce something absolutely astounding, either in terms of actually being good or being infamous. After all, The Room was one man's vision who had had no previous directing experience, and that went on to become one of the most infamously good bad movies of the modern age. So for better or worse, I got an hour free and decided to check this film out. And it's garbage. Here's why. Ring of Terror opens with what can best be described as a cross between the intro to Plan 9 from Outer Space meets the narrator from the Rocky Horror Picture Show, who, to be blunt, talks a load of crap about mortality before suddenly, and quite randomly, running out of his house into a graveyard to rescue his cat. He then spots a grave, and the film begins properly with a flashback to 1955. The rest of the film then follows Lewis Moffat, played by George Mather, an actor in his 30s playing a student in his 20s training to become a doctor. Lewis likes to show off and pretend to be the strong man who isn't afraid of anything, even going as far as to offer his services to his professor as a mortician's assistant during an autopsy. A job this film would make you think was up there with Poison Taster. Lewis is going steady with Betty, a girl also attending Lewis's college. Now, the film from here on in is basically just set pieces. The script has all the subtlety of a sledgehammer to the nads and is only twice as painful, so here's what happens next, to the best of my ability. Lewis and Betty go on a date, a snake manages to get into Lewis's car, Lewis literally kills the snake on screen, Peter would have a field day with that one, and after the ordeal, the pair go to the school's cafeteria. Whilst in the cafeteria, a lot of fat jokes are made, and there's some patter about an upcoming autopsy the doctors are going to. There's also mention of the medical students joining a fraternity. Then there's the autopsy scene, which runs for approximately 5 million years and adds nothing at all to the plot, apart from one key element that they could have illustrated in about 2 minutes. Then there's a scene with some backstory about Lewis's past and how he's scared of the dark. And of corpses. Sort of. But not really. Then there's a barbecue and all the med students are given their fraternity challenges. The fat student has to lose weight. One of the students has to go and sexually harass a load of women, etc, etc. Then there's a beauty contest that runs for another 5 million years and comes out of absolute nowhere with no setup and pretty much no payoff. Then Lewis gets his pledge, which is that he has to break into the morgue and steal the ring off a cadaver he was assisting the autopsy on. He does this, and a cat, the dark, and the cadaver scare him to the point that he has a massive heart attack, and then the narrator comes back on for 5 more minutes, tells us that Lewis died, and has a god-awful monologue about mortality again. And then the film just ends. That's it. That's the whole movie. And I feel bad that I just explained the whole plot to you, but to be honest, if I didn't, it would be even harder to convey to you just how ludicrous this 63-minute film actually is. If I had to theorise exactly why it is the way it is, I'd suggest that it was originally written as a teen comedy movie. But just before production started, there was a shift in the market towards the rising popularity of B-movie horror films, so they decided to rework it, by literally writing a prologue at the beginning and tweaking the ending, thus turning it into a horror film on the cheap. It's the only way I can figure out why this film is the way it is, because anything less than that, and I seriously have to start casting doubts on whoever agreed to fund this picture. Where do I even begin in attempting to critique this? In writing this review, I spent at least half an hour writing an opening paragraph and then deleting it, because in my mind, all of these elements are jostling for the worst element of this film. And I can't honestly tell you which one element of this production is the worst. The direction is almost non-existent, cast members are just loitering in scenes with cameras on. They aren't animated, they don't look comfortable or happy on set, and none of the scenarios they're placed in come with even a vague sense of believability. It's largely just people standing or sitting in large groups with no screen presence, murmuring to each other. It's absolutely terrible. The acting is almost as bad, with lines being constantly muffled because the cast members don't speak loudly or clearly enough. None of the cast have any animation in their voices, they all sound monotonous and seem to be there to collect a paycheck and go home. Even the better performances in this film are only just about passable, and that's me being nice. Not that they had a particularly good script to work with in the first place, with dialogue that no human would ever speak, and scenarios that would just never happen in real life. In particular, 2 characters who are both just a little bit overweight, not even particularly fat, just a little bit pudgy, are mercilessly picked on throughout this film for being fatty fat fatties. To the point where the joke is basically just, hey, these guys eat more food than they should. It gets old pretty quickly. They've also gone out of their way to make the women of this film totally weak and useless, with Betty, played by Esther First, effectively being there to offer support to Lewis, and in no way must she question his ability or authority. And that's about it. All the other women in this film don't have a lot of lines, and what lines they do have are pretty much on a par with, "Oh you," and that's about it. The cinematography isn't much better, with 90% of the shots being static and often not centred shots of the cast just stood or sat down, and no creativity's been put into considering the placement of these camera positions. They're all just mids or close-ups. What wides they do use are usually out of necessity, because the scene has about 12 to 15 people in them, so it feels like none of these positions happened through choice. It also looks really soft throughout. I can't tell if that's because of my copy of the film, or if it's just an error that occurred during the production. The editing, both from a visual and audio perspective, look as if they've been done by somebody who has never cut a film in their lives. From a visual standpoint, the cuts here are blunt to the point of travesty. Shots just end. They don't finish with a natural progression or transition. They cut harsh and they cut heavy. The editor used B-roll that's often not relevant to the scene, just because it existed. And more often than not, it feels as if there wasn't a clear intention on how this film should look. I could have cut this film better blindfolded. I'm not saying that as a way of bigging myself up here. I'm literally saying anyone could have done a better job cutting this film than the person who cut it. It's quite possibly the worst edit I've ever seen, and I went to film school, so I've seen some dreck in my time. The sound edit doesn't get away with it either. Sound just comes crashing into the film with the subtlety of a wrecking ball, and it exits just as brutally. There are little to no fades in this film, and the music just cuts in and out as necessary. Quite frequently, music is looped in such an obvious way you'll hear the same piece of music about 3 or 4 times in 10 seconds. Disastrous is the only word for this. My copy of The Ring of Terror was found on the Nightmare Worlds box set, a 50-disc set released by Mill Creek Entertainment in 2008. If you're a regular viewer of my show, you should know at this point that Mill Creek basically round up public domain movies and films that cost next to nothing for the distribution rights, and then shove them out the door multiple times under the guise of various box sets. There's no clean-up on these films. Hell, 90% of them usually come from a film print literally copied from a VHS tape. This film's no exception, by the way. The print quality's border unwatchable. It's a VHS source, and whether it's just my copy of the film or whether it's a problem from the production, I can't say. But this film is woefully underlit and drenched in print errors, from scratches to tram lines and all the broken bits in between. I don't use unwatchable lightly. There are points in this film where you are effectively watching a black screen with lighter black smudges moving about on it. And that's about it. The film also starts and stops a couple of seconds too late, meaning the intro just begins and the ending finishes too early. It all feels a bit cut off. The biggest insult, and it's been a good while since I've seen anything like this, Mill Creek have burnt a watermark into the bottom corner of this film. And it would be okay if it was at least subtle, but it really isn't. It's noticeable and quite distracting, especially if the film's so bad you want to watch the watermark more than the feature. It's bad when realistically you could miss out 30 minutes of a just over 60-minute feature and still know exactly what's going on. Imagine, if you will, for a moment, as an example, that Animal House wasn't funny, was badly written, had awful direction, cinematography, acting, editing and lighting, and opened and closed with the opening and closing 5 minutes of the Texas Chainsaw Massacre randomly stitched on. And you'd be somewhere on the road to where this film is. It feels like it has a runtime that goes on for an eternity, and when the best I can say about a film is that the cast weren't the worst I've ever seen, you know your film's screwed up. Seriously, I think this wasn't intended as a horror film. I'd put good money on it being the case that this was a sleazy cash-in via rewriting an unfunny teen comedy minimally by topping and tailing it with horror elements. It's a bad film even by 50s and 60s standards. And that's saying something. A stunning film to be avoided at all costs, unless you like the idea of long waits and little returns. Dig out the MST3K riff of this one. You'll thank me for it. Balance of Power, more commonly known by its renamed title Hidden Tiger, is a 1996 martial arts thriller directed by Rick Bennett and written by Philip M. Good, Otto Pozzo and Robert Tubbs. This is Bennett's first and only time in the director's chair for a feature, with his only other directing credit being a TV movie called Power Pack. He's probably best known, however, for his acting credits, with him having quite a substantial history of voice acting for the Marvel vs. Capcom games, and in particular for the character of Juggernaut in the 90s X-Men animated series. As for writers, well, between them, Good, Pozzo and Tubbs have about 3 credits, and 2 of those are for short direct-to-video projects, and one of them is this film. Pozzo is probably the most successful in this regard, as he helped to co-write another film starring this one's main hero, Billy Blanks, called Tough and Deadly. A film I will get to in time, don't you worry about that. Balance of Power stars Blanks as Nick, or Nico, they swap his name in and out depending on the character speaking. A martial arts teacher at a downtown dojo, an all-round moral high-grounder. Seriously, in this film Nick can barely do any wrong, and is always on hand to shell out thought-provoking advice or motivational kicks up the backside. We're introduced to Nick organising a mass litter picking with his students on a nearby waste site, and within 15 minutes of the film's runtime, he's already lecturing 2 students about staying on the straight and narrow and avoiding getting involved in drugs and crime, and punishing them for daring to have a different opinion to his. It's at this point that the Mafia make an appearance, trying to coax Nick into paying protection money so that his dojo doesn't fall victim to any unwanted attention. Nick refuses to bend to them, and the Mafia begin to plan how they can mess with Nick and his team. It's then revealed that this particular Mafia is also running a deathmatch competition, where selected fighters can take on the Mafia's strongest champion. And when the Mafia accidentally attack one of Nick's students when attempting a drive-by on his dojo, Nick decides that the only way to get vengeance is to team up with an old karate master and his granddaughter, and to take on the Mafia's champion himself, both to save his dojo and to protect his students from further incident. Thus begins an intense training period and several deadly dangers as Blanks and his team work together to try and take down the Mafia. Right off the bat, it needs to be said that while I'm pretty sure this isn't a TV movie, it has all the hallmarks of being one. It's cinematic, but the budget just doesn't seem to be there to give it that full polish it really needs. And there are various points where it fades down to black and then fades back up, implying that this was edited with ad breaks in mind. It just doesn't look or feel like someone would go to the cinema to watch this. And yet I can't find any information that would conclusively show that this film was in fact made for TV. So if you do happen to know definitively if this was made for TV or not, please do leave a comment, because I'd love to know. The acting throughout this is very TV movie-y as well, with Blanks giving a bit of a mixed performance. Some of his lines land and are very badass, but there are quite a few moments where he either stumbles through the script or it looks like he's just reading his lines off screen, which can be a bit off-putting. One of the key drug dealers in this as well has a mock English accent, which has to be in the running for one of the worst attempts at an accent that I've ever seen. It's so bad that it infrequently breaks into either his native accent or some strange stab at Australian. Everyone else for the most part's pretty fine, particularly the head of the mafia, and Matsumoto, the old man who takes blanks in. They both give fantastic performances, but it's a bit too few and far between for me. I'd say it gets a pass, but barely. The direction's pretty decent throughout, and all the cast seem very animated and active in the scenes they're in. It's nice to see a film like this really have that animate cast, because it's a factor that can make or break these kind of movies. If anything, the only thing I could say from a directional standpoint is that there's maybe a little bit too much time enjoying the scenery and surroundings, rather than getting on with things. In particular, the opening sequence is a flyby of the skyline, which went on considerably longer than it needed to, and it didn't really add anything to proceedings, other than making me wish the film would just get going. I realise that's more of an editorial decision than a directional one, but that was what was planned to open the movie, and it really drags. The cinematography is really solid as well, with a nice range of well-composed shots and some decent mixtures of shot types to really help sell the urban grittiness of wherever this film is actually set. Though I do believe a few scenes in this film were shot with coverage in mind. I don't necessarily think that's a bad thing here though. It really allows for a greater chance to try and get the best out of the scripts. Normally I would say that the opposite was the case, that going out and shooting with specific shots in mind and then getting coverage as an afterthought would be the right way to do it, because it allows for a stronger vision. But here it works about as well as it can do. I'd normally also complain about the lack of diversity or experimentation in the shot compositions. But again, we're not shooting a masterpiece here. This is an 88-minute long kung fu movie that's just trying to tell its script and not look god-awful in doing so. And I think for that, it does okay. It's quite a bit better than some of the tat I've spoken about on here. Though there are a couple of moments, particularly the training montages, that are lifted quite literally wholesale from Rocky 3 and 4. Then again, if you're going to steal from the best, I'd say. Of course, with any martial arts film, the absolute make or break is the choreography of the fight scenes. And here they're fairly creative. In particular, there's a fight scene in the first 5 to 10 minutes that was a lot of fun to watch and ended with a particularly gruesome broken leg effect. Most of the fight scenes are grand and very much over the top. The biggest problem these scenes have fall to a mixture of poor camera placement and editing. You see, masking a fake punch or kick is crucial to making the scenes here look believable. And here the connection distance is ridiculously far. You can tell that not only are they not coming anywhere near hitting each other, they're barely even in the same airspace as each other. Now this wouldn't be a problem with a competent editor on board. They'd be able to mask the punches quite believably, or alternatively use cutaways effectively so that you'd never need know that a single punch landed at all. But I have to say, the biggest issue that this film has is that whoever edited this film left it in a state that at best could be described as a bit loose, and at worst could be described as shocking. There's no timing, no rhythm apart from the broad cuts, which for the most part are fine, but anything in this film more complex than a scene change or a two-person conversation just seems to completely overwhelm the post-production crew on this one. Just looking at some of the fight scenes, you'll see some of the more glaring moments where it just doesn't match up with the audio, timing of the music, or pacing of the choreography. I mean, as an editor myself by trade, I can't necessarily blame the guy or girl responsible for cutting this together. It may be that they didn't have any cutaway material or enough footage to work with to begin with. And this is hardly the new Wes Anderson production. But the state that this has been left in is genuinely quite disheartening, and it really dampens down and in some cases fully kills any kind of hope this film had of being above average. As a small aside, I should also say that the soundtrack is best described as the best a man with a MIDI keyboard alone in his bedroom with a free weekend can produce. It's not offensive, but it's far from memorable. And again, it only adds to the overly cheap made-for-TV vibe. Balance of Power originally debuted in 1996 and was produced by Amcel Entertainment. It would fall into relative obscurity until 2002, when it was snapped up by Third Millennium Films, who decided to slightly recut the film and alter the title from Balance of Power to Hidden Tiger, in order to cash in on the then recently released Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. A tactic so shallow and money-grabbing that I'm kinda glad that Amazon only lists 3 reviews for this film. It implies that there are only 4 copies ever sold. Though one thing this release did leave me wondering was, why is it an 18? I mean, there's a somewhat gory shot of a broken leg at the beginning of the film, and towards the end of the film there's an implied impalement that shows an actor with blood in his mouth. But, let me put it this way. If Terminator 2 and Theatre of Blood can both get only a 15 certificate, then this surely must be less than an 18. Other than minor issues, the print's okay here. Maybe a little washed out, and I'm not 100% sure, but I think it's a VHS copy. But I wouldn't like to commit to that. It looks okay. It'd probably benefit from a bit of a remaster, but for something like this, I can't think of a company that would bother. Overall, as far as plots go, this is far from an original idea, and some of the dialogue falls flat on its face. However, it works with what it has reasonably well, and a good balance of decent cine and direction really saves this film from the abyss. However, it's heavily let down by poor editing and a somewhat mediocre soundtrack. This film's a real testimony to the understanding that not skimping on your post team is important. A good editor can make all the difference, and had this film been somewhat tighter, I think it could have been much more enjoyable. As it stands, there are much better and much worse films out there than this. This is a grey zone film, which in many ways makes it one of the most skippable. One for the meh pile, ultimately. The Boogeyman, known as The Bogeyman in the UK, is a 1980 slasher movie directed by Uli Lamel. Lamel is a veteran of the field, with his most notable period of activity being a 10-year collaborative partnership with fellow producer-director Rainer Werner Fassbinder. Lamel first began his career in filmmaking around the time of the New German Film movement, a period of cinema that began in the mid to late 1960s as a direct rejection of the then existing German cinema system. A group of artists and filmmakers basically gave the German film industry the middle finger and decided to go out and build their own industry, heavily inspired by the then growing French New Wave movement and ideologically grounded to artistic merit over profit and popularity. They weren't bothered with what was seen to be good. They wanted to make new things that entertained and inspired people. This period lasted until the 1980s and gave us the likes of Werner Herzog and Wim Wenders. Lamel is quoted as saying that he decided to make The Boogeyman as he'd been heavily inspired by the art house style of Euro horror that was rapidly growing in popularity around Europe, and the growing rise of the stalker slasher movies that were successful in the US. On the Euro horror side of things, these would have been films like Suspiria, Inferno or Alucarda, whereas over in the US, these would have been films like Halloween and Tourist Trap. In mixing and matching these styles, Lamel here has created a wonderfully woozy film, which really tries to get the best of both worlds. The script was written by Lamel, David Herschel, and the lead actress of this feature, and wife of Uli, Susanna Love. And I must say there's quite a bit of diversity in the amount of credits presented here among the writers. Lamel has well over 60 credits to his name, though quite a few of those are films he himself produced and directed. Love has a decent handful to her name also, though not quite into double digits. And David Herschel has just one credit, this film. And as far as I could research, he has absolutely no online presence whatsoever. So I don't know how involved he was in the script writing process, but my guess is not a whole lot. The film follows Lacey and Willie, a brother and sister who, as children, are heavily punished by their alcoholic mother's new boyfriend. In the opening of the film, he's trying to get it on with their mother when he spots them watching. He decides the best course of action would be to take Willie upstairs, tie him down to a bed and pummel him. That's not an innuendo. When the violence has settled down for the evening, Lacey goes to free Willie, stop laughing, and using a kitchen knife, the pair sneak into their parents' room, where Willie brutally kills his mother's abusive partner. We then jump forward in time about 20 years, and both Lacey and Willie have been living happily on a farm with their aunt and uncle. Willie's been mute since the incident, and Lacey seems to be having a reoccurring nightmare every once in a while, in which she flashes back to that fateful night. But for the most part, they're pretty happy. Lacey's even got married and had a child herself. But one afternoon they're settling in for dinner and Lacey spots a letter for her and Willie. She discovers her mother's asking to see them one more time before she dies. This brings all the memories flooding back of that dreadful event, and that night Lacey has a very vivid dream that shocks her so much her husband decides enough is enough and takes her to see a doctor. The doctor puts her into a hypnotic state and makes her relive that night in her own mind. And there something unusual happens. Somewhat worried by what Lacey says in her trance, the doctor recommends that the pair visit the house where the incident took place. Only when they arrive at the house, an evil presence seems to reacquaint itself with Lacey. And when she returns to the farm, her and Willie may have let themselves in for more than they've bargained for. I seriously had my doubts about this film before watching it. It came on a 2-disc double feature multi-pack. This film and its sequel were on disc 1, and Halloween 4 and 5 were on disc 2. I thought to myself, if it's being compared to Halloween 4 and 5, then the bar's being set pretty low. However, I was actually really impressed with just how good this movie actually was. It grabbed me right from the off, because the intro to this film is literally just a black screen with a very moody synth track from the film's score playing over it. It really helps set the mood and tone. Even sat in my living room, I felt like I was being pulled into this film's universe. So I can only imagine how it must have felt to watch this in a cinema. From a casting perspective, I really have to commend Susanna Love in this. Her performance is astoundingly good. She plays a very emotionally fragile role throughout the film and gives a very varied and complex performance without hamming it up too much, which I thought was very impressive. Nicholas Love also gives an alright performance as Willie too. I have to cut him some slack really, because physical acting is some of the hardest to do, especially if you're playing a mute character. While he isn't perfect all the time, he has a certain unhinged mannerism about himself through this that's really impressive to watch. In particular, the scene where he starts stealing knives and hiding them in his room was very well played, as was the scene where a local girl comes over and tries flirting with him. He has a feeling of unpredictability throughout this film, and it's really hard to say exactly what he's going to do next. In short, the pair are a pleasure to watch. The supporting cast, however, are a little bit wobbly in places. In particular, the priest and the doctor have a few shaky moments, and there are some students in this film who turn up about halfway through who are far from perfect. I've seen worse supporting cast members, but I've also seen a hell of a lot better. The direction, cinematography, and editing all work seamlessly in this production, with wonderful direction of composition and the cast being matched with great, smooth cuts. Everything has this slightly ethereal, dreamlike vibe about it. And while some of the conversational pieces did seem to back and forth a bit and were largely relegated to mid-shots, I can't really complain. A good sign of a good movie is when you stop noticing the edits and the cinematography changes and start to just enjoy the film for what it is, and I really did that with this one. There's some wonderful compositions that really look very visually stunning, and had there not been a good solid editor on hand to cut these sequences, it would have been the equivalent of painting the Mona Lisa and then hanging it in a lavatory. This is a nice, tight, punchy and concise film. I would say the divide between the Euro horror and the slasher is pretty much day and night, with all the tense suspense-raising moments usually being shot from a point-of-view style, with heavy use of shadows and harsh light, as emphasised in slasher movies, whereas the more slow-burning, narrative-driven pieces have this very strong, woozy vibe I mentioned earlier, as was often the case in several Euro horror films. The soundtrack is also pleasantly surprising. It's fairly stripped back, mainly just synth, but it sounds like a good quality one, rather than the Poundland tat that frequented low-budget slashers of the 1980s. The tracks here are eerie, and there's a tremendous bassy quality behind most of the pieces. It really helps add to the atmosphere. While it wouldn't be one that I'd rush to stick on while I'm working, it almost certainly helps edge the audience even closer into the world that this film wants you to be a part of. The death sequences here are also really quite something. The effects aren't great, but the imagination used to realise them is as grand as it could be. In particular, look out for the Kiss of Death sequence, which took me by surprise in all honesty when I saw this for the first time. It's wonderfully planned out and brilliantly executed. What sealed the deal for me with this movie was the ending, in which literally all rational thought goes out of the window, and quite literally the film descends into absolute carnage for 10 minutes. In the end sequence, which I must say very heavily emulates parts of Suspiria and The Exorcist, you have people's faces melting, explosions, screaming, levitating, the whole 9 yards. The pounding synth soundtracks are used well here, and the use of coloured lights really tips this film into that arty territory that for me puts it above your common or slasher. This was the point in the film where I knew I'd found something really quite special. Topping off that grand finale, the actual end credits of the film are almost perfect too, with just enough closure that you can walk away from this feeling satisfied, but leaving enough avenues open that if they chose to do a sequel, there'd really be some good material to work with. Though we'll get to that one another day. As I mentioned near the start of this review, I really was not expecting much from this film. This was classed as one of the original banned video nasties in the UK, and for the most part, the more obscure the nasty is, the more likely it is to be absolute dross. But you know what? This film's pretty bloody brilliant. With good solid direction, crisp compositions, and a variety of experimental cinematography, A decent script that doesn't overstay its welcome, precision editing, wonderful moody lighting that helps keep the atmosphere in check, and a soundtrack that's minimalist yet effective. I completely understand why this film made it onto the Nasties list, due to its heavy gore, emphasis on the satanic, and opening sequences of child abuse, but I'd say it was most definitely in the upper tier of the Nasties, the respectable ones, like Suspiria, or Zombie Flesh Eaters, or the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. In fact, my only gripe with this film was the unfortunate fact that my copy was a very low-res, cheap DVD version. I'd love to see this either in a cinema presented as intended, or as an alternative presented on VHS. I think the fuzz and grain from the tape would only enhance the viewing experience. It's definitely put me in the mindset to upgrade my copy sooner rather than later. Less favourable critics of this movie have claimed that it's just a down-market Halloween rip-off. I completely disagree. While I can't say that this film is entirely original, it takes elements of various horror films from the era and creates something quite new and unusual with what it has to work with. As one of my favourite script editors, Terence Dix, once said, "You can have an original idea, but it needn't be your original idea." This will probably never be regarded as a straight-out classic movie, but it's a diamond in the rough and a very underrated film that I seriously recommend you look out for. If you were, or currently still are, a child in the UK, then odds are at some point in your life your parents have packed you up, bundled you into a car and taken you to one of the many seaside towns up and down the country for a few days away at a holiday camp during the summer break. In fact, almost like a rite of passage, the holiday camp getaway is as British as fish and chips or inherent seething politeness. There were two main players in the holiday camp trade when I was growing up, and they were Butlins and Haven. And while I've never been on a Butlins holiday, I have several fond memories of Haven. To an international audience, Haven holiday camps were basically mass trailer parks designed around the idea of kiddie adventure fun. These were usually near beaches and would run for a good chunk of the year, offering various on-site leisure activities, like a swimming pool, parks, arcades, and a cabaret club. There was even a kids club to keep the young ones busy and out of the hair of their parents, who'd usually go for the on-site pubs, bars, bingo halls, and the chance for some peace and quiet while Junior was being entertained by some holiday reps. They were always advertised as sunny, smiley places, though in my personal experience it was usually about 1 or 2 degrees Celsius, and there was usually a fist fight at some point. British seaside towns aren't always as picturesque as they're advertised, and in certain parts of the country, particularly Blackpool and Towyn come to my mind, you'll often never be more than a few steps away from either a completely drunken family, dilapidated shop fronts, grisly arcades, and drug dealers. That's not to say all holiday towns are like that all the time, mind. And that's not to say that those sites ruined my holiday experience. No. My memories of Haven caravan sites in the 90s were that of summer afternoons on the beach, paddling in the sea, visiting local zoos and landmarks, and spending frankly an astounding amount of money in the arcades. It was while on a Haven holiday that I was first introduced to the Simpsons arcade game, easily one of the best games I've ever played. But I digress. Haven's kids clubs were called the Tiger Club, and it was established in the mid-1980s. Rory the Tiger was their mascot, and he was best known as the strong and charismatic leader of the pack type, who was largely modelled at being a role model for the kids. He was also there to help take the pressure off the no doubt struggling summer camp workers, who would have had to have put up with as many as 40 screaming and irritable kids of various ages for the majority of the summer. As time went on, Rory was joined by many other friends, including an anxious elephant called Anxious, a bear, a gorilla, and finally 2 human characters who had giant fiberglass heads. Quite why this was the case, I'm not sure, but costume-wise, these guys were basically cheapo Chuck E. Cheese knockoffs, though distinctly more moral. The Haven mascots were there to teach kids right from wrong, and also to party, but mainly to teach kids right from wrong, and make them aware of animal conservation. But you know, right from wrong. And so we arrive at Zoo Troop, a 2007 direct-to-DVD set of short features produced by Bourne Leisure, the company that owns Haven and Butlins holiday camps, and The Character Shop, an animation company that's best known for its work in advertising in the UK, having produced multiple channel idents for CITV, as well as some of the more recent Churchill Insurance adverts. This disc is 65 minutes long and contains 3 shorts, 1 animation and 2 live-action plays. I'm not entirely sure what the function of this DVD was, whether it was given away as a promotional thing to try and encourage kids to join the kids club, or whether it was maybe available as some kind of exclusive souvenir DVD so that the young uns could remember their ace time in the Tiger Club. I actually got in touch with Haven regarding this, but their response was a bit wishy-washy. I honestly don't think they even know themselves at this point. All I do know is that there's at least 1 more Zoo Troop DVD out there, though whether it differs from this one at all or whether it's just a repackaging, I couldn't honestly tell you. There are at least also 3 more animated episodes of the series out there as well, and they're available on YouTube. The first feature on this disc is the 17-minute long aforementioned animation produced by The Character Shop, which deals with the Zoo Troop, Haven's holiday mascots decked out in people clothes who are shown to be some kind of news team? It never makes it all entirely that clear. They broadcast the latest goings-on in and around the zoo to the rest of the zoo animals, and almost immediately I found my first major problem with this concept. The Zoo Troop consists of 4 animals who dress in human clothes and speak like people do. The troupe also features Ned and Poppy, 2 actual living, breathing humans who don't at all seem fazed by the anthropomorphic news team. Then there's the rest of the zoo, which is primarily made up of actual zoo animals who can't speak and don't wear people clothes. Which at first left me thinking, well, okay, at least they're differentiating all the different classes of anima here. You have literal animals, animals who think they're people, and actual people. But then to complicate the matter, the plot revolves around 2 African rhinos who are on a special visit to the zoo, who get stranded in the snow, and the zoo troop have to go and try and rescue them. The rhinos are structured to look like actual rhinos, but they talk like people. So either the zoo animals who aren't seen to speak English can fluently but are choosing not to, or the showrunners just didn't really care. I'm inclined to believe the latter. I think probably one of the biggest problems with all the features on this DVD is simply that the scripts just aren't really all that interesting. I mean, I think they might amuse very, very young children, like 3 to 4 years old, but I can't see it getting a particularly large rewatch value. Simply because the plots aren't that engaging and the scripts dance wildly between being incredibly basic and monosyllabic to wildly overcomplicated and dealing with serious subjects such as animal preservation and climate change. These are things no child in their right mind are going to be able to comprehend, let alone enjoy. The animation left me a little bit confused as well. The foreground animation is very smooth, especially with the character movement, if not a little overly basic. Maybe a hint more detail might have swayed things for me, but here it's passable. The background animation, though, is absolutely dire. with 90% of the backing shots looking like our characters are stood in front of a green screen. They all look really flat and have no sense of depth. And when they do try for depth, it looks quite cheap. Again, if you were a really small kid, I don't think you'd particularly notice, but it was frankly glaring when I watched it. Crisply crap, as my partner put it when I showed her a clip. And to be fair, I think she's not the nail on the head here. The voice acting is a bit of a mixed bag as well, with Anxious the Elephant and Bradley the Bear sounding frankly atrocious. But then Polly, who's voiced by Deborah Andrew Oliver, the same person who voices Anxious the Elephant, and Greedy the Gorilla, my favourite character, thought you'd like to know, are really good. Not award-winning, but a real attempt at being entertaining. Rory the Tiger makes an appearance as well as the lead host on the station, and he's pretty good too. He gets quite a few padded lines, but the voice actor for the character does a good job of keeping him upbeat, so hats off to him. All in all, this animation is almost 20 minutes long, but realistically could have been 10. There's a ton of padding in this, and quite a lot of pushing climate change facts, which I mean, hey, I'm totally cool with that, but your key audience might not be. Personally, if I'd had a say on how this should have worked, I'd have maybe gone for producing 4 5-minute episodes that dealt with a quick story each episode, rather than one 20-minute story that dealt with one plot in a convoluted way. The animation was written by Niraj Kapoor, who hasn't got an IMDb listing or any online presence that I can find, and it was directed by Richard Smart and Mark Vale, who don't have any other directing credits to their name, but Richard Smart did do some artwork for the Jellykins, an early 2000s preschooler show that I'd completely forgotten about until I saw it in his listings. I'll have to get to that one at some point, it's a hoot. The other 2 productions on this disc are both about 20 minutes long and are live-action recordings of 2 stage plays that would have been performed live on stage at the holiday camps. The characters are portrayed by men and women in full-body costume suits, and much like the animation, these shows both hit a major problem immediately out of the gate. You see, these stage shows rely heavily on audience participation, and rather than capture a performance that was being played to an audience live, they instead decided to film the plays themselves in an empty theatre, and then intercut that with footage of kids watching one of the performances live. Only there are 3 problems in doing that. The first is that they don't really make much of an effort to blend the footage together, so it regularly cuts from a crowded audience to a totally empty theatre. They seem to have forgotten to record any audio of the audience, and as a result, all the scenes where it does cut to the crowd are dubbed over with stock audience reaction audio. Generic reaction audio at that. So you get this really weird Lynchian effect, whereby the animals will be performing to a clearly empty theatre, which will then cut from the stage to reveal a suddenly fully populated audience screaming and cheering out of sync to an invisible stage. Another problem is the audience participation elements haven't been removed from this recording, meaning there are long protracted moments where Rory the Tiger will say something like, "When I say pull, you all shout pull! Pull!" Only for there to be an absolutely deadly silence. All of those elements are only made worse by the choice to shoot both of these productions for coverage, meaning that they filmed with 2 or 3 cameras as wide as they possibly could, so that when they got into the post room to begin editing them down, they could just zoom in on the shots they liked. It means you constantly feel a distance from the action, and even when they've digitally zoomed in, it does little to help cheer the situation up. That, coupled with the lack of audience reaction and room tone, creates a totally joyless environment, almost a vacuum. I'm certain that if you saw these live, you'd probably think they were alright. No masterpiece, but a reasonable way to shut your kid up for 20 minutes. On DVD, they just don't work at all. Also, Polly's real-life outfit is one of the most terrifying things I've seen since Marigold from Polka Dot Shorts. Or Pop. Yeah. I do have to give some credit to the actors in the suits though. It takes a lot of energy and effort to animate costumes like that, and they do a totally good job of keeping the energy up as best they can. And as I say, I think if you saw these live, they'd be surprisingly entertaining. They even use puppets in one or two of the shorts, including a parrot called Manic who squawks relentlessly, who reminded me of Pliny from Hister's Eye. The lighting on both of these is far from ideal. While I noticed a real attempt was made to give the fringes of the stage a vignette, the majority of these performances are spotlit from the ceiling, meaning that everything on the stage looks a bit unflattering, and it really makes the costumes look quite cheap, muggy and dirty. The two live shows are called Jungle Jive Live and Way Out West Live, and both are really much of a much. If I had to pick a personal favourite, I'd say Jungle Jive was marginally better. If only because Way Out West seems to be a bit more talky than Jungle was. Which works to its detriment because I found my brain wandering after a certain time. That, and there's a less than flattering sequence in which Rory the Tiger comes out in a full Native American headdress and starts rain dancing and asking for to make friend. Which most definitely would not be something you'd see on a kid's DVD in 2018. Oh, and other than the lead characters, these live shows have absolutely no connection to the animation. They're just on this DVD because. As of the 2000s, the Tiger Club became the Seaside Squad, and as far as I can tell, business is going well for Haven. Even more impressively, in the 10 years since this DVD, the live shows still happen, though the emphasis appears to have moved now more to keeping the beaches clean over animal preservation. They also still look as nightmarish as ever, and kids appear to love them still, so good on them. As I said at the top of this review, visiting a holiday camp in the UK is a rite of passage for many kids, and it's nice to see the tradition is still going to this day. This DVD, however, is not a good reflection of that. It's aimed at very young children, and with the exception of the animation, which in and of itself was just about passable, the rest was just bereft of any emotion or feeling. I'm sure they would have worked fine, if not been a little convoluted, live. But here, well, they just lack any kind of charisma or vibrance. It borders on looking more like a staff training tape than it does a fun-time kids series. While I have to admire Haven for considering and actually attempting this, I'm afraid the poor direction, lack of cinematography, poor editing and lighting choices left me feeling almost as cold as those nights in their holiday parks many years ago. Fandoms are a broad church. From your casual nerd through to cosplayers, through to your more hardcore basement dwellers, it's astounding how film and television can unite people over something as simple as the love of a programme. Trekkies, Star Wars fans, Potterheads, they all have their cliques, some are more into it than others. But you'll never find a more broader church than that of the Whovians. Indeed, as a Doctor Who fan myself, 2002 until the present day, I've seen firsthand the absolute diversity of the fandom in my time, and it's quite wonderful. Sometimes it's a bit worrying, but ultimately wonderful. Today we're going to be looking into the world of fan films. For those of you unaware of what fan films are, well, they're literally that. Films based on popular television and films produced by fans of the shows and movies. They're usually completely original, if not heavily cribbed, ideas that occur within the show's universe, but occasionally they can just be straight adaptations. For example, Raiders, which was a shot-for-shot remake of the Indiana Jones film Raiders of the Lost Ark. Or in more recent times, Star Trek Continues, which attempts to continue on with the events of the original Star Trek TV show nearly 50 years after it went off air. Today's film is a fan film based on the 1968 Doctor Who story The Web of Fear. For those of you unfamiliar with Doctor Who beyond the core concept, a man in a time machine travels through time and space with a companion, trying to right wrongs and fight evil wherever he lands, this is an adaptation of a story from the original run of the TV show. The plot is almost identical to the originally broadcast version, albeit 20 minutes shorter than the full 6-part serial that it's based on. It features the Doctor and his companions, Jamie and Victoria, having just escaped from a rather nasty encounter when the Doctor's time machine, the TARDIS, becomes enveloped in a strange web-like substance. It's later revealed that central London, and it's assumed the rest of Great Britain, has been invaded by giant robot yetis, who in particular have seized control of a large part of the London Underground. The Doctor arrives well after the invasion has taken place, and teaming up with the army and an old friend from a previous adventure, the Doctor and co must figure out what the Yetis want and try their best to defeat them, all the while battling the mysterious web-like fluid that seems to be enveloping the entire underground system. It's a bit out there as far as stories go, but it's a wonderfully eccentric story told in quite a pacey way, and it's one of my favourites of that era. The story was originally broadcast in 1968 and was stored at the BBC until 1978 or 79, when it was destroyed by the BBC in order to allow them to reuse the tape for other programming. The story remained missing for decades until in 2013 a full set was found in Africa. As a bittersweet sting, however, while the film prints were being prepared for their return, the third part of this 6-part serial was stolen and hasn't been seen since. Whether it'll ever be seen again is really quite questionable. But for this week's episode, we need to go back to a point when this story was still more or less entirely missing. Nearly 2 decades before it would be found, in fact. Australian Web of Fear, a title I affectionately call this to help differentiate it from the original version, and to any other fan-made creation, was produced in 1992, thanks to a chance encounter in Newcastle, New South Wales, between 2 people who would go on to become long-time friends and collaborators, David Butcher and Grant Grotham. After meeting on the convention floor, the 2 would spend evenings watching old Doctor Who tapes together, and according to Butcher, one night in particular while watching, they came up with the idea to recreate a missing story. After much discussion, they settled on the 1968 Patrick Troughton classic The Web of Fear, as they figured it would be the most plausible and cheapest to shoot. From speaking to David Butcher, I was told that in terms of previous work, this was his first venture into filmmaking. And other than a low-budget 50-minute short, Grant hadn't really produced anything either. It was because of this that they decided to form a film company, Butch Grow Films, which, if you hadn't already figured out, is a combination of the pair's last names, Butcher and Grotham. Grant took on directional and script writing duties, adapting his version of the script mainly from Terence Dix's penned Target novelisation of the story, while David oversaw actually producing the production, sourcing most of the props, performing some location scouting, and helping with casting for the production. According to Butcher, most of the costumes came from an army surplus store, and the Yeti costumes originated from a costume store and were originally bear outfits. He sourced most of the guns from a toy store, and his version of the TARDIS console is literally built out of cardboard and old VCRs. Casting for the production was fairly straightforward, as most of the cast and crew were friends or relatives of Grant's. This helped to keep the costs down, but also helped them in terms of availability, and ensuring that everyone more or less got on set. There were even some cast members who doubled up as crew members, with the actor playing Captain Knight also pulling double duty as the film's sound designer. The whole project was filmed mainly on weekends over roughly 6 to 8 months, which I thought was very impressive when you consider that this movie is just shy of 120 minutes long. And they filmed the whole thing in less than 40 days. It was produced for around $2,000 Australian, which in modern cash would be about $3,700 or approximately £2,130. The majority of the tunnel and train platform shots being captured at a nearby disused railway line, and the majority of the service duct shots being filmed in an office complex which was managed by David Butcher's father. The battle sequences and some of the establishing shots in the opening of the film were shot in and around the centre of Newcastle, and the TARDIS interior scenes were actually shot in David Butcher's front room, which if you look closely you'll spot David's sofa, which I thought was a really nice touch. Even more surprisingly, the opening scene in which one of the main scientists, Professor Travers, tries to get his Yeti back, was actually shot late at night in an actual museum, which is pretty impressive for a first film made for fun. So how is it? Well, it works perfectly well as a film unto itself in my opinion, and after the initial 10 minutes of proper sci-fi, it settles into a more than decent, pacey little adventure story. I must say that it's the cast that absolutely make this film. Everyone seems to be having fun on the project, and while the performances are mixed at best, some people properly get into the roles and others, it would seem, are reading their scripts just off camera. There's something to be enjoyed in all the performances. In particular, I have to mention the late David Russell as the Doctor, who I honestly think is my favourite non-canon adaptation of the Doctor I've ever seen. He's just so totally mellow about everything that's happening in the story, and he really seems to just take everything as it comes. He's a total contrast to Troughton's nervous and electric performance. This is probably most obvious during the "don't touch the rails" sequence. I can't show you Troughton's version, please check the link in the description to see that, but Russell's version is amazing.
Don't move, whatever you do, don't touch those rails. All right, Jamie, the electricity's off, you can relax. What's all the fuss about? I told you these were electric trains. If they'd been current in those rails, you'd be dead by now. Should be safe enough. Better not touch the rails, though. Someone might switch on again.
I also love the actor playing Jamie in this. There's a bit of unintentional humour really, as quite a lot of his dialogue is very heavily muffled. Whether this was an issue with the inbuilt microphones or whether it's because the actor didn't speak up enough is unclear. But the result is that for the majority of the film, when Jamie talks, all you hear is a muffled noise, followed by other cast members talking to him like he just spoke perfectly clearly. It's a bit like Kenny from South Park or Boomhauer in King of the Hill. And while it's unintentional, it definitely kept me watching. The actor playing Professor Travers as well is really quite entertaining, as is the actor playing the Brigadier. Both seem to really get into their roles and both seem to be absolutely enjoying themselves. I also need to point this out because it's something that sticks in my head every time I watch this movie. Some of the cast say Yeti, but some of the cast say Yetai. I'm not sure if this is an accent thing or if there was some confusion on the pronunciation of the word Yeti, but I screened this once to a group of university film students as part of an obscure cinema season, and the amount of people coming up to me afterwards to ask me about the Yatai was quite incredible. The majority of this film was shot on 8mm videotape, so the picture quality was never gonna be pristine. This version also swings wildly between black and white and oversaturated bleeding colour. I actually have difficulty deciding whether I prefer the film in black and white or not. The cinematography for this film is actually pretty solid for a first-ish attempt. Especially when you consider that this was around the time when tutorials on how to make films and internet guides simply didn't exist. This must have been a very well-planned film, and it's clear that there's real effort to try and make it look cinematic. There's also several good uses of pans, and a pretty decent mix of shots. Even some moderate experimentation, which is always welcome. It's hardly groundbreaking revolutionary stuff, but it's competent and quite pleasant to watch, which again, for an almost first attempt, is frankly amazing. The soundtrack is mainly tracks from the Seventh Doctor's era, I believe a good chunk are from the 1988 televised story Remembrance of the Daleks, but there are a couple of original compositions in there as well, and they're pretty good too. They have a decent usage throughout this film, and nothing really feels out of place. A couple of points that don't hold up as good as they possibly could for me would probably be the direction, which does seem a little bit bland in places. It doesn't really feel like the cast know entirely what's going on throughout, and more often than not it seems like they've been left to their own devices. I mean, this doesn't exactly take away from the performances, which are very entertaining, but it could maybe have been a bit tighter. The other issue is the lighting, or rather the lack of lighting. Sadly, the budget didn't stretch far enough to include set lights, which renders some of the tunnel sequences quite literally in the dark. It also means that everything has this strange pale washed out vibe. I'd say about 80% of the film is lit well enough to be visible. This film was edited together using VCRs, and as a result, some of the cuts are a little imprecise. There's nothing ridiculously out of place here, but some scenes maybe hang just a little too long, or could cut just a fraction sooner. There are also fade-ups and fade-downs from black that are maybe a little bit too brief. But again, considering the tools they had available at the time, it's entirely forgivable that cuts aren't 100% precise. One of the side effects of editing the film using VCRs has also been that the film's quality has degraded as takes have been spliced to form the finished tape. In fact, it was only during the editing stages that it was noticed that several cast members had severe audio issues, meaning large chunks of the dialogue were either muffled or inaudible. Nevertheless, the pair struggled through the film, and it was completed and eventually handed out to some friends and family members. Had this not been the case, I might not be talking to you about this movie right now. You see, one of David and Grant's friends, or family members, ended up dubbing their copy of the film onto another tape for one of their friends, who did the same to one of their friends, who did the same for one of their friends. And eventually the film ended up in the hands of somebody who thought this would benefit from an airing on YouTube. I ended up discovering this film in about 2012, almost 20 years since it was first recorded, and I pretty much instantly fell in love with it. It's a cheesy and clearly quite affectionately made production that seems to have real, genuine passion behind it. Yeah, it's a bit rickety in places, but that's all part of its charm. When a film like this comes from a place of such genuine honesty and care, it's a really special experience. And when you consider that this was just two blokes and their friends and family doing it for fun, it makes it all the better. This is a genuinely entertaining movie, and I compel you to dig out a copy if you can ever get your hands on one. It's a must-see, not just for Doctor Who fans, but for anybody who enjoys science fiction. I spent the best part of 4 years on and off researching this film on various message boards, trying to figure out more information about the production company or even the people who made it. And up until 2017, I'd gotten next to nowhere. It seemed that any information about this film had slipped through the cracks of time, never to be seen again. It was only by chance that I was able to talk to David Butcher about his and Grant's work that I'm able to tell you about this film now. And if it wasn't for the kindness of the Doctor Who fan film database, I wouldn't even be able to show you this film at all. And it really pains me that the best quality version is a ropey VHS copy, because I'd love, genuinely love, to see this film in its original presentation. David has told me that in recent years, Grant has been slowly working on a digitally remastered version, transferring the raw footage onto a computer and using it to edit together a high-quality version. All I can say is, I hope to God this sees the light of day, because I'd love to see it. It's far from a perfect movie, but its imperfections are what make it as great as it is. After this film, Butchgrove would go on to produce a cop movie known as The Siege, which was also made in 1992. And after that, things went quiet for a bit. But the story of Butchgrove doesn't end there. Not by a long shot. In the mid to late 2000s, Doctor Who was really at its peak in the UK. And while it could be argued that it didn't really reach international success until the Matt Smith era, there was a period of time between 2006 and 2010 where, if you lived in the UK, Doctor Who was absolutely everywhere. With almost Kiss-level amounts of merchandise, there wasn't a boy, girl, or sweaty, awkward teenager who didn't own something Who-related. And the BBC at the time was more than happy to just slap a licence on something and shove it out the door to keep the bank full and help keep the wheels turning. However, it wasn't just the BBC churning out merchandise. Less scrupulous companies would quite frequently bootleg merchandise with the aim to turn a profit, and any video company or production house who was willing to chance it was more than eager to get a slice of the pie for themselves. That's how I arrived at today's review subject, Doctor Who The Lost Interviews. That's Doctor, not Doctor, for reasons I'll explain shortly. It was a 2009 direct-to-DVD production, written, curated and edited by Neil Shaun. Shaun was, for quite a long time, a showbiz columnist for the newspaper Metro, before making the jump to the world of Poundland DVDs, churning out about half a dozen DVDs that skirt UK copyright law by tweaking the name of the show they're covering ever so slightly. Hence why it's the incorrect spelling of Doctor. And they consist of dog ends of interviews that Shaun's conducted with the then cast of Doctor Who over a period of a few years. Intercut with Shaun appearing as a host, introducing clips and some other additional cutaway material. In effect, this is heavily reminiscent of those celebrity gossip VHS tapes that they used to sell in the 90s, such as Hangin' with Leo, or Corey Haim's Me, Myself and I. They basically exist to cater to a very specific demographic, and wear the term documentary so loose that it's basically hanging around their ankles. Neil Shaun himself actually got into a bit of trouble with this in 2014, when comedian and general good egg Dave Gorman called Shaun out on his style of presenting during a segment of his TV show Modern Life is Good-ish. Shaun responded in a quite frankly bizarre manner, which is documented over on Gorman's website. Please check the link in the description, I assure you it's totally bizarre. Strangely, Neil Shaun doesn't list this film on his IMDb page, but simply popping the DVD into the machine reveals quite possibly why he's decided to gloss over this one.
Is anybody out there? Is anybody out there?
With a menu like this, I knew I was going to be in for a good time. It screams irritating like nothing I've ever really seen before. In fact, for a brief moment I thought my DVD's audio was broken, till I realised, no, it actually sounds like this. Also, I have no idea why Mr. Bean is featured on this DVD menu, nor can I explain why he's featured halfway through the main feature either. The DVD opens with a very poorly mocked up shot of bombed out London with a spaceship flying overhead, which is a direct reference to the Dalek invasion of Earth, a 1965 serial starring William Hartnell's Doctor, that has literally no place being on this DVD. Now, bearing in mind this production is targeted at new Who fans and contains no interviews or even moving footage of any of the actors to play the Doctor on screen before 2006, why they've chosen to use this particular reference and this particular shot to open their DVD, I honestly don't know. There's also a shot of two crumpled Daleks with flashing text that appears randomly as well. These two clips are featured constantly, and I mean constantly, throughout the 40-minute runtime. There's no thought in the editing that's occurred here. It really feels like Neil Shaun just put a load of footage from YouTube into Windows Movie Maker, stuck it together, realised it only ran to about 25 minutes or so, and then he decided to download a load more random stuff to pad the ever-loving crap out of it. I feel bad for saying that this is even edited, really, because to do so implies it's somewhat competent. It really isn't. None of the footage is in a correct aspect ratio. Some of the interviewee clips are strained at best, with an absolute highlight being Claire Bloom, who doesn't even talk about Doctor Who in her interview, and clips from more interesting interviews being used 2 or 3 times each. He must have literally had a 4-minute long clip of David Tennant, which he plays in full twice, and an interview with Russell T Davies he plays a couple of times as well. Oh, I should also point out that these interviews are incredibly informal and aren't filmed for this DVD. Rather, they're offcuts of bigger interviews that got used for proper telly. So effectively, this is the kind of quality that even the cheapo TV channels turn down, and it's on a par with a bloke with a microphone waiting on a street corner to pop out and ask a celebrity a question. For the record, Russell's interview is the best in terms of content, but it's way too short to be memorable, and it doesn't help either that Neil introduces the clip by calling Russell the creator of Doctor Who 2010, which is just not right. Not in any sense, really. Neil does, however, get a pretty decent interview from John Barrowman, who talks quite heavily about LGBTQ issues and about potentially starting his own comic series, something he'd actually go on to do a few years later. Again, the interview isn't majorly memorable, but if you're looking for positives, there's always that. If you want further clarification as to just how awful these interviews are, there's an interview with Simon Pegg where they purposely mangle the footage in the last few seconds because I assume either there was some fault with the tape or somebody hadn't signed a waiver to let their footage be used. Also padding out these interviews are Doctor Who Fast Facts, a selection of trivia and information about the show, Again, mostly about the classic series, weirdly. And I'd like to take a moment to just very quickly run through them to test for accuracy. Yeah, not ideal. One of the biggest sins this DVD commits is that a decent chunk of its content is purely anecdotal recallings from Shaun himself, which more often than not are very boring or bland recollections that have absolutely no evidence to suggest that they ever actually happened. Like a story he tells of bumping into Freema Agyeman, probably better known as Martha Jones, the Doctor's assistant from Season 3, outside of a branch of Marks and Spencer's. He claims Freema told him she wanted to be the first female Doctor. The whole recollection comes off as a little bit predatory. To top it off, I'm going to run through a few other points that really bothered me about this. Firstly, they constantly show images of the first, second and third Doctor, even though there's absolutely no mention of them on this film apart from a fleeting excerpt where the audience is asked to name as many Doctors as they can. Tom Baker is notable by his absence, as all the classic series Doctors get shown in one form or another over the 40-minute runtime, even if they aren't talked about. Throughout the feature, they always write it Doctor, until the very end of the disc when for some reason they decide to write a caption welcoming Matt Smith by saying, "He is the youngest Doctor Who ever." Which, apart from breaking the branding and sounding like it was written by a 5-year-old, is doubly upsetting because unless you believe the War Machine's theory that the Doctor's actual name is Doctor Who, it's terribly incorrect to call him that. They also thank Marks and Spencer's for selling Neil clothes to wear on the DVD, which would be a bit like me thanking Matalan for selling me the shorts I'm wearing while I'm recording this. They also end the DVD by having Shaun say, "And you can only buy this DVD here in store," which, apart from being wrong because I got this copy on eBay sealed and brand new, I can't honestly think what shop decided to go all in on this 40-minute semi-failure of a documentary. I can only assume it's now no longer in business. Finally, he calls the 1981 Liz Sladen John Leeson spin-off K9 and Company K9 and Friends, which is just lazy. Do another take or do some research, please. He also refers to the live-action Thunderbirds movie as a turkey. I mean, I'll get to that one in good time, believe you me, but calling that a turkey when this is your product is double standards at best. Finally, even the box art isn't grammatically accurate, as he refers to his interview with John Barrowman as starring Torchwood own Captain Jack. Which, I mean, I'm not a pedant, but, well, you get the idea. This review has been one of the hardest I've ever had to write. Not because it was difficult to put into words just how much of an abomination this piece of crap DVD was. No, that's easy. It was actually trying to explain to you just how incoherent this was without literally just playing the whole thing. This was a total mess of a low-budget production that pads out its runtime as much as it feels it can do, and relies on anecdotes and loose clips to try and cash in on a TV show at its peak. I don't even think this was checked for errors, as quite a few times there are errors in the editing. Shots randomly cutting, long pauses, text fading up and down without any warning, and interviews that are incoherently structured and barely intelligible, let alone insightful. I had to keep reminding myself that this cost money, actual money that I paid. He had the balls to try and put this in shops. In just trimming the footage to fit this review, I've done a better job than the effort that was done on the actual DVD. This is what happens when a project has no director, no budget and no vision. I'd tell you to avoid it like the plague, but to be honest, it's actually quite hard to get a hold of these days. So rather mercifully, you may have been spared a travesty. This somehow managed to piss off the Doctor Who fan on the inside and the grumpy film editor on the outside of me at the same time. Avoid it at all costs, because honestly, it'll only annoy the people who care. The Australian Abominable Snowman, an affectionate nickname to help differentiate it from the 1967 Doctor Who story and the 1950s US completely unrelated movie, was a direct prequel to Butch Grove Films' 1992 fan film adaptation of The Web of Fear. I've spoken in length about Australian Web of Fear in a previous video, which will either be linked on screen right now or in the link in the description. And if you haven't seen it, I highly recommend checking it out before you watch this video, as it goes into a lot more depth about the history of fan films, about Butch Grove Films in particular, and about their production processes and history. I'm not saying that this video won't make sense if you haven't seen my video on Australian Web of Fear, but it'll probably add a lot more context to what I'm going to be talking about. So, 1996's Australian Abominable Snowman was a fan film directed by Grant Grother and produced by David Butcher, who would both be returning to their roles after the aforementioned Australian Web of Fear, and a few other short films in between. The film is a straight, if not slightly trimmed down, adaptation of the 1967 Patrick Troughton-led Doctor Who story of the same name. And whereas a good chunk of Web of Fear exists, Abominable is retained only as a single orphaned episode out of 6 parts, though luckily the audio soundtracks of all 6 episodes do exist as well. It follows the Doctor, Jamie and Victoria as they land near a Tibetan monastery so that the Doctor can return a sacred object to some monks there. He'd previously taken the object for safekeeping over 300 years ago. But while attempting to return the object, however, he's captured by the monks, who are in a high state of alert as a mysterious beast thought to be the Yeti is repeatedly attacking the monastery, and a young explorer known as Professor Travers has fled to the monastery after his campsite was destroyed by the beast. When Travers sees the Doctor, he immediately accuses him of being the culprit, and a dangerous game that may cost the Doctor his lives begins, as a race to find out what the Yeti wants unfolds. Having spoken to David Butcher about this production, I was told that quite a few elements of their first production carried over into this film. Both had a similar budget of approximately $2,000 Australian, both used the same camera and audio kit, meaning that while the sound in this production is greatly improved over web, I believe due to improved camera placement and actors actually speaking up a bit more, there are still moments where the sound dips in and out, usually on the wider shots. Both were also filmed in and around Newcastle, New South Wales for the most part, and the location work for this film is a definite step up from their previous effort, with David telling me that for the snowy Himalayas, they actually drove the cast and crew 12 hours out of Newcastle to use real snow over a weekend. Apparently there was some minor reshoots as well that required a snowy setting, though rather ingeniously they used baking powder to recreate the snow on a nearby beach. The majority of the film takes place in a monastery, and they'd managed to get permission to film in a school during their normal closing hours. It looks pretty impressive. It's dimly lit and the hard stone walls are reminiscent of an older building. There are even some model shots in this film, with the monastery being represented by a kid's castle built on a sand dune. Though rather less impressive, there are a few scenes in which a model of a Yeti is portrayed by a Chewbacca action figure. But that's easily enough overlooked. The cinematography in this also gets a massive boost here, with several scenes looking streets ahead of their initial attempts in web. Even a few shots that would give some fully legitimate studio movies I've seen a run for their money. The opening sequence to this film in particular stands out as quite gorgeous, really. They also managed to get lighting for this film, so where previously you may have ended up watching a black screen for 5 to 10 minutes, now you can see David Russell in all his moderately well-lit glory. The cast are sort of back as well, with the aforementioned David Russell returning as the Doctor and still being as totally mellow and pleasant as ever to watch, David Butcher playing a 30 years younger Professor Travers and doing a very fun and enjoyable job of it, and the Yeti making a new and upgraded comeback, with their heads being given a complete redesign to help give them a more shaggy and woolly quality. I also get the feeling that they caught on to the fact that it's pronounced Yeti and not Yeti in this one, as for about 90% of the movie it's pronounced correctly, with maybe only 1 or 2 slips through the entire production. Sadly, however, due to people going their separate ways, some of the original cast were unavailable to return for this movie, including the original Jamie, which I thought was a bit of a shame because part of the enjoyment for me in the previous story was actually trying to figure out what Jamie was talking about. New Jamie is confident, well-spoken and delivers his lines nice and clearly. He can't do a Scottish accent to save his life, but he tries, and that's the important thing. The new cast on the whole, much like Webb, are a bit of a mixed bag, with the elder monk being quite enjoyable and a well-delivered role, but some of the other monks giving a bit of an iffy performance. Though I think that's probably the absolute worst I can say about this movie from a performance standpoint. Other than a few wobbly props and a few wobbly performances here and there, it's a pretty solid production. Even the direction gets a real foot up. Actors more often than not aren't just standing around anymore. And there are even some pretty nicely choreographed fight sequences thrown into the mix, which only adds to the well-used cinematography and lighting. Again, I can't say that this is grade A Oscar-worthy stuff, but for a fan film made in a time when there wasn't really any kind of network on how to make films, this is actually quite impressive. The editing is, for me, probably the biggest issue that this production has. Though according to David Butcher's account of events, the editing took 12 months to complete, predominantly due to a lack of interest in seeing the film finished. I think my biggest problem with this movie on the whole is that it's a bit loose. The film runs to just around 2 hours long, and my copy of the film is missing the last 2 minutes or so due to the tape cutting off early. Realistically, I think this could have run to 90 minutes and been a very tight and coherent production. I completely understand the need to have the film recreate as many moments of this story as possible, but with the swap from a 26-minute long weekly serialization format to movie length, the reality is that there's a lot of dead weight here, and it really drags the story down. I think the script's nice and solid, but the editing just isn't quite up to scratch as it easily could have been. I'm not sure if the team had got better at cutting these films or whether I'm watching it from a better sourced copy, but this movie looks like an overall cleaner, sharper and generally better presented print. I think it also helps that the soundtrack is pared back a bit as well. It allows the atmosphere to breathe and what music is played is used very effectively. The Australian Abominable Snowman shows clear progress from a technical standpoint over Butchgrove Films' first endeavours, and while I personally will always prefer their version of Web of Fear, this film once again shows a real passion to endeavour towards making something genuinely entertaining and fun. while it does maybe have some pacing issues and one or two interesting prop choices, I'd still highly recommend checking this film out if you get a chance. It's a slow burner, but it's watchable, both as a piece of alternative Doctor Who history and as its own standalone production. Sadly, this would be Butchgrove's final attempt at fan films, though it wasn't the end of the story. There was an attempt very shortly after this film to adapt another Patrick Troughton story, Fury from the Deep, but it sadly never materialised for various reasons. There was also much later an attempt to make a Fifth Doctor fan film that had an original script featuring the Autons and the Doctor Who universe's own version of the Secret Service, UNIT. But this one only got as far as the script stage before it, too sadly, had to be put on ice for various reasons. However, while they wouldn't produce any more Doctor Who fan films, they did produce other films after this, including a short action movie involving cops, and a movie very heavily inspired by the film Wild Geese called The Elite Group. But these have yet to materialise online, which is a real shame because I'd love to watch them. Since the early 2000s, sadly, the film production side of things has gone relatively quiet. But never say never. When I spoke to David Butcher in 2017, he did say that he was interested in potentially making another movie at some point in the future, and that he was still in touch with Grant Grothan. I do sincerely hope they dust off the cameras someday, as I'd love to see them try another film with modern technology at their disposal. They had a real charm and style about them, and I haven't ever seen anything really quite like these films before or since. The Crystal of Aquilon was a 1994 Doctor Who fan film produced and directed by Chris Hoyle and Robin Castle. The pair met at university, Chris having come from a background of working in short films and spoof film trailers, and Robin having had previous experience as a stills photographer. The pair had a mutual love of Doctor Who, and when their time at university started to draw to a close, they decided to collaborate and produce a fan film based on a novel that Hoyle was in the process of writing. They reworked the book into a film script under the pseudonym Kit Steels, and with the help of friends and family they began work on what would go on to become an almost 25-year project that would see the creation of over half a dozen fan films and the formation of a group that would go on to become quite possibly one of the most well-known fan film production groups in the UK. Our story follows the Doctor, played by Chris, and his companion Leia, as they get word that a special meteorite has crash-landed on Earth. His interest piqued by this, the Doctor decides to investigate the meteorite and is very quickly brushed off by the scientists analysing it. Unshaken by this, he continues to try to get to the bottom of this mystery, and quickly discovers that the Master has returned to Earth, and is also very interested in the meteor. And that lump of rock may be of dire universal importance. Now, one of the first things I feel I should try and make as clear as possible is that the version of this production that I viewed was in fact a remastered special edition. In fact, it's pretty difficult to find an unaltered version of this. In 2009, Chris remastered all of his earliest fan films, updating the effects, improving the sound quality, and adding next time trailers to the end of each episode. He might have even done some colour correction. I can't be sure without seeing an original unaltered copy. With this in mind, I feel that I should say that there may be elements of this that I call out as bad, when in the original version they were just fine. Equally, there may be parts of this that I say are brilliant that were dreadful in the original cut. So this review is more about my personal perspective on these episodes, and as a result it may differ depending on which version of this that you've happened to have seen. So, Right off the bat, this is a 3-part story, and each episode runs to approximately 20 minutes long, which is just shy of standard length for a classic Doctor Who serial. Each episode also opens with a faux continuity announcement, which I thought was a very nice touch. This story was filmed at a point where Doctor Who had been off the air for 5 years with almost no new news to indicate any kind of a return. It would be a further 2 years before the 1996 TV movie would hit the airwaves, so as a result, this adventure, and the adventures that follow it, are treated as a continuation of the classic series, with Sylvester McCoy's 7th Doctor eventually regenerating off-screen into Chris Hoyle's 8th Doctor. Now, I don't want to get too bogged down in the continuity here because at the time that this was released, there wasn't any kind of mythos or canon for this film. This was just 2 guys and their friends making a movie for fun based on a TV show they enjoyed. In fact, other than the continuity announcer at the beginning of episode 1, it's never actually acknowledged that Hoyle's Doctor is the 8th in these stories. But while researching this, I basically stumbled upon what I'm calling the projection verse. A universe of continuity that attempts to tie the Chris Hoyle films into the established Doctor Who universe. So as briefly as I can, and at this point if anyone from the projection room is watching and feels I'm doing them a disservice, please do correct me in the comments, because hey, I don't want to sell you guys short. Here's my understanding of how these films fit into the Doctor Who universe. This story was originally released with the understanding that the 7th Doctor simply regenerated in an off-screen adventure and that the 8th Doctor, as seen here, is still relatively fresh-faced. A spanner was thrown into the works with the release of the TV movie, which, spoiler alert, features the 7th Doctor getting gunned down by mobsters, the 8th Doctor being played by Paul McGann, and the Master being killed, reduced to ashes, resurrected as a creepy snake thing, who's then played by Eric Roberts. So in order to make this story fit in with the now official universe canon, a novelisation was written that acts as a prologue to this story and as a continuation of the narrative from the 1989 story Survival. In this story, the 7th Doctor doesn't end up taking the Master's ashes to Gallifrey, and in effect creates a divergent universe in which the Doctor regenerates into Hoyle's Doctor. This then allows for an offshoot from the main universe in which the events of these fan films occur. On the other side of this film is another novelisation, which picks up where this fan film ends off, and involves the Doctor meeting a new companion and developing his character a bit so that it falls in line with the next film. Personally, I found it all a bit convoluted. Not to knock someone enjoying what they're doing, but Doctor Who's never really been strict with its lore or continuity. I mean, they've sunk Atlantis at least twice, so bolstering these films with added weight and references to help them feel legitimised seemed a bit unnecessary to me. But I digress. From a technical standpoint, this film is actually quite impressive. There's some really nice direction work with characters physically being quite animated, and more often than not, physically reacting the way that they should. I'm often astounded at how many fan films simply have their cast members stood perfectly still, delivering lines right down the barrel of the camera. So it's quite refreshing to see the cast of this production actually putting a bit of feeling and movement into their roles. Even more so when you consider that this was their first Who production. The actual performances, however, are a bit of a mixed bag in my opinion. Hoyle's Doctor in this is absolutely fine. He personally reminds me of the 4th Doctor with just a dash of the 3rd and 1st. The only problem I have is that, in my mind, he reminds me a bit too much of Dr. Rick Douglas MD from Dark Place. But I'd rather him be over-animate than lifeless. He's easily one of the best elements of these episodes, and as time went on and more of these films were made, his character only gets better. Leia, the Doctor's companion, is, to me sadly, just a little bit too flat. She doesn't really have a lot of characterization, and while she comes across as pleasant and generally happy, she does rather fill the stock companion role on this one, which is a bit of a shame. Robin Castle steps into the role of the Master, and physically he has the part down. In fact, he looks eerily similar to the look that Eric Roberts would end up wearing in the TV movie. I think my biggest problem with his performance is just simply that he's too mildly spoken. Up to this point, all the previous versions of the Master had a domineering undercurrent. The feeling that even though they were speaking at a quite reasonable volume and weren't saying anything particularly evil, there was a distinct malevolence about their presence, a quality that Castle sadly just doesn't have. That being said, one of the elements that does help bring the characters to life is the cinematography, which here is handled more than competently. It looks pretty good. Bearing in mind that this was in the early 90s, and other than instructional film guidebooks and academic logs, there wasn't really any kind of network to help filmmakers on how best to shoot a feature, I was actually quite impressed with what was produced here. I mean, it maybe would have been nice to see a bit more experimentation and creativity with shot types, but that's me clutching at straws really. It's a good effort. And again, another element that would drastically improve as their works continued. On the subject of cinematography, I found the lighting to unfortunately be a bit of a mixed bag, with episode 1 being an example of poor lighting, with several sequences shot unlit at night, causing issues that left me wondering why they even bothered filming when it's effectively just a black screen. But then there are moments in episode 2, particularly at the end, that are very well lit and give an atmospheric, moody quality to proceedings. That was a real nice job. It's horses for courses, I'd say. The soundtrack's a mixed bag as well, with some original compositions and others lifted from famous films. In particular, look out for the theme from Tim Burton's Batman. Again, the music is used appropriately. It's by no means a poor attempt. Technically, it's solid as a rock, though from a copyright standpoint, I wouldn't want to go there. One of the biggest gripes I have with this film really is the script. Not the plot line, I should stress. The actual story is pretty good, if not a bit basic for a fan film. But the pacing of this story is all over the place in my opinion. I get the feeling when this was broken into 3 parts, they all underran quite significantly, because each episode has a lot of padding. Typically this manifests itself in the form of running down corridor-esque shots or aimless wandering. It pads out the runtime to 20 minutes, but as a result it causes all 3 episodes to idle quite frequently. And there are multiple points where my brain just simply switched off, just because of the wandering about and lack of interesting dialogue. I think realistically you could have turned this 3-parter into a pretty decent 2-parter running at 25 minutes an episode, and it would have been a nice and tight, to-the-point production. As it stands, it's a bit flabby. That being said, the actual editing within these 3 episodes is relatively tight in terms of cuts and transitions. While I reckon a lot of scenes could have been compounded, if we're taking it as it is, there's no overhanging shots and nothing underruns. The cuts are precise and to the point, which is quite impressive. Though as I mentioned earlier, I can't be sure if these edits were as originally made or whether Chris has tightened these up on the re-release. After this film, Chris Hoyle moved to Leeds and from there began working on a sequel, The Invisible Opiate. This would sadly not involve Robin Castle as far as I can research. However, this would begin the start of The Projection Room, a fan group established in Nottingham, though more recently they relocated to Leeds, which works towards creating Doctor Who fan films, with their most recent effort being 2008's The Schrödinger Effect, though they have released audios and other bits and pieces since then. I would say they're probably the most well-known fan film group in the country. They've almost been active for 25 years, and even today they're working on projects that are allegedly due for release imminently. I first heard about them in 2014 at the Hooverville convention in Derby, where I spotted Hoyle selling DVDs of these fan films. And while I missed my chance to pick them up on the day, I got into contact with Chris very shortly after the convention to express my interest in getting a hold of them and also to offer any help I could to their next production. I never heard back on the latter, but he provided me with literally everything they'd ever made. They seemed like a nice bunch, truth be told. The Crystal of Aquilon was produced on a budget of £50, almost £100 in today's cash, and for that low of a budget, it's pretty bloody impressive that they were able to make what they did. This fan film is really a mixed effort to me, with great direction, cinematography and location work being somewhat fudged by a mixed ability cast, mixed to poor lighting and some quite severe padding issues. While I will give them credit that the ending of this film is very ballsy to say the least, I can't say I was completely enamoured to the script. But that doesn't mean that the average Doctor Who fan wouldn't be. This is good. Not great, but more than decent. It seems to me like this production was a happy one, and I get the sense the cast and crew enjoyed their time on this. At the time of recording, the full serial is available on YouTube and other websites, and I'd say check it out if you're curious. I've included the link to episode 1 in the description below. Oh, come on, you knew I'd have to talk about something like this if we're going to be talking about non-canon weird Doctor Who stuff. Dr. Screw is a 2006 porn parody series that was produced for the Adult Channel in the UK. The Adult Channel was, and still is, owned by Playboy and is effectively a pay-per-view station. And like many pay-per-view stations, their content is greatly exaggerated. But having seen the content from these kind of channels, I can assure you you'll see more skin in Game of Thrones than you will on the likes of Playboy TV. In short, they're a bit of a scam. But the key here is advertising, and when it comes to trying to sell these things, these channels have form. A successful seller is the ancient art of the porn parody. Take a thing that people love and add dirty, dirty sex into the mix. Peanut butter, meet chocolate. Chocolate, peanut butter. Surprisingly, porn parodies were a slow grower in the industry, with the first documented porn parody being a tie between either 1973's Bat Pussy, a parody of Batman, or Snow White and the Seven Perverts. The genre would continue off and on through the 70s and 80s before finally picking up in the latter half of the 80s with titles such as Flesh Gordon, Edward Penis Hands, and The Penetrator. By the early 2000s, digital TV had all but cornered the market on being able to show you the kind of perverted nakedness that made other terrestrial channels like the BBC and ITV shrink and recede into a small ball in the corner. And porn parodies for adult specialist channels were their bread and butter. While little footage survives of the early days of adult television in the UK beyond officially released DVDs, there were a number of parodies around at the time, including porn versions of Shameless, Ashes to Ashes, and even reality TV shows like Big Brother. These would often have quippy titles like Gashes to Gashes or Big Bummer. They'd be made for about 20p an episode and were 9 times out of 10 utterly dreadful from a technical standpoint. But the nature of these channels was to keep punters paying, so almost mechanically they'd release new content on an almost week-by-week basis. In fact, there are several horror stories of filmmakers and editors basically working round the clock to keep footage pumping out in order to keep these channels afloat. With the rise of the internet, these channels have shrunk significantly. Where once you'd find maybe 20 to 30 adult channels, now there are slim to none. And what's left is normally nothing more than a woman in the world's smallest lingerie chatting with a pay-by-the-minute number running at the bottom of the screen. Dr. Screw was not the first of these porn parodies, but it was one of the earlier efforts to be shot almost exclusively for UK television. It was written and directed, and pretty much almost everything else, by Paul Carder, who, according to what information I could find, has only ever written this, and he's directed approximately 4 features, including this one. One of which is another parody called Tight Rider. I'll leave it up to you to figure out which TV show that one's riffing. It was also co-written by Craig Kennedy and co-directed by Sam Stonehill, both of whom don't have any listings on IMDb whatsoever, and seemingly have little to no online presence. So whether this was their one and only stab at cracking the media industry or not, I can't honestly say. Dr. Screw follows the Doctor, played by Mark Sloan, an actor who's appeared in multiple softcore features, both parody and straight. And also, rather bizarrely, I'd discovered he'd worked multiple times with the experimental filmmaker Chris Cunningham, who produced the rather surreal and nightmarish short film Rubber Johnny. The Doctor's an alien who crashes to Earth while attempting to hunt his arch-rival, the Mistress. Yes, I know, and this was almost 10 years before Michelle Gomez would step into the role. For committing time and space-related crime? I think? It's never really made clear. So the Doctor crashes on Earth outside of a nightclub and needs to assume human form to better blend in. So he kidnaps the lead singer of a punk band, Mr. B. Nasty, and literally steals his skin. Whether this is an invasion of the body snatchers type deal, or whether he literally just ripped the guy's skin off is never made clear, but he is capable of firing light out of his eyeballs and mouth, and he speaks with an overly posh British accent, so go hero? Anyway, as the lead singer of a punk band, he draws a bit of attention to himself, particularly from a local newspaper journalist, Holly, played by Ellie Brooke, another actress whose IMDb page would make a nun reach for the chords of love, who pesters him until he reveals that he's an alien, which of course she doesn't believe, and after a while she offers to invite him to her home to get a big scoop interview. The Doctor then does some doctory things in her living room, and bada bing bada boom, the two have sex. Thus begins a series of adventures through time and space that predominantly consists of 7 to 10 minutes of strange and sex-driven exposition, followed by 10 or so minutes of straight-up softcore shagging, usually chased up with a 3 to 4 minute outro. And I'm going to get this out of the way sooner rather than later. Neither of them are particularly very good. For starters, the dialogue both outside of the sex scenes and within them are bland, flat, and frankly cringe-inducing. While Sloan is probably the best actor in this series, and he does have a more than reasonable, if not somewhat generic, doctory quality, nothing can prepare you for his sex talk, which includes lines such as,
"Do tuck in."
He quite literally crikeys his way through these scenes, and it's quite painful to watch. Brooke, by contrast, is simply a poor actress. Her performance in this is totally lifeless, and it really feels like she's reading off cue cards immediately behind the camera. On the effects front, I've found myself torn as well. For a very low-budget early 2000s TV show, the CGI elements of this aren't terrible. In fact, the intro CGI is more than passable for a parody from the early 2000s. Even if the font used isn't all that great and the music's a bit flat. The practical effects throughout, however, are absolutely dire, with Poundland rubber masks being used for aliens and the best outfits that the local fancy dress shop could supply. It's clear to see how the budget was allocated here. The sex scenes themselves are frankly unappealing. Most have been shot with room ambient lighting, and if there were any proper lighting kits, then they were presumably switched off. Sex scenes are very difficult to light and often rely on very bright, soft lighting to flatter the artists at work. This makes them look the best they can. These sequences are shot flat and barely lit. As a result, you see every wrinkle, pimple and crease in these sequences. They also sweat a lot, which is natural, but not particularly sexy. In somewhat of a saving mercy, most of the worst naughty parts are strategically covered up. The odd boner will creep into the shot in a blink and you'll miss it kind of way, but I genuinely feel sorry for the pundit who coughed up £8 to £10 a night to see people not have sex and still be judged for it. The cinematography is flat, very basic, it has no real experimentation. When it comes to the sex itself, it's a bit more acceptable because you're working to the strength of your actors rather than your creative requirement. But the exposition sequences are just dull as dishwater, with only the odd performance or bit of CGI truly livening things up a bit. The direction, by contrast, isn't really all that bad though. The exposition scenes are admittedly just a load of people standing around waiting to have sex, but sequences where cast members are on their own tend to actually work out rather well. It does quite a good job of mirroring some of the scenes that were quite well received from the first series of New Who, including a quite nice reference to the Doctor checking out his latest incarnation in Rose, and the sequence where B Nasty gets abducted is ripped clean out of the Slitheen two-parter of that year. They also have parodies of the Autons further down the line, and there's even an episode that references the more future-y stories like The End of the World and The Long Game. So it's clear someone on the cast and crew was actually watching Doctor Who. There's even small references like the Doctor being dressed similarly to how the then current Ninth Doctor would dress, the Doctor's TARDIS being a Portaloo, or the fact that this porny Doctor has his own sonic device, though it's probably for the best you don't ask him to scan you with it. The series was originally intended to be 13 parts long, but the adult channel only broadcast 11 of these, choosing to retain the final 2 episodes as part of a long out-of-print complete collection DVD set. Not only have these episodes not been torrented, but the cost of acquiring these 2 episodes far outweighs any urge to view them. My guess is that these episodes didn't go down particularly well with audiences. No pun intended. Or an issue with the sound that I noticed on a few episodes led to it being pulled due to technical issues. Either way, realistically, I think I can safely say that you've pretty much seen everything you need to see to understand this within the first 3 episodes. Highlights of these include the Earth being invaded by blow-up dolls, caveman sex, and Nazis. Because of course there's Nazis. The porn parody industry is currently in a bit of a golden age, with the This Ain't series literally ruining television and film left, right and centre. So in many ways it's interesting to look back on this genre and see how it evolved from its most basic elements to the intricate affairs that we see these days. Doctor Screw is not a revolutionary piece of television, but it's a cobble on the road to the sharper productions that are available today. Can I recommend it? Absolutely not. There's a trailer for it online, watch that and you'll have seen everything you could possibly need to see relating to the show. It's an interesting leap, but a dinosaur by modern standards. It left me wondering how it took until 2006 for them to finally make a serialised Doctor Who porn parody, and one so flat and lifeless at that. Oh, and this thing had its own commercial bumpers as well.
Fawcett, cunning linguist.
House was a 1985 horror-stroke black comedy produced by Shaun S. Cunningham, a man often revered in the horror industry for having produced the original Friday the 13th, a film that would launch quite possibly one of the most longest standing horror franchises of the modern era. And having done a bit of digging, I didn't know until now that he was also responsible for producing Wes Craven's first feature-length production, The Last House on the Left. House itself also stands out as being the first of 4 films in a franchise, though only 3 of them are linked directly. One of them was an indirect cash-in. The film follows Roger Cobb, a Vietnam War veteran turned successful, if not frustrated, writer. Roger is recently separated from his partner and in a rut, pestered by his management to write a new book or risk being dropped from his publishers. On hearing the news that his aunt has died, Roger decides to go for broke and moves into his aunt's old house as a means of getting away from the hustle and bustle so he can focus entirely on both getting his head straight and writing a new book. However, everything isn't quite as it seems, and a visitation from Roger's deceased aunt, coupled with memories of a terrible incident that had happened in the house involving Roger's now missing son, cause spirits who live in the house to reawaken and cause carnage. At first trying to tackle them alone, before eventually enlisting the help of a neighbour, Roger must quite literally battle his demons, all the while juggling publishing deadlines, maintaining the outside appearance of sanity, and the flirtatious advances of the woman next door. This film was directed by Steve Miner, another veteran of the horror circuit, with directing credits for Friday the 13th Parts 2 and 3 and Halloween H20. He also has quite a bit of experience with television, having produced 9 episodes of The Wonder Years. Not to spoil any future reviews, but Friday the 13th Part 3 is a personal favourite of mine, and as soon as I saw his name in the credits for this, I instantly relaxed quite a bit about watching it. The film was also written by Fred Decker and Ethan Wiley. Decker has a quite mixed set of credits. On the one hand, he's written The Monster Squad and Night of the Creeps, 2 movies with quite notable cult status, and on the other hand, well, there's RoboCop 3. I'll say no more. Wiley, by contrast, wrote this and the movie's sequel, House 2, before pretty much descending into an indie horror and sequel writing binge, of which he never really returned, with the likes of Elfmen and Children of the Corn 5 being highlights post-House. I'd say the 2 House films he wrote are probably the most recognised of his works. Right out of the gate, it must be said that I found House to be a bit of a jumble. This is by no means a bad movie. I'd be more than happy to say give it a go. It's a fun little horror film. But it doesn't seem all that focused, and quite a few of the elements of this movie tend to get lost as we progress through it. I'll start by saying that the direction is nice and solid. There's a tremendous atmosphere throughout this film, and Miner does a wonderful job of making the house feel both spooky when it needs to be, and homely from the off as a way of wrong-footing the audience. The cast are all lively, animate, and have a real screen presence that really makes this film stand out. There's only really one exception to the cast choices, and I'll get to that very shortly. The cinematography is pretty decent. It's nothing to write home about, but it's more than competent in what it's trying to do. It would have been nice to maybe see a bit more experimentation with the scenes involving the ghosts, but I've seen plenty of films do much, much worse than this. It never feels stale, and for my money, I think they chose the right shots for the right moments. The cast are a delight in this, with Roger, played by William Catt, giving an outstanding performance, balancing trying to live a normal suburban life and falling apart as the ghosts slowly start to drive him towards total madness. And it was important that they get the casting right here, because we're with Roger for a good chunk of the film. The cast list for this film is terribly short, and I'd say at least 70% of the movie is just Roger either trying to get on with his work, socialising, or fighting the ghosts. George Wendt is also pleasantly watchable as Harold Gorton, Roger's happy-go-lucky neighbour, who steals almost every scene he's in and really only adds to the production. He's the funny guy next to Roger's straight man routine, and it's a great match. The pairing really have good chemistry, and together they take the strain of this movie pretty well. I feel at this point I should also mention that the actors manning the puppets, or prosthetic ghost costumes, are amazing as well. The puppets and suits look brilliant for the time, if not a little bit rubbery by modern standards, but those actors really go the extra mile to try and sell you on their believability. And for the most part they succeed, with manic hyperactive performances and a tremendous amount of animation. They've really knocked this one out of the park. Of course, enhancing those elements is some very nicely handled editing. They try their best not to linger too long on the ghosts, giving you just enough of a view for you to wonder what on earth you're looking at, but using cuts well enough to mask their somewhat rubbery appearance. The whole of this film has a very tight feeling about it. There's no sense of slowdown. The pace always just keeps moving along, and some very well-timed cuts coupled with some nice uses of transitions. In particular, there's a couple of fades that are well executed, and at least one instance I can recall of the Star Wars wipe, which was refreshing to see, as quite a few films tend to largely focus on straight cuts and that's it. This was all handled quite nicely. I also feel the need really to commend the lighting throughout this film. The external scenes are naturally lit, so it can't really be helped how they look, but all the interior shots are frankly gorgeous and really lend themselves to creating a wonderful atmosphere. Had this movie been lit any differently, I might be sat here complaining about how flat it all looked. But with lighting this good, it really lets you get a feel for the age and must of the house. It draws attention to the wonderful set designs, and because of how good the placement of lighting was, I found myself noticing things in this film that, with any other kind of lighting, would have passed me by. I was engaged throughout and spent a good chunk of my time just admiring the paintings on the wall and all of the other tranclements that were scattered around. This film isn't all good, however, and a massive chunk of my problem with this movie falls down to the script in and of itself. I think my biggest problem is its symbolism and messages. There's some quite obvious and rather heavy-handed symbolism in this film that Roger is fighting his demons in the house. The idea being that all his bad memories of the Vietnam War and the disappearance of his son, and separation from his partner, have manifested themselves as ghosts and demons who plague the house he grew up in. And that's fine. It's a little bit on the nose, but it's cerebral, and they never out and out just say that's what it's all about. However, and I don't want to spoil the ending of this film too much, but by the third act of this production, the film's plot had gotten a little bit lost in its metaphors. I wasn't entirely sure what parts of the film were alluding to Roger's battling against his problems, and which parts were just there because they looked cool, which did take away from my enjoyment of this film a little bit. They teased that Roger may be approaching something of a breakdown repeatedly through the film by having him visit a medicine cabinet quite frequently. Also, the cabinet being full of prescription medication is a bit of a giveaway. So the implication that this is all just hallucinations and problems related to mental health are very real. I just feel that they went a bit too literal and heavy-handed with it, and as a result they sort of lost their way towards the end. Another issue that I spotted really is more related to the year that this film came out in, 1985, which was 1 year after the release of Ghostbusters, a film that balanced horror and comedy in such a way that I don't think has been seen before or since. As a result, while this film does have some very nice dark humour throughout, and the horror elements are ramped up quite a bit, I did find myself sitting there at multiple points going, this film really wants to be Ghostbusters. In fact, when the credits ran, the first thought that came to my mind was, this film's basically just Ghostbusters meets The Burbs, with maybe just a hint of Evil Dead 2 thrown in for good measure. Again, that's not me saying that this film is in any way awful, just that depending on how you look at it, it may not be the most original idea for a film I've ever seen. I'd also say that there are some issues with structuring for this script. For example, the opening sequence of the delivery boy finding Roger's aunt seemed really pointless. There was no need to show it, other than to establish that Roger's aunt had died. You could have opened at the funeral, or better still, they could have opened on the book signing scene, and then had a very brief sequence in which Roger gets a letter to inform him of his aunt's passing. Instead, we get an extended 5 to 10 minute intro sequence where we sweep around the outside of the house and have the delivery boy walk through the house's various rooms looking for Roger's aunt. There just didn't really seem like much need to. Also, and this was the point I wanted to get to when I was talking about the direction and casting, the Vietnam scenes really don't work for me in this film. I appreciate that they needed to show flashbacks of Roger's time in the war to set up the events of the third act, and also to explain why Roger is somewhat reluctant to revisit his memories of Nam, but almost every single one of those flashback sequences looks like it was shot in a garden centre. Any of the fight scenes in this as well look very low quality, and the whole thing is really quite tonally jarring when compared to the crafted tone of the rest of the film. For me, it's a bit like if the Rocky Horror Picture Show was randomly interrupted by 5 minutes of Platoon every 20 minutes. It just really doesn't work for me. I can appreciate why they were there, because otherwise a very important element of the third act would have been hard to justify. But at the same time, I think there probably could have been better ways to deal with this particular issue. On a final point, I feel it's only fair to mention that the soundtrack is noticeable by its absence. This film arguably has one of the most unusual soundtracks for this type of movie that I've heard in a good while. There are large stretches of this film where there are no music cues at all. And then out of nowhere, what can only be described as a disco synth pop track will randomly pop up out of nowhere for an extended period of time, before returning to either silence or a random horror-esque synth chord. I found it difficult to identify any specific music in this film, and for the most part it seemed a bit dazed and confused. So, yeah, not great. House was initially released on VHS by Entertainment in Video, before making its way onto DVD with Anchor Bay, though that one's been out of print now for a very long time. Today, you can pick up a stunning Blu-ray or DVD copy via Arrow Video, both as part of a limited edition and quite expensive, now out of print box set, collecting all 4 films in the series, or as a much more reasonably priced set of solo releases. And I highly recommend you pick this one up, particularly the Arrow Video version. Arrow have done a lovely job on the remaster for this one, and while I used footage from the original VHS release for this review, the Arrow remasters are a completely different ballpark. There's also a quite nice set of extras. I'd go as far as to say that this is the definitive way to experience this film. While it may have great direction, solid editing and lighting, wonderful set design, and more than decent cinematography, the fact that this film is really suffering from identity issues on what exactly it wants to be is quite disappointing, to say the least. Whether it's a symbolic psychological horror film with black comedy elements running through it, or a literal haunted house film that plays the scenario for laughs, I didn't clock watch during this film, which is usually a good sign, and I did enjoy it for what it was. A somewhat cloudy, bouncy bit of horror fun. My advice? Don't take the horror too seriously and don't take the comedy too literally, and you'll probably really get on with this. I know I'm planning to fully upgrade at some point in the near future for this one, and it certainly piqued my curiosity to check out where the series went next. If you're looking for something new, this might be the right thing for you. So this week I discovered something rather special.
Many years ago, Mary Poppins taught us that a spoonful of sugar helps the medicine go down. Her recipe was simple. Mix that which was good for you with that which was fun or sweet, and it would help you become better in a most delightful way. As the parent of 6 children, I know how difficult it is to instill in children those important values that have stood the test of time. Especially when everywhere they turn, the messages they hear on the TV, the radio, and at the movies is, forget the medicine, just eat sweets.
That's Forrest Baker III, owner of the Feature Films for Families production company and streaming service. Basically, think of them as the yang to Troma Films' yin. If it's good old-fashioned, wholesome entertainment you're hankering for, with none of that nasty stuff that ruins kids' films these days, like plots, charismatic actors, and dialogue that doesn't sound like it's been written by a rogue AI. Oh yeah, and a point, then the Feature Films for Families company and streaming service is for you. They're probably best known for having produced and distributed such classic movies as The Buttercream Gang or Gunter Wheeler and the Paper Brigade. And I will put my foot down right now and say that I was frankly appalled to find out that Robert Englund stars in the latter of those two. And even more shocked to find out that the Feature Films for Families company and streaming service actually gave a nod in the trailer for this film aimed at Englund's appearance as Freddy Krueger in the Nightmare on Elm Street movies. Just going to show that just because you're a Mormon-based Puritan production company and streaming service, you can acknowledge an actor's most infamous role as a child murderer in the trailer for your kids' film. The Feature Films for Families company and streaming service first began life in 1986, as far as I can tell, both creating content and distributing pre-existing content that they deemed to be acceptable for the whole family. Indeed, Forrest believed that contemporary television and radio was basically an open sewer to immorality. So for a film to be deemed appropriate for the Feature Films for Families company and streaming service, you really had to have good, honest values. As a result, a good chunk of these films feel like synthetic Invasion of the Body Snatchers type replicants of what aliens must think family cinema is. And that brings us to today's topic, and I've got a lot to unpack because, oh boy, this thing's got a bit of an interesting history from a distribution standpoint that we'll definitely need to untangle here. Horse Crazy is a 2001 kids' adventure movie written and directed by Eric Hendershot. Hendershot seems to predominantly work in kids' films and films aimed at the family, with multiple titles under his belt, including the Clubhouse Detectives series of films and A Kid Called Danger. The film follows Tyler and his sister Sam, two very young kids who live a fairly ordinary life, until one day a new student by the name of Stoney Davis joins the class. Stoney is a Texan and a real-life cowboy, and Tyler becomes absolutely fascinated by him. The pair hang out and grow a real friendship, and one day during class, the teacher decides to play a tape all about the majestic wild horses of Nevada. Tyler becomes obsessed with the idea of taming a horse for himself And so, teaming up with Stoney and his little sister, who sneaks along for the ride, the trio hitch a ride to Nevada via his older brother's van while en route to visit his girlfriend. And when his van breaks down in the middle of the desert, hilarity ensues. He discovers the kids make a run for it to try and capture a horse, and Tyler's brother questions his relationship, which seems a bit controlling. But this aside, all is not well, as two bandits are planning to steal a prize-winning stallion that's passing through the area the kids are in, and several secrets regarding Stoney's family come out, all resulting in a safe and sensible time for all, as Tyler and crew desperately race against time to save the day. To start with, this film is literally the definition of vanilla, and I really feel like I can't do justice to quite how plain and generic it was. This is to cinema what the Itchy and Scratchy Lemonade episode was to kids' television. I actually felt the life being drained from me. All the dialogue in this film is written in such a way that it's very matter of fact. It's very stilted, and honestly, no one under the age of 65 would talk like any of the characters shown in this film. None of the dialogue is in any way interesting. There's nothing witty or smart or multi-layered about the exchanges in this film. And really not helping this bad dialogue is the cast. Now, I don't like to pick on child actors really because, well, everyone has to learn their craft somewhere, and it's cliched to go for such an easy target of picking on a bunch of kids who are probably only just starting out in this industry. But I was astounded that while they were bad, the adult cast were only just surpassing them. It was stunning. I have to assume these people were volunteers because there's no other way that they could have given performances they give here and consider themselves serious actors. They're all robots. They don't vary their accents for the scenarios that play out, and everything's delivered with a pasty emptiness. They just speak every line, void of emotion. The bandits are the best part of this movie, and they're literally modelled and lifted directly from the wet bandits from Home Alone, only somehow less charming, less slimy, and more meh. And that's me being praiseworthy. They're the best performances in this film. Only adding to the misery is the plot itself, which should have maybe been a 40-minute short feature, yet somehow this has been dragged out unceremoniously to a full feature-length 84 minutes. And it's just painful. Really it is. The kids find out about wild horses, sneak into Tyler's brother's van, get discovered, get told not to go looking for wild horses, and this is all within the first 34 minutes of the runtime. The following hour after that is literally just a game of tug-of-war between the bandits and the kids for the horse. And it's just so drawn out and convoluted as to be almost unbearable. Seriously, I can only hand on heart say I've turned off one movie on the first viewing because it was unbearably dull. And this film nearly made it too. One of the scenes that most stuck out for me, and mild spoilers ahead, is that Stoney turns out to not be a real cowboy. Shock horror. He's just a kid who lives in a trailer park whose dad is either dead or missing. He got his cowboy stuff from a neighbour who used to be a performer. And there's a really nice moment where Tyler reassures his friend that he doesn't have to pretend to be something he isn't, and that Tyler will still be besties with him. 10 minutes later though, Stoney's back to pretending to be a cowboy, and Tyler and Sam seem to have completely forgotten. This film's supposed to be promoting healthy morals, and yet I actually think it's gone too far and started teaching kids the wrong kind of way to behave inadvertently. Another example of this would be the older brother's relationship with an engineer lady who helps rescue him from the roadside. She knows Tyler's brother has a girlfriend, and Tyler's brother knows he's made a promise to his partner to see her for Christmas. But that doesn't stop them outrageously flirting with each other, and in the end, he never goes to his girlfriend's house. the pair actually get together. I mean, I know they aren't married or anything, but cheating is hardly something that should be condoned in a family movie, surely. Also, for a film about kids trying to tame wild horses, the kids in this film look pretty terrified of horses. Just saying. Of what set design there is, it's fairly lackluster. Tyler has the emptiest, biggest bedroom I've ever seen a kid have, and with the majority of the film being set on location in the desert, you'd have thought they'd have gone all out on the scenes where they actually had to build a set. But no, it's all totally minimalist, and it feels like little effort was put in. I will say though, for my money's worth, the cinematography and composition was lovely, and there were some really nice rolling shots of mountains and some really good use of locations. It's just a shame that a massive chunk of the direction is so vanilla as to be tiresome. It's all painting by numbers, played by the book with no real standout wow shots. Everything just looks like it could have been on a postcard at a bus station. When it comes to the cast as well, the direction's quite lackluster. Again, not to rag on the child actors too much, but yeah, they don't animate too good. But then again, the adult cast are almost as bad once again, so I suppose the kids have that working for them. The soundtrack as well is acceptable, and only acceptable. This thing's entirely MIDI composed from what I heard, and it's only 2 clicks away from being generic stock phone hold music. It's better than a lot of low-budget features I've seen in my time, but acceptable these days isn't, if you get my drift. Did I mention that this is a Christmas movie? Because this is totally a Christmas movie. I'm not kidding. The film opens with Tyler establishing that Christmas has just ended before quickly flashing back to just before Christmas, with the rest of the film taking place through Christmas. The movie mentions it once or twice in passing, and there's a blink and you'll miss it shot of a Santa magnet on Tyler's fridge, but that's about it. There's one shot of Tyler talking on the phone to Stoney next to a Christmas tree, and that's your lot. Christmas pretty much disappears from this film, which left me wondering why bother setting it at that time of year in the first place if you're only going to immediately dismiss it. Another very odd thing about this film, it's exempt from classification in the UK, and I will say they've skirted that classification very bloody slyly here. An exemption classification in the UK is usually reserved for films that are aiming to inform or educate rather than entertain. In short, as long as you show that your film has an element of learning or education about it, you can make it available for all ages. So how does Horse Crazy get an exemption? Well, on the back of the box there's an activity session that the parents can use to engage with the kids after they've seen the film. Literally printing those 3 or 4 questions on the back of the box and then sticking those same questions on the DVD as a special feature is all that was required to get this film an exempt classification. That's sneaky, and in a very troubling way. I got this copy of Horse Crazy in the UK, and as far as I can tell, this film has multiple distributors. First and foremost, the movie itself has the Feature Films for Families and Streaming Service logo topping and tailing it on the box. But then in the DVD Extras menu, it's also claimed to have been distributed by a company known as Pure Entertainment. Looking into that, however, only seems to direct me towards Pure Flix. So either Pure Entertainment went belly up a few years ago and Google's forgot they existed, or Pure Entertainment and Pure Flix are somehow connected. Which I'm pretty sure they aren't, as Pure Flix was founded in 2005. Only muddying the waters further, when I went to look up this film's distribution information on Amazon, I found that this movie and a load of other feature films for families and streaming service movies were being sold under another distributor called Artiflix. It's a total head melter, and it looks really shady. The extras on this set are woeful, frankly. A set of trailers, a digital activity section for the parents and children, and a message from Forrest is about as good as it gets. This disc also made my PlayStation 4 freeze, to the point that I literally had to unplug my machine from the wall just to get it to turn back on again. And even then it took an hour of Googling to get my controller working again. In all honesty, so little happens in this film, and so much of it is just barely on the cusp of being acceptable, that pretty much what I've written here is literally everything I have to say about this movie. It was a really, really, really boring film. Like, really boring. It was like a good movie, but with all the good bits cut out. Vanilla to the point of being frightened milk. Would young children like this film? Quite possibly. Would I show this movie to young kids? Absolutely not. It's almost like the kid's guide to being a sociopath. It's dull as dishwater and one to be avoided if you can help it. The last I heard from the Feature Films for Families company, and streaming service, they'd got themselves into a spot of bother with the FTC for cold calling people trying to sell them subscription services. As one guy on Reddit put it, telemormonism, which I thought was a lovely way of phrasing that. But they still put films out to this day. They even made a sequel to this movie? How did they even do that? There was barely enough material for one of these things. Oh, sod it, that one's for another time. I need to lie down and some filth. Till next time. Before we get started, I'd just like to give a big shout out and special thanks to Mr. Kridoff, who suggested I look into this absolutely bizarre piece of independent cinema. Kridoff, you're a gent and a scholar. This was an experience. I like to consider myself a pretty open-minded film-goer when it comes to bad cinema. Yes, I do shun the intentionally bad movies currently being produced by the Sci-Fi Channel, and I will occasionally dip into the odd mainstream cult classic, because hey, we all need a break from the mire once in a while. But occasionally I stumble across the odd title that literally leaves me speechless as to what I've just witnessed. I will ask for your patience with this one, as I myself had to watch this film twice to fully understand exactly what I was seeing. Tales from the Quad Dead Zone is a 1987 horror anthology movie that was written, directed and produced by Chester Novell Turner. It's also his second and final film production to date. Novell Turner was a home remodeler who, as a hobby, wrote short horror stories. He made his cinematic debut in 1984 with the movie Black Devil Doll from Hell. The film was distributed through the now defunct Hollywood Home Video label, and allegedly Hollywood Home Video heavily edited Turner's movie and refused to inform him of how many copies of the film had been sold, leading to a very frosty working relationship and the very genuine possibility that Novell Turner was cheated out of a large sum of money in royalties. That's why for his 1987 follow-up movie, he decided to go independent, releasing the film in limited quantities through his own established label, Merry Vision Film. It's unknown exactly how many copies of the film were distributed, but it's estimated to be roughly around 100, if that. These were sold largely in and around the Chicago area, and due to financial issues, Turner was unable to travel outside of the city. As a result, getting a hold of a copy of this movie on VHS is pretty much impossible, with legitimate copies selling for as high as $700 on eBay, and rumours of tapes going for nearly double that abounding as of the time of this recording. It was very difficult to come across a copy of this movie right up until about 2013, when Massacre Video managed to secure the rights to both this film and Chester's first movie for a DVD release. Though even today, that DVD is a little bit pricey for what it is, and it's region locked to US players only. So, much like Terror in Beverly Hills, I had to get creative to see this film. But I suppose the big question is, was it worth it? Well, Tales of the Quatermass Zone stars Shirley L. Jones as a mother of a ghost child who offers to read her ghost kid a story. Bobby the Ghost chooses the book Tales from the Quatermass Zone, and thus begins 2.5 Tales of Terror. I say 2.5 because one of the Tales of Terror is only about 10 minutes long, and frankly isn't so much a tale, more a series of happenings, and one of the tales is just a very drawn-out sequence of events following Bobby the Ghost and his mother. From the premise alone, I feel uncomfortable. Anthology films typically tend to have at least 3 tales of terror, followed by some kind of horror-fueled incident involving the movie's host. This movie has one tale of terror that's about 10 minutes long, and another one that's about 20 to 25 minutes, and then the narrator's own horror-fueled incident eats up the rest of the movie's 62-minute runtime. Well, actually, that's a bit of a fib. The intro and outro credits are about 5 minutes long each, which doesn't sound like a long time, but when you consider that they make up 1/6 of the film's runtime, and the credit list isn't particularly very long, it's border interminable. I don't think it will come as any surprise to anyone watching this to hear that Tales of the Quatermass Zone isn't an award-winning, genre-defining movie. In fact, it's barely a movie full stop. For the sake of ease, I'm going to be dealing with all the elements of this film separately before looking at the more general observations at the end. Starting off all this madness, we have Food For? That's literally the title of this short. Food For, and then a question mark. It's extraordinarily short and basically follows a family who are so poor that they haven't got enough food to feed everyone, so they organise a first-come, first-served race on their dinner. When one of the bigger family members misses out on his dinner, he takes it badly and literally mows down a large chunk of his family with a rifle to ensure he gets his evening meal. There are a number of problems with this first short. Its length is arguably the best thing about it, as it's short enough that it doesn't overstay its welcome, or really even introduce itself, to be honest. The dubbing of this, and pretty much the whole film for that matter, is border unintelligible. There are some lines of dialogue that come out nice and clear, but there are some portions where the audio balancing is so dire I literally can't hear a word being said. Often dialogue gets muffled under the music, and sometimes lines just get purposely missed out on the dub. They also forget diegetic sounds like gunshots, and some of the effects are heavily delayed. There's at least one clip of someone ringing a bell where the bell appears to ring silently for a second or two before the effect dubs in. The cast are terrible as well in this. Like, really bad. They all look so confused as to why they're there, and none of them have any air of animation behind them. The whole thing looks like Chester got a bunch of randoms together on short notice and just told them what to say and do, and they just went along with it. They also don't really even end this short. It just sort of stops. There's a "Where Are They Now" style set of captions, in the vein of American Graffiti or Animal House, and then nothing. It just ends. The second short is called The Brothers, and it follows a man whose brother has died. With the help of a friend, they kidnap his dead brother's body and take him back to the guy's house where he has a small party. He abuses his dead brother's corpse before dressing him up like a clown and threatening to bury him in the basement. I say all of this, but to look at this film, you really wouldn't know it. Indeed, I watched this section of the film thrice, because the first time I watched it, I had literally no idea what was going on with it, and the second time wasn't much clearer. Most of the film isn't lit, so a massive chunk of the beginning and middle of this film are represented as literally dark smudges moving across a dark screen. The audio's also, again, absolutely atrocious, with the entire first scene in the funeral home being totally unintelligible. It does get a bit clearer by the time we're at the party scene, but music occasionally breaks in and totally muffles any dialogue pretty much instantly. As with the first short, the direction here is pretty dire, with some of the dialogue delivery being up there with some of the worst performances I've ever seen in my life. This part of the film isn't so bad it's good, it's so bad as to be almost ridiculous. The plot doesn't entirely make sense, there are massive holes in the script, and when the nicest thing I can say about the cine is it's pointing in the right direction most of the time and it's in focus, you know there's a problem. It's at this point I should probably start talking about the film as a whole, as after The Brothers we spend an extended amount of time with Shirley L. Jones as the storyteller, and the film pretty much starts to wrap itself up from here on in. So, here are some massive issues I have with this film. The direction of all three of the stories in this film are appalling, with the exception of Shirley, who seems to be able to read her lines with at least an emotion of some nondescript origin. Everyone to feature in this film sounds scared, confused, and completely bewildered by what they're being asked to do. Not one actor in this film actually comes across as an actor. I don't think I've ever seen a cast so poorly perform as a collective before. It was a genuinely bizarre experience to see. The scripting is totally disastrous, there's no sense of pacing, the first story is way too short and just stops, whereas the main story, dealing with Bobby the Ghost and his mother, has almost the opposite problem, in that the story goes on way longer than it naturally should have, and seems almost never-ending. There's a stabbing scene that seems to literally go on for an eternity, and in many ways I was reminded of Adult Swim's Too Many Kooks sketch from a few years ago, in the sense that every time I expected the film to sort of naturally end of its own accord, it'd just continue almost endlessly. In many ways though, I will say that to me this worked to the film's favour, because it added an element of surprise. I genuinely had no idea when the film was going to end, other than the knowledge that it was 62 minutes long, and that it had felt like about 400 years had passed by the end of the second short. So every time I felt like the script was working towards an ending, and then it didn't, I started to ask myself, where could the film possibly want to take me now? When the film finally did end, I was certain that it was a false ending and that the credits were going to lead into another half an hour of nonsense. Sadly it didn't, but I really liked the unknowing element. The cine across the board is literally only passable in the sense that the lens cap is off, most shots are pointed vaguely in the right direction, and it's all largely in focus. Though they do have a serious problem with the lack of lighting. which means that quite often shots just look like swishing and swashing shades of black and grey swirling around the screen. Ring of Terror had a very similar problem, albeit with a 25-year age gap between the two films. You'd think that would be okay as long as you could hear what was going on, but the audio throughout this film is muffled, distorted, and generally inaudible. Seriously, I think for every 100 words spoken, I maybe heard about a tenth of them legibly. Whether this has been corrected for the DVD version I can't say, but on tape, it's a joke. Speaking of sound, the music is all composed on a piano, and it's all the most generic synth-driven drivel that keyboards of the day could pump out. It's mainly drums and long chords, but it's so generic it basically feels like Turner just hit the demo button and recorded the output. It's also very out of place. There's a scene involving a razor blade that has a score that literally left me giggling like a schoolgirl throughout, for just how badly selected and out of place it seemed for such depressing visuals that were being shown. I also really need to stress that this film's editing isn't so much carefully crafted and more shunted into place in the bluntest and most heavy-handed way I can describe. Everything is drenched in a sickly green colour, and there are even moments where they've been so lazy as to just shoot long tracking shots where they move the camera into a new position rather than make cuts. So sequences that should have been maybe 3 or 4 cuts to make it look really smooth are instead one long unbroken recorded sequence in which Chester just physically gets up and moves the camera around the actors while they deliver their lines. It's total madness, but it only adds to that feeling of random, I don't know what's gonna happen next-ery. In many ways, it's as if the film gets bored with itself. I grew up with ADHD, and while it still bothers me as an adult every now and then, I can safely say that this film must be suffering from it to some degree. It just drifts completely aimlessly and at random through sequences, and then things just end when the film gets bored of them. For example, there's a random extended scene where Bobby's mum changes her glasses. There's no reason for her to do it, she just does. And that's upwards of about 5 minutes. Later she's involved in an extended fight sequence that comes literally out of nowhere and is punctuated almost entirely throughout with someone going over and over again. The film gets bored with its own premise about 3/4 of the way through the second story, and from there just goes off on a convoluted and surreal ramble. I had to watch this film all the way through twice, just to make absolutely sure I wasn't missing something, as I got halfway through the first viewing and came to the realisation that I didn't have a bloody clue what was happening anymore. But no, the film is actually like that. It's totally inaudible, it's a complete ramble for the most part, and it's bordering on Dada-esque in terms of improvisation. I genuinely have to question if this film had a script. It feels much more likely that the director had a broad idea of what he wanted to do, and then ironed it out on the day. In short, it's not very good. That's not to say that it's an unwatchable film, though. Quite the contrary. Where it fails technically, it more than makes up for it in heart, passion, and a genuine love from the director for what he's doing. You really feel throughout that Turner is having fun producing this movie, and I have to give him credit. I had fun figuring out what on earth I was watching. This is a prime example for me that just because a film is frankly rubbish doesn't mean it's unwatchable, and doesn't mean it's not worthy of note or entertaining. This to me was an experience I am very unlikely to forget anytime soon, and I highly recommend you go and seek this film out immediately to see what I mean. It's very much in the vein of Things, a Canadian production with a similar shot-on-video ethic about it. While this film teases that there would be a Tales from the Quad Zone 2, unfortunately it would never materialise. Chester was alleged to have died in the 1990s, but this was proven to be a rumour when, in 2013, Massacre Video managed to track him down to get his permission for a DVD release of these two films. Since then, Chester has done plenty of touring to promote his two films, and in 2016 was even talking about potentially making sequels for both of them. All I can say is I really hope he does manage to get those films off the ground. I'll be the first in line to pre-order them should they ever get made. It's films like this that help break the monotony of the usual hack-and-slash mainstream horror films. Sometimes the world needs a Tales from the Quad Zone to help shake things up. If there were more Chester novel turners in the world, I'm certain the film landscape would be a much more interesting place. So, I've been doing this now for a year, and as is the custom with 98% of YouTube channels that make it this far, that means I'm due a special anniversary special to commemorate this special, momentous special day. Special. Even though my first upload was technically on the 2nd of June, it doesn't matter. It's close enough for me. So this year, to celebrate a whole 12 months of pain and suffering, I decided that rather than cover just one film, I'd instead talk about a much fondly remembered, and yet much overlooked genre of filmmaking. The public information film. Of course, public information films still exist worldwide, and they aren't really planning on going anywhere anytime soon, but public information films, PIFs for short, almost are a craft in and of themselves. They cover a wide variety of themes, styles and genres, all in the desperate attempt to put across to the audience that they shouldn't put that thing in their mouth, that not putting your finger in there is probably a good idea, and that running head-on into traffic without a luminous sticker on your jacket could prove deadly. With this being a rather broad topic, and a rather special episode in and of itself, I thought I'd draft in some help for this video. A good friend of mine, an avid PIF viewer, Ben.
Hello Dan, pleasure to be here. Even though I can't see you, your voice is exquisite agony to me.
I'm glad you're suffering. Anyway, without further ado, would you mind filling the folks in at home about the history of PIFs? Please?
What we know is the public information film first began in the Second World War would often be shown in cinema reels, starring this chap Richard Massingham, and were generally to help with general war efforts like not to spread diseases and how to grow vegetables and that kind of thing. As the war ended, public information films continued to be produced. The Central Office of Information was the government department set up to take care of these, generally through hiring independent contractors and later on advertising firms. These kind of films were extremely popular, particularly in the 60s to the 80s, as they were mainly designed to fill up airtime between TV programmes, generally about 20 to 30 seconds worth. They were cheap, cheerful, and very easy to make and produce, which is why they were so popular in this period from about the 60s to the 80s, when there was so much airtime to fill between TV programmes, they had to provide something.
Nicely handled, sir.
Alright.
So now you know the backstory of how things got started. Both myself and Ben have picked a handful of our favourite PIFs, which we'll first show you in full and then talk about afterwards. Look, I told you at the start this was going to be a special. That means this is going to be a bumper length one. No holds barred.
Ooh, can I do Dark and Lonely Water?
But I wanted to do Dark and Lonely Water.
I want to do Dark and Lonely Water.
Alright, but someday I get to do the finishing line. I'll get the ball rolling then with this one.
you know, you should use a pedestrian crossing. You should look right, look left, look right again, and then, if all's clear, proceed with caution.
Oh, thank you very much, Gaffer.
I say, Chappie, where do you think you're off to?
Well, it's my crossing when I put my foot on it, and you're supposed to stop.
Oh, one of those, are you? Yes. Well, I know something about this. Let me see, what is it? Yes.
Yeah, you gotta look, Daddy-O, like you gotta make with the people.
Of course. So there.
But you're supposed to proceed with caution when approaching a crossing. Thank you. That's just what I was gonna say.
Eh? Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
And you're not supposed to dawdle. You gotta get along. Yahoo!
Quite. You see?
Ha! Come along, missus. Don't dawdle. Oh, what are you doing? No, young man. It's frozen peas. No, what about me peas? But seriously, folks, everyone should use the crossings properly. See you.
This, frankly quite wonderful little short, comes from 1963, and's probably one of the earliest examples of public information films physically using celebrities in their films to try and promote safety. In this case, he is veteran UK comedian and all-round eccentric Ken Dodd, teaching children and adults, who should know better, how to use pedestrian crossings. At this point, crossings had only really been used since 1951, though there had been limited trials since the late 1940s. So with a nationwide rollout still well underway, what better person than Doddy, a household name at this point in British history, to show the nation the do's and don'ts of operating the crossings safely. They've opted in this short to go for humour, playing to the strength of their talent. Ken was made for stuff like this, and the whole thing has a very jolly and bouncy feel to it. Even though the image of Ken Dodd as an elderly woman will haunt my nightmares for many years to come, it's a very brief, well-shot slice of physical comedy that I don't think could have been made in this day and age. It's so drenched in that early to mid-60s culture that it could have only really existed in this specific period of time. The piff ends with one of the most genuinely sincere moments I've ever seen put to film. Most people who've met Ken Dodd will say he's a genuine and lovely person, and that warmth really comes across in those last few seconds. For young children, this really puts the message across in a non-threatening, hands-off way that the crossings need to be used with care. It still puts its message across firmly, but without using shock to try and embed the message into people's heads. As British a piff you'll ever see. Well, short of the Dad's Army piff on road safety at least.
There is now a danger that has become a threat to us all. It is a deadly disease and there is no known cure. The virus can be passed during sexual intercourse with an infected person. Anyone can get it, man or woman. So far it's been confined to small groups, but it's spreading. So protect yourself. And read this leaflet when it arrives. If you ignore AIDS, it could be the death of you. So don't die of ignorance.
There were two versions made of this famous campaign in the late 1980s, the iceberg version and the monolith version, both directed by the rather excellent and sadly no longer with us John Hurt. When the company who produced these commercials, Saatchi and Saatchi, presented them to the government felt that they were a little bit too Hollywood, a little bit too over the top. But really that's kind of the idea. If there's one thing you can say about public information films, they're not about the art of being subtle. They're about a good, hard kick in the crotch and saying, look, this is the way it is. These particular ads were made to dispel a popular myth that only homosexuals could catch HIV. But you'll notice the language used, the wording. There is now a danger that is a threat to us all, basically implying that there is a deadly disease, as he says, and there is no known cure. It's not just something that can happen to someone else, it can happen to you as well, and it's very serious, as this music illustrates, which is just... There's something about this kind of 1980s Sims that really gets under the skin in a very unpleasant way, and, you know, if anyone can do it that way, it's the combination of John Hurt's booming voice and that big, massive 2001-esque monolith at the end. It's a campaign that's still quoted and referenced today, which, for a public information campaign, is the best sign that it's left its mark on a generation.
This man was safe. Until now. He hasn't bothered to get the plug changed. From now on, he's in deadly danger. If the earth wire slips out, he won't notice. But as soon as it touches the live wire, and anyone who touches him also gets a shock. Fix things properly.
By the 1970s, the idea of showing rather than telling when it came to safety and informing the public was becoming more and more commonplace. Let's face it, if you're asked to remember an important piece of information, are you more likely to retain it having been told nicely by a lovely man, or by witnessing a horrific and traumatising accident firsthand as a result of not remembering that information? Well, in the 70s, the opinion was distinctly aimed at the latter. Electricity hazards is a relatively short piff in the scheme of things, but the message it puts across is clear. At that time in the 1970s, health and safety, as it's known today, was relatively unknown. Frankly, if you did your job without dying, you were considered not an idiot, and that was it. If you did die on the job, then you'd get a clip round the earhole and you'd have your pay packet docked for wasting the foreman's time. So in the early 70s there was a raft of films that dealt with safety in the workplace, and the best methods of self-preservation to avoid all manner of nasty things from happening to you. Aimed at the common man, these were unlikely to have been shown in the workplace. Rather, these were shown most likely on television, to try and reach as many people as possible. This one in particular deals with making sure your equipment actually has a plug on it, rather than just forcing the wires into a socket on the wall. As someone who wasn't alive when this kind of thing was considered commonplace, the very idea that there was a time when it was deeply unsettles me. This piff is very matter of fact. The electrocution scene in particular is graphic, and it doesn't shy away from making it very clear. If you don't use a proper plug when using electrical items, you will die. No exceptions. It's blunt and to the point, and in many ways I feel more drawn to piffs like this than I do the lovely ones. The nice ones have a very charming and overly British attitude towards them, but the shocking ones, well, they lodge themselves firmly in your mind, and they don't ever let go. The fact that this piff in particular just ends with a simple caption, "Electricity can kill, don't take chances," superimposed over a shot of a plug socket being pried open with two matchsticks, only further emphasises how cold and pointed this piff is. It's guaranteed to stick in the mind of the average worker, who'd probably be using similar tools on a day-to-day basis, and who's probably been placed in similar situations. Piffs like this were very likely to make the average man change their minds about doing something like this in future. Or at the very least, it would thin out the idiots who thought doing that to save time was a perfectly great idea.
Gentlemen, will you over here, please, madam? Is this all your baggage, madam?
The outcome of a sentimental impulse could mean a sentence of death for the animal you love and couldn't leave behind, and for you or someone like you, death in a manner that is beyond description. Whichever way you look at it, rabies means death.
Death in a manner beyond description. That's how this campaign describes rabies. And to illustrate this point even further, it doesn't so much fake the footage, no, instead it uses real life footage of an actual child crawling and writhing around, dying slowly, not to mention those horrible stabbing synth noises. If there's one thing you can say about these public information films, as well as most of them being short exercises in horror, they were also short exercises in sound design as well. You might say that it's quite silly or dated. Rabies, after all, is not really a common thing we've had in this country. In fact, we've not had it for over 100 years now, but it's still prevalent in a lot of parts of the world. I think France only got rid of it about 50 years ago. It's still prevalent in a lot of Africa and America, and it was a big worry at the time, what with a lot of intercontinental travel going on in the 70s and 80s, that someone would smuggle an adorable little puppy or an adorable little cat, which would then lead to, you know, complete death and destruction, as it does. But, you know, these things don't get made unless they don't think there's a reason, and it clearly left its mark. You don't see a lot of talk of rabies these days, so death in a manner beyond description. And here to illustrate the point.
Who can it be? Perhaps it's your rich Aunt Annie who you love to see outside the front door. Or your loving husband who has lost his key outside the front door. Now I wonder who it is gonna be outside the front door. But stop! On the other hand, could it be that there's a real con man who will take you in outside the front door? Or a mad bad axeman who is deep in sin outside the front door? So put the chain on the door before you let them in through the front door. So put the chain on the door before you let them in through the front door. See who's there first before you open the door. Put the chain on.
Okay, so ignoring the mild sexism of this piff, I actually really enjoy this one. The animation's very distinctive and it has a bouncy comedic vibe about it. The decision to set this piff to a song, more importantly a popular song, Green Door by Jim Lowe, later covered by Shakin' Stevens, means it's more likely to stick in an audience's head as a reminder. And the fact that they blow well out of proportions what could happen if you don't put the chain on the door only adds to the eccentricity of the piece. The animation isn't fluid and it has somewhat of a jittery quality to it. It reminds me quite heavily of Bob Godfrey's work, if not a little more detailed. That being said, the direction of the piece is quite well thought out. It uses a sort of pull back and reveal tactic, lulling the audience into a place of security before saying, "Aha! But what if it isn't your aunt or husband?" It's a little bit Python and a little bit Bonzo Dog Band. Quirky's the best word for it. And, I mean, realistically, if someone really wanted to get into your house, a bit of metal screwed onto your door probably wouldn't stop them. But back in the mid-70s, when women were seen as frail and delicate little things who needed constant protection from the real world, this advert would have probably been solely targeted at them and the elderly. If they played an advert like this now, the complaints would probably be through the roof. As it stood in the 70s, it was probably seen as a genuine attempt to help people. Put the chain on, as far as piff slogans go, is hardly up there. It's nowhere near Think Bike or Charlie Says, but it does the job. It's simple and to the point. This is one of my favourites, truth be told, and I hope you like it too.
Please keep matches away from children.
So a few things to note about this one. It was shot in an actual burnt out house to really give it that sense of realism, that sense of despair, a bit like the rabies thing we discussed earlier with the shots of the child. With a lot of public information films, and also a lot of horror films in general, there's a sort of disconnect because you're experiencing it through another character's eyes subjectively. But not this time. This is shot with a POV angle to really give it that sense that it's you going through the house, it's you experiencing all this. The implication really is that you're somehow one of the parents that has had to listen to their child being, well, killed, being burnt up. It's a masterpiece of sound design. You have all those quiet little noises, the little drip drops coming through, the breathing of, presumably, was meant to be you, walking through the house, those little creaking noises, and then, as it goes on, you get those echoed screams of ghosts almost of the children. As we'll learn later, the echo is like the trademark of a lot of these things. If you want to scare the absolute bejesus out of a lot of kids and a lot of adults, just whack a massive echo on that and you'll go far.
It was getting dark before they found him, sir. The body was caught under the ice, you see. Well, his mother said he'd gone off to the pond with the others and she thought they'd be safe on their own. It wasn't that far away. It seems he was sliding out further than the others and the ice wasn't as thick there. What's that, sir? Oh, no. No, she said she never dreamed it was that dangerous.
Frozen ponds can be dangerous. Always make sure you supervise children. Test the ice before they play on it and make certain they stay close to the shore.
This one's a lot more subtle than most that'll feature in this special, and in many ways it makes it all the more powerful a message for it. I can't personally say it's ever been cold enough where I live that there have ever been frozen ponds for me to go out and walk on, but in the 70s and 80s this must have been a very serious problem, as there were numerous piffs about the dangers of walking on ice put out around those decades. The early ones usually said that as long as there was an adult present who could test the ice for you, then it'd be fine, though by the 1980s that was well off the table. This entire piff is presented from the perspective of a police officer reporting back to his sergeant about a kid trapped under the ice. The fact that it's played out from the perspective that it's all already happened adds a real sense of macabre to proceedings. They don't have to directly tell you that you'll die if you fall into a frozen pond. The animation does the job just fine. Speaking of the animation, it's absolutely gorgeous. It has a real smoothness that quite a lot of animation at this point in time just really didn't have, and the colours used throughout are beautifully handled, with the dusky sunset enveloping this entire short in purples and oranges. Poignant. Poignant's the word I'd use to describe this one. Deeply poignant. The voiceover really tries its best to put across the emotional distress this incident has caused the child's family, and it works. It really does. I can't honestly think of the last time a 40-second short has affected me in the way that this short did. It was so successful, it was redubbed and reused in the 90s, with the narrative changed slightly from a police officer reporting the incident to a friend of the child who fell in the ice talking to a policeman. Both are eerily effective and deeply unsettling, though I think the original one just has the edge over proceedings, one to keep in mind every winter.
The first natural-born smoker will have a larger nose to filter out impurities. Self-cleaning lungs. A highly developed index and middle finger. Smaller ears, because they don't listen. Extra eyelids to protect the eye from irritating smoke. And of course, an inbuilt resistance to heart disease, lung cancer, and thrombosis. Unfortunately, the first natural-born smoker hasn't yet been born.
So what we have here is another example of how public information films completely eschewed subtlety and completely eschewed quiet things. What we have is this massive dystopic view. This almost looks very Hollywood. The production values are actually quite impressive for what was basically a filler piece that was made to fill up about 20 seconds of their time. The makeup effects as well, I mean, it's very impressive. It's like proper Hollywood stuff. And it's creepy the way his lungs are slowly breathing in and out, and that bald, sort of demonic face. there's a follow-up to this public information film where we see the natural born smoker's child. It's shot from the POV of the child, and you can see that horrible demonic face breathing right into the camera, right into, well, essentially your face. It's enough to put you off the fags for life. My favourite line in this is the bit about he has small ears because he doesn't listen. I mean, you want to talk about lack of subtlety, that's like a sledgehammer. It's so sort of... It's brutal. It's aggressively saying, how dare you smoke? How dare you do this? You're going to end up like this, basically. It's not suggesting you're going to end up like a demonic creature, but it's basically saying, you know, if you're going to live your life by just puffing away at these fags all day, you might as well have small ears and not listen. You might as well have self-cleaning lungs, and you might as well have horrible grey skin and just live in this smoky, burny sort of ambience. The whole film really has this sort of, well, smoky vibe. You feel dirty watching it. You feel like you can't breathe while you're watching it, and that's not just the low quality of the video, that is just the quality of the film. For something that was designed to fill up about 30 seconds of time between TV commercials and at the cinema, it really is very impressive.
Behold, one of the most terrifying piffs I've personally ever seen. Some backstory, if you will. I first got into piffs in university, and one night, while a little worse for wear, I decided to pop on a DVD from the university's library called Charlie Says. It's a frankly absurd compilation DVD of literally hundreds of these films. So at about 3 a.m, with headphones on in the middle of the night, I'm just winding down, quietly going through the ads and working on some coursework, when cutting through the silence of the pitch-black room like a knife...
This is every mother's nightmare. You've left your baby for just a moment. While you're gone, the baby starts to rock. The pram tips. Don't let the nightmare come true. If you must leave your baby, always strap him in with care. Never hang bags from the handles. Use a properly fitted shopping basket on your pram or pushchair. Take care. Don't let the nightmare come true.
Where do I even begin with this absolute piece of nightmare fuel? Well, apart from the overall message being slightly upsetting, strap your baby into its pram or it will die, the animation is wavy and nausea-inducing. And the fact that they chose to animate the mother to look like Edvard Munch's The Scream, which they crash zoom into with a piercing, howling scream that's way too loud, is frankly traumatizing. Everything about this piff is designed to shock you and make you feel totally uncomfortable. From the weird pattering synth drums as the baby falls out of the pram, through to the weird broken-framed animations of people walking and trucks passing by. It's like watching it all happen in slow motion. The message is perfectly clear, and believe me, I'll never hang my handbag on the handle of a baby carriage when I have kids. Not after this, anyway. I would say this was definitely one to chalk up to shock tactics work when done right. It's terrifying stuff. Oh, and this was sound balanced, by the way. That scream is literally piercing.
This is every mother's nightmare.
After an attack is over and the all clear has been sounded, arrangements will be made as soon as possible to treat any people who are ill or injured. Listen to your radio. Details will be given about what to do, when to do it, and how. If anyone dies while you are kept in your fallout room, move the body to another room in the house. Label the body with name and address, and cover it as tightly as possible in polythene, paper, sheets, or blankets. Tie a second card to the covering. The radio will advise you what to do about taking the body away for burial. If, however, you have had a body in the house for more than 5 days, and if it is safe to go outside, then you should bury the body for the time being in a trench or cover it with earth and mark the spot of the burial.
So these cheap and cheerful little pieces were never actually intended to be shown. Well, they were intended to be shown, but only if a nuclear attack was 72 hours away. They would have been shown basically between programs all day and all night. Now, just imagine that for a moment. You're sitting there, you're having your tea, you're just a little kid playing with your toys, and all of a sudden, you see this frozen, ashen look on your parents' faces, and they just look petrified, and you have no idea why. And you turn to the TV, and you see these weird, funny little cartoons with these white stick figures, and you just don't understand why. That's what that feeling would have been like, that feeling of something is going to happen, but you don't know what it is. And for me, what adds to the dread of these is the fact that a lot of the techniques discussed in these films, I mean, they wouldn't be entirely effective. No one would really survive a nuclear war, and even if you did survive a nuclear war, you wouldn't really want to. You wouldn't really want to live in that world. It's death in a manner beyond description. Again, if you're outside, it says, just lie on the floor and hope for the best. That's what these adverts should have been called, not protect and survive, just hope for the best. That would have been very appropriate, more British as well, in a way. I first saw these films when I was about 10 or 11 years old, not on TV. They play on a loop in the Imperial War Museum in Salford, Manchester, if you ever get the time to go. They play on a little tiny screen right under a disused nuclear missile and a giant graph showing exactly what would happen if a nuclear bomb was ever to hit Manchester. And there's a lot of long text and scientific words to summarise the exact effects of what would happen, but they could basically just have a single paragraph that basically just reads, commit suicide now. So, as a 10 or 11-year-old watching that, even in the air of somewhere like a museum, where you're consciously looking at things from the past and you can kind of disconnect yourself from it, it's still terrifying. And it's still terrifying despite the cheap graphics, despite the portentous tone that's often been mocked and referenced in lots of popular culture, particularly in the young ones, and not so humorously in Fred's. Unlike a lot of other things we've discussed, like rabies and kids falling in lakes and things like that, nuclear war is still a very real possibility. And seeing as the doomsday clock has just been moved to 2 minutes to midnight, the closest it's been since 1953, mind, when the Cold War was at its absolute height, well, if it's not keeping you awake at night, it probably should.
You can put almost any frail object in a box, and provided it's held firm, you can shake it about no end. But if it's loose in a box, that's another matter. A car is a box on wheels, but a box just the same, and it can still get shaken about. And if you're in it and not wearing a seatbelt, you're in trouble because you're a loose object. It doesn't matter who you are or what you are, you can be the world's most experienced driver, but to the law of gravity, you're the world's most experienced loose object. And it can be very unfunny. Now, an egg hasn't got much in the way of brains, but you have. Wear a seatbelt. And if the box gets shaken up, you stand every chance of not getting broke. No matter how short the journey, nag yourself to remember this drill. Clunk the car door and click the seatbelts. Clunk, click, every trip.
Oh, God. Well, we had to talk about this one. We just had to. It was one of the most successful public information film campaigns of all time. The Clunk Click series of films had a simple message: wear a seatbelt. And with the ridiculously catchy slogan, Clunk Click every trip, it was a household expression in almost no time. I'm not one to whitewash history. You can't undo events that happened no matter how much you want to. Yes, this campaign was fronted by Jimmy Savile, an absolute monster. Seriously, for my international viewers who might not know who he is, go and look up his Wikipedia entry. Or better still, just Google him. You'll see why I was hesitant to include this here. But you can't undo what good things he did, no more than you can undo the utterly, unspeakably evil acts he committed. He invented modern-day DJing, he raised hundreds of thousands of pounds for charity, and he fronted this series of public information films, quite possibly saving hundreds of lives in the process. Does this mean he should be celebrated? Absolutely not. All of this was just a front for the evil acts he committed, but at the same time denying that he did the things that he did, or trying to erase him from existence by not talking about what he did and how approachable and human he seemed at the time, is what allows him and people like him to do what he did. There are people out there who'll say that he should be demonised and removed from history and forgotten about, and that's a perfectly reasonable opinion to have. But in my opinion, he was at the end of the day a human being, and if we allow what he did to be played up to cartoonish proportions without acknowledging that he used his power and charity work as a front to allow him to commit the acts that he did, we're only opening the door for someone else to try the exact same thing. Savile was an evil man, but in the 1970s he was a much-loved family entertainer and a highlight of evening television and radio for many. The Clunk Click films are blunt but effective. This particular one, featuring loose objects, is very basic and really puts the message across of just how important seatbelts really are in making sure that you don't die horribly. In many ways, this piff is the best of both worlds, because it uses the egg as a soft metaphor for the person involved in the car crash, whilst also cutting to footage of cars flying through the air and crashing horrifically. The contrast of the soft and harsh imagery really causes this to stick out in your mind. In the simplest of terms, it reaches both audiences by being shocking and gentle at the same time. Savile is very matter-of-fact throughout this film too. He's blunt and doesn't sugarcoat it particularly. When he says, "An egg doesn't have much in the way of brains, but you have," it's a bit of a silly sentence, but his delivery is so straight it drills into your head and makes you really aware of exactly just how important wearing a seatbelt is. These films ran for close to a decade, possibly even longer than that. What research I've done doesn't seem to list an endpoint for the campaign. I mean, for all I know, they may still be running somewhere out there. Other than possibly Charlie Says and the Green Cross Code Man, Clunk Click may have been one of the most memorable public information campaigns ever run. So the next time you get in a car, just remember, Clunk Click every trip.
I am the spirit of dark and lonely water, ready to trap the unwary, the show-off, the fool. And this is the kind of place you'd expect to find me. But no one expects to find me here. It seems too ordinary. But that pool is deep. The boy is showing off. The bank is slippery. The show-offs are easy. But the unwary ones are easier still. This branch is weak, rotten. It'll never take his weight. Only a fool would ignore this. But there's one born every minute. Under the water there are traps. Old cars, bedsteads, weeds, hidden depths. It's the perfect place for an accident.
Oh, look, there's someone in the water. Quick, use that big stick to get him out.
Sensible children. I have no power over them.
Oi, mate, that's a stupid place to swim. Hey, go over and get that thing to wrap him in. You don't feel cold, mate. How long was you in there? Ew, what thing?
I'll be back.
So, it's the 1970s. A lot of children are dying by swimming in local ponds and lakes and reservoirs, and you want to make a film that's telling them how not to do that. What do? The answer is, you get Donald Pleasance in a creepy Grim Reaper-esque mask, and you have him stalk these children as they slowly die horribly. Now, this is something that has been said a few times, but it is worth repeating because it is the key to understanding a lot of this, is that subtlety is not an art that these films use. To have the image of a Grim Reaper-esque figure lurking over these children, the literal embodiment of death, it's something that probably sounds quite ridiculous when you say it in words, but glimpsed through this 1970s foggy, hazy, hauntological kind of filter, it's something that is really hard to describe in words. Dark and Lonely Water is something that still unsettles to this day. Even though we're not seeing news stories and adverts about kids dying in ponds, that proves the point. It proves the point because it stuck with a generation, and that generation took that message to heart. Ergo, the message of not being subtle worked brilliantly. The key line in this to take away is the part where the kid is saved at the end, and you hear the voice go, "Sensible children, I have no power over them," implying that if you're a sensible child, you won't have this horrible Grim Reaper-esque figure stalking you, which to a small child who doesn't know any different from what's on TV and what's real, probably did assume that a horrible figure was coming. And even adults who know better can still watch this and still be spooked to this day. And of course, we have to mention the famous ending tagline, "I'll be back," which again has that massive whammy of an echo on it to really hammer the point home. What Jaws did for the beach, this did for your local reservoir. If you even stepped foot in a local pond, you can bet that that figure was going to come. And considering that this later showed up in Channel 4's list of the 100 scariest moments, and that's scariest moments in anything, film, TV, whatever, which just goes to show how, despite its very obvious 1970s setting, it still transcends generations. Case in point, I used to play near a river near my house. I actually had nightmares of that grim spectral figure standing just on the foot of the lake, standing on the water like he does in the first shot of this. Which just goes to show how once you've seen these films, they will never leave the subconscious. They'll always be there ready, waiting to trap the unwary, the show-off, the fool. Public information films are still being produced to this day, however they are few and far between. Organisations like Fire Kills, the NSPCC and the Think campaign are all still technically running, however the Central Office of Information, COI, which produced the bulk of these films, closed its doors in 2011. As there's less space to fill between TV programmes these days, more room for advertising interests and things like that, there's generally less of a need.
During the period of 2010 to the present day, many public information films and aspects of public information films have simply transitioned into new social media, with many advertising campaigns being run through the NSPCC and the RSPCA and various other organisations through websites like Instagram and as advertisements on Facebook. Social media has been a real help in promoting causes and activities, and as a result, public information film didn't die, it just transitioned. It's now a different medium, and still possibly as effective as it ever was. So I hope you enjoyed our little wander through some of the highs and terrifying nightmares that were British public information films. Ben, thank you so much for taking your time out of your busy schedule to help me work through this one.
Alright.
And hopefully we'll see you here again next year for the same gubbins. Well, barring a nuclear attack. Actually, speaking of nuclear attacks... Well, after last week's frankly terrifying look into the world of public information films, I thought it was probably a good idea this week to take a look into something a little more calming, to help you guys cool down. So here's a movie about the nuclear holocaust. It's basically Carry On Threads. In fact, when it came to 1986's Whoops Apocalypse, I actually stumbled on it completely by chance. I can't say I'm an avid VHS hunter, but I do snoop around from time to time, and one long weekend when I was just mooching, I stumbled on a copy of this film on eBay and was immediately struck by two thoughts. First was, there's a film about the apocalypse starring Peter Cook and Rick Mayall, how have I never heard of this one? Followed almost immediately by wondering how bad can this movie be when one glance at the casting reveals some serious British talent. And yet this movie is absolutely forgotten in the public consciousness. Whoops Apocalypse was at first an ITV TV series that has almost no connection to this movie whatsoever. I say almost because literally the only thing that does connect the TV series and this film is the fact that they were both produced by various branches of ITV, and that Alexei Sayle plays a vaguely similar character in both the series and the film. Other than that, they're two completely different entities. The script was written by Andrew Marshall and David Renwick, two massive contributors to alternative and unusual comedy, with writing credits including, but certainly not limited to, Not the 9 O'Clock News, The Kenny Everett Show, 2.4 Children, The Two Ronnies, and probably their most notable offering, One Foot in the Grave, which was later adapted in the US to a show with Bill Cosby called Cosby. This film also stars such talents as the aforementioned Cook and Mail, alongside Graham Garden, Shane Rimmer, Richard Wilson, John Leeson, John Sessions, Ian Richardson, Ian McNeice, and Alexei Sayle. Not one to be upstaged, of course, the US cast includes such highlights as Loretta Swit, Michael Richards in a very early acting role, and Clifton James is in this. He played Sheriff Pepper in Live and Let Die and The Man with the Golden Gun. And that's about it. Okay, so this was basically a UK production that happened to get some time to film in and vaguely around Florida. So to a UK audience in the 1980s, this would have appeared to be somewhat big budget because of the exotic location work, when realistically they probably had a week, if that, in the US, and it was probably a bit of a mad dash to get everything in the can. The film follows Loretta Swit and Peter Cook as the President of the USA, Barbara Adams, and the Prime Minister, Sir Mortimer Criss, respectively. When a British colony is seized by a ruthless regime in cahoots with the Russians, Sir Mortimer decides to turn up the heat by starting a minor conflict with them in order to take back control of the island. Unfortunately, at exactly this moment, Sir Mortimer appears to go completely mad, blaming all the UK's problems on pixies and going as far as to quite literally crucify members of his cabinet who disagree with him. This then sends the US President into damage control, trying to minimise the damage that the Prime Minister is causing, at one point even trying to assassinate him. Fearing annihilation, the colonial regime and the Russians plot to kidnap one of the UK's most respected princesses and hold her hostage in exchange for ownership of the colony. Hiring a mercenary called Lacrobat, played by Michael Richards here in a pre-UHF role, and I believe only his second ever feature film outing, who's a master of disguise. Think Dana Carvey and The Master of Disguise, and you're not that far off. The plan goes without a hitch and the princess is captured, only Sir Mortimer, rather than caving in, doubles down on the threat at hand, telling the colonists they have 48 hours to return the princess or they'll launch nuclear missiles at the island. It's then up to the President to find the princess, shut down Sir Mortimer and save the day. For a quick caption review of the comedy style here, this movie is basically what would happen if In the Loop cross-pollinated with Airplane, but somehow it wasn't as good as either of them. In fact, this film isn't really all that impressive at all for the most part. I personally would say that the problem lies in the fact that they try to make the film a fairly broad church from a comedy perspective. There's something for everyone, which also means there's a lot of comedy that will grind on people's nerves after a while. With witty wordplay mixing with slapstick and fart jokes, innuendo matching pratfalls, and all the shades in between. This is the only comedy film I've ever seen that's put comic relief, in the form of two newspaper journalists, inside its own comedy movie. I think you could quite easily make up a 30-minute supercut of this film, just keeping the best and alright bits, and you'd pretty much get everything out of this film that you needed to. I mean, seriously, some of the gags in this film are absolutely dire, and you really get the sense that they desperately needed to hit that theatrical 90-minute plus running time by any means necessary. Again, not to overlook the good bits. In particular, there's a sequence based on the White Cliffs of Dover that really made me laugh, that bordered on the positively Python-esque. But the good jokes are all a little bit too few and far between. This is not Marshall and Renwick's finest. I also found the presidential scenes a bit lacking. Apart from one or two key moments that are integral to the plot, a lot of the scenes involving Loretta Swit are pretty much padding or exposition packers, and that's about it. In terms of performances, well, I really can't knock anyone here. Literally everyone plays to the best of their ability. Of note is Peter Cook, who plays the mentally unwell Prime Minister with a steely groundedness that's absolutely beautiful to see. He plays everything straight, and I can't help but laugh any time he's on screen. He's a genuine highlight. Michael Richards is good in this as well, flitting from role to role effortlessly. And while he maybe relies on the stuttering Kramer-esque style he'd later become known for, he has a distinct malevolence in this that you just can't shake. I also absolutely have to mention Rick Mayall's performance here as the leader of the Special Forces. His scenes in this amount to no more than 10 minutes of screen time, and in those 10 minutes he gives the film a thorough and violent kick up the arse. He shows up every single cast member in this production just on his pure energy alone, and easily makes the most memorable 10 minutes of this film. He's absolutely brilliant in this, and it's a terrific shame he doesn't really turn up until the very end. If I was being honestly critical, I guess an argument could be made that the US cast do ham their lines up a little bit. But I like to think that this was entirely the intention, and that in this version of reality the US are quite literally represented as a bit of a soap opera, while the UK are shown to be either mentally unhinged or repressed to the point of breakdown. There are no seriously dire performances here, though I absolutely can't fail to mention that Michael Richards does black up in this film, and worse still, he does try to do his best Stevie Wonder impression. What? He does! And I'm really surprised no one jumped on this film when the whole incident surrounding him happened. This was the first time outing for director Tom Busman, whose only other listed credit that I could find was as a guest on the 80s talk show Friday Night, Saturday Morning. And for the most part he's pretty competent. There does seem to be a slight fissure in terms of the cast's understanding of the tone of the film. Half of them are doing very straight, funny acting, while the other half are going for grinning, manic hyperactivity. But for a first attempt at a feature, I think he pulls it together fine enough. The film doesn't scream stylised, and if you showed me this, I don't think I'd be able to easily identify this as Busman's work. Though, that being said, this is his only directing credit, so I imagine it would be very difficult just for that reason alone. It's competent, and that's okay. The same goes for the cine. Other than a couple of sketches that occur through this film that have a bit more of a creative flair behind them, most of this is just shot to standard. Lens cap off, in focus, pointing in the right direction. I can't fault it, but I will say it could have been done better. The soundtrack's totally forgettable, with the exception of the film's theme song. The theme tune's absolutely killer here. It's a proper rocky poppy number, and it's not available anywhere on YouTube or anywhere else for that matter, which is terrifically disappointing. There may be a 45 of it kicking around somewhere, but I seriously doubt that they're easily obtainable. Also in a rare first, I'm actually going to complain about nudity. This film has 2 scenes featuring semi-naked women, and it all seems a bit lechy and uncomfortable to sit through. It's the sort of thing you wouldn't see in a contemporary movie, not without some justification. This film's justification is, boobs are great, everyone loves them. Which just isn't good enough, really. It all feels a bit grim. Whoops Apocalypse was released on DVD in 2003 by the Classic Collection DVD line. The print's decent enough, and I didn't notice anything glaringly wrong about the presentation, though extra features are woefully undercatered for here. This is one of those DVDs that considers scene selection and interactive menus to be a special feature. I'd have thought that they'd at least have had some scope to make a decent making of for this, just based purely on the sheer amount of stars that this film has. This is total Arrow video fodder, if ever I saw it. Having now watched this film twice, I could understand how it could have maybe have drifted into a bit of obscurity. But I'm still totally lost as to why exactly this film is a totally forgotten picture, as it currently is. Anyone would think that it was a train wreck of a film, whereas realistically, the worst I can say about it is that it's in absolute dire need of a 30-minute supercut. Seriously, if you chopped out the random reporters bits, Alexei Sayle's character, minimised some of the president's scenes, and tightened up both the Prime Minister's sections and Lacrobat sequences, you'd probably have a pretty genuinely hilarious 30 to 45 minute mini-feature on your hands. As it stands, however, this film just really came across as bloated to me. I can't call it a classic, but I can say that you should definitely try to see this one at least once. I don't think it'll change your life, but it'll almost certainly try its damnedest to make you feel good. Your mileage may vary. Tunnel Vision is a sort of 1995 Australian buddy cop thriller. I say sort of 1995 because, well, this film has a bit of an interesting production history. It was originally filmed in 1994 and intended to be a theatrical release slated for 1995. When this fell through, it shuffled from distributor to distributor and may or may not have been shown on television. It's not very clear exactly what it did in 1995 to say that it was released in that year. Finally, it shuffled out on VHS in 1996. The film stars Robert Reynolds as Frank, a no-nonsense above-the-law cop who breaks the rules but gets results. I'm not kidding, that's literally his character. He's also on his last warning for being too much of a maverick, even though we don't really see anything all that edgy in this film. His partner, Kelly, is a strong, independent yet feminine woman who worked hard in a man's world to get where she is, so she takes no chances and no prisoners. Again, I'm not kidding, she's played by the lovely Patsy Kensit, who's lovely. Enough said. But these are our main characters for this film, two literal walking caricatures of the buddy cop movie genre. Frank's recently married, but is secretly worried that his wife may be having an affair due to her random long nights out and frequent evenings out with a random guy she knows from work. It's also implied that Kelly may have some feelings towards Frank, even though she's best friends with Frank's wife. When a multiple murderer springs into action with a fetish for sadomasochism and a passion for painting his victims, it's up to Frank and Kelly to catch the killer before he strikes again. Though with pressure mounting both in the home and in the office, with Frank's wife looking guiltier and guiltier of her adultery, and the gruff police chief wanting results, damn it, accusations begin flying all over the place, and Frank may have become suspect number one. This film was written and directed by Clive Fleury, who's mainly known for television work in the UK and Australia, including numerous episodes of The Bill and Neighbours. In terms of his writing career, he only has 2 credits to his name: this movie and Big City Blues. So with a decent set of directing credits, but a limited number of writing ones, I was immediately put in 2 minds about how this film was going to pan out. In fact, the main reason I ended up picking this film up at all was because of the box art, which features the lovely Patsy Kensit brandishing a pistol. I know her mainly from films like Absolute Beginners or A Stint on Emmerdale. I'm ashamed to admit that I also know her quite well from her stint in Bo Selector, but the less said about that, the better. I was basically expecting the Australian version of Point Break, with Patsy Kensit kicking arse and taking names, and for her partner to maybe be a bit of a foil, the Robin to her Batman, if you will. Well, I was lied to. This film predominantly follows Robert Reynolds' Frank, as he slowly goes mad with jealousy over whether his wife's cheating on him or not. The film pretty much jostles for the full 90-ish minutes between those 2 plot lines. Frank going a bit mad over the possible affair, and the murderer picking off S&M fetishists. And I have to say that this film hits every single stereotypical trope it is possible to hit for this film genre. From Frank being a break the rules but get results kind of cop, to the gruff police chief wanting to do things by the book and being easily misled, to Kelly being the strong, independent, feminine woman cop who's worked her way up the ranks and who don't need no man. The suspects all have generic motives for why they might commit the crimes. Even basic stereotypes like the mortician eating food that's resting on top of a corpse are in this movie. It almost feels like they were trying to not try to be original. While trying not to spoil the whole film, there are even act tropes that get run well into the ground, with the typical Act 2 all is lost arc kicking in exactly where you'd expect it to. In short, this film, barring the ending 10 to 15 minutes, which I will get to, is about as generic a buddy cop movie as you'll ever likely encounter. On the subject of the plot, the script is painfully basic. I reference it a lot in these reviews, but the closest I can compare both the script and the acting in this feature to would be Garth Marenghi's Dark Place. Characters are, for the most part, just stood vomiting exposition at each other, often bordering on monologue. There's little to no showing in this film. It much prefers to tell you everything in such a painful and dry way that I began to think that this movie might well be a tongue-in-cheek parody of cop movies at one point. As an example, there's a scene where Kelly and Frank's wife are talking about whether she's cheating on him or not, and his wife mentions Margot, Frank's first wife. Kelly then goes off on a mini monologue about how Margot was a whore who wasn't good enough for Frank, and that Frank never really got over that pain. To clarify, Margot is never seen or heard from again in the rest of this film, which made me think 2 things. 1, that there was no reason to bring her up other than exposition, and 2, that they were so desperate to establish Frank being a sensitive soul that they had to manufacture a random backstory element to try and sell it better. Think Mark's story to Johnny in The Room and you're not that far off. The performances for the most part are terrifically dry and dull as well. None of the cast particularly emote unless they absolutely have to, and it was one of the biggest elements that switched off my engagement with this film, was just how awkward some of the dialogue sounded being read aloud. Not helping this is the cinematography and direction, both of which feel like some kind of weird hybrid between a feature presentation and a TV movie. It's quite jarring, really, because you can be really getting into some of the nice, moodily lit suspense scenes, only to have it fall away into something that wouldn't have been out of place running on a mid-morning weekday television mystery show. It all feels like it lacks a distinct fluidity. The cast don't seem particularly responsive and don't have a tremendous amount of screen presence for the most part. Equally not helping matters, the cinematography just isn't all that interesting. I mean, granted, it's better than some of the tat I've reviewed here in my time, but I can't in good faith say that this is a particularly brilliant example of cine in action. They use a mixture of shot types. There are maybe one or two more creative arty shots in this that looked alright, and they have put emphasis on the lighting in certain scenes, with some lovely shadow work thrown into the mix. But nothing in this film particularly jumped out at me. It just felt quite plain from a visual perspective. There's also one of the least erotic sex scenes I've seen in a good while slotted into this movie, completely at random, about an hour in, that has all the chemistry of ammonia and bleach. This film's a certificate 18, though I reckon with a little bit more considered editing, this could have easily been a 15. If they'd chopped out the awkward sex scene, which adds nothing to the plot, and cut just slightly earlier on a couple of mild nude scenes, this would have been a 15 for sure. Maybe even a 12A. Which leads me to believe that this was another example of a film stuffing in adult content in the vain hope of securing that 18 rating. Because 18 certificate films look more riskier, and it may lead to them selling more copies. Though they do this very half-heartedly, with one of the best examples of this being that it features what has to be the world's tamest S&M bar I've ever seen in my life. I mean, I wasn't expecting Hellraiser or anything, but it just looks like the cover of a Soft Cell album. It's the tamest eroticism I've seen in a very long time. For the most part, the editing is pretty decent. It does the job. I wish I could elaborate more on that, but to be honest, I can't really say much more than that. The cuts are timed appropriately, they make good use of B-roll footage and location work, and they seem to have tied the film together nicely considering the material they had to work with. What I can say, and this is more of a comment on the performances than the editing, but if these are the takes that made it into the final film, Lord knows what the outtakes for this movie looked like. As for the soundtrack, it has to be one of the most pretentious and obnoxious scores I've heard in a film for a good while. It's all pounding dance jazz music, and, well, music I can't even assign to a genre. It's like chanting pop music. It's a very 90s score. It's balanced terribly, and it sounds awful to me. At worst, it makes the awkward mid-film sex scene at least twice as bad as it already is, and it's already an awkward sex scene. I can't hand on heart say it's irredeemable, but I'm pretty confident in saying it's a score I won't be revisiting anytime soon. I debated whether to talk about the ending of this film, because even though I've pretty much slammed the film for being a generic stereotypical mess up until now, the ending is the reason why I'm still going to tell you to go and dig this film up if you can. It's not a particularly great ending, but it's so jarring from the rest of the film, it kinda has to be seen to be believed. So, Kelly and another detective decide that they've figured out who the killer is, so they go to his house to arrest him. Only he's not there. But the actual killer is. While the other detective is out of the room, Frank, who's got a warrant out for his arrest, breaks into the house to talk to Kelly, and while in the house, he reveals that Kelly, the buddy cop to our cop, and half this film's main characters, is in fact the murderer. She killed Frank's wife's business partner, the one she was alleged to be having the affair with, and purposefully tried to put a strain on Frank's marriage because she wanted Frank to get the blame and be put in prison, while at the same time removing the business partner from the equation because Kelly wanted to get with Frank's wife. So completely out of left field, this film goes from being a generic buddy cop thriller to an erotic thriller about lesbianism with a subplot about a murderer. But it doesn't end there, because after Kelly reveals all of this, she tries to kill Frank, and as a result, she's pretty much out of the film from that point onwards. But then, the movie wrongfoots you again, because it turns out that there were two killers. Kelly killed the businessman who was accused of having the affair, but a local art shop owner, and the one who's repeatedly been pointed out to most likely be the killer, is revealed to be the killer. He tries to kill Frank, but he's stopped. And the closing of the film hints that Kelly survived but is going to jail, and that Frank and his wife are reunited and seem happier than ever. Now, in a pre-Scream world, having two killers was quite an interesting idea for the time. It's just absolutely bizarre that they chose to tack an ending like this onto a movie as generic as this. It feels totally out of place and gave me damn near tonal whiplash. It makes the whole film worth it just to see those last 10 minutes or so play out with such a sheer sense of bewilderment. Tunnel Vision was released on DVD in 2001 by Hollywood DVD, a growing sign of quality for me. Though originally it was made as a collaborative effort by both Beyond Films and Pro Films, neither film company I've ever heard of, to be honest. This DVD is packed with extras, like scene selection, and that's it. Yeah, this is pretty bare bones. The print itself is far from pristine, with a number of print errors and visible cue marks that could probably be corrected using modern editing techniques. The sound's quite poorly mixed as well. While it's largely audible, some of the music cues can be a bit overly loud. In short, this is a pretty poor representation of this film. But even with a full restoration, I doubt it would really significantly improve the credibility of this film. With a cop duo that are frankly rubbish, that have no chemistry at all and speak almost entirely in exposition, is this film entertaining? Well, yeah, in a way it is. Is it good as an actual film in and of itself? No, it's really rubbish. But as a good bad movie, it's pretty enjoyable. It's not the best good bad movie out there, but it had enough moments that made me laugh at just how melodramatic it was throughout to keep me on board. So that can only be a good thing. Ultimately, this is an hour and 15 minutes of the most generic melodramatic cop movie ever made, followed immediately by a veering sharp left into a final 10 minutes that left me both confused, stunned, and quite unsure as to how I feel about this picture ultimately. It's absurd. If you can stand the cliché of the whole thing, I'd say go and look it up. For me, the things that make it good in bad movie terms are equally the things I feel make it rubbish in real movie terms. So I think your mileage may vary, but I think if you pair this up with a genuinely good cop movie, I'd say something like RoboCop, and you run it as a double feature, you'll probably really enjoy it. Phantom from Space was a 1953 people sat in cars talking for 90 minutes movie that was somehow passed off as a science fiction horror film. If you think I'm being harsh right out of the gate, go and look this up. It's a totally boring non-starter of a film. No, seriously, it's cool, I can wait. Phantom from Space was directed by W. Lee Wilder, a veteran of schlock. Seriously, I don't think the guy had one credit in his filmography that wasn't made on a shoestring budget. It's out-and-out radioactive movie-making at its unfinest, with titles including The Omegans, The Snow Creature, and Killers from Outer Space. It doesn't take a genius to figure out what kind of movie you're getting yourself into when you pop on one of his films. He's no Coleman Francis, but in many ways at least Coleman Francis had the talent of being completely devoid of talent. Wilder has some skill, and that in many ways to me makes him much, much worse. I will try and explain the film to the best of my ability, but do please bear with me, as not only is this film a bit of a mess, the characters are literally so unmemorable, I think the cast must have been given name tags just so they could remember who they were, both as people and as actors. The film follows two detectives or signal trackers, it's not made that clear, who one day find themselves in a spot of bother when a mysterious UFO crash lands, causing a widespread signal outage. The plot thickens when the police get involved more heavily, and two men turn up, one injured and one dead. After quite a bit of discussion about a description of the assailant given by one of the men's wives, and this is a quote, "It looked like a man in a diving suit, only it looked like he didn't have a head," eventually they managed to track the villain down to an old warehouse, where they managed to secure him in a small building, only to then raid the building and find him gone, barring his mysterious spacesuit. The team tests the spacesuit and find that not only is it impervious to water, fire and other elements, but it also contains breathing apparatus, meaning the visitor will need to be back or he'll suffocate. Thus begins a scheme to reunite the visitor with his suit, try and establish a peaceful truce, and possibly propel Earth's scientific knowledge into a state well ahead of its time. That's it, really. That's literally the hour and 12-minute film, more or less. I've saved you the ending because I don't like giving away spoilers, and also because it's arguably the best of this piece of crap film. To start with, this film has 5 locations, and that's pretty much it. An office, a lab, a warehouse, an observatory, and the inside of someone's car. And that's it. And 3 out of 5 locations are in fact just the same location with different set dressing. Sometimes the cast get out of their cars and fleetingly will catch a glimpse of a roadside or a tunnel. But I'd be quite confident in saying that at least 30 to 40 minutes of this movie takes place either sat down in an office or as a profile 2-shot of 2 people sat in a car. And in both of these, all that happens is the cast reel out reams and reams of exposition. In many ways, they might as well have not bothered shooting this. Instead, they could have just added about 5 minutes of description into the script and turned this into an audiobook. There's almost nothing to gain from there being visuals for this film. And considering how cool the title sounds, The Phantom from Space, it legitimately could not be a more boring film if it tried. It makes Ring of Terror look like Reservoir Dogs. I wouldn't even mind if the exposition was at least interesting, but it isn't. It's just padding. Most of the dialogue is fairly stiff, which is to be expected because this film was from the early 50s. But it's mainly just patter about scenes we've either just seen or exposition about events that are about to happen or have happened off screen. and the cast deliver this dialogue with all the warmth of syphilis. There's some serious deer-in-the-headlights acting going on here, and it only makes the film tank further. The script was written as a collaboration between Miles Wilder and William Rayner. Miles being W. Lee's son, Wilder and Rayner have worked together numerous times on multiple TV shows, including The Dukes of Hazzard, Different Strokes, and The Brady Bunch. This wasn't Miles's first rodeo either though, having written several B-movie features through his life, including such mesmerising titles as Bluebeard's 10 Honeymoons, Spy in the Sky, and 7 Guns to Mesa. Their writing at this point in their careers could best be described as suffocating. It's just totally devoid of any kind of flow or feeling. It's arguably one of the worst scripts I've ever sat through. And I've watched Tales from the Quad-Dead Zone. At least Quad-Dead Zone had multiple sets and used them relatively well. Here it's almost like if they thought they could get away with the cast performing on an empty soundstage, they'd almost certainly go for it. We literally just go car scene, office scene, car scene, office scene, lab scene, car scene, warehouse scene, car scene, office scene, car scene, again and again and again until the ending. It gets old. Really fast. I know I've been bashing this film a little bit too much, but I want to just take a break to point out some of its good points. Because this film does have some good things going for it. The special effects in this film are quite impressive for the time. The Invisible Man came out in 1933 and pioneered invisible effects, so some 20 years on, to see these effects had finally managed to trickle down to the low-budget features was really nice to see. They also do quite a good job of making the visitor's helmet float around. It looked believable, so nice job there. What didn't look believable? The testing of the spacesuit, in which you can clearly see that the suit's suddenly made out of different material each time they test it for fireproofing or waterproofing. It's ridiculous. As mentioned, the cast are totally forgettable. The names aren't clearly established, and there are so many cast members, I very quickly lost track of who was who and what was supposed to be going on involving who, what, and when. The only 2 characters who stood out for me were the lead female actress, because to my memory she was only one of 2 women in this film, the other being on screen for about 30 seconds, and a scientist with a thick accent. Because in a film with an all-American cast, a strong European accent stands out by a country mile. There's a narrator as well who describes various happenings that aren't shown on screen, which leads to the bizarre situation where the narrator gives you a load of exposition, only to then cut to an office where half the cast talk in exposition, to then cut back to the narrator who further hits us up with more exposition. None of the performances are memorable, however, and it could be best described as a shambles, quite frankly. Only emphasising the dull and total crapness of proceedings is the direction, which for about 90% of the film is just static, unmoving, unfeeling, mid to wide shots. It comes to something when I was genuinely excited to see a Dutch angle about 20 minutes in. I think there may have been one panning shot, but don't hold me to that. It's all flat and lifeless, particularly some of the office shots, which were just painful views. Wilder here is to direction what abattoirs are to animal conservation. The cast are just so low energy, and if I had to hazard a guess, I'd say that people were making this movie out of obligation or a paycheck and nothing more. This does not strike me as a fun movie to have been involved in. So the script is terrible, the dialogue is stale and lacks compassion, the cast were frankly wallpaper, and some somewhat decent effects are eclipsed by direction that frankly borders on abusive. What else is there? Well, the soundtrack's totally unmemorable. It's as hokey and stock as it's possible to be. There's not one memorable tune in this. It's ridiculous. The cinematography isn't much better, with everything being either mid, wide, or mid close-up. Apart from the aforementioned Dutch angle shot that turns up and maybe the odd two-shot when they're in a car. That's your lot. No creativity in composition. This is run-and-gun filmmaking with none of the run and a distinct lack of gun. Pedestrian is probably the best way to describe this. I mean, it's in focus, but that's about it. The editing has all the subtlety of a bulldozer, with random splices and multiple flat-out errors. There's a moment in my copy of the film where it randomly fades to black, the audio cuts out, and then after a pause it fades back up from black, showing the exact same scene, only with muted dialogue, and then the sound randomly kicks back in, and we're almost immediately led to a crossfade into the next scene. Now, I'm not sure if that's an error in the original film, or whether that's a tape fault that's happened somewhere down the line, but either way it was very baffling. There are multiple random audio dropouts throughout the film, and even the odd inappropriate use of B-roll. They literally just crash into B-roll at random near the beginning of this film multiple times. They also repeat their footage a couple of times as well to help pad out the runtime. There are establishing shots that don't stay on screen long enough to establish the establishings. It's a real mess of an edit. Not that I was expecting much. I got my copy of The Phantom from Space as part of the 50 Sci-Fi Classics movie pack released by Treeline Films and distributed by Mill Creek Entertainment. As with many of the other films from this set, the print quality of this release is dire. It's not quite unwatchable, but if it were even marginally worse, it would be. It's also another movie that's just been transferred straight off a VHS and slapped onto DVD. As with many of these budget releases, little to no care or attention has been given to making this film look good. If black and white isn't your thing, you'll be happy to know that there is also a fully restored colour version of this film that's basically as bad as the black and white version in every way, except now you get to watch the film in horrible hand-recolorised fug vision. It's almost like someone looked at this film and thought, how can I make it somehow even worse? If you want any more insight into just how bad and dull this film is, about 20 minutes before the end of the film, they spend 5 minutes re-explaining the entire previous hour's events into one big condensed catch-up, ready for the big final scene. I take it they did this for people who had either turned up an hour late, or for people who slowly slipped into a coma sometime around the 10th in-car scene. I suppose some people might think I've neglected to talk about the alien in this film. I haven't. He's collectively in about 10 to 15 minutes of this movie, and only really gets dealt with properly for about 5 or so minutes in the middle of the film, and for about 10 or so minutes at the very, very end. He's mentioned a lot, and we see the aftermath of his actions a lot, and this does give the illusion that the alien is in the film more than he is, but the reality is that he's pretty absent. I'm not kidding, you could probably have chopped this film down into a pretty decent 25-minute TV special, and it still would have been overly long. I really can't stress how dull and drawn out this film was. Based on the title and the style, I thought I was going to be in for a decent sci-fi horror. Maybe something like a knockoff of The Day the Earth Stood Still, or a more exploitation-driven version of The Invisible Man. But no, it's drivel. This film has only contempt for its audience, and I sincerely suggest you give it a wide berth. It's not a funny, dumb movie, it's a genuinely bad film with little to no redeeming qualities. Steer well clear. Where do I even begin with Gandahar? This experimental adult cartoon in the vein of films like Cool World and Heavy Metal, but almost certainly not of the same vein. This is a science fiction film like nothing I've ever seen before. An unlikely fusion of abstract imagery, vivid and striking stylization, and a multi-layered narrative that can be taken both on face value and as a much deeper, more meaningful piece. You may want to buckle up for this one. We've got a lot to unpack. The film was originally based on the novel Les Hommes Machines contre Gandahar, which literally translates to The Machine Men versus Gandahar. And that title's pretty accurate, really. It was written in 1969 by Jean-Pierre Andrevon, a rather famous French sci-fi novelist with a multi-decade-long career in which he's written multiple novels, curated multiple anthologies of work, and even provided scenarios for multiple comic books. The novel was eventually picked up in the mid-1980s by René Laloux, a film and animation director with a real eye for capturing the fantastical worlds of science fiction and fantasy, having previously gained extensive experience on various short animated features, and 2 feature-length pictures, Time Masters and Fantastic Planet. Realistically, if you were going to get someone to bring the idyllic and nightmarish universe that Gandahar illustrates to life, Laloux was arguably one of the best possible people to head up the job. Laloux was also responsible for adapting Jean-Pierre's novel into a working script, and I think it really shows in the finished product just how much this film benefited from having one mind behind the organisation and visual recreation of this world, at least in terms of scripting and orchestrating. I feel had this been scripted by a committee, we may have ended up with a much more inferior product. The film was then animated in North Korea by the SEK animation company, before being sent back to France for final assembly and eventual release. The film would go on to gain the interest of the Weinsteins, both Harvey and Bob, who were looking for a new movie to distribute while in their early days of running Miramax Films. They bought up the rights to the film and began preparing it for localization, under the direction of Harvey Weinstein. They then hired prolific science fiction writer Isaac Asimov to translate the script from French to English, and as far as I can tell, he was very faithful to the source material. They also hired a veritable raft of celebrities to voice act in this, including Glenn Close, Christopher Plummer, and Bridget Fonda. Though even with a faithful script, this film didn't quite make it to the US shores completely intact. There were a number of changes to the European version of this film to try and ensure that it would just about coast into cinemas on a PG-13 rating, rather than the R rating it most likely would have received had it gone out uncut. Though these are mostly very minor trims, mainly word changes here and there. The title, for example, was changed from Gandahar to Light Years to make it appear more accessible. Arguably 2 of the biggest changes to hit this film are one implied sex scene being cut near the beginning, though having seen the missing clip I did have to wonder whether cutting it was really all that necessary, and that the original score composed by Gabriel Yared has been completely replaced by a much rockier, synth-poppier soundtrack. So I've rambled on about the production history of Gandahar, but what's it actually about? Well, buckle up, because I have some interesting theories that require me to literally tell you the entire plot of the film. So, on its surface, Gandahar follows the adventures of Sylvain, an agent of Gandahar. Gandahar itself is an idyllic, almost Eden-like paradise where people spend their days in pleasure and bliss, and sickness and death is rare and without pain. All is well in Gandahar until one day, quite abruptly, the inhabitants and animals of Gandahar are suddenly massacred en masse and then vanished away without a trace. Concerned by this, the leaders of Gandahar summon Sylvain to travel to where this massacre's taken place in an attempt to gain a better understanding of what exactly is killing people. It becomes quite apparent at this point that the people of Gandahar have gone so long without evil and death that they've completely forgotten what it is, and only the higher-ups really seem to have any kind of a clue or even a remote sense of fear about what exactly is happening. Anyway, Sylvain mounts his expedition and's almost immediately attacked by two giant bird alien things, and while he's able to fight them off, he's injured and ends up having to land in an open plain. While unconscious, he's discovered by the Deformed, a group of mutants who take Sylvain to their underground living space and introduce him to their leader. Sylvain at first is quite prejudiced towards the Deformed, seeing them as monsters or even killers. That is until it's revealed that the Deformed are actually Gandaharians. It transpires that in Gandahar's long-distant past, they were a heavily scientific race who experimented on willing and possibly unwilling Gandaharians in an attempt to create the pinnacle of their species. The result was a collective group of slightly psychic but heavily deformed beings. Ashamed at what they'd done, the Gandaharians banished the Deformed into the wilds, and in the plains drove them underground in an attempt to forget about them. But one piece of information was retained by the Deformed, and was passed down from generation to generation, almost like a mantra. 1,000 years from now, Gandahar will be destroyed, and 1,000 years ago it will be saved. Perplexed by this possible paradox, Sylvain is at first dismissive of their words, believing that they're just spouting nonsense. But the Deformed look after him and help guide him through a rough patch of jungle, where they encounter the Machine Men, ruthless, armour-clad soldiers seemingly without a physical form, who are capturing Gandaharians and placing them in giant eggs. Sylvain is captured by the Machine Men, who in turn place him in a giant egg, with a fellow Gandaharian, Arel, and the pair wake up, realise they've been captured, and escape the giant egg with a little help from a giant lizard. After their escape, they discover the main base of operations for the Machine Men, and it's revealed that these metal monsters have been sent back from future Gandahar to destroy present-day Gandahar because they believe that Gandaharians of this time are wasting the gift of eternal bliss and pleasure by lozzicking around and generally not doing very much except being happy. It's at this point that it's revealed that there's a massive time door in Gandahar acting as a direct link to 1,000 years into the future. And Sylvain begins to think more about what the Deformed's mantra could mean. The next day, Sylvain and Arel sneak aboard one of the Machine Men's boats and take a ride out into the ocean, where they meet Metamorphosis, a giant brain floating out in the sea who has the power to create and destroy life. The boat drives into Metamorphosis, and Sylvain and Arel are absorbed into Metamorphosis, where their minds are opened and Sylvain and Metamorphosis begin a dialogue, in which Metamorphosis confirms that he is the creator of the Machine Men, but he doesn't know why he's created them. Yet he does know that in the future Sylvain will kill him, and that he doesn't know how he feels about that, nor does he know whether he deserves it or not. In parting, Metamorphosis tells Sylvain that they'll meet again, and he returns both him and Arel to Gandahar. Once they explain to the council exactly what's transpiring, and after digging through their ancient archives, they discover something rather terrifying. Metamorphosis was created by early Gandharian scientists as part of the same experiments that created the Deformed. It started as a normal-sized brain, but it wouldn't stop growing and learning, and after a period of time it became a serious hazard, as it began to become semi-sentient, so the scientists abandoned it in the ocean in the hopes that it would be destroyed. But it didn't die, and instead it became a border-omnipotent superbrain. They also confirm in this time that the Machine Men and Metamorphosis do in fact share the same genetic makeup, but the Machine Men's material is at least 1,000 years older than Metamorphosis. So after much deliberation, they decide to send Sylvain back in an attempt to murder Metamorphosis using their society's most powerful weapon. When Sylvain approaches Metamorphosis, however, he informs him that the time is not yet right, and Metamorphosis puts Sylvain in a deep hibernation. Gandahar is then pretty much eviscerated by the Machine Men. Now, if you've stuck around up to this point in the review, thank you so much for your patience, and I can assure you we'll get to dissecting this film very shortly. Also, if you've been intrigued by this film's plot up to this point, and you still haven't seen it, I highly recommend you turn this video off right now and go and watch it. The next bit of the plot will spoil the whole movie for you, and I really wouldn't want you to miss out on seeing how this thing ends unspoiled. So, Sylvain awakens 1,000 years into the future, and discovers pretty much immediately that something is devastatingly wrong. For starters, it appears that a metal shell has been built around Gandahar, hosting an upper world and a lower world. The lower world seems to be almost entirely inhabited by the few surviving Deformed left, and the upper world is inhabited almost entirely by Machine Men. The Deformed inform Sylvain that Metamorphosis is dying, and that in the years since he disappeared, the Gandaharians have all either been massacred or are being herded up and pulped in order to create an energy source to feed Metamorphosis and keep him alive. The Machine Men are running out of Gandaharians in the future, however, so they've gotten to the point where they're now going through time rounding up Gandaharians of the past. Sylvain goes to meet Metamorphosis, but before he does, he assigns the Deformed the task of taking out a generator that's killing the Gandaharians. When he finally meets Metamorphosis, the pair engage, and it becomes very apparent that Metamorphosis has become bitter and a bit deranged. No longer a passive creature who's accepted his fate, he's now a bitter and twisted character, bent on remaining alive at all costs. As a result, he created the Machine Men to do his bidding, and turned Gandahar into a cold and sterile wasteland. Sylvain, disgusted by all of this, tries to kill Metamorphosis, and a struggle ensues. The Deformed manage to kill the generator, and Sylvain manages to inject Metamorphosis with a deadly serum. It's at this point Metamorphosis realises his purpose and place in the universe. Though he initially keeps this quiet to Sylvain, who's more interested in escaping the rapidly exploding brain than anything else. Sylvain and the Deformed escape through the time portal just before it switches off forever, and it's revealed that Metamorphosis has sent Sylvain back to the exact point before the Gandaharians were massacred in the original timeline, but just after they've fled in fear from the invading Machine Men. The closing shot of this film is a giant stone head containing the survivors of the invasion being flown back to shore. And it's at this point that it's finally revealed to the audience that the Deformed's mantra, "In 1,000 years Gandahar will be destroyed, and 1,000 years ago it will be saved," is referring to the fact that in the established timeline, 1,000 years from the present day, Gandahar would be destroyed with the death of Metamorphosis, but that 1,000 years previously from that point in the future, where Metamorphosis died, Gandahar would be saved. Now, if that sounds like a bit of a brain melt, you're not alone. I watched both the French dub and then the American dub back to back just to make sure I didn't miss anything, and I can honestly say I've never encountered anything dealing with time travel and bootstrap paradoxes in quite the way that this movie does. And I absolutely loved it for it. The idea that time is happening for certain groups of people in this film as one big picture rather than a rolling narrative of events is a fascinating concept, and both the deformed and metamorphosis in this film are easily some of the most interestingly written characters I've seen in a very, very long time. This is some pretty high concept stuff, and the fact that they were trying to market this film as a PG-13 when I, as a grown adult, couldn't wrap my head around it fully, astounds me. I'd have loved to have been a fly on the wall at that first US screening just to see the Scanners-esque brain implosions from all the 14-year-olds on the front row at that end sequence reveal. I suppose I should start with arguably the most striking element of this film, the animation and composition itself. This film looks gorgeous. It's all hand-drawn, barring a very rare incident or two of rotoscoping and I believe 1 or 2 minor CG shots, which is more than welcome here in my book. And Leloux's eye for detail in the capacity of director here is astounding. The style, tone and feeling of this film is so otherworldly, so removed from basic human constructs and concepts, that I really don't feel I can do justice to just how alien this film looks and feels. There's a wonderful contrast of colours and styles as we see Kandahar as this rich, blue and organic civilization, where buildings and even means of transport all feel to be part of the same ecosystem. Everything looks grown rather than built, and it all has a real element of pureness and a sense of being at one with nature. Contrasting these scenes, future Kandahar is a cold, clinical, sterile and sickly green all-metal state. It looks ill. The whole society looks ill. And these two elements play against each other sharply, which is a delight to see. They paint Kandahar as such a pure civilization that when we cut forward in time and see the society literally pulped and stripped of that organic quality, it's quite unsettling and discomforting to witness. There's also plenty of experimentation to hand and some very interesting visual choices used throughout. This is one of the few films I didn't feel the need to clock watch with, as I was so engrossed in what I was actually seeing and where on earth the narrative would go to from one scene to another, I never really felt the need to break away. It could be something as simple as the designs of the machine men, right the way through to the intricacies of the thorn gun Sylvain uses, that seemingly spouts a single seed in the victim before it erupts into a massive ball of ultra-sharp thorns. One of the scenes in particular that took me by surprise was the air attack sequence on the machine men, in which what I can only describe as giant metal-eating lamprey eels are dropped and quickly devour large swathes of the army. It looks mad, and this is just one example. There are dozens of other moments in this film that are so absurd you just sit mesmerised, wondering what on earth you're seeing. The character designs are wonderful and disturbing in equal measures. The deformed in particular are a vast array of designs and styles, and while somewhat uneasy to look at, their personalities lend a very level-headed and pleasant demeanour, which is a nice contrast. The Kandaharians flick between being bluish-purple and a bright pink, and I was heavily reminded throughout of the Na'vi, except, you know, the Kandaharians are better in every conceivable way. There are various looks and styles for them, and they range from the almost beautiful to the deeply unusual. Though they have made this review rather difficult from an editing standpoint on my part, because there are so many boobs flying around in this film. The Machine Men are a design classic. I was reminded of Gort from The Day the Earth Stood Still. They look as cool to this day as they did the day they were first drawn. And Metamorphosis? Well, to me personally, I found his design to be the weakest. He looks like a giant anus. But the interior shots of his character are beautiful and fluid and rich in design and intricacies. I also have to commend the editor for this production, who's cut this film almost perfectly. Shots are nice, tight, the scenes don't overstay their welcome. For an animation of this nature, I have to say that it's as close to being perfectly balanced as it's possible to be. It's not like they can just cut to B-roll here. Animation is a bit of a different ballpark, and every shot you see on screen has to be planned meticulously, otherwise it's either shots wasted, shots missing, and in either case money lost. I also have to commend both soundtracks. While I personally prefer the US version, because I'm clearly a Philistine, I find it a little bit edgier, a little bit harder, and much more engaging when contrasted with the footage used. The French OST has a nice feel to it, and it's very much tonally in place with what the film is putting out, but at the same time I feel it's maybe a little bit too laid back for certain scenes. It just doesn't have the wham that the rockier US OST has. I'd love to own either if I could, though. Where I did struggle a little bit was in understanding the symbolism and deeper meanings of this film. I still don't entirely feel like I've 100% cracked this, even after multiple watches. But I've tried my best to try and piece together my own interpretation of this film's messages and meanings. Though I should say that at this point, I feel like I have all the ingredients assembled to make a cake, without having actually made a cake. So, apologies, and please do bear with me as I work through this. So I believe that this film is both an allegory for elements of the Bible and religion, whilst also being a comment on what it truly is to live. This film to me had a large number of biblical overtones. For example, Gandahar could here be implied to be a variation of heaven or Eden. Now, if you're wondering how Gandahar can be both a representation of heaven and Eden, well, even the most academic Christians are a little bit grey on the similarities between the two, and some believe that they are, in fact, one and the same. Both are represented as a peaceful place in which there's no pain or suffering, and people wander freely, taking of the fruit and leading their own self-indulged existence. They know no pain, and they fear no one. And once this is established, the elements fall into place quite quickly. The deformed and the underworld represent humanity and Earth in this scenario. They're the flawed and rejected from Gandahar, who were directly involved in sciences which were forbidden, which here would be a representation of God exiling Adam and Eve from the Garden of Eden for taking of the fruits from the Tree of Knowledge. Metamorphos is Lucifer, the fallen angel. In early portrayals in the Bible, the devil, rather than being the all-evil one, is actually relatively tame. He's largely just a bit miffed for not being able to be God. It's only later that he takes on a more demonic presence, and he becomes pure evil by the time of the later Middle Ages. Metamorphos reflects this by being created by early Gandaharians and slowly but surely growing to a stage where he attempts to destroy Gandahar, Fearful, the Gandaharians, who I would here establish are symbolic of angels, led by the head of the council, who here would be symbolic of God, banish Metamorphosis to the ocean in an attempt to murder him, but he fails to die. Sylvain here would be symbolically represented as Jesus, and the evidence here is reasonably watertight. He's instructed by his mother, who is the head of the Gandaharian Council, effectively God in this scenario, to take a long trip to learn about what is trying to destroy Gandahar. On his travels, he uncovers the Deformed, who here are symbolic of humans, who look after him and guide him to where he needs to be. It's at this point that he's introduced to the Machine Men, who here would be symbolic of demons or aids of Lucifer constructed by the being himself. Sylvain frees Arel from her imprisonment. Arel here would be symbolic of Mary Magdalene, and arguably this would be the most controversial comparison, as the relationship between Jesus and Mary Magdalene is heavily argued. But the comparison here is similar to the story of Jesus freeing Mary Magdalene from the possession of devils. Arel here being trapped by machine men, who here would be demons. They then discover the time portal, which here would be a representation of the idea of omnipotency, with Metamorphosis having access to information both of the past and the future, and the Gandaharians using the mirror birds to ensure that they're all seeing on their side. Sylvain talks to Metamorphosis, who tries to convince him to go home as the time isn't right for their final meeting, which is in some ways very similar to Jesus and the devils meeting in the desert, in which Satan tries to get Jesus to give up on his quest. Sylvain returns home and learns what Metamorphosis is, and then returns back to Metamorphosis, leaving Arel behind, only to be trapped for 1,000 years until the time is right. This, I feel, could be loosely connected to the story of the crucifixion, both for Sylvain disappearing so that the Gandaharians may live, and also in the sense that later we see the resurrection, in the sense that Sylvain returns from the future when he was thought to be dead. The final battle takes place in the robot Gandahar, which I take as symbolism for hell, and would largely be a call out to the Book of Revelations, the end of days, in which demons run the earth led by Satan, the innocent are tortured and murdered. It's at this point I realise as well that Metamorphosis is using Gandaharians as a power source on purpose, because he logically had decided that that should be their purpose in this new society, rather than them just lying around for pleasure. And the unworthy of torture are simply banished underground to be forgotten. This all leads to the climax in which Sylvain fights Metamorphosis, Jesus fighting the devil here. He defeats him, with Metamorphosis in his final moments learning a lot about existence, before Sylvain leads the remaining deformed and surviving Gandaharians back in time to the point just before Gandahar was completely destroyed, but just before the massacre begins, allowing Sylvain, Jesus, to lead his people in rebuilding a new society. And this is where I feel this film's comments on existence come into play. The film doesn't end on a happy ending, no more than it ends on a downer. But here we find a society completely changed by the things that have happened to them. Gandahar knew no evil, it knew no pain, no suffering. These people weren't so much living, more existing. They never needed for anything, they never wanted for anything. And the cost of their living this free life was that the deformed were exiled, and they attempted to destroy intelligent life in the form of Metamorphosis. By contrast, Metamorphosis and the Machine Men have only ever known rejection, pain and suffering. They longed for the pleasures of Gandahar, and when this was denied, it led to rage, a vendetta against these people who never knew they had it so good. Metamorphosis' goal in this film at first is to simply show Gandahar pain. Though as time goes by, the goal shifts from wanting to simply introduce the concept to instead mass genocide, which I believe would be the result of nearly 1,000 years of bitter resentment. What makes me feel that this is the case more firmly? Well, the ending itself, in which Sylvain's dropped back in time to the point just after the invasion's been attempted, but just before the massacre would have begun. In doing this, Metamorphosis has succeeded in his original goal with as little bloodshed as possible. He's been able to instill within the Gandaharians a sense of genuine pain and fear, that actions have consequences, and that if you live your life either in constant pleasure or constant pain, you aren't really living, you're just existing. The Gandaharians at the end of this are safe to rebuild their society, but they're now aware of their actions. They now know fear, they know death, they know suffering, and they know prejudice. And probably most important of all, they know that time could well be finite. And with these key emotions and understandings reintroduced into Gandaharian society, it ensures that in rebuilding their world and in reintegrating the deformed back into their society, they'll finally be living. This entire film's message, to me at least, is that you need to have good and bad in your life. Because if you only have good, you won't know you've got it so good. And I don't think I need to explain why only having bad things in your life is a bad thing. And it's because of this symbolism and this multi-layered working within the script that I have to say I absolutely love this film. It's an absolute triumph of animation, and I can more than highly recommend you go and find yourself a copy as soon as you can. The film performed better in Europe than it did in the US. In America, it barely broke $400,000. And as a result, the film has never seen a US DVD release. It has, however, had a European release, and it's also readily available on many online platforms. Take it from me, you'll really want to see this one. It's not very often that I'm introduced to a movie quite like She. In fact, it's not very often that movies like She get made. The title alone is frankly a little bit confusing, both in terms of how I grammatically use it in this review, and in terms of helping people to find this movie. Before the days of the internet, I'm sure you could go into a video store, ask for the movie called She, and vaguely explain the plot, and have it dropped right in front of you. But as it stands in the 21st century, Googling She brings up millions, if not billions, of results. Even with a basic plot added alongside the title, both the IMDb listing and the Wikipedia article for this movie are woefully short and contradictory. One of the biggest problems being that no one seemingly knows when this film was actually made and released, with IMDb listing the film as being released in 1984, YouTube listing it as a 1982 release, and Wikipedia's article on this is titled She 1982, but with the opening line, She is a 1984 Italian-English co-production. Only further muddying the waters, at the end of this film's end credits, it says the film was made in 1983. So if I had to hazard a guess, I would say that the film was released in Italy in late 1982, before being repackaged and sold internationally in 1984. But we may never actually know. The movie was based on a novel by H. Rider Haggard, a quite famous novelist born in the 19th century, who had quite a body of work, typically quite heavily sci-fi based. The novel was adapted and directed by Avi Nesher, an Israeli filmmaker who predominantly specialised in producing and directing. While he currently holds more production credits than he does directing credits, at the time of writing at least, literally he has one more production credit than he does a directing credit, he's seemingly very well known in his home country, with several successful productions, including Rage and Glory and Time Bomb. His writing ability is quite limited, but I had assumed that with the film being based off of a novel, most of the legwork had pretty much been already done. So with this in mind, it felt like going into this like I was in for a fairly reasonable experience. She takes place in a post-apocalyptic world, set 23 years after an event called the Cancellation, which here is a euphemism for the apocalypse. It took me a moment to click, but I realised fairly early on that this film isn't playing the film from the perspective that it takes place 23 years after 1982, 83, 84, but rather 1982, 83, 84 is the present day in this film, and that the cancellation happened in 1959, 60, 61. Which I thought was some quite nice timing, as setting the apocalypse in that time frame meant that it had some grounding in reality, what with tensions over the Cold War still quite high at that time. It made it feel somewhat more believable, and seemingly jumped on the retro post-apocalypse 50s vibe that the Fallout series was known for, a good 10 to 15 years before the first Fallout game was even made. It seems somewhat grounded, at least at first. The film follows Dick and Tom, two friends who live in a colony that survived the cancellation. When raiders turn up to the town one day and kidnap Tom's sister, Tom and Dick decide to give chase to the raiders in an attempt to rescue her. However, on the way, they're tricked by a woman into some sort of slavery? It's not made all that clear. Anyway, it turns out Tom's been sold to a religious sect who worship She, a goddess who reincarnates into a chosen woman's body every few decades. And it just so happens that a new She is being chosen at the exact moment Tom enters the picture. Tom is initially tortured and left for dead, but he's rescued by a scientist who heals him, and after rescuing Dick, the pair return to the temple and kidnap She, in an attempt to use the goddess's powers to help in rescuing Tom's sister. After a falling out with a gang of mutants dressed like mummies, however, the group are rounded back up. She decides to let Tom and Dick go, only to then change her mind about letting them go on their own. So she decides to follow and help reclaim Tom's sister with the help of her assistant. And thus a giant adventure begins, as our team travel the full lengths and wastes encountering strange and unusual survivors, various other gangs who follow different gods, and creatures all with their own abilities, in this campy post-apocalyptic action thriller. The opening moments of this film are a tiny bit misleading, really. The film opens with hand-drawn, artistic, Pulp Fiction-esque cartoons of various monsters and demons. And although well drawn, it could be said that these are very tenuously linked to the actual film itself. I mean, this film does feature mutants and demigods with unusual powers, but very few, if any, of them look like any of the kind of haunted house abominations that are shown in the drawings at the beginning of this film. Also, from an aesthetic standpoint, one of the things I loved about this movie was the fact that the rival gangs, barring the main gang of raiders, all seem to be influenced by the Universal monster movies, with there being several unusual factions, such as the aforementioned gang of mutant mummies that are wandering the landscape aimlessly, and in the caves where She becomes reincarnated near the beginning of the film, there are several night-like characters who are revealed to be heavily inspired, if not literally variations, of Frankenstein's monster. There are also inferences to Dracula and the Wolfman throughout this, and the fact that, if my theory is correct, the cancellation happened in the 50s, it's a really nice touch, as monster movies like this and the creature features were really still riding high at that point in time. Of course, it would also stand to reason that the biggest, baddest group of raiders in the wastes would be heavily inspired by the Nazis, what with World War II having only ended about 15 years before the cancellation would have happened. When this film isn't directly referencing movies, and it will directly reference a lot of movies, particularly one character at least will in the third act, it's playing around with the idea of how history will survive beyond the apocalypse. The answer in this film's case is there would be a massive jumble of misunderstandings of why we retain history, with multiple groups and factions appearing in this film dressed in several different historical styles, including, but not limited to, the Romans, the Greeks, and the Georgians, and several more as well. Some of these even cross styles, matching one period of clothing with another. This film is full of stuff like that, just little touches that help in keeping me engaged, and small touches that give this film a quirkiness. One of the big ones that stuck in my mind was near the beginning of the film, when our heroes first rock up in their settlement. There's literally a blink and you'll miss it shot of a bartering table that's full of old world tins and cereal boxes, with people clambering for bran flakes. Apart from the fact that the food would have most likely completely perished at this point, I really had to smirk a bit at the tone the director was going for in doing stuff like this. I'll get the worst elements out of the way first and foremost. The script for this movie is terrible from a structuring perspective. The dialogue's not great either, but at least it has its moments. But the structuring of this script is really truly abominable. We open without learning any of the characters' names or motives, or even whether they're good guys or bad guys. And for at least the first 20 minutes of this film, I was certain that this must have been a sequel to something, because I had the vibe that all these characters had already been established and set up. And looking around online, I found that while this wasn't a sequel to any other film, it was in fact the third remake of this film to be produced, with a version being released allegedly as early as 1925. The first two acts of this film, and a good chunk of the third, could be best described as: they get captured, one of the team is taken away from the main group, the team look like they're about to die, the separated free member realises their friends are about to die and destroys the entire operation. Everyone is free. They move on and immediately get recaptured. And pretty much from about the 15-minute mark until the last 10 minutes of this movie, that's the whole film. I mean, I realise that this is quite a common trope, but with other films I've seen, there's usually at least some kind of effort to differentiate these sequences, to make them stand out a little bit, to change things up a touch. But no, not here. Here, it's literally the same thing over and over again, 3, maybe 4 times, followed by the big ending. It's repetitive, uninspiring, and had it not been for the elements within these sections, such as the bizarre characters, the occasional quippy dialogue line, or just some really strange thematic choices, I'd have gotten really, really bored with this film very quickly. When this film finished, my first thought was that with 1 or 2 very minor nude scenes removed, this would be an absolutely excellent choice for the MST3K riff tracks treatment. If that gives you some idea about the tone and style of this film, then there you go. The only other majorly negative thing I can say about this is that the editing here is border offensive. There are moments where the film just hard cuts midway through a shot to something completely unrelated. In particular, one of the scenes that really got me was in the opening, where the woman drugs Dick and Tom. There's a shot of her standing up to stir a food pot, she starts to pour in the drug, and then there's a hard cut that's really jarring and very out of place. And this happens multiple times throughout the film's runtime. I don't know whether scenes have been removed as part of censorship, or whether they just didn't get a particularly great editor in for this one. But either way, 80% of this film is just very badly cut. Its pacing's all over the place, and it's a real issue, particularly in the first act, due to there being multiple plot lines, which meant I became absolutely lost in terms of figuring out what exactly was going on. I mean, I was able to piece it all together by the end of the first act, but with good editing this shouldn't have been a problem in the first place. It was just really awkward to manage here. The cinematography here isn't too bad really. It doesn't do too much in the way of being creative, but it's decent enough. It uses a pretty nice variety of shot types and compositions, and you can really tell that thought has gone into trying to visually put across this film to the best of its ability. There are a few sequences that look a bit better than the rest of the film, particularly the scenes in the Mad Doctor's oxygen tent and the big Nazi finale, but yeah, for the most part this is pretty above standard, to be honest. Don't expect your socks to be blown off, and you'll probably really enjoy the visuals here. As mentioned earlier, the acting is a bit on the spotty side, and spotty would probably be a bit of an understatement really. I'd say there's a 70-30 split between performances being all the shades of eccentric and schizophrenic, and the remaining performances being overly cheesy and just plain bad at times. This has a knock-on effect of creating a very unusual tone for the film, with actors who are giving very hammy, unbelievable performances having to work with other actors who could best be described as Daffy Duck from Looney Tunes. I actually really liked this mix though. It was so surreal and unusual that I actually found myself warming to this strange concoction of performances. So I'd say while it's far from the best acting in the world, chalk me up as having enjoyed the performances in this one. Much like the acting, the effects here really are a game of two halves too, with special effects such as glowing eyes and lasers actually being handled remarkably well for a lower budget early 80s film. In fact, when I saw the lasers in this film, I was somewhat impressed at how well they'd managed to integrate them, considering the quality I'd seen so far from a scripting and acting standpoint. The practical effects, however, are a bit disappointing, with fake limbs looking really properly rubbery, and one or two shots of people being thrown off bridges that look truly ridiculous. I'm not a big computer-generated effects fan. I'll usually tend to value practical effects much more over computer effects, but here I'd have to say the opposite is the case, because frankly some of the practical shots look absolutely dire. In terms of direction, well, much like the cine, it's not half bad. It takes a hell of a long time to really get going and establish its own style, but I feel by the time we hit the second act, it's more or less there. I'd say the best way to describe this film's direction is lumpy. There are sequences where the cast seem very uninterested, and there are scenes that just feel lifeless. But then contrasting this, there are equally sequences that hit every right note, and in some regards could even surpass many mainstream films that were produced around the time. With the cast being sharp, witty and energised in these scenes, and the director seemingly really getting into a creative flow of things, there's some wonderful arrangements of cast and setting to create some very visually striking works. Seriously, if you can make it past the somewhat drab first act, the rest of this film's pretty consistently good direction-wise. Finally, I have to mention the fight sequences, which, for the most part, are very creative, if not necessarily well executed. On the one hand, I really have to applaud the film for really pushing the boat out in terms of trying to get creative with how to use props and framings. Indeed, there are a wide variety of weird and wonderful props in this that make an appearance. My favourite being the very brief use of an umbrella in one of the fight scenes, which was a quite refreshing break from the usual standard fight scenes. There was also a sequence in which a woman was shot through the knee with an arrow attached to some string, who was then dragged by a bleeding arrow wound out of the village via a horse. That was very impressively handled. Where these fight scenes do fall down, however, is striking distances, which for the most part lean a little too wide for my taste. They really do seem to miss contact with each other quite frequently. And when they aren't utilising the items around them in interesting ways, it can be a touch generic for my taste. But the demigod fight scenes are all fun and creative, so they're definitely worth tuning in for. So with the bulk of the main points out of the way, I thought it best to round this review off with a few loose end pieces that either I don't have a tremendous amount to talk about, or that I found while researching this film that don't seemingly fit in anywhere else in this piece. The soundtrack is amazingly good, like ridiculously, stupidly good for this kind of a film. And it's incredibly memorable. It's funky and catchy, and the main theme of this film was composed by a member of the Moody Blues. I was really surprised at just how good this OST was, and I can't believe that it hasn't been given more of an airing. If you can find the soundtrack on YouTube, go and listen to it. It's great. Technically, there is a sequel to this film, though not necessarily directly for this film in particular. In 1965, the movie The Vengeance of She was released, and by modern standards it'd be considered a soft reboot of the novel that this film is based on. So that's terrifically confusing. The film hasn't really had anything in the way of a substantial home video release. It almost certainly came out on VHS, but I'm having trouble finding any evidence of a copy of it, and it was released as a Region Zero DVD in Italy a number of years ago, though that's now out of print and unavailable to purchase. And other than that, this film's languished in relative obscurity. I started this movie under the impression that I'd missed something. It felt like a sequel to a movie I hadn't seen. In fact, at first, just to help with how jarring this was, I jokingly pretended that this was a sequel to Threads that was set in America. But by the end of the film, I was actually quite pleasantly surprised. Reasonably good Cinean direction married to a kick-ass soundtrack and a fun, if not terrifically messy script, made this a very enjoyable watch. A subversive, if not slightly plodding, ending only further endeared me to this production. It can be a bit slow in places, and the editing is frankly a joke, but this is some prime and enjoyable schlock at its finest, that I'm genuinely surprised hasn't been picked up for more attention by the cult collective. I say check it out. Octopus 2, often presented as Octopus 2 River of Fear, is a 2001 cop movie disguised as a giant monster movie. Quite why they've decided to hide the giant monster part of this movie beneath a cop script is lost to me. I have to assume that no one involved in this film wanted it to be a giant monster movie in the first place, but I'll get to why later. This movie was directed by Yossi Wayne, who, being honest, is more of a cinematographer than a director. On the cine front, he has quite a few notable credits, including work on The American Ninja 4 and Cyborg Cop 2. His directing work, well, let's say that's less illustrious, with the likes of Operation Delta Force 2 and US SEALs being considered some of his highlights. In short, he's a veteran of the schlock circuit, and here he's been assigned a role that's pretty much his second strongest element. So depending on how you look at it, we're either seeing him at his second best, or we're seeing him in a role that isn't necessarily his first best. This film has 3 writing credits to it, and I think it's fair to say they've drawn from an interesting pool. Bose Davidson is probably the best suited for writing a giant monster movie, as he's written a slew of post-50s giant creature features, including spiders, crocodile, and the original octopus. He's also credited for writing The Last American Virgin. In short, if you were looking for a guy to write your giant monster movie, Bose seems like the right guy to involve. Quite how involved he was in the writing of the script, however, is somewhat debatable, based on how the end feature turned out. The other 2 writers involved in this movie were Danny Lerner, whose best known credits seem to be the bulk of the Operation Delta Force movies, and Michael D. Weiss, who's probably the best known of the 3, who supplied the screenplay here. He's probably best known for such garbage as Hostel 3 and The Scorpion King 4? I didn't even know there was a Scorpion King 2. Right, they're all going on my watch list. Anyway, both Bose and Danny are really more producers than they are writers. And as Weiss only provided the screenplay, this means that we're left with a film that was directed by somebody who isn't primarily a director, and written by 2 people who aren't primarily writers. Based on a screenplay by somebody who gave us The Scorpion King 4. Realistically, this film shouldn't have so much fallen out of the gate, more rocket propelled itself into the ground. Though in some ways it's actually surpassed my expectations. Not in a lot of ways, but at least there's some good to be had here. The film stars Michael Riley Burke as Nick, one half of Nick and Walter, our buddy cops for this picture. Nick and Walter are both members of the police scuba team and are responsible for searching the murky depths of New York's rivers in order to solve crimes. When an attempted drugs bust turns out to be a false alarm, both Nick and Walter are placed on their very last warning. I'm getting flashbacks to tunnel vision. Anyway, little does the chief know, Walter has asked for a transfer, and he's going to be leaving the department for a cushy office position soon. But shortly before the transfer takes place, 2 dead bodies are found in a nearby dockland. And with little to no evidence of a murderer or motive to hand, the pair are stumped. That is until, while investigating leads, they stumble on an old homeless man who tells them that the murderer is a giant octopus. While initially ridiculed, eventually Nick starts to believe him, and shortly thereafter the pair get attacked by that very octopus, who captures Walter, who's never seen again for the rest of the movie. This leaves Nick in a position where no one will believe him about the giant octopus killing boatmen in the Hudson River. And it's at this point that we're properly introduced to the mayor's assistant, and I believe one of the very, very few females in this film. Meredith Morton's Rachel, who's in charge of organising a 4th of July celebration down at the Docklands. Rachel doesn't believe Nick either, but slowly the pair grow close, and eventually they both decide to go and see if they can hunt down and get proof that the octopus is out there before it gets a chance to kill again. So, if I were to tell you that this film would fit in right at home with any of the public domain films usually available on the Mill Creek compilation sets, I think I'd give you a pretty good idea of exactly what the tone and feeling of this film is. I feel like calling it Octopus 2 is a bit of a cheat really, because while the octopus is important to the plot and does turn up in the film at least more than a couple of times, the majority of this film is more to do with first Nick and Walter trying to solve the murders, and then Nick and Rachel trying to find Squiddly Diddly. And I'm not entirely sure why they chose to hide or cover up the octopus for the majority of the film. I mean, the film's called Octopus 2. I'm pretty sure anybody coming to see this movie isn't going to be all that shocked that there's actually a giant octopus in this film. Though what will shock audiences is the distinct lack of a giant octopus in a film called Octopus 2. There are two octopi in this movie, a puppet version, represented both as a series of tentacles and the top half of a body, that actually doesn't look too bad. I mean, it's still obviously a puppet, but hey, they tried their best. And I've seen distinctly worse puppets in my time. For the biggest scenes, the octopus is often represented by CGI. This CG octopus is often only shown in shadows, but it does get the occasional moment out in full view. And it looks awful. Even for 2001, I'd have been thoroughly unimpressed by the CG for the giant octopus in this movie. So by 2018 standards, it's pretty dire. I have to somewhat admire their scope of trying to realise their vision, but I'm sure with some creative cinematography, they could have just stuck with the puppet and it would have been a lot better. The cinematography is fairly standard for a film like this. They don't really take very many creative risks here. It's all by the numbers. At least, the land sequences are. The movie has its style and knows how it wants to look, but it could have aspired to more. It's of quality, but that doesn't necessarily mean it is quality. Most of the shots are your basic formula: establishing shot, closer establishing shot, mid shot, close up, two shot. That's about as complex as they get here. And weirdly, there's a dream sequence that seems to have been entirely shot on a green screen because it works in perspectives that simply couldn't be captured in real life. It also uses that god-awful CG octopus. I mean, I guess that could be seen as their creative flair, but to me it actually went too far the other way and just looks really silly, poorly made, and crammed into what is probably the most straight-laced giant monster movie I've ever seen. What I will give this film credit for, however, is the underwater scenes, which feel almost like you're watching a completely different movie. Everything's quite nicely shot in these underwater segments. They use a reasonably good variety of shots, and the look and feeling of these scenes really stuck out to me in a sea of mediocrity. No pun intended. My only complaint about these shots is that I don't think the Hudson River has ever looked as clean or blue as it does here. Whether that was a continuity thing, or whether they just couldn't get the colour graded to give an authentic murky brown, is anyone's guess. But it is worth noting. Acting-wise, for the most part the cast aren't terrible. They're far from brilliant, but they handle the script reasonably well enough, and with one major exception, which I'll get to in a bit, the cast are pretty much fine. At their best, they're good. At their worst, I'd say they just about creep into overly cheesy territory, and not in a good way. The direction, on the other hand, is actually pretty reasonable. While the performances may not be brilliant, the cast seem fairly animate, and Yossi seems to know what he wants to show and how he wants to show it. Again, this isn't groundbreaking stuff. Not being terribly directed isn't an accolade. But he seems to hold the rudder steadily enough, even if it does feel a bit generic in places. And I suppose considering that he's more of a cinematographer than a director, I do have to give him credit that he's handled this one for the most part pretty well. What does give this film quite a big boost is the editing, which here is handled by Carrie Coughlin, who has a real history with cutting films like this. Though Octopus 2 would be one of her first creature feature cuts, She does a remarkably good job of making this film work as well as it can. Any fight scenes involving the octopus are concentrated and focus on quick cuts to give a sense of tension. Scenes that less talented editors would probably leave emotionless or even laughably bad. By contrast, under Carrie, these scenes are given a much more bigger oomph by using proper timing and making sure that everything stays on screen for just the right amount of time. It's the skills used here that really save this film from just being an out-and-out stinker. Though the editing can't save everything, and you can't make a purse out of a sow's ear. The biggest problem I have with this movie is its script. The first act's pretty much fine. They set up all the character elements and just let them work towards developing their own arcs. That's all good. Where this film derails is somewhere in the second act, around the time when the octopus takes Walter. From that point on, this film just begins to inflate with padding, and it just gets more and more bloated till I was literally on the verge of turning it off as the third act was warming up. It's just scene after scene of moody Nick walking from place to place, not getting very much farther, and having an odd emotional crisis. And while I'd be praising this writing had it been any other movie, the film's literally called Octopus 2, and I spent most of the second and third act going, "Come on, bring out the giant octopus and make it do stuff." At around 2/3 into this, I'd felt like I'd been lied to. And only making matters worse, the film effectively ends about 20 minutes before the end credits run. And the final 20 minutes of this film are dedicated almost entirely to a B-plot. A B-plot that's introduced to us so haphazardly that it's up there as one of the worst sequences I've ever seen in a movie. The whole plot takes place in a tunnel, with one of the worst actresses I've ever seen, made up to look about 40 years older than she is, doing her worst attempt at fake driving in a car that clearly isn't moving, intercut with stock footage that doesn't match up. And she easily gives one of the most irritating performances I've ever seen. It's seriously worth digging this film out just for her 1 or 2 scenes at the end of this film, because you won't believe that someone could perform this badly. Octopus 2 was produced by New Image Productions in 2001, and it was distributed by Hollywood DVD in the UK. And I'm finding quite quickly that if your movie can be distributed by Hollywood DVD, it probably shouldn't. Surprisingly, the print quality on this DVD was quite good. There was little in the way of fading or wear, and it looks pretty solid on this release. There are no extra features on this set. Hollywood DVD releases very rarely do have anything. They're the kind of company that offer interactive menus as special features. As of the time of recording, there are no plans to release this on Blu-ray, and I can't believe I just read that out with a straight face. Ultimately, this movie commits the cardinal sin, thou shalt not bore. And some nice underwater shots, reasonably tight editing, and iffy at best Sinian direction really can't save this snorefest of a plotline. What I find most unbelievable about this whole thing is that the film is supposed to feature a giant octopus destroying New York, and they've somehow managed to make that boring. And I'm really lost for words as to how that's even possible. Only adding to the woe an uninspiring soundtrack and a terrifically out-of-place end credits score that I feel only exacerbated my feelings on this picture. Boring. This movie's terribly boring. I'd like to see if the original was any better, but all I can say on this is check out the old lady tunnel sequence if you want a laugh, and go and watch Zombie Flesh Eaters if you're in the mindset to see some good underwater cinematography in a movie that's actually generally good throughout. Otherwise, give this one a miss.